hard almost every day.
My body's taken a lot of abuse over the years. I've had multiple knee surgeries on both.
644-7246.
To the most vulnerable and fight for a more resilient future at oxfamamerica.org. Sponsored by Oxfam America.
As a fitness coach, my active psoriatic arthritis can slow me down. With Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, I'm treating my skin and joint symptoms so I can keep moving. Skyrizi, a prescription-only injection for adults, helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And for those who have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible. With Skyrizi, there's no daily dosing. It's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Every week on the Moth Podcast, you'll hear true stories that will intrigue you, inspire you, and make you laugh.
He said, is there anything in your diet that might be spiking your blood sugar? I said, sometimes I eat pizza until I'm unconscious. He said, I think that might be it.
For real stories live on stage from comedians, astronauts, accountants, farmers, and people just like you, follow and listen to The Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve...
Steven Goskowski kicked the ball right into Spaz's nuts.
Unbelievable radio promotion. When nothing will ever equal that.
What did you do? Here's what's in our feed.
And the feed is brought to you by Subaru of New England. The Red Sox dropped 1 to the Marlins, and Sonny Gray had the start, giving up 2 runs on 7 hits while striking out 5 over his 5 innings pitched. Here's what he had to say about the shutout loss.
They just beat us tonight. No other way around that. They just beat us. I mean, I hate to sound like it, but I mean, to take 2 or 3. I mean, Miami is a really good team at home. I think it was a good series for us overall. We found ways to win the first 2 games, which was great. And then, tonight they just beat us. And, that's part of it sometimes.
With so much to love, don't miss the Subaru of New England A Lot to Love event. Love all the trusted 2026 Subaru Forester or Forester Hybrid has to offer. Buy with as low as 1.9% financing or lease for as low as $279 per month for 36 months. For complete details and to find your authorized Subaru retailer, visit SubaruofNewEngland.com. I'm Courtney Cox. That's what's in your feed. Now back to the Greg Hill Show.
Rev up those fryers, because I am sure hungry for one
Greg Hill Show.
Broadcasting from 20 Guest Street, kid.
Woo! It's go, 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 go time.
This is the Greg Hill Show.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Tick, tick, boom.
Starring Greg Hill.
Also, Vegas has to be very uncomfortable if you're in leather pants.
Hot as hell.
Yeah, it is hot. You're definitely getting the swamp nuggets.
With Wiggy.
Didn't she have the mud flaps?
Excuse me?
On the trucks.
My God.
What are you?
No.
At a certain point, it is still a family show.
No.
And Courtney.
No, I never had that.
It was crack. We
Really?
ate the entire thing in one sitting.
Really?
I had that.
So and I couldn't get enough. I was shoveling it into my mouth.
Oh, dear.
And Curtis.
Oh, you're a good juror. At least you're open-minded. The other girl came in and was like, filthy.
Yeah, you have to be open.
Curtis was on a jury and it was not hung. Okay, what?
And Shime.
But it's
Shime
still...
understood where I was coming
that's
from.
because Shime was pandering.
Josh understood where I was coming from.
Josh was cool.
Shime was pandering?
Yeah. I mean,
pandering.
If you...
Does Shime pander?
I think so.
I'm a big panderer.
Now.
Let's get down to business.
It's time to party.
It's time for the Greg Hill Morning Show.
Good morning. Morning, everybody.
Hello, good morning.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
Good morning, my neighbors.
On Boston Sports Original.
WEEI. Got my people.
WEEI.
When I say Greg Hill and you say show, Greg Hill. Greg Hill. Show. Greg Hill. Show. All right.
Woo! It's go, 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 go time.
Well, that didn't work. So here we go. Greg, Wiggy, and Mego are with you now. Here you go.
Tick, tick, boom.
Good morning from Tuscan Village in Salem, New Hampshire. Yes, hello. Yeah, hi. A beautiful sky this morning. I know that's an old man thing to say, but if you're watching the show on Twitch or on YouTube, look at that view of the New Hampshire sky this morning. We are up here with Needham Bank, and this is essentially, this state is Wiggy's mistress. He said it yesterday.
Yeah.
You're done with Massachusetts.
Oh, for sure.
You want to be here in God's country in New Hampshire.
I would love it. I would love it if we could somehow move the studio a little bit closer.
Yeah. Well, are you currently strapped, as they say? Or
I don't know. I don't know.
Keep your mind to yourself.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
This is Wiggy's 2 favorite things: New Hampshire and Italy.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Tuscan market. There you go. That's right.
I don't know if you guys have you been here?
I've spent some time here. Yes.
It's awesome.
It's beautiful.
And I came up here last night. We had a great dinner with Joe Farrow, who owns Tuscan Village, Tuscan Market, the restaurants, and Joe, who's the CEO of Needham Bank, and my old boss from the WAF days, Bruce Mittman, who has an advertising agency. And so food was great. People are great. This place was crazy last night. Like, everybody's out and about doing things.
I saw that you had a big meat platter, but did you
I didn't have any of that.
Oh, okay. Did you have any of the pizza?
I didn't have any.
At Tuscan Kitchen.
I had honestly 2 bites of a salad. That was it.
You know what? Come on, Courtney. What kind of question is that? Anytime he goes out to eat, what does he always get? A salad.
Salad, yeah.
I mean,
dressing on the side.
Just a little bit of the salad.
It's just a thyroid issue.
That is it.
It's PCOS.
Well, I guess if when it comes to medical issues, Roman Anthony would probably tell me not to ask the Red Sox about him at all. I don't know if you caught any of that from the Roman Empire.
No, what happened?
Oh,
boy.
We'll get to it. I don't know if it's anybody's lead, but
nope.
He has stuck his foot into the Red Sox misdiagnosed medical injuries pool. And so...
Is he going back to Fort Myers?
I don't think he'll be shipped back to Fort Myers, but they can't be happy with that.
Oh, damn.
So I guess maybe is he feeling like, I know he addressed the gossipers and said he's aware that you're all talking about him and you're not minding your own beeswax.
Okay.
So he addressed that, but I don't know if he's feeling the heat or he really is legitimately annoyed with the Red Sox.
Yeah.
I think the latter, too. I mean, we talked about it yesterday. It seemed like it was a punishment for him, and I think he feels like he was punished. And we talked about a few weeks ago the fact that maybe the training staff is not doing their due diligence when it comes to these players and their injuries that they suffer. So
he feels like he was wrongly punished.
Correct.
And sent off to the gulag.
Oh, damn.
And he had to be in Fort Myers without anybody to hang out with, and that's on the medical staff and not on himself, I guess.
It was right when it was the second road show. We were in Brattleboro, I believe. And that was the time that Bradfo sat down with Roman Anthony after the Friday, it was right around that period of time where Roman Anthony went down and Sam Kennedy joined us, and then the following Wednesday, Sam Kennedy, Rob Bradford and Roman Anthony spoke, and he did I have my left ring finger, the 6C ligament.
Right. Yeah.
That is not something that gets placed neatly back into a tube. No matter how many times Sam Kennedy comes on at the Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon and says that, I'm not going to be a doctor.
I shouldn't get into that. That was my mistake.
That was my mistake. Yes. What they did there revealed a massive issue that was under the radar, beneath our sight, that was brought into the light by Sam Kennedy saying to you about the Dr. Hill at the Flying Bridge, to where Roman Anthony responded, and then sending him to Fort Myers, and now he's back, about to return. And Roman Anthony is, I think both parties have a right to be mad. I think Roman Anthony is enraged that he was allowed to be sort of drifting in the wind,
like
for
thrown
months.
Out there, and they had him tossing in the wind, as you said, and didn't come to his defense, or not enough.
Not only not come to his defense, at his lowest moment, Sam Kennedy mocked that he had a tear in his finger.
Tear, no tear.
Yeah.
The bigger issue, though, is that
tear no tear is kind of honestly like potato tomato.
It really is. The bigger issue is that there might be an issue with how the athletic training staff diagnoses injuries, and now players haven't.
That's been a problem for the Red Sox since I was a young man.
But that's the number one issue then, because that's in the world of sports, like, that's why players are always going to get second opinions, because, maybe the team says, oh, he's good to go, he can come back to play, and the player's like, well, I really can't play, I need to get my own doctor. That, to me, is the biggest issue with this whole thing.
If you're Roman, though, you have to be proud and thankful for how, whether it's Craig Breslow, Sam Kennedy, any of the front office handled the rumors about Roman Anthony. I thought that they all were sticking their neck out for him every time that it was questioned. So whatever was going on off the field, if I'm Roman Anthony, I'm very proud of how they handled that.
Yeah, and we'll get to what he said about that too at some point this morning. But essentially, he said, "I'm not allowed." Sarcastically, I'm not allowed to be out past 8 o'clock or out past whatever, whether I'm doing something or not doing something. So
I blame you.
Which he's right about that.
You blame me for
your generation. You raised a bunch of Sallys.
Well, our generation.
Yes, you raised a bunch of people that can't take any criticism. That in the age of social media, they are unable to deal with anything. Like, I'm sorry, Roman Anthony.
We did raise Sallys, but we also, in this generation, we also paint pictures of people people that are not true based off of just a little bit of information.
And the people that should know it best are the ones that grew up with social media all around them, not the people that learned it later in life.
Right, but I think that Roman Anthony's pissed about that because we created this narrative of him being out.
And you think he's justified in, in being pissed off?
Yeah, of course he should be. We created a
So then why doesn't he just go out and say F off?
Because you can't do that as
Why?
an athlete.
He's got 130 million coming his way no matter what he does.
Because if you go F off, then people are gonna paint you
He
in
just
another.
said F off.
But they paint. It took him this long, but we painted the picture of Roman Anthony being this big partier who's out all night long.
Roman Anthony was in the World Baseball Classic, and he was my MVP.
Right, but
he was
we're not
everybody's
Curtis.
superstar after he was out and about.
Curtis, we're not talking about that. We're talking about a guy who got hurt, a guy who wasn't producing.
With a little ring finger injury for 3 months.
Listen, stay on the topic here. The guy got hurt, the guy wasn't producing, and then the conversation was whether or not he was soft or if he could play or not. And then the other thing that it snowballed into, is this guy's out all the time? How are you out but you're hurt? How are you out and you're not performing?
Which sucks for him, too, because if he was out all the time and they were going on their winning streak, no one would have cared.
Right.
People were like, where is he? Let's go buy him drinks.
Right. So that it was just wrong time for him to be spotted at Loco Lounge once.
But that's the society that we live in. If you're not like, and I had said this, that my thing back then was like, if I would give him any advice, I'd be like, if you're not playing because you're injured or because you're not being productive, don't go out, because people are then going to say, we already painted the picture of him. The guy was out on the street all the time.
Stay home and play Yahtzee.
That is it.
I love Yahtzee.
Do you?
What a great game.
They even sell Yahtzee
I haven't played it since I was a kid, but that was awesome.
You're generally, I don't want to speak for you, but you're generally a solo Yahtzee player.
I do. I've never lost.
Yes. All right. Well, we're in New Hampshire this morning. Hello, everybody. Thanks for being here. We are at the Sam Adams Pavilion, which is right here at Tuscan Village in Salem, New Hampshire. We're going to get to leads coming up shortly, couple minutes. They said it at 7:15. I think Jaylen Brown should stop talking at this point.
Oh, no.
He ain't.
Bro, as the kids would say, work on your handle. Stop talking.
He's fine.
But we will get to what Jaylen Brown said about a conspiracy against him by some veterans when he arrived here on the Boston Celtics. So,
all right, this will be interesting.
That will be a part of what we get to during They Said It.
This is like match play. I feel like one day Tatum's losing and the next day Tatum's winning.
So that is among the things that we will get to during They Said It this morning at 7:15. Are we doing guest leads? I think we should do guest leads. I hope you guys brought a lead or two with you. We'll get to guest leads at some point this morning here at Tuscan Village. News with Courtney coming up at 8. And then we will be, and I think we have the opportunity maybe for the first time in a while for a gigantic, loving round of applause at 9 this morning when I introduce Craig Breslow.
Oh,
thank
so
goodness. Craig Breslow will be on the show at 9 this morning after a Red Sox loss last night.
Elliot Wolf would get booed if he were being introduced.
Well,
Craig Breslow will get cheered.
Yeah. I know we're
I'm sorry.
I know no, we're behind, but also if it's accurate, the report on the difference between where the Patriots are and Gonzo is very interesting.
Yes,
no
that
escalator.
Are we gonna? We'll get to that. Are you doing that as a leader?
I was gonna jump on that, but Shine was a little bit close. He was a little bit spot on, but I think him and I are on the same page on this one.
All right. Well, we're in New Hampshire, Wiggy's favorite state, second favorite state, and we'll be back in 2 minutes and get leads going on the Greg Hill Show at WEEI.
get a shiver in the dark. It's raining in the park, but meantime, sound of the river, you stop and you hold everything. A band is blowing Dixie, double fall time. You feel alright when you hear the music ring.
We are in New Hampshire this morning. It has a roadshow vibe to it. It's only a Thursday, but it feels like a Friday. And we are at Tuscan Village. And we're here with Needham Bank. And later on today, one lucky winner is going to have the chance to walk away with $10,000.
Wow. That's a nice little payroll.
Courtesy
right
of this show. So,
Eamon, sign me up.
Maybe they would be willing to throw that into the pool for Christian Gonzalez. We'll find out. But
I need a few more zeros behind that.
I want to thank Needham Bank for having us up here. I want to thank everybody at Tuscan Village and Tuscan Kitchen for having us here. And it's a little bit like a Friday in the beginning of summer roadshow vibe, but unfortunately it's the end of summer. Summer's ending. It's almost over.
It is.
But I won't talk too much about that. I will say that Curtis could, if you don't mind, Shime, Curtis could open the Window World, the Boston weather window, and give us a forecast for today, here, and back home, and all of that good stuff.
All right, Shimer. It is 62 degrees right now here in Salem, New Hampshire. Absolutely perfect. Beautiful morning. Gorgeous.
A little cold for my taste in August. It really should. That's what I'm saying. Summer's over.
You can smell fall in the air.
What's
this morning. You can smell it.
Oh, that's
smell
just
what?
great.
Fall.
Oh, fall. Okay, yeah. I thought you said smell ball in the air.
Oh, that too.
I was like, what?
The boys of fall.
Oh, wait, what is she
Play
talking
ball.
about? All right, what?
Oh, boy. 83 is the afternoon high here
Okay.
at Salem. Back home, same 65, afternoon high of 83.
Awesome. Window World of Boston is a one-stop shop for everything exterior for your home. So windows, doors, siding, a new roof, all of it at Window World of Boston. Just go to windowworldofboston.com. Let's go, Shime.
This is the Greg Hill Show. Time now for The Lead.
Sun is shining in the sky. There ain't a cloud in sight. It's stopped raining. Everybody's in the lake. And don't you know it's a beautiful new day? Hey.
Shime, that is the Electric Light Orchestra and Blue Sky. Great lead choice by you this morning. And leads are brought to you today by Subaru. With so much to love, don't miss the Subaru of New England A Lot to Love event. Find your Subaru when you go to SubaruofNewEngland.com. Hello, Shime.
Good morning, Greg. I know Wiggy's going to be getting to Christian Gonzalez, so instead I will give the NFL some credit. Yesterday, they axed the Pro Bowl. There's no more Pro Bowl. Thank God. Nobody wanted to watch that awful product. It's like watching preseason games, but right before the Super Bowl, which is so dumb. They finally axed it. They're still going to, quote-unquote, honor the guys that make the Pro Bowl. But now actually maybe making the, quote-unquote, Pro Bowl list means something. And, it's not Shedeur Sanders in a Pro Bowl game last year when he was clearly not one of the best quarterbacks in the AFC because a bunch of guys bowed out due to injuries or due to being in the playoffs. So good job by the NFL finally reading the room, just getting rid of the Pro Bowl altogether. We don't need it.
When was the last time you actually tuned in? And isn't it, what is it now? It's like is it flag football? Flag football?
Yeah.
Like, when was the last time you paid attention, if ever?
I honestly don't remember.
More than ever.
I don't think anybody really paid attention because, back then when I played, it was obviously an honor to go there, but guys weren't really trying to kill each other out there. It was like glorified practice.
The last time I knew about the Pro Bowl was when Robert Edwards blew out his leg at the beach game before it.
Yeah.
The late 90s.
Yeah, that was.
Wiggy, what do you think about the new rule, a new NFL rule, when it comes to being suspended for a game
If you do 3 like horse collars.
I saw that.
So there's
like 5 different rules, right?
They
It's a
picked
soccer
5
style
things like targeting. You hit somebody below the
blind side,
the knee or waist or whatever, and then you get suspended for a game. How soft is that?
Well, I guess is it just does it have to be how many times in a game? 3 times.
3 infractions over the course of a season.
Over the season.
Wiggy.
Yeah, I don't know. The hip toss one, I think I saw that was in there.
Hip drop.
Sometimes that's a little bit iffy on the tackling because you could just be wrapping a guy up and trying to get your weight on him. The horse collar one, I understand that because you'll know where you are on that one. The blind side nowadays, you just can't blindside anybody. I think it's a good rule to kind of keep guys healthy. You should know.
You do?
Yeah, I think you should know. If I played in today's NFL, we would blindside guys left and right. But if I played in today's game, I know that if I can't see a guy's face or I can't see his chest, I can't air hole him. So if I'm doing that, in a game, then that means I'm just basically out here trying to kill people.
Isn't that the point of the entire game?
No, the point of the game is to be physical, but it's also not to be dirty. At the horse collar one, I could see that you get a guy, you try to grab a guy from the back of the jersey and maybe a hand slips in there. That's a little bit of a difficult one. Or like I said, the hip drop. But when you're talking about blindside or you're talking about maybe cutting guys and those type of things, you can't do that. You just can't do that in today's game. You cannot air hole guys like what we used to do. So as a player in today's game, if you're doing that, then that means you're a dirty player and you're just out there trying to knock guys' head off.
Yeah, I understand that part of it, but the NFL, from my perspective, needs less rules when it comes to contact, not more rules when it comes to contact. Because it's got to be hard for guys to figure out. As you know, you played football your whole life.
Right.
You're taught to go to the ball and hit somebody.
Right.
But, Greg, these aren't even more rules. It's just reinforcing the rules they have in place.
Right.
These are already all penalties.
You lose a game for it, Chime.
Yeah, if you commit free infraction, they're trying
infractions.
to reinforce the penalty. That's all. They don't want to. They don't want to have to continually fine guys because you're just constantly taking money out of their pocket. So instead, they threaten with a suspension if you do it multiple times. And it's not like it's just one time and you miss a game. You have to do it 3 times over the course of the year.
Some people can't handle it when it comes to me, but I'm a violent person.
Yeah, and clearly
I'm all about the violence.
Yeah.
It's really
mostly at dinner.
It's really.
I'm not even tripping about those rules more than you know what rules irritate the hell out of me in the NFL is the stupid taunting rules. Those are the ones that I have an issue with.
My question on this is this: we've seen it in Major League Baseball. So let's say you are Chris Jones.
Yep.
Okay, and it's week 15, and the Chiefs are 13-1.
Right.
And you are late in the game penalized for a horse collar.
Yep.
And it's your third.
Yep.
And you review
suspended.
it? Can you is there a what I'm saying?
In
game.
That's what I'm saying. You're suspended for a game. Your team loses you.
That is so if you are late in the season, and you have 2 of these, and you're a star defensive player, do you just sit out?
I don't know.
Well, you should.
You make sure that you make no contact with anybody at all on the football field.
I know you shouldn't do it. I agree.
Right, but
I'm saying
but that's it. That's what they're saying.
It seems like a massive penalty.
No, but what they're saying, it's simple. If you horse collar a guy, you know what the hell you're doing.
I'm not debating that.
But that's what they're saying. So if you do it multiple times, then if you ever seen the movie Life, you are a habitual line stepper.
So let me ask you. So the next player that hits a quarterback in the head that goes, "Oh, thank you for the flag. I was wrong," will be the first. So
what do you but that's not.
We all know there are penalties, but people
but
every time there's a
part of the rule, though.
But every time, I'm saying every time there's a penalty, the player goes, "What? I didn't do that. I had nothing to do with that. I didn't grab his." In the horse collar, you can say you're grabbing the neck. You could also say I was grabbing the shoulder.
No, but it's right there. You can't put your hand inside the back of a guy's jersey and pull him down.
How many times have you watched an NFL game where they either miss or improperly call that? I've seen it several times.
You see it multiple times a game, and not.
You don't see it multiple times.
And the same player 3 times in a season,
right?
That's if you
over 17 games.
Yeah, but if you've been called twice on it, aren't you going to be a little bit more careful moving forward? Like,
it's not that difficult.
I don't think it's going to change that much that you see.
I told you, it's like the blindside block. As I used to do it all the time. But now, if I played in today's game, I would clearly know. If a guy's running this way and I'm coming this way and he has no clue where I am, if I do that multiple times and get suspended, that's my fault.
Yeah. All right, Curtis, you and I are on an island. I'm taking a look at Twitch and
You
good
guys are
morning.
tough.
Good morning. Well, we want blood.
Right.
Yeah, you want to play the Deacon Jones,
somebody at
Ray
Twitch,
Nitschke era.
Somebody at Twitch said, "Greg, odd take on this." I'm sorry. That's how I feel.
We're never wrong. Sometimes early at the end of the season, there will be players in the NFL that have 2 of these penalties, and they will sit. It will be the talk of the end of the NFL
Yeah,
season.
I believe that. Yeah. But we'll go, that's a dumb player for getting 2 of those penalties.
Okay.
All right. We are in the live free or die state. Good morning. Hello. Thank you. Sam Adams Pavilion. They're open. That they're serving. I mean, I think there's no rules in New Hampshire, basically, so have at it.
Did you consider going with the running group this morning? I saw the runners out there.
The running club.
You didn't?
No,
I thought that was going to be your speed. I was like, Greg must be with them.
Be careful with those running clubs.
What?
Oh, you
swingers?
Oh, you haven't heard about the running clubs?
No.
Oh man, all you gotta do is a little quick Google search.
What are they?
They're like running clubs /sex clubs.
Really?
Yes.
Just your porn history.
No. Courtney, I'm surprised Courtney, I'm surprised you don't know about this. This is all over TikTok.
I'm not a runner, so.
We'll ask this gentleman. He might be in the running club.
We're on here.
Or the sex club. Are you in the sex club?
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. What's that? Ed
Thank
Blanchett
you.
from Boston. Nice.
Okay.
Great to see you.
Let's go, Ed.
I love the
right.
hat.
There you go.
All right. We are in New Hampshire, and we are at Tuscan Village, and we will be right back with more leads. Red Sox with a loss last night, but win the series, and you can talk about that all day long here on Boston Sports Original, WEEI. And the New York Yankees await the Boston Red Sox, so you could talk about that as well this morning and all day long. We are in New Hampshire this morning at Tuscan Village. Hello. Good morning. Thank you. Kind of a bonus road show of sorts here to end the summer, and we're here with Needham Bank. And later on, somebody's going to get the chance to win $10,000.
Not bad.
That is happening this morning here, and we were in the middle of Leeds. Curtis, good morning and hello.
Hello, Greg. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. I love New Hampshire. This is a beautiful place. Roman Anthony yesterday, we'll get to the exact comments, but everything that he did in that conversation with Chris Cotillo is representative of why he was sent to Fort Myers. I get it. You were wronged. I am not even judging who's right. I really don't care. It's not relevant for the Red Sox. That you arrive back, or not even back, or you're about to be back, and all of a sudden you're dredging up all this stuff when this team's won 5 in a row. You're trying to make the playoff push. Like, nobody cares right now about how you were treated. Nobody. They want you to get back. They want you to hit, and they want you to play well. At the end of the season, if you want to revisit all of this stuff, that's fine. But don't mess with the chemistry. We're talking about Trevor Story. Why are you bringing up the training staff? Why are you bringing up anything else in the organization? Show up, earn your paycheck, and then at the end of the year, if you want to go back, people will be on your side. But right now, don't care about what I say, Greg, or anybody else. Shut up, hit the baseball, and then come back at the end of the year, and we'll talk about how you were wrong. Why are you sitting here talking to Chris Cotillo? I mean, God love Chris Cotillo. Great job.
I'm guessing that he's asked the question and he answers the question.
Oh, so it's like Austin Powers. If you're asked the question 3 times, you have to answer it? Like, I'm sorry, you don't.
I think Curtis is being aggressive, but he has a right to be. I get what he's saying, though. Like, all we've talked about is the chemistry of this team and how we don't want to mess with it, and we've put all the emphasis on Trevor Story not messing it. For Roman Anthony, I know we're going to hear what he actually had to say, but it is digging up things that I don't think are necessarily helpful at this moment for this team. There's no point to bring it up other than a selfish point that he feels like he was done dirty and he wants to make sure that his narrative is out there. I'm with Curtis on this one. Like, save it till the end of the season and then we'll all be on your side. But right now at this moment, just get back to playing baseball for the Red Sox.
Yeah. He doesn't seem like a guy who's going to mess with the chemistry because of these comments.
No.
Trevor Story seems more likely to be a guy who's going to come in and is going to have that veteran thing where, you know, I want my job back. I want to play every day. And so I
could see that.
You know,
well, Trevor Story needs to actually play good baseball before we're even talking about him.
What concerns me is you have a whole bunch of young guys on this team who have found a way to gel, found a way to win baseball games, found a way to ignore drive line, do whatever. And you're going to have to, if you're going to make space for Trevor Story, you're going to have to take some of those guys and send them back down. Like, there's some speculation that Mickey Gasper's going to go away.
Bad move.
Like, why?
I told you why I believe it. And we talked to Brett's Bar today, but
he's absolutely in fuego.
Yeah, I understand. I understand that one. I told you how I think he's like our very own Barry Bonds out there. Right.
Like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Or as they would say in Tuscany, Fra Diavolo.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
No, but
I told you, I think the way they view Trevor Story is they feel like if Trevor Story is just normally who they expect him to be, he's the better bat and he's the better defender. The Roman Anthony thing, I didn't hear it, but if he doesn't answer questions, then he gets criticized about him not answering questions. Like
what? Okay, ready?
So
let's
let me ask this question.
Hold on.
I know, but I just want to ask. I just want to ask you about your lead. Was he asked the question?
Yes.
Yeah,
so
okay.
let's practice. Okay.
There you go.
So I'll be both the questioner and Roman Anthony. So I'm Chris Cotillo now. So what happened with the ring finger? Was the team wrong? Why were you sent down to Fort Myers? Chris, I appreciate the questions. We're in a pennant race. All I want to do is win a World Series. If we win a World Series, nobody's going to give a damn where I eat dinner. Next.
Right. And you know, and then you know, Chris Curtis's lead is the next day. There you go. He didn't say nothing. You know what that tells me?
I'm really doing a lead about how he didn't say nothing.
He didn't say nothing. He didn't tell us about. He's asked a simple question. All he has to do is give us an answer.
Okay. If he
didn't give us an answer though, that's showing me that he must really hate the organization on what they say. I think if he's
anybody with a functioning brain knows he's angry at the organization for how they handled it.
But he's speaking his truth.
Exactly.
But there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, but Wiggy, you can't have it both ways.
I don't have it both ways.
Let me finish.
Hold on, because you're saying something that's not true.
Because let me just finish, and then you'll understand what I'm saying.
What are you saying?
Do you think that Christian Gonzalez is upset with the Patriots organization right now for things that Robert Kraft has said?
Yes.
Okay, so do you think that could hinder the relationship moving forward?
Yeah, he's already said it.
So then I think that what Curtis is saying is if Roman Anthony is upset with this organization, let's wait till after the season and not let it impact the rest of the clubhouse.
So why weren't you mad at Christian Gonzalez for saying he's frustrated and they know what my worth is and he's kind of like basically telling us who the people are that don't want to pay him?
I think I have been frustrated.
Courtney's been
I know that, but he's speaking his truth though.
Right.
Christian Gonzalez, he did the same thing Roman Anthony did.
100 both with Roman and with
But
Christian Gonzalez.
I don't have an issue with what Christian Gonzalez did.
Okay.
Like if a player speaks their truth, I got no issues with that when they're asked the question.
I think your perspective on it, Wiggy, is so interesting because you're the only one here anywhere who played professional sports, and you feel like, and you include yourself in it, people wronged Roman Anthony.
Yes.
By by gossipers.
We were gossip girls all day long with Roman Anthony.
Both can be true.
And he is proving their point right now.
No, we did this.
He is.
No, we did this.
He shows up. He can't even have what? Oh, I have to answer it right now and tell you exactly how I feel, Chris Cotillo. Otherwise, I'm screwed.
But how many people? Like I don't know Roman Anthony personally, right? But the picture we painted of him. Was this guy's all over the seaport. He's all over Nantucket. He's hitting home runs left and right off the field when it comes to, the ladies.
And then he showed up at the World Baseball Classic and we said, all hail Roman.
No, but Greg asked the question, and we loved it, right? But we painted that picture of him, right? So we didn't stop that from day one. And then, unfortunately for him,
we didn't stop a picture from being painted?
No, we jumped and we ran with that narrative.
Which was not right.
That's what I'm saying. We didn't stop that from day one. And then what ends up happening, he gets hurt and he's not playing well. And so the narrative was already created that this dude was a party animal.
Now, listen, I want to mention, because we have many opportunities for you to share your opinion on this show. You can, you can call, you can get in the Twitch chat, YouTube chat, leave a Hill note for us. But the gentleman who was up here early with the hat, he actually delivered me a note.
It was amazing.
It's been a long time since I have had a comment in note form.
Okay.
And it says, I'll read it, Roman Anthony problem, long-term extension.
I mean, A+.
I mean, maybe that's the issue.
My heart is still in my bum when all of a sudden there was a man approaching the stage. Let me just say.
Heart is in your bum?
There is nothing
your heart
scarier.
Is in your bum. You have to be concerned about that.
Well, I have a lot of concerns about my bum, as we know.
Yes.
Is there anything less shocking than the gentleman in the top hat that's reading the paper that maybe a little older brought you a baseball note?
Yeah. No, I love it.
Okay.
I love that. Thank you very much. Where is he?
He's right there.
There he is. Yeah. There he is. Thank you, sir.
Round
of applause for him over there.
All right.
Ed.
Great job. And spot on comment. Spot on.
Oh,
all right,
Neil.
We're going to take a quick break. We are in New Hampshire all morning long at Tuscan Village with Needham Bank, and we'll be right back. New Hampshire at Tuscan Village. Nothing. Yes, go ahead. Thank you. We're at the Sam Adams Pavilion at Tuscan Village, but nothing warms this old man's heart like the resurgence of the shopping mall. I got to tell you, it's back. We are back.
All right.
Retail, big box retail, we're back.
Okay.
So, not only can you shop here, but you can get an old man walk-in around the mall if you want. I mean, really.
There's literally everything you could ever want within like a 3-block radius.
Yeah. So on the show this morning, we will get to They Said It coming up and what Jaylen Brown said about a conspiracy against him. Kurtspiracy when it comes to some of his Celtics teammates.
Cosign.
At one point, you would go, yeah, you cosign. This is your first live show since the birth of the baby.
I know, and it's so nice to be back. The nicest people out there, but the nice gentleman over there, and he didn't even say his name. He just handed it and said, "Everybody, I want everybody to have one of these," and it says "Tomorrow Needs You" on a bracelet, and that's so important.
Oh, that's
too.
so nice, Courtney.
But then
you did give one to me, notably.
My dear friends, the Masons are here. Doreen, Charlotte, and Mason.
Wait,
but
Mason?
No, new last name, but she used her maiden name as her son's first name. And then Bob is at home. But actually, fun fact, my dad is Bob's godfather.
Oh, wow. Really?
Yeah. He was baptized later in life and asked my dad to be his godfather. So just nice people.
Yeah, very nice. All right. Well, we are delighted to be here. And Craig Breslow will join us at 9. But in the meantime, we have some leads left, including this one from Courtney. Courtney, good morning.
Good morning. Non-sports lead for me this morning because there was some breaking news yesterday that if you've been listening to this show for the last couple of years, you know that I followed the University of Idaho murders quite closely throughout the entire thing. And Brian Kohberger, who is currently serving 4 life sentences after pleading guilty to the murders, has been granted a new evidentiary hearing to try to withdraw his guilty plea. He claims that he was pressured into pleading guilty back in 2022 for the Idaho University killings. He says that his former legal team used coercion, disinformation, false promises, blah, 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 blah. He also says that there was not evidence presented to him that Ethan Chapin had some clumps of hair in his hands when his body was found that did not match Brian Kohberger's. The fact that these 4 families... very important. The judge granted that this hearing is going to be in June of 2027. The fact that these 4 families that lost young children in college in the most disturbing way possible have to continue to live this nightmare for another year, have this extended another year for this guy to continue to be in headlines. He is a narcissist, an egomaniac, a psychopath, and he's doing this to continue to try to get some type of fame. It's disgusting that he has been granted this. Curtis brought it up the last time we talked about it, but during the hearing where he pled guilty, the judge was very straightforward. 4 times he had to say that he was pleading guilty because he did these killings.
It seemed redundant at the time. We're like, why? Yeah. And he said, this is your own free will. No one has pressured you to say this. He was under oath when he was asked these questions, and it was each individual time. Also, the only good thing that can come of this, though, Courtney, is the families of the victims were never given an actual, accurate, or adequate discussion or explanation. Not like there's anything you could use to explain murdering 4 people for no reason, but that this may if there is another trial, then at least this scumbag will have to be forced to be held to account and explain what happened or why it didn't or did or didn't happen.
Well, the evidence will at least point to what led to the whole situation.
I don't know that there's going to be any reason other than he's a sociopath.
That's the thing.
So he just
picked four random people,
right? Which is why it was so.
Because girls weren't nice to him.
He's definitely an incel.
Yes.
I mean, I would guess.
It just to me, and I get
no
what you're.
No offense, Shime.
I get what Curtis is saying, and back at the time where he did plead guilty and we didn't get a trial, I know that one family, the Gonsalveses, were very upset about that because they did want more answers, but you make peace with that if you're that family, and now you have to open up this terrible wound. It's awful.
Doesn't seem right. Thank you, Courtney. Wiggy, good morning.
All right, good morning. So let's dive into the Christian Gonzalez stuff a little bit here. And I don't know, I just take it for what it is. I don't know if I get erection or anything else, but there are reports out there that Christian Gonzalez's deal, there is a $10 million gap. And I think Scheim
when it comes to guaranteed money, all right? And Scheim and I were kind of on that page about the whole thing, whether it was the upfront guaranteed money that you get at signing, which when you look at Devin Witherspoon, his signing upfront money was $59 million, but it looks like he wants to be over that $101 million guaranteed mark, and they're $10 million off. That's what the whispers and the rumors are out there. So if you're guessing, Patriots are offering him $91 million guaranteed, and he wants $101 million.
Right, or 92 or 93 or whatever it is. So it's a lot less than what Devin Witherspoon got and what Trent McDuffie got. So, and that's kind of the thing that we've been trying to figure out, because those frameworks of the contracts that we've seen before laid everything out. And that's the way it was. We saw Trent McDuffie's contract laid out, and then boom, here comes Devin Witherspoon, $101 million in total and fully guaranteed money, $1 million more than what Trent McDuffie got.
I was accused yesterday on the show in the Twitch chat, or maybe it was the YouTube chat. I can't remember which one I was watching at the time, of carrying water for billionaire owners, whatever.
Well, that is something you do.
It's not, but I do feel like Seattle got their guy signed.
Yeah.
It's the way business is done in the NFL.
Yep.
Like, as soon as you are eligible for a redo on your contract, the contract gets redone in most every case in the NFL.
Right.
And teams step up. In the case of Seattle, they are the defending Super Bowl champions, and they said, you know what, we'll screw around with it a little bit here, and then we'll get the deal done and pay the guy what he wants to be paid. And I don't understand why if it's a difference of $10 million, like.
But that's what they always do.
And that's the thing. And Curtis has kind of been on this a little bit. Like that's what certain teams.
The Patriots.
Yeah, well, yeah,
that's what they do.
Like certain teams, maybe the Cincinnati Bengals is another team like that would run into issues like that. The bottom line is, and when we've been talking about this, we said. You have, I think there was 11 or 12 guys from his draft class that have already, at the status that he's at, which is like, best in the league at your position, or let's say top 3, top 5. Isaiah Flowers is probably, a top 10, maybe like a top 12 guy, and he got a deal done, and he was in the same draft class as Christian Gonzalez. Christian Gonzalez, hands down, however you want to put it, is a top 3 corner in the NFL right now, and he is the only one from the 2023 draft class that is at that level that doesn't have a new deal, and framework has already been laid out with 2 other guys.
With the same agent on the guy that just signed with the team you're playing in week 1, the team that beat you in the Super Bowl. If winning is important to you, you have it right in front of you, and you have more than enough cash. So
people that sit here that are naivete, that next year at this time, when we are sitting here, and we'll be back at this beautiful place, we're sitting here and we are talking about Drake May. People are like, Drake May will get done. Okay.
Maybe not. Yeah,
we're sitting right here.
Maybe Drake's going to have to go through the same thing, which would not be good. All right, and you're opening the season less than 2 weeks from tonight. So
concerns me.
A week from Wednesday.
Concerns me.
All right, we are in New Hampshire with a whole bunch of incredible people here this morning. Guys, we love you. Thanks for being out. Maybe the last time we're in New Hampshire for a while, so we're delighted to see everybody. Come by here, hang out. Sam Adams Pavilion, Tuscan Village, and we will be back in exactly 2 minutes, no longer, on the Greg Hill Show at WEEI. in New Hampshire this morning at Tuscan Village with Needham Bank, and it is a sort of a road show, I guess. Bonus road show, end of summer road show here in Salem, New Hampshire. And coming up, we'll get to They Said It shortly, and we'll hear from Jaylen Brown, among others, when we get to They Said It. Later on, we'll do guest leads, and we will be joined at 9 this morning by Craig Breslow, the chief baseball officer of the Boston Red Sox. I have a lead left this morning, and yesterday the PGA suspended Tour champions Matt Gogol for betting on golf. And so I'm interested in Shime's take on this.
Cue the Nothing Burger comment.
Matt Gogol was suspended for 6 months for placing bets on PGA Tour events. He's a 55-year-old guy. He released a statement after his suspension in which he said he unknowingly placed small recreational wagers on golf in 2024 and 2025. He wants to make it clear that those wagers were not placed on regular PGA Tour events and no event or tournament in which he participated, and he just he would never knowingly violate the integrity of the game.
Right, the classic butt bet.
Of course.
Yes. What was his excuse for not knowing?
I don't know. He didn't read the fine print, or he's
temporary insanity.
Maybe it's technology. I mean,
So
he's
then what
55.
did he bet
maybe
on
he
then
doesn't.
that
He's unable to access the rules on wagering on PGA events on his phone, or I have no idea.
There was a period. I don't bet a lot. There was a period where I was a parlay princess, taking following my leader, Jermaine Wiggins.
That is
Have you stopped wagering as
well,
much?
football season's around the corner.
There you go.
Okay.
So I was doing it only during the NFL season.
Right, just Steelers.
You got a little bit out of control though on the wagering.
Yeah,
Yes.
well, once I could see how much money I could make, you
Yeah.
see that number go
Yes.
up, and you're
Kick
like,
it
I
up.
can do this.
Yes, yeah.
But you have to press like a million different buttons to say like, yes, this is what I want to bet. So I just don't understand. Even if you're 55, 55's not that old.
Yeah.
No, I mean Greg's older
I
than
don't.
that.
You know what I don't understand though? In the world of like individual sports, golf, boxing, tennis, why can't you bet on yourself to win?
Because when you don't bet on yourself, it signals to people that are betting that you don't think you're going to win.
That's a good question, though.
But if you
if you're only betting on yourself to win,
right? What's the
like
issue?
you don't want to allow guys to bet on themselves to lose.
But
'cause
who
then
would
they
do
can,
that, though?
But they can underperform.
Yeah, but I mean,
But that's what I just said.
Right, but
yeah,
right, but who would really bet on themselves to lose?
No,
right?
well,
And
people,
an
it happens all the time. Point
but-
shaving happens.
No,
when
no, no.
you-
But in an individual sport,
But I'm saying, so let's say I bet on myself to win in every fight, and then I'm entering another fight and I don't bet on myself.
Yep.
What do you think that's telling people that are wagering on that fight?
right? But if you bet on the other guy, I get it. But if you're just betting on yourself, like if you bet on the other guy, I get that element of it. The guy that you're fighting.
The prize money, the ability to win is deemed to be enough that once you get into bed with those types of endeavors, then it's usually not.
But who
gonna end
cares,
well.
though? I'm betting on myself. If it's an individual sport and I'm betting on myself, I get it in like a team sport, and I get it when it comes to parlays and things of that nature, points, those type of things.
Because then why would I bet on you if you don't think yourself that you can win when you don't bet on yourself?
Well, I know I get that element of it,
So
but
that's the element.
But then just don't bet on that guy, right? Just don't bet on that guy.
But that's
And
then
also,
nobody's
unless he
getting
makes
the whole.
it public, how does anybody know that he didn't bet on himself?
The people that take bets know.
Vegas, ever heard of them?
Yeah, but
That
they're
they
the ones.
know.
If
Yeah,
they're
that's
running the
inside
sports book,
information.
then they're not the ones betting. They're running the sports book.
You don't think sports books know who's betting?
No, I didn't. That's not what I said, Curtis. I'm saying the sports books might know, but that doesn't mean anything.
Exactly.
They're the ones taking the
Of
bets.
course,
They're
it
not
means
placing
something.
bets.
That's inside information.
I mean, it would change the way we watch sports a little bit. Like, it could be electric.
Right.
If you had a guy mid-game who was able, you could follow who he was betting on during an NBA game.
I would look at it like this. If
I would really change the game.
Like one of these golfers, right, that you guys follow, Brooks Koepka or something. If he didn't bet on himself, I would be like, oh, that's good. I'm not betting on him. Let me find somebody else in the field to bet on. But if he bet on himself, I would be like, oh, he must feel really good about this. I'm just saying in the individual sports to make
Wiggy likes no rules. I mean,
I'm all for it. I mean,
to make extra
why don't
money.
they make the live tour just the gambling tour?
Yeah, to make extra money.
Right, all for it.
I mean, like say say if you're if you're an underdog, like an extreme underdog, and you go, you know what, I feel good that I can win this event. I'm gonna lay down a few coins on myself, and then you win the event. Think about how much money you could make.
All right. Well, anyway, PGA Tour has suspended a golfer for wagering on PGA events, and he says it was just an innocent mistake. So
it happens to the best of us.
I mentioned this earlier, but we will talk to Craig Breslow at 9 this morning, and certainly get into, I guess, a little bit on what Roman Anthony said when speaking with Chris Cotillo, and we talked about it at the start of the show, but Roman Anthony has commented on a couple things. One is the, as Wiggy called them earlier, the gossip girls who were complaining because he liked to go out every once in a while. And then he's talked a little bit about the injury and the Red Sox diagnosis of, and
he had no choice. He was asked the question. He had to give his honest answer.
No, he's speaking his truth.
Curtis
That's
says,
all.
Who do you dislike more, Roman Anthony or Jarren Duran?
I don't dislike anybody. I dislike when people arrive and they're using their opportunity. They haven't even had an at bat yet back with the Red Sox after missing 6 months with a ring finger injury, and they're complaining about how they've been covered. Why don't you just hit the ball and everybody will like you?
Here's what Roman Anthony said about his lengthy absence from the ball club. I did everything I could. I thought I made that clear. I took all the injections I could as soon as I could. I tried to do everything to get back on the field. Unfortunately, maybe we pushed too hard. Every time I tried to do that, it may have set me back a little bit. But at the same time, I saw 3 outside doctors that told me this was a 3-month injury. After all, it took right about that much.
All right, what's wrong with that?
Well, he's saying that his outside doctors told him it was 3 months.
Right.
The inside doctors said nothing burger.
The Boston Red Sox said 10 days and set him up to be called soft by people like Curtis and other people.
Yeah, and that's why I think
that's a problem.
That is a major problem, and that's why I don't mind a guy living in his truth and going, okay, I'm going to get another opinion from here. And then those other opinions saying, hey, wait a second, they're telling you 10 days? Pump the brakes. It's going to be a lot longer than that because that's the narrative, right?
So you think the Red Sox did him dirty?
I think the athletic training staff for the Boston Red Sox clearly has botched this thing from day one, and there have been some other issues. And when your athletic training staff is botching issues when it comes to guys' injuries, that's a major problem because what do? Whether it's us painting the picture of this guy likes to be on the town or it's us painting the picture of him being soft. Right? That was the biggest thing. Curtis was like, oh, he's soft. It's just a ring finger. Well, he could be able to go out there and hit. Look at Durbin. He's got a broken hand. He's playing. Right. And so now
you do have to acknowledge that the small king of the North all he does is shoot that thing up and tape it up and go out there and
no,
Ricky, you played. I didn't. Okay, I'm sure there were teammates that were tough, and there were teammates that wouldn't play through things that other teammates played through.
But see, is
that an accurate depiction?
Yeah, but there's a difference.
So
no, there's a difference. That don't mean that the other guy who can't play through a specific injury is soft.
Right.
That just
if somebody's tough, it means somebody else isn't.
No. That just means that some guys, when it comes to their pain tolerance level, is different. Like we think of.
I think failure tolerance is different.
Why am I drawing a blank on Logan Mankins? Played through an ACL or whatever the hell it was. He played through. Some guys physically wouldn't be able to do that. Yeah. So are we then to say
Will Campbell played through his thing in the playoffs?
Right. Some guys wouldn't be able to
do
the
Seahawks.
So are we going to say that the guys who can't play through, like, are we going to call Brady soft because he didn't play through a torn ACL and Logan Mankins did?
Greg will probably make a T-shirt called Tommy Soft.
And this is where I think in the world of sports, that's why I never call a player soft because you don't know how a player is going to react to dealing with an injury.
You can't call players tough if you won't call other players soft. There's equal and opposite reaction.
But I don't say that guy's tougher than he is.
You just said Logan Mankins was tougher than
No,
other guys.
I said you. That's what you're saying. I'm saying Logan Mankins was able to play through something that somebody else might not have been able to play.
And how would you describe that?
That doesn't make him more tougher than the guy, and it doesn't make the guy soft. So you
wouldn't say Logan Mankins is tough?
He's a tough football player in the sense of the way he plays.
Right.
But he's able to deal with other things. Just because a guy can play through injuries, I was no tougher than anybody else, and I only missed one game in my whole NFL career.
But the issue with Roman Anthony has nothing to do whether he's tough or soft. It has to do
You
with
said he was soft.
Right. I'm talking about today. He's making these comments to Chris Cotillo. It is selfish.
Well, he's saying it because people like you have been calling him soft.
Right, and you can settle a score at the end of the season, and the only score that matters for Roman Anthony is he gets back and he hits. None of this, whatever he says to Chris Cotillo, whatever he says to anybody, will not change a single opinion of him.
Right, but in that moment, Curtis,
let me finish
he's a
freaking
human
thought.
being. You finish.
Oh, he's a human being. Let me write that down.
No.
Roman Anthony is not an alien.
You make it sound like if somebody asked you a question and people,
we've been over this a million times.
No.
I can ask questions. I don't give my honest opinion
when do you
about.
get asked questions? When have you done an interview?
A million times in my life.
When's the last time you've done an interview?
When a caller calls in and asks me a question
on the radio.
That's
not an interview. That's some caller calling in.
He just did a Q&A with Household Help Weekly. Talking about his service.
Let me paint the picture for him in a world that he can understand.
It was an erroneous Yelp review.
Let's say somebody in the sports media, Barrett Productions.
I was just last week by a guy from Defector sent me an email saying he's doing a long-form story on WEEI. I said, thanks, but no thanks.
I can set the dialogue for the city.
I'll send you the email I just got. I did an interview with SI's media columnist, Richard Dyke, for an hour. I was bombed.
If you do it, let's say you did an interview with Barrett Sports, and they said, hey, what happened with that whole thing where you got suspended? And people painted a picture about you in a negative
You're
light.
going there today?
No,
like,
and I'm
honest
saying,
to God, Wiggy, what is your problem?
And I'm saying you would probably
Why
live
would
in
you
your
bring
truth.
that up right now? In all
Because
sincerity.
you would live in your truth. You would say, no, people have painted this picture of me, which is
honest
wrong.
to God, F off.
I'll say it because Greg can't.
What?
Scheim does want a break.
Oh yeah.
No, but I'm saying
of all things.
But you're not hearing what I said. If people were saying things about you that were wrong,
it happens all the time.
But you in the interview would say that was wrong.
No, I
wouldn't.
You wouldn't just avoid the question if you felt like you were done
Aren't all
wrong.
these guys media trained? Bottom line.
No, just because they're
are.
media trained, that doesn't mean. Courtney, when somebody says something about you that isn't true, there are people that are not going to go, hey, you know what? I'm not going to say nothing. They're going to use that opportunity to say, I'm going to clear my name. And that's what I was trying to get to Curtis say. You would clear your name. You wouldn't just be like, yo, I'm not going to answer that.
Let's pause for just 2 minutes. Okay?
Okay.
All right.
He didn't get my ear. Scheim, you got to get in my ear.
All right, 2 minutes.
Courtney did it. Why do I also have to do it?
We are going to
You're the producer.
We're at Tuscan Village, and the sun is out here on a Thursday, which feels like a Friday. We're at the Sam Adams Pavilion in New Hampshire. We'll be right back. this morning. We'll get to They Said It shortly, and then the news with Courtney coming up at 8, and Craig Breslow will join us at 9. He is the chief baseball officer of the Boston Red Sox. Another series win for the Red Sox, although they lost last night. But now we can focus on the Yankees and the opportunity to gain a couple games, maybe, when it comes to the New York Yankees and that wild card. So it's, huge series.
I can't wait.
Like pivotal series at this point in the season for this Red Sox team.
I haven't been to the new. Have you guys been to the new Yankee Stadium?
No.
I heard it's not as
Griff, Courtney's mic is off.
Here we go.
Or I don't know what's going. Can you talk?
1, 2, 3, 4. There we go.
Yes,
Hey, we're back. I heard it's not as good as the old one. That's what I've heard. I've never been.
I agree. We used to be the best. Drive down, take the train from like New Haven, go to the old Yankee Stadium. Awesome trip. I cannot wait to watch it this weekend. I feel like this Friday night game is the swing game. If they win Friday, I think they win 3 out of 4, and they might leave there with a tie in the division.
What's your guess at where Trevor Story is come Friday night Yankee Stadium?
I think he will be in the dugout.
Okay, all right.
Unfortunately.
Okay.
I feel that they're paying him so much money. There's enough people that think Monasterio is not good enough defensively at shortstop. For some reason, they're going to bring him in. I don't know. It's the same. It's not the topic of what Roman was addressing. It's that other players are going to have to deal with that when it pertains to the chemistry of the team. That this young guy, that at least Wilson Contreras, according to Ken, said that they weren't big fans of the young guys making a big deal of themselves. So your re-entry into the clubhouse is that you are in this way, and Trevor Story's also coming in. You're interrupting something that had been just so good. I'm not saying it means Trevor Story's awful. It's just it was working.
Yeah.
And baseball, more than any other sport, is about getting into a rhythm and having things be repeated over and over again. And they've been so successful, more successful over this span than any team in the history of the franchise.
Yeah.
So why are you jeopardizing that, whatever it is?
Well, I think you're going to have to make room for him. You're going to have to send one of those marinara guys,
glue guys,
down. So whether it ends up being Tony Seagulls or Sogard or Mickey Gasper,
but that's what they're going to do, though.
I know, but that's going to. Curtis is suggesting that is going to screw with the chemistry.
I don't necessarily, because I look at baseball as kind of a different sport where it's like a lot of individual battles at the plate or on the mound. In the outfield, it's like an individual battle or in the infield if you're making a specific play. I think that they're going to look at it if Trevor Story, and this is what I can't wait to talk to Bresbot, is up and healthy and ready to go. I don't think he's sitting on the bench. Yeah, and from the way that they view him, I think he's going to be ready he's going to be right in that lineup.
Okay, but he couldn't hit AAA pitching 2 nights ago, and now you're going to throw him in at Yankee Stadium? Okay. I don't know.
And he's going to take the spot of guys that have been producing for you. Like, I think that's the hardest thing, that the hardest decision they're going to have to make.
Yeah. But I think
and you're fine with that.
Well, I'm not fine with it. I'm saying this is what I think they're going to do when they look at Trevor Story. And this is just my opinion, and we can ask Bresbot that. I don't think he'll tell us the truth. But when they look at Trevor Story, they think that Trevor Story is the better player than anybody else that they could put there.
Yeah.
Both offensively and defensively.
Although they were trying to find themselves a shortstop not so long ago.
Yeah, because for the long term. Yeah, and I agree with that. And I think they're trying to find a replacement and somebody for the long term. Trevor Story is not a long term guy, but if they're saying, okay, we weren't able to get that guy right now, if we have to choose between the guys that we have, whether it's Monasterio, Sogard, the guys that we have right now, we feel like Story gives us the best chance of being a better baseball team.
And I feel like with Roman Anthony, it makes more sense, especially after the injury to Yoshida, where it's a baseball move as much as anything. Whereas Trevor Story is contractual. Like, you're paying a guy this amount of money, so you're bringing him up. Like, I don't care. Nothing to do with what Roman says or does off the field. There was a hole that was created by the injury to Yoshida, and they expedited the return. Would you agree? that they were like, okay, now we really need to get this guy into Portland, figure out what we have, because this is going to be an issue.
But even for him, though, right, you're going to take a guy out of the lineup that is probably has shown has a better bat than Roman Anthony this year, because when Roman Anthony was playing, he wasn't doing anything.
I got a customer complaint, and I always respond to them immediately. You know that, Curtis.
Right.
That I didn't share the Roman Anthony comments to Chris Cotillo on being out in Boston and his reaction to that. So I'm going to do that quick, and then we'll get to they said it. But when he was asked about being seen out in Boston and being criticized for that, Roman Anthony said, I won't really talk on that because it's not even something that is relevant, and it hasn't been relevant in our clubhouse. It's never been a problem, and it's never really even been a thing. I prioritize getting to bed and doing everything I can to show up and give it all to my teammates and to the fans. I think when things aren't going your way and you're a 22-year-old kid that does anything other than just goes home and goes straight to bed, people have something to say.
And he nailed it.
And he's right about that.
He's right. He is right about that.
Because we painted that picture.
And I wasn't on air during the time that this was a main storyline, and I was saying to everybody that asked, you're 22 years old, you're an MLB player in Boston, give the kid a break. Like, what would you be doing if you? And that's why I say, if they were winning, this would not even be a story. He's not out like shirtless chugging beers in these videos or photos that surface, and there's not really that much out there. Like, to me, it was such a non-story to begin with because people just wanted the drama of it.
Yeah. But the narrative was already created.
Right.
Go ahead, Curtis.
The narrative doesn't matter if he's good. That's the only thing that matters.
It does matter. When I don't.
Mike Napoli still hasn't put his shirt on.
I don't get the world that you live in. When people are saying things about you that are not true, I don't get the world that you go, don't say anything. Don't live in your truth. Like, there are people who don't think like that.
You brought up something in the last segment that I have not given my honest opinion on the radio because it serves me no benefit.
I didn't say the radio.
But I'm saying, well, what's the difference, Chris Cotillo or the radio? What do you mean?
Oh, my God. You don't know the difference between an actual interview and just giving your opinion on the radio?
Interview, I would be not served by giving my opinion about the reality of the situation.
But, Curtis, if you
no matter how accurate it is, I have been wronged a million times in my life.
But listen to me.
It was taken out of context by somebody who wanted to end my career.
Curtis, just listen. But if you felt like what they were saying about you wasn't factual and it was wrong and it was lies, there are some people, I hate to say it, there are some people that live in this world that don't sit back and hold their tongue and just allow people to say things about them. When they're asked in a real interview, they give their real opinions.
You have real life experience with this.
When I was in Minnesota and there was the whole potty boat situation.
This is huge because you are about to acknowledge for the first time
What's
ever
that?
Being on the boat.
No. I said when I was in Minnesota, the picture,
what's the truth? Big tough guy.
I'm about to tell you.
Were you on the boat?
The picture that they painted of us.
Were you on the boat?
Of all these athletes that were having a good time, just like everybody else does in America when it comes to a bachelor party or anything of those things. Yeah. The picture that they painted about us was so fabricated. And so when I had the opportunity to speak to the media and when they asked questions, I wasn't holding my tongue and said,
you spoke your truth.
This is a lie.
Wait,
it wasn't a bunch of wild.
So were you on the boat?
It wasn't a bunch of wild people. You could Google it and find out.
I'm asking you. Why would I Google something when you're sitting right next to me?
Wikipedia does not list him.
It wasn't a bunch of wild dudes, but I was one of the leaders on the team, so it wasn't.
So you weren't on the boat.
It wasn't a bunch of wild dudes that were out there acting like they were crazy, doing all this, disrespecting people. Curtis, I'm from a world. If somebody's
so for the third time, were you on the boat?
Listen, if somebody's lying about me, I'm going to speak my truth.
Okay, so you were on the boat.
He did say one of the...
If I was lying, you would correct.
No.
He said
but I'm doing what you said. Why would I answer?
He said one of the deckhands had 2 giant life preservers. He did say that to me.
But the point that I was trying to make, Greg, is that the picture that people were painting
was not fair.
No.
Yeah. All right, we got to take a break. We're in New Hampshire this morning. Sun is out. Beautiful Thursday morning. Sam Adams Pavilion, Tuscan Village with Needham Bank, and we'll be right back.
Hi, I'm Jonathan.
They said it. It's time for
They said it. They said it.
They Said It.
They said it. They said it.
You know, some of these rats around here.
We scored 16 at Yankee Stadium. Suck on it.
Duval.
Humbly, one of the best basketball players in the world.
They Said It. On the Greg Hill Show.
They Said It is brought to you by Catches Law, and at Catches, they are ready to stand beside you during your toughest moments. So if you've been hurt at work or hurt at a business and you need help, reach out to Catches. Just go to catcheslaw.com. That's Catches with a K at catcheslaw.com. All right, when it comes to what was said yesterday and everybody's thoughts on that, Shime, where should we start today?
Well, Greg, I think we have to start with Jaylen Brown. He spoke, I believe it was on a podcast, talking about how when he first came to the Boston Celtics, some of the veterans on the team, well, they didn't really like him. Here was Jaylen Brown.
Those were two of my vets from when I was first year. Joe Green, it was a lot of wing players when I first got here. So a lot of us were competing, for minutes and stuff like that. But Joe Green, instead, some of those other guys, they didn't really they acted like they was helping me, but they really wasn't, because I was taking their. Mm-hmm. Joe Green actually really helped me. He was like, "You got a chance to be great. Don't listen to these other dudes, man. Come out here and be the best you can be." Da 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 da. And just those little bit of words, just was encouraging, and I hung on to this day. So Joe Green, and then Jonas as well.
So some of those other guys acted like they liked him, but they didn't actually help him because he was taking their minutes.
Yeah, seen that. I seen him. I forget who it was that played for the Celtics. Might have been Jeff Teague, and was he was cooking them in practice.
Yeah.
So I get it.
I think he's also giving props to guys that were nice to him. I think that it's equal opportunity for Jaylen Brown, and I stand with him.
Okay. All right.
No issue with that.
Gerald Green, I forgot about that.
Yeah, Gerald Green, high flyer.
Yeah.
But I mean, there are always going to be players like that, and I'm when you look at Jaylen Brown, like I said, I think Jaylen Brown's a good basketball player. I'm obviously a Tatum guy, but good for him for being yo, these dudes, they didn't welcome me here. And I get it. They're probably man, this dude's here to take my job.
Wait, so I mean, did it happen to you? Did when you were young, when you were coming up, did Russ Francis give you the cold shoulder? Or what's
No, it never happened to me, because remember, I wasn't drafted high enough to be able to put fear in people saying, "Oh, this guy's here to take my job." When you're the number 3 overall pick, I think there are a lot of people in that room going, "Uh-oh, my job is not safe."
Isn't this ironic, though, from a guy that was happier when he didn't have a better player around him? Yeah,
but it plays into Jaylen Brown's entire thing. He feels like he was disrespected in the Celtics organization from jump. He was booed when he got drafted. Then he gets here. He's
but
got
how's
better
he going to feel in Philly?
Oh, I mean, hopefully better. I
think Tyrese Maxey is the type of player where he doesn't really need to be viewed as "Oh, I'm the guy, where I think Jason Tatum needs more of that. So Jaylen Brown will kind of be in a situation where, Tyrese is not going to be the biggest issue for him. And I told you.
You don't think LeBron is either?
No.
On the court, which I think
off
is
the
wild.
court is the only thing that LeBron's going to worry about.
LeBron's only going to care about off the court and then just trying to win a championship. On the court, it's going to be Tyrese Maxey, Jaylen Brown, and then probably VJ Edgecombe, and you sprinkle a little bit of LeBron in there. I don't even know.
Joel Embiid, if he's healthy.
Yeah, if he's healthy. He's he's basically cherry on top.
Right.
This is Joe from Lowell. Joe, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
What's up? Hey,
as far as Jaylen Brown goes, disrespect me and slap me in my face for half the money he got.
Yeah.
Well, Anthony, let's just talk the facts. Let's speak facts. Let's not talk about whether he was out and about or wasn't. Out of the lineup for 3 months. Something was going on where the Red Sox shipped him off into exile down to Fort Myers. They traded Marcelo Meyer. He is now on his way back to the team. Those are the facts. Do with them what you may, Wiggy.
Yep. I already told you what I did with them. The reason why I think they shipped him down there is because they know out of sight, out of people's minds. He was in Fort Myers for how long? And we didn't hear a peep, see a picture, anything of Roman Anthony. If he was still in Boston, Like he said, you can't go anywhere with somebody pulling out a camera going.
So where was he in Portland? I don't see any pictures of him.
That's what I'm saying. Out of sight, out of mind.
Well, Portland's all Red Sox fans. Why wouldn't there be Sox fans saying he's on 4th
it's not
Street?
Boston. It's not Boston, right? Out of sight, out of mind. That's what they did. He might have looked at it as a punishment, but they're like, dude, with you around, there's too many questions about whether you're soft, what's going on with you off the field, are you partying all the time? We are shipping your ass to Fort Myers for your benefit.
Do you think it was a? I know we talked about this yesterday a lot. Do you think it was he was punished?
I think he took it as a punishment.
Right. You don't think that was their intention, though?
Nope. I think it was.
You think they wanted to help him and say, we're going to send you down there,
right?
And nobody will be taking pictures of you when you're at Strega.
And we didn't even talk about it. Like, when did we? All we did is talked about, like, when's he coming back? Nobody knows. But it was like never. When
Curtis,
he was here, it was constant.
You think clear punishment?
If it was out of sight, out of mind, why'd they tell us where he was staying?
What does that mean?
Yeah.
Because we knew he was in Fort Myers.
There's a lot of hotels in Fort Myers. I've stayed at most of them.
Yeah, but what does that mean? So if they don't tell us where he's...
Well, Curtis is saying they went out of their way to say to us that he was at the Homewood Suites.
Yeah.
That's a punishment.
He's an MLB player, Wiggy.
Give me a break,
what does that
dude.
mean?
Now, for me, I love Homewood Suites.
I would stay there forever.
I have. I'm in their bonus club.
Well,
I'm a gold.
But Ken gets
I'm
your
a gold
points.
member
Right.
at home.
Ken
gets the points.
Ken
He has
gets
the penthouse.
points. Yeah. And I just want to say the difference.
You think he was punished?
100%.
You think it was a clear punishment?
Clear as day.
Yeah.
And whether I don't think that Roman Anthony was doing anything crazy, going out all hours of the night. Like, I think that it was
So why punish him?
Because of what it was bringing to the team, the negativity it was bringing to the team, and they weren't winning.
So
your buddy Bean Shooter showed us the receipts that he was already nervous about this in April when nobody was talking about it.
And I don't think that he would have been nervous if it wasn't brought to his attention, like, hey, you got to lay low.
So lay low. So out of sight, out of mind.
Right, a punishment.
But that
Wiggy,
doesn't mean a
getting
punishment.
sent to Fort Myers in July? It's hell on earth.
Yeah. Right, but
it's 105 degrees, and the only place to go was Twin Peaks, and they closed that.
You just said they sent him down there because they wanted him to get away from all the negative stuff that people were saying about him.
Right.
So that's not a punishment.
No,
it is a punishment. That is a punishment.
A punishment is when you do something and then you get in trouble for that. But you said you don't believe he did anything.
Me personally, I don't think that it was an issue. I think the Red Sox organization viewed it as an issue. They were losing, and Roman Anthony was in headlines every other day on every radio show being told that he was a partier and couldn't stay inside.
Right. So why not move him to a place where he's out of sight, out of mind?
Send him to Worcester.
Courtney.
He was just in Portland. He was outside out of mind.
They sent him to Fort Myers, and we never heard about it. So he might have took it as a punishment, but as from a team perspective, they looked at it and goes, there's too much around this Roman Anthony kid with all this negative stuff. We are going to put him in a place where no one's going to care. And that's what happened.
You are suggesting, and you've lived it, that he has been wrongly accused. That
of course.
He's been designated as the guy who has a lampshade on his head.
Yes.
And that's not him. So you're saying he's been wrongly accused as a party animal.
Have you ever partied with Roman Anthony till 3 a.m?
I have. I signed an NDA.
I've never done that. And other than a few things that we might have saw because people put up, right? Whether, like I told you, we painted this narrative of him before he even got hurt.
All right, we got to take a break.
Just one thing.
Yes.
I got to get it in before the break. Major difference between Joe and Shime. Shime pays people to get slapped in the face and disrespected.
That is true.
So,
yes, that is true.
Massive difference.
Yes, that is true.
Both from
All
Lowell.
right. We are in New Hampshire on a beautiful Thursday morning. Yes, there you go. You're alive. We're at the Sam Adams Pavilion at Tuscan Village with Needham Bank, and we will be right back.
If you are in the market for a...
first end of summer road show in New Hampshire. We are at Tuscan Village in Salem, New Hampshire, with Needham Bank and a whole bunch of you who are out here today. Thank you for that. We're at the Sam Adams Pavilion. Couple quick calls before we finish up with They Said It, and this one is from Kevin. Kevin, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
What's up?
Hey, just something to throw out there, and I don't want to start any rumors or get anything because I don't want to put a bad name on them. But think about it.
That's
The kid got
exactly
shipped
what
out
you're
to Florida.
exactly what you're doing is starting rumors. But go ahead.
Well, think about it, and let's hope that if it is true, I would say if it is true, let's hope it works. But I hope it's not. But you ship him down to Florida, we don't hear about him. We talk about like every day about how he has a partying problem. And then all of a sudden we don't hear from him, and he's down there. Is it possible he might have got sent down to rehab, and then his drinking buddy got sent away?
Get lost. Hey, that's ridiculous.
Absurd.
That's ridiculous.
God in heaven.
This is what
This is what I'm saying, though. This is the narrative. People will take a narrative, and then they might hear something, but then they're going to say, oh, could it really be this? Could it really be that? Does he have a sex addiction? They'll go to the weirdest
is he in a running club?
Is he in a running club? Right. Forget about it. If he is in a running club, he's definitely got,
banging everything.
Yeah,
if
he's
Roman
definitely banging
Anthony was
everything.
out in Southie every night, one of us on this panel would know.
Yes.
Like
correct.
your son lives in South Boston.
Yes, he does.
Your daughter lives in East Boston. They are out.
Yes.
I'm
heard
never
that I live in South. You didn't reference me that I live there because I don't work in those circles.
They're out in them streets.
Yes.
Brees and Julia. They never see him out.
Never. And before I moved, I was out in Southie a lot.
Yeah.
And you never saw him.
No.
But here's my question about what he said, just quickly. If he doesn't have this conversation, and I understand, Wiggy, you make good points about clearing your name and wanting to defend yourself. I'm not disputing that. We are not talking about it today. We're talking about the Yankees tomorrow night. We're talking about a 4-game set, and what can Roman Anthony do? The fact that he brought these up, even though he was asked, brings it back, and other people are going to be talking about it. Because if Roman Anthony hits this weekend, he could be hitting on everybody in New York and Boston for the rest of his life. Nobody will give a damn. And if he doesn't, that's what we'll talk about.
I think he's going to hit this weekend big.
I think he's going to have a couple bombs.
I'm expecting big things.
I am too. I really am. I think he's going to have an awesome weekend. It will be the Roman Anthony return. Yeah. Roman Anthony back in the Bronx. Yeah. And the Red Sox win the series thanks to him.
All right, Shime, what's next when it comes to They Said It?
Well, speaking of the Boston Red Sox, Greg, Chad Tracy spoke after the game and talked about why the Sox lost to the Marlins.
Yeah, I mean, we had some sloppy play, obviously. When you get them in positions where they can play their game, which we kept at bay for the most part, but they like to start running and things like that. Obviously, some of those errors were on throws. Made one late, but obviously it contributed to a degree to the runs. But at the end of the day, we didn't score either, so that was part of it as well.
I had a discussion last night with Red Sox savant, no offense, Bruce Mittman, asking me why he didn't save Sonny Gray for the weekend. But I'm sure it's rotation is the rotation thing.
Sonny strikes me as a guy that gets into a rhythm kind of guy that if he misses if he's a day late, a day early, it may bother him. Also, the bullpen was taxed the last couple nights. They had the 13-inning game, the second game of the series. First game of the series, Jake Bennett, I think, went like 5 innings. So,
and then you got a doubleheader.
You got a doubleheader Saturday. You got a day off. Get everybody back into line and figure it out Friday night.
And for them, they probably I think you said this yesterday, Greg. They're probably looking at it. Yeah, we'd love to sweep, but if we can split, that to them is the most important thing. You know what I mean? So I think when you start to kind of look at, and obviously they're in a great position where they can overtake the Yankees, but they don't probably want to put somebody in a position where there could be an injury this late in the season heading into the postseason.
Yeah. All right. What else, Shime?
That'll do it today for They Said It, Greg.
All right.
Shime?
Yes.
We only had like 2 audio cuts.
We're up against it.
No, we're not, though. We're not up against
not.
it.
Oh.
Got 2 more minutes.
Shime, we covered this previously.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
I'm going to go back under the table.
It's got to have 5 to 7 cuts ready to go at all times, Shime.
I mean, okay, you know what? Okay, Greg, I got you. Here you go.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think there's we have a carpenter listening and the guy shows up with 1 nail on the job site this morning?
Never.
Man,
probably not.
And I was going to
I
send.
would say, you think the guy, you think his toolbox has one tool in it?
It's probably my fault too, because I was going to send them a Jason Tatum with his top 5 rappers that he had for a starting lineup, but I was like, would he play that? And they said it.
I think he probably would have.
My bad, Sean.
I would assume that he would have. All right. Shime, thank you. That is They Said It. We are in New Hampshire this morning, and we are at Tuscan Village, which is awesome.
Beautiful. I could live here.
Yeah. Last night it was crazy here. People hanging out, having fun outside. It's
great
awesome.
shopping.
Awesome place to go. And if you haven't been here, make the trip up. We're going to take a quick break. By quick, I mean 2 minutes, and we will be right back on the Greg Hill Show at WEEI. We're back at Tuscan Village, Salem, New Hampshire, with Needham Bank. We actually have a couple hosts. Not only did Needham Bank invite us up here, but a guy who's with us right now, Joe Farrow, invited us up here. Good morning, Joe.
Good morning, Greg.
Thanks for having us here.
Oh, my God. It's a pleasure. Thank you for doing this.
Give him a round of applause. He invented this, created this whole place right here. It's awesome up here.
Thank you very much.
This used to be Rockingham Park.
This was the Rockingham Park.
Brag of the week, my grandfather had a racehorse.
You're kidding.
Yes, and so when I was a young fella, every once in a while we would roll up here and watch his horse, who never ever won anything at all.
We should put a statue up of your grandfather's horse.
We should. There's a statue.
We'll put you on the top of it. Were you the jockey?
A little big. I think that maybe that might be why they never won. But there's a statue here of Seabiscuit.
There is.
Why is that?
Seabiscuit ran at the Rock in 1935.
Oh.
Actually, yes. Did not win, actually, but ran at the Rock in 1935. And a lot of amazing horses came through here over years and years and years. Founded in 1906.
Yeah.
Last live race, I believe, was in the year 2000.
Pretty good film.
Wow.
Pretty good film, Seabiscuit.
Excellent. Yeah. Were you here for that race?
I was not in 1935. No, I was not. But when did you create the first Tuscan Kitchen?
So the first Tuscan Kitchen was created in 2010, actually Veterans Day, and we practiced on like 2,000 veterans, right? So we said, hey, come on in, and but it closed every Veterans Day from that moment forward, and we fed like 35,000 veterans to keep that tradition alive.
You
and then
have since you started.
We have every Veterans Day. We are closed, and we feed veterans and their families. It's awesome.
That's awesome. So, and how many do you have? Yeah, that's awesome.
We have 11 restaurants. I think we've fed 35,000 people since we've opened.
That's awesome. And so the Wiggy's hoping that you brought some chicken parm.
Ooh. Thank you for exposing that secret. It may or may not have been a chicken parm sighting.
Okay.
All right.
I know you're quite a chicken parm aficionado.
Who doesn't love a good chicken parmesan? Good chicken
He's
parm.
Boston boy.
Yes.
He's Boston boy.
Chicken parm. I'm going to move out here, though.
You should.
Think I can get a discount, though? This place is nice.
I got a spot for you.
Oh, really?
Oh,
okay.
we have a special deal for you,
okay,
too. Wait till you see it.
You will see me all over here then walking around.
He likes hot tub.
Yes.
Do you have
strong jets?
Do the condos here? Do they have hot tubs?
Yeah, we have a hot tub. Absolutely.
And he likes a bidet.
Yeah.
Oh,
but I can bring my own
information. But
yeah.
We have a hose. Actually, you can just do that.
I have my own bidet attachment, so I can bring my own.
Travels with it.
But everybody knows I love New Hampshire, Joe. So I would live here in 2 seconds.
Live free or die.
That's it.
We had, speaking of food, we had a dish last night.
Yes.
That was lobster gnocchi. Am I saying that right? You're Italian.
Lobster gnocchi, yeah.
Gnocchi.
Yep.
The lobster gnocchi. And it was to die for. So
thank you very much.
Great job by your chef
they do a great
and
job.
everybody
We're
here.
very proud of them. Thank you.
All right. So we got chicken parm coming for Wiggy.
We do.
I can't wait.
It's a breakfast of champions. He is a champion.
That is true.
And that is breakfast.
Breakfast, lunch, dinner, and late night snacks.
Yeah. And so up here, you got all kinds of great stores, and you're working on more, right?
We are.
Yeah.
We
awesome.
are.
Everything is brand new.
Yeah. In the wedding venue.
We started in 2016, and we've been going ever since. We built about 4 million, just under 4 million square feet.
Wow. That's awesome. Well, great. You did a great job.
Would you give Greg a discount if maybe there was a wedding on his horizon?
No, I don't know.
You never know.
I don't
like that. It's beautiful right there.
What is going?
It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous.
Greg and I go back a long, long way.
Yes.
And
Yes,
we
we
will
will.
take good care.
You will. Okay, good to know. Good to know.
Very good care of the
That's
family.
great.
Perhaps someday. I don't know. That
Someday could be soon.
I don't know that you need to be rushing it.
This is
Congratulations,
the on-the-spot
Greg.
part of the program. Is that what this
What's
is?
that? What?
The
Congratulations.
on-the-spot part of the program.
We're right near Springers. We can get it all done today.
Let's do it.
Oh, hold on.
Okay.
I didn't know this is coming for Wiki right
Saved
now.
by the bell,
Chicken
Greg.
parmesan. Yes.
Wow.
Oh,
All
okay.
right, look at this. Now, this is going to cause a problem.
This is a huge
Oh, that
problem.
smells
This
good.
looks awesome.
That
Thank you
smells-
so much.
Goodness.
Smells like my nannies when I was growing up. But it smell a good manja.
On Sunday, right?
Hey, Wiggy,
Yeah.
On
Wiggy,
Sunday.
You see Greg? You
thank
see
you.
Greg's salad?
Look at how beautiful.
Oh
So
yeah.
for-
Give me the parmesan.
Look at the cheese on
Homemade
top.
burrata, right? And over San Marzano tomato sauce.
Wow.
Pan fried chicken parm, extra virgin olive oil.
I want to show this to
Beautiful.
Twitch and YouTube because they're probably hungry.
That's
So
good. No, that's good. Thank
let me ask you about this. The burrata.
Thank you.
A lot of places don't do the burrata on the top of the chicken parm. Why do you guys do that?
I love it because when you cut it open, it's got that kind of almost ricotta kind of mozzarella inside that you open it. It's very creamy. So it's a nice complement to the tomato sauce and the chicken parm.
So we got the cheese that's being shaved on top.
Parmigiano Reggiano.
Can I say one thing?
You can say anything.
It's your show, Bug.
When it comes to the service, that particular service, whatever you call it, routine or at a restaurant.
Absolutely.
they should just. It should not be on you to say no, because I don't want to say no, but I feel an odd so they start shaving.
Yes.
I want it to go for like 20 minutes.
Just keep going.
But I feel like I have to say no after a minute. Like, I think
Why?
they should just, huh?
Why do you have to say no?
I'm trying to watch my weight. I don't want too much cheese on
Don't
top.
try too
You were,
hard.
you were really trying to tell her
Which
enough.
way are you
Enough.
watching it?
I feel like I'm going to be. I feel like I'm going to be accused of being cheese greedy.
No.
It's
It's your time, Greg.
Yeah.
When they start shaving Parmigiano for you, that's your time.
Yeah. Okay.
That is as good a chicken parm as I've ever had in my life.
Is it?
Yeah, wait,
Unbelievable.
the breading. It's all about the breading on a good chicken cutlet.
Oh, so good.
Okay.
And the breading is nice and crispy.
And that burrata's awesome.
What do you give it? 1 to 10 scale.
Let me see. That is good.
What? 9?
I'd give this a 10.
Ah.
Solid.
Okay. There you
Solid.
go. All right.
And I don't even, generally I have the ziti to go with it, but I don't even need the ziti.
Yeah.
And
That could be arranged.
And the thing about it, though, that what
I'm
really,
not going to make an issue of it.
No. What I like is the chicken cutlet is big.
Yeah.
So that's like,
Tender.
Yeah, in some places you eat the small cutlets.
No, you need a full cutlet.
And then do some people put the salt on top, or did Greg just request that? There's a whole thing of salt right here.
Oh, yeah. No, I didn't.
No, I don't know. It's that sea salt. So
Yeah.
maybe if you want to
Oh,
put
a
another
little
little
pinch?
sprinkle, you
Bam.
could do
No,
that.
No
Greg,
salt.
Greg
No
travels with that.
No,
Yeah.
no salt.
That
for me.
is delicious.
No salt for me. All right.
Stiz!
What is the key? Because I want to inform the audience.
Of course.
What is the key to making great gravy?
So everybody calls it something different, right?
Yeah.
And
What do you
so
call it?
We call it, believe it or not, we call it Sunday sauce. So the gravy actually is all of the juices from the meat in the tomato sauce, and you basically you braise the meats,
How
the
many
sausage.
meats? How many meats?
So we do sausage, chicken thighs, meatballs, and some braised beef. Sear it, put it in the sauce, and that's why like Wiggy and I would fly by all day Sunday with the bread into
Dip
the
it.
sauce.
Yeah.
Remember Wiggy?
Yep.
Into the sauce.
Sop it up.
And it was just, my grandmother would do it. It would take all day, right? But it then when you ate it, you could tell how much love was put into it all day.
Yeah.
That was the whole
That's
thing.
where the meatball sandwich came from with the scally bread.
It is.
When my grandma would make the meatballs, I'd get the meatball and put
Yes.
a half
Right,
on
so
a
he's
scally
saying-
bread.
Right. You
Wait,
claiming
fold it over.
Jermaine, which bakery? Which bakery?
I would go. We went to Lolly's Bakery, which was in East Boston.
Of course.
To get you had to get the perfect scally bread.
Oh, yeah.
And then some people like different spuckies, whatever. But if I was in a rush, on the scally bread, fold it up, boom, out the door, and I was good to go.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you're now claiming you invented the meatball
No,
sandwich,
I didn't.
right?
He's like the Bobby Valentine of the
But,
meatball
and
stuff.
Joe will tell you, meatballs are the hardest thing to make
I learned
because
that.
they're very difficult, and you'll know like a good meatball once you
I
dive
gotta tell
into
you,
it.
no offense, I make a great turkey meatball.
I don't like
Come
that.
on.
Honestly, go
We'll
home.
have to license it back to you.
It's unbelievable.
For every turkey meatball, 2 cents. All my deals go through Jermaine, by the way, so you have to talk to him.
Yeah. All right. Well, listen, you're
Thank
awesome. You're
Thank
awesome
you.
to have
God
us here.
bless you guys.
Let's hear it for Joe. He's our host.
Thank you for having us. It's beautiful.
This is so good.
You can not only can you shop here, you can live here.
You can.
How affordable places? What do you got? Condos?
We have condos. We have places for sale. We have places for rent. I have a beautiful hotel in the Artisan Hotel right here.
Awesome hotel.
It's a very fun place to be. Very fun. Always something happening.
All right, Joe. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having us.
Okay.
Thank you.
All
Enjoy.
right. That is Joe Farrow, and we are up here at Tuscan Village, Salem, New Hampshire. And let's get started with Courtney in today's news.
It's time for
Wondering if you heard Chuck Schumer kind of pass gas. It sounded like he passed gas when he was up there.
Yeah, I wasn't sure I think he'd just been to Taco Bell.
the news.
Is it relatable to you?
No, because everybody says, oh, you can eat that, it's organic. I said, well, dadgum horse manure is organic, I don't eat it.
With your host, Courtney Cox.
Arriba.
Sponsored by Northeast Men's Health, the experts in treating men's sexual health issues with 7 New England locations. Learn more at northeastmenshealth.com on WEEI.
It's really not right to eat in front of the Twitch and YouTube people and these fine people here, but that is extraordinary.
It's extraordinary.
It's really, really good chicken parm.
Everything is great. You know what the best part?
What?
The sauce.
Oh, see, I like the burrata.
Me too.
Like I like that.
I was not insulting the burrata.
Yeah, but
Fresh burrata.
Yeah.
And can I also say, I wish I had said something to Joe, because very cool thing about Tuscan Village, I know we don't want to think about winter yet, but around Christmas time, they've got the Christmas market, and it is spectacular, as Wiggy would say. That's where my mom likes to come, so we like to do that around Christmas time. It's
Awesome.
If you haven't been, you got to go.
All right. Well, what do you want to start with news-wise?
During the show yesterday, a flash flood in Nepal has left at least 270 dead. Now, I saw the video while we were on air yesterday, and I had to make sure it wasn't AI.
It's nuts.
It is the most terrifying video I've seen in quite a bit of time. Over 800 people are unaccounted for. That 800 includes 644 tourists, 65 Americans. Rescuers are also watching for additional landslides and flooding in the coming days. I believe Mitch is showing the video of what it looked like for those watching on Twitch and YouTube right now.
Absolutely terrifying.
Terrifying. There was also a scary incident at Goat Island in Newport on Tuesday that left one officer dead and, one officer shot and the suspect dead. The harbor master was alerted by a private party out of New Jersey to keep their eye out for a stolen boat. The harbor master then found a boat that matched the description in the harbor. 4 officers approached the boat with 3 members of the harbor master's office to investigate. As they came alongside the boat, they were met with a man on the bow who fled below deck and armed himself with a firearm.
In Newport, of all places?
In Newport, Rhode Island.
Oh, my Lord.
Yeah, shots were then fired. All officers who fired their weapon have been placed on administrative leave pending the outcome of an investigation, which is protocol. But, of course, like I said, the suspect is dead. One officer was shot, is expected to be okay.
Speaking of bonus road shows, we will be in Newport again this fall.
Oh, awesome.
For Audrain Motor Week.
Oh, I love that.
Oh, yeah, that'll be classic.
We will be back down there in a month or so.
That's one of my favorite trips.
Same.
Yeah. Okay.
A scary moment on a flight from LA to Boston on Tuesday when a Delta captain alerted the tower that he was feeling sick and needed to get to a hospital. So the flight was diverted, made an emergency landing at Detroit Airport where the captain was taken off the plane and taken to a hospital. Another crew took over and the flight continued to Boston. But we can hear what it sounded like with air traffic control, the transmission via VZ.
Metro Tower, Delta 437, emergency aircraft, visual 22 left. Clear to land, 22 left. Alpha 10 is the gate, this is the captain. I'm the one that's ill. I'm going to taxi the jet to the gate, and then I need to go to the hospital.
Oh, my God.
It's really scary.
Where was the co-pilot?
I'm assuming they still have 2 pilots on the...
Right.
Yes, yeah, I would imagine. But
you never know with budget cuts.
Right.
Like
That's true.
I think they still have 2 captains, but I do think you need, if one of the captains needs to go to a hospital, obviously.
No, I mean, like, why wouldn't the co-pilot be the one communicating with the air traffic control?
Flying and landing the plane.
guy sounded like he was ready to puke.
He had the explosive doo-doo.
I think it was worse than that. I don't think it was the bubble.
I mean, some bubble guts will paralyze you right there.
That is true.
You better be.
Like
Imagine
we're
having to
eating.
land on a plane and you got bubble guts on.
Turbulence.
We
That
are all
was not
screwed.
good.
Yeah.
All right. We got to take a quick break. We'll continue with the rest of the news with Courtney in 2 minutes from Salem, New Hampshire. On a Thursday at Tuscan Village, Sam Adams Pavilion. We will be with Needham Bank. We will be right back. this morning in a little over half an hour. Craig Breslow, the chief baseball officer of the Boston Red Sox, after another series win for this team, lost last night. But in the meantime, I want to thank Needham Bank for inviting us up here. They got a new branch here, and they do an awful lot with the Greg Hill Foundation and do an awful lot with our show. And they wanted to do something for the listeners here. So we are going to give one of these lucky individuals over here an opportunity to leave today with $10,000.
Wow.
So you see these money bags down here? Normally that's what we call Curtis and his dad money bags, but
or my dad.
So we've got these qualifiers here, and so we like to, when you come out, you're loyal to the radio station. Come out, you guys come out when we do these shows. We always want to try to find a way to reward somebody. Courtney's going to be our Vanna White and pick one of these people.
Don't mess this up.
Who is going to take the chance at winning $10,000 right now?
All right, good luck, everybody.
And then the Sam Adams are on them for all of us.
Why does it say Brooks DeTore?
Yeah. Don't pick your own name,
okay.
Courtney.
All right, do I open it?
Yes, open it right up, and let's figure out who that is.
This is going to Kyle Charette.
All right, Kyle, where are you? Kyle, give Kyle a round of applause.
Wow.
All right, Kyle.
Congratulations.
So, Kyle, let's if we can, let's meet and say hello to Kyle. How you doing, Kyle?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Where are you from?
I am from Methuen. I live in Havel right now.
Awesome. What do you do?
So I was working at an Italian market similar to Tuscan, but it was in Methuen called Borelli's.
Yes.
I was just recently laid off a couple months ago, so
hold
now
on.
I'm going
We got to get you a job.
Joe.
You want us to get you a job?
I'd love that.
All right, we'll get you a job
Yes,
either
we
here
will.
or somewhere else. Somebody listening will give you a job.
No, I'm actually going to tractor trailer school now. So.
Ooh,
All right.
awesome.
Smart right there.
Which one are you going to?
It's Nets out of Haverhill,
well,
New England Tractor Trailer School.
I happen to be very close with Sam, who runs that whole place over there. I can move you right up to the top of the class.
All right, I
Get
appreciate
you a
that.
good grade. I'll talk to my good friend Sam about that. All right. So the way this works is he is going to select 2 money bags. Okay, and they have to be winning money bags in order to win the $10,000. Are we allowed to help him, and is the audience allowed to help him when it comes to which money bags he picks?
They can help, but it's his decision.
Okay, it's your decision.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Let's do it.
So take a look at those money bags. You are going to select 2 of them. How would you – this is $10,000 that you might win. How are you going to pick the money bags? This could change your life.
I need some help.
Yeah, okay. All right, so this is like one of those game shows where people are shouting out the
I don't.
Both sides.
It's like The Price is Right.
Oh,
I don't.
Go with your
Lower,
gut.
lower,
my
higher.
anxiety is.
There is one person on the planet who was designed for this game, finding money where others couldn't see it. Courtney, which bag?
Yeah.
Go with your gut. Always.
Like,
All right.
I would probably start middle and then work your way out, but I don't know.
Middle and work your way out. Wiggy, what would your
I would say it would be whichever 2 bags are talking to me. Go with those 2 bags. Don't be thinking. Don't be trying to figure it out. You'll
Follow
know
your
which
gut.
ones are talking to you.
All right, Kyle, which 2 are talking to you right now?
I think we're going with this one right here.
Okay.
Love
all
it.
right. That's okay. And then you don't open it yet. And then you got to pick your second one. This is tough because the whole entire $10,000 rests on these 2 picks right here, Kyle.
I feel like the furthest away.
Farthest away.
Like the
top.
far right or upper right.
I feel like that.
But it's his decision.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. It's
I'm
his
not
decision.
saying anything. I'm usually wrong.
Okay, he selected the 2
Oh,
bags.
gosh. I'm sweating.
Carolyn, Carolyn is our vice president of contests and other things. Carolyn,
Greg is too, but that was before.
Does he open those up right now? Okay, Kyle.
Let's go, Kyle.
Let's
go, Kyle.
Drum roll.
Let's go. All right, open it up, and you have to tell us what the first one says.
It says. What are we? Oh, I have to open that.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
God.
double.
Do like 97 envelope thing. All right, you have to open up this hermetically sealed envelope.
That's double E.
You have to put a mask on.
You have to put a mask on. It says you want a trip to a trailer park with the owner of the San Francisco 49ers.
God in heaven.
Okay. Read it.
You found one of the 2 winning grand
Okay.
prize certificates.
Okay.
Oh my God. God.
Wow.
Oh, my God.
You're halfway there.
All right.
Oh, my God.
You're halfway
Oh,
there.
my God. Okay,
Wow.
so $10,000 is one bag away.
Oh my God.
That's what Courtney used to say when she was dating athletes.
Right.
Hilarious. Hilarious. Not about me. It's about Kyle.
All right, Kyle.
Is that why we're doing this?
Yeah.
You have that ready to go?
Take the $5,000 and run. All right, let's
Not how
open
it works.
this. Let's open this second one up.
Look at how nervous
All right.
Courtney is.
Well, look how nervous.
Let's
Kyle
go.
is.
Come on, Kyle.
Come on,
Let's
Kyle.
I get why Kyle's nervous.
We get a full round.
Wow.
We all get a Sam Adams or whatever we
love it.
want. If
Let's
we-
Okay.
go, big
All
dog.
right, open that baby
Kyle.
up. All right, open that baby up. $10,000 on the line.
Money,
right
money,
now.
money, money, money.
And Kyle is opening it up for those who are not watching on Twitch or on YouTube.
This is not a grand prize winning certificate.
Ah, no whammies, no whammies, no.
Oh,
sorry.
I'm sorry, Kyle.
He's halfway there.
But I think we have some gift cards for him, and so we got a whole gift card package for you. So
Cool.
thank you, Kyle.
Man, he
Thank
was
you
almost
guys.
Good
I
job,
appreciate
Kyle.
Way to
you.
go.
Man.
Way to go. Now, is Wiki allowed to go down there and try to win the $10,000? Yes, he is. Okay, we'll do that. We'll do that. During,
I would have took the
during-
first 5 and
during
booked
a
it.
quick break.
That's not how that works.
Yeah. All right. Kyle, thank you for
We have
listening to the
lawyers.
show. Thank you.
Guys,
Thank
I appreciate you. You guys are truly the perfect start to every morning.
All right, Kyle,
Kyle.
thank you very much.
Kyle,
We appreciate
thank you.
that.
Good luck
Thank
with
you.
everything.
Thank
Yes.
you, Kyle.
Thank you, guys.
All
Where's
right.
Joe?
What?
I love Kyle.
Really?
Man, he was almost there.
Did you miss being out at road shows
I did.
while you were mommying?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
You're kind of the road show queen.
Well, I just love them. I love
And
meeting
Ken.
people. I love
Yeah.
hugging people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Were you concerned at all that Mego was taking your role as roadshow partier away?
No, Mego has that role. Like that.
You're giving that up?
Oh my gosh, yeah. No, I can't compete with that. I've lost that in me. I would like to get it back.
You could get it back.
But no, Mego crushed that.
Stop training.
You could get it back.
Yeah, no, maybe, but no, I'm happy with the status that I have, and I'm happy with the status that Mego has.
Okay.
She
all right.
crushed that.
Okay. All right.
Just because you have a baby don't mean you got to be a mom
Oh,
full time.
no. Wiggy, there
Go
was nothing.
ham.
Yeah, no, I went ham. I mean, I had a margarita in the hospital right after that baby came out.
Okay.
Holy. That's a problem.
Well, no, not really. 4.5 hours pushing. You would want one too.
All right, we got to take a break. We are in Salem, New Hampshire with Needham Bank at Tuscan Village, and we are back with Courtney and the rest of today's news next. Big game for the New England Patriots tonight in Cleveland. That is an 8 o'clock kick. And Shime, the news about Harold Landry yesterday, a little concerning, if accurate.
Yeah, Greg, I feel like there's, some a couple different concerning issues with the Patriots. Luckily, neither of them involve the quarterback or the star wide receiver, so I think we'll be okay. But it's not the way you want to start the season, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not going to get him back for considerable time, I think we were kind of thinking he'd be back week 1. It's a little bit of an issue.
Well, especially because you already had. Go ahead, Wiggs. You're going to say exactly what I'm going to say.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say because you already, excuse me, had a lack of depth at that position. You didn't really have much. He was your leading sack getter last year.
Well, that's what Mike Vrabel's talking about depth-wise. Yes, Curtis.
Would you now? I'm not saying this is what I want. They should sign him. It should be done. But given the news,
yes,
would the Patriots this season be better if you traded Christian Gonzalez for the pass rusher Crosby with the Vegas Raiders?
Yes.
Yes. If I'm getting Max Crosby, yeah.
Would you do that right now?
Christian Gonzalez, great player, but always give me the guy who can get double-digit sacks.
Did you find it interesting? Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, if you and Wiggy, this is Wiggy's lead this morning, is this reporting that they're $10 million apart when it comes to the guaranteed money, he and the Patriots. So if you weren't going to be willing to give him what you knew was going to be the guaranteed money, why would you not trade him when you have the most value draft time? Like if you're like unwilling to that position, you're unwilling to make a guy the highest paid player at it in the league. Like, why wouldn't you go and get the value when you can get the value?
Because Wiggy has been right about this for a while. Tom Brady broke the way they view and the way the fans view contracts. If Robert Kraft viewed Brady as a guy that would always in the end capitulate and say, okay, I'll sign for a little bit less than what Drew Brees or Peyton Manning got, then you think Christian Gonzalez, a great player, he's not Ty Law, he's not Tom Brady, he's not the greatest player of all time.
So he's just going to give in.
He's going to give in. So when you're at when he arrived at training camp, Robert Kraft didn't think that this would be this protracted stalemate.
Yeah, but do you think Robert Kraft wants to go back to those years post Brady, the Cam Newton years, the Mac Jones years? Like I think he maybe got a reality check during those years when you start looking and not seeing that the stadium is full and you're going to be losing money in that capacity. Like I do think Robert Kraft had a wake up call during those 4 years.
Yeah, but
where things were dark.
Why are they quibbling over $10 million?
They shouldn't be. That's not an excuse by any means. It to me, I mean, that's a report. So if you want to believe that report over other reports, then
here's the difference though. With the wake up call, the difference is now there's somebody to pick up the phone on the other line, and that somebody is you have a quarterback. When Brady left, you were trying to find that guy.
I thought you were about to say something.
No. When he left, you were trying to find that guy. Yeah. You now have that guy in Drake May. So let's say Christian Gonzalez holds in and doesn't play. You have a guy on the other side of the football. Now, granted, he's no Tom Brady. Let's not get that confused. But he's still considered, a top 10 quarterback in the league that can cover up some of the issues that you might have in other areas. And to Curtis's point, what do you think's going to happen next year at this time when he says, "Hey, Drake, come on, Tom Brady, greatest quarterback of all time. We're able to put things around you. You want to take a little bit less?
Right, you want to take a little less and win more Super Bowls like Tom Brady did here."
And we all think
he's going to say no.
And well, see, that's the biggest question,
and I
right?
love him for it.
And that's the biggest question, Curtis, is we all think he's this good old country boy that's just going to be like, "Hey, man, I just want to win football games," right? He's from this family and
shucks.
Yeah, the brothers and where it's the most important thing is winning to him. But does he go, "Okay, Robert"?
But I will remind you, as much as this might figure into the equation, he and the missus they're dinks. dual income, no kids.
Right.
Oh, good old days.
She's probably making a lot of money, I would assume, on the baking stuff.
Totally.
So maybe he can take a discount because of that.
I think he could,
No.
and I think they probably come up here for the Christmas market.
These
and
are dinks right now. Like he's looking to set up his family. I think that he has a lot of support around him, and I think he has a lot of financially sound minds around him that are saying, absolutely, know your worth. Like I do not think that he looks at Robert Kraft next year and says, yeah, you're right. I want to do the Tom Brady model.
And you know who doesn't help him? That some people will say, is it dink? Is Caleb Williams. Let's say they both have good years.
Double dink.
And you, Drake May, have a better season than Caleb Williams. You think Caleb Williams is asking for less money if he has a good year? You don't think he's going to want to set the market? So, and similar to Devin Witherspoon, he set the market. Now Christian Gonzalez is going, I want more than that in the guarantee. So Drake May might be
like, what is the forced hype on Caleb Williams?
Outside of some of the stats, he's
a good quarterback.
Nobody has been as good as he has as a quarterback of the Chicago Bears ever.
Right. And in the last 2 minutes of games, he's won them some football games. He has that, and when I say physically, he gives you that Patrick Mahomes. He reminds you of being able to do those things. And he threw 27 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. He did not what you did in a sense, but Chicago made the postseason with him. Ben Johnson is the new head coach over there. They seem to have this really good relationship on how things are going to work. And he's a guy that if he plays well and they get back to the playoffs, he's going to be asking for a bunch of money. And you don't think the Chicago owners, especially knowing that, all right, we might have to go to Indiana, are going to be like the face of our franchise? We're going to lowball him. They're going to say, give him whatever we want. Save us a little bit of heat when we leave.
I just have completely reversed my feeling when it comes to Christian Gonzalez. If this reporting is accurate and it's $10 million that they're apart, guaranteed money.
Right.
And you haven't gotten that done yesterday?
But that's who they are. We keep waiting for them to change. They are not. This has been how Robert Kraft runs the franchise. He still thinks this is why they won. Even though he's a very smart man who can see the reality, but he can't allow himself to accept it.
You think Mike Vrabel's on board with that?
No, but what's he going to do?
What do you mean? You gave him the keys to the kingdom. You
Bill Belichick, you believe Bill Belichick didn't have the keys at the end. So how could Vrabel have the keys?
So let me ask this question to the panel. Do you believe Mike Vrabel thinks that Christian Gonzalez is a top 2, top 3 corner in the NFL?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, Greg's got a little hesitation there.
No, I think I think he believes he's a top 3 corner. I don't know how he feels about Christian Gonzalez and what he's, waiting to play till the 4th game last season. I don't know how he feels. I don't know. I don't know that he is sitting there screaming at Robert, going, "Pay him whatever he wants," and do. I have no idea about.
He wasn't drafted by Vrabel. It's not his guy, but I do think he believes he deserves the money.
Then you would think, if he's looking and going, okay, he's a top 3 corner, he can understand as a former player, like, all right, I get and I see what he wants. Like, that's what we're going to have to pay him in order to get him, right? So it's no way Mike Vrabel's going, all right, Robert, he's a top 3 corner, but, we can pay him less.
Well, what do you think he believes is a bigger issue? The lack of depth all around on the football team, which he went out of his way to bring up this week, or a missing Christian Gonzalez for a season?
Missing Christian Gonzalez for a season.
You think he does?
Yeah, that's a bigger problem, but the lack of depth.
They play into each other.
Whose fault is that?
Right. Well, it doesn't matter. Right?
No, it matters.
From his perspective, because he might sit there and go, "I can fix it." If Robert's not going to be willing to meet in the middle on the $10 million or write the full check for the $10 million, then I can fix it and add some depth in places where I feel like I need
right,
depth.
But what I'm saying is, prior to that, he could have fixed whatever depth issues he had, whether that's through the draft, whether that's through free agency, whether that's potentially, doing whatever he needs to do. Like, if you have a depth issue and you're the head coach and we all feel like you're a big decision maker and you're like almost like a GM, you can fix that issue. The money issue, maybe you can't fix that issue. Maybe he's saying, Robert, I would pay him, and Robert's going, no, I'm not going to pay him that. Like, that part he might not be able to fix.
Tell me where they don't have a depth issue, and other than the wide receiver room, they do have a lot of depth issues on the football.
And if it all comes down to the Crafts being cheap, wasn't that the downfall of Vrabel in Tennessee? Was that he had a disagreement with the ownership there for being cheap? Like, Vrabel usually likes to spend the money. Like, I don't necessarily think that bodes well for the future if they're holding out over a few $1 million.
Yeah, this contract, even for the Crafts, I'm surprised that it's $10 million. If you talk about 4 years, that's $2.5 million a year, which is literally an accounting error. And the purpose of drafting well is so that you get players like Christian Gonzalez and you retain them.
You know the scary thing about this whole thing, for me personally, being in that world?
Your chicken parm is gone?
No. That thing was going no matter what. That thing was going no matter what.
Now, listen.
That is it.
You won't eat the whole.
No, that is it for me.
The entire rest
that
of
is it. Nope. That is it for me. I won't eat.
You're gonna eat some electrolytes.
Well, I have some crackers or something like that, but I ain't eating no real meal. But that was it.
Saltines?
No, I get like the Ritz, the little circular Ritz.
Do you go full Ritz, or do you buy the knockoff?
No, I go real Ritz.
Okay,
but I get the small. How they come in like the.
Greg is a cracker snob.
Well,
the 6-pack.
I mean, the Ritz are like $18-20 a rattle.
I know those are brutal.
No, I like them because I go.
The ice cream in your neck of the woods. I got two small 1-scoop ice creams, $22.
Oh yeah,
$22 for 2 scoops of ice cream.
$22 a rattle for ice cream is
crazy.
And then I got the thing flipped around for a tip.
And it was a small?
It was actually a kitty and a 1 scoop.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah, no, but I was
in this economy.
But you know what's?
I put it on your tab.
You know what's scary about this for me, from being in that world, is it's one thing when there's no DBs to sign and you're trying to figure out what the market is. You're trying to set it, right? Nobody else is doing it. You're trying to be like, all right, what's the number? Where do we go? It's been a couple years since there's been a DB that got a new contract. The scary part for me is that this deal ain't done. The market has already been set.
Yeah.
That's the scary part. Like, there's not a person out there that goes, we don't know what Gonzalez is going to get. Or what's going to be the numbers? Is it going to be 130? Is it going to, there's not everybody goes, there's the Devin Witherspoon contract.
Yeah. It should.
That is scary to me.
But you would think it would have been done the very next day.
Yes.
And that's why I'm saying I'm so scared about this.
If you're going to get to that point with the player and you're not going to trade him for max value because you're anticipating that you're not going to want to pay him, then what? Like, you get to the Witherspoon that sets it for you, and you'd go $1 million above.
And you had two guys. Not only did you have Witherspoon, but you had Trent McDuffie, who kind of was like, all right, here's the DB market.
But it's what most other teams do. I mean, you brought up the Bengals earlier. Okay, whatever.
Right.
It's what nearly every other team does in the NFL.
The team that
the Seahawks just did it. They won a Super Bowl, and they just did it. I
was going to say they did it just with JSN. They did it with not only their defensive back that they have, but the prior to that, they made their wide receiver the highest paid wide receiver in the National Football League in JSN.
In the same draft class.
In the same draft class.
So you just feel like, if you're the Patriots, you feel like you've been doing business this way, it's worked for you, and you can just keep doing business when the rest of the NFL is doing it in a different way?
Yes, because you've always thought you were smarter than everyone. You've always laughed at Jerry Jones. You've always mocked the other organizations. You heard what Belichick said about the Rams and the Bucks, but if we can get to reality, which is where we are now, it doesn't appear to me they're going to get a deal done until maybe the eve of the first game of the season. There's nothing imminent, sadly, Courtney. And if this is where you are, then deal in the reality of your situation. I would trade him today for Max Crosby.
I would love to ask Mike Vrabel this,
well, if you showed up on a Patriots Monday, you could.
No, but I wouldn't. He wouldn't answer this question I'm saying Mike Vrabel behind the scenes.
Yes,
I would love to say to him.
Well, before the interview,
do you believe that one guy can change your defense, offense, and make an absolute difference?
Yes, I would love to, because you need to know where he is on this whole thing.
Right, versus where there are coaches, and I've been around coaches that will say, all right, yes, he's a great player, but our scheme, our defense, our offense, we can still win without him. We don't need him.
Correct.
So I wonder if he falls in that, or and there are coaches that go, we need that
somebody's
guy.
like, hey, we're a zone team, and so we're not putting the value there when it comes to that guy.
Right. We can get another guy, might not be as good as him, and our defense can get the job done. Versus some coaches will go, we need that guy. Without him, we are going to struggle. So I would love to know where he really falls. And that's why I said I would never know that unless it's like, unless I put him under the truth serum.
All right, so Patriots preseason final game this evening. You could talk about that all day long here on Boston Sports Original, WEEI, and I see phones racked up, so we'll probably talk about that with you coming up next. We are in New Hampshire on a beautiful sunny morning with a whole bunch of you incredible people.
And beautiful dogs everywhere.
I know.
Yeah, everybody's
Love
got their dogs out.
Toto.
Oh, summer's coming to a close. I'm so sad.
It smells like fall. I'm telling you, it's over. There's a nice crisp breeze. I'm loving it.
It's over.
You got at least a couple summers left.
Yeah. We are at Tuscan Village with Needham Bank, and we will be right back. This portion of today's show is brought to you by Butler GMC. Don't be shy and go see our guy, Brian the Lion. Roar. Thank you, Sean. Route 20 in Charlton or at butlergmc.com. Anybody. You can see Ray there. You can see Brian the Lion. Tell them you listen to the show. They will take great care of you if you need a work truck or you just want to, you're in on a GMC. So
go get you an AT4.
This chicken parm is so dangerous. I was like, I'm going to have a bite. Now I'm like over halfway through it. I'm just fighting through it.
I had to have it taken away from me. I was like, I'm going to eat this entire thing before 8:30.
It gets better. I don't get it. How is it getting better?
Craig Breslow is going to join us in about 10 minutes, Chief Baseball Officer of the Boston Red Sox. We're going to do some guest leads, and we're going to do some calls here, get those in. Let me start with Daniel from my adopted home continent of Maine. Daniel, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm great. It is a glorious day. I'm excited to be alive today.
Same.
I just wanted to chime in on the Christian Gonzalez chatter. And my take is I think quarterbacks are more willing to take less money, a la Brady and Mahomes and some others, because their legacy, I think, is quite tied to winning. And they're so dependent on the rest of the team, whereas a cornerback, an edge rusher, someone like Christian Gonzalez, he's like an independent contractor, you know? He's a hitman. He's working by himself out there on the corner. So he should get every one of those dollars. He doesn't need the rest of the team as much as a quarterback does. And his legacy, you know, he's not going to be seen as the best cornerback ever if he, like, wins 2 more Super Bowls. It depends on how he performs.
I mean, also, I think with the way they are protected now when it comes to the league, the quarterback is most likely going to have a longer career
investment.
Yeah, Josh Allen took a lot less.
Yeah,
but here's where
and neither Patrick Mahomes did.
Yeah, Mahomes did take less.
Yeah.
And the
Daniel,
other thing is that Peyton Manning took the most, and we were told, what a dumb, selfish act. Well, he won 2 Super Bowls, and the Colts, you know, everybody said the cap jail, they never found it. And that was 20 years ago. There is nobody that should take less, and Drake May's agent is also Josh Allen's agent.
That's right.
And Josh Allen signed a year ago, so if Drake May signs next year, then we'll be about a year out from Josh Allen's next big deal. So if Drake May takes less, then the agent is punishing himself in the next negotiation he has with Josh Allen.
All right, couple guest leads, sir. Step right up there this morning, wearing the Boston College colors, by the way.
Let's go Eagles.
Bill O'Brien on this show every Thursday at 6:45 during college football season. What's your name?
My name is Joe, and I'm from Tewksbury, Mass.
Awesome, Joe.
And first of all, I'd just like to compliment the 4 of you and Chime. You do an awesome job. It's great having you all back together.
Oh,
I'm a listener and a watcher every single day.
Thank you.
And basically what my lead is really, besides thanking you, but you're by far the best, in my opinion, sports talk show in Boston.
Oh, that's really nice.
There is no other.
It's all great.
And
Joe,
one of the
you.
reasons for that is you're very diverse. You cover everything. And one of the things you do, unlike even some of the other shows on WEEI, you cover all sports, whether they're professional, college, even high school, if it's appropriate.
Yes.
And that is unheard of in this market.
Oh.
So I just wanted to give you some kudos for that.
Joe, thank
you. And keep up the good work.
Oh, Joe.
Can I ask Joe a question?
Get that man a chicken parm.
Yes.
Joe, have you ever been to Jade East in Tewksbury?
A long time ago.
Best Mai Tais.
All right.
Unbelievable.
Oh, really?
Get yourself a Mai Tai this weekend.
I think that Chime spot, right?
Yep.
You know that Mego thing has been bothering her.
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
Can I get 2?
It's the, I can tell.
No
Good
balls.
job.
Yes. All right, Joe. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
You are up next, sir. Step right up if you can. Good morning.
How you guys doing?
Good morning. Hello. How are you?
I'm good. I'm Brian from Salem here.
All right, Salem, you're lucky. You can come here every day. This place is beautiful.
I could.
What do you do, Brian?
I'm a warehouse manager type person.
Awesome. All right, guest lead.
So my lead is about Tatum and Brown. I wonder why we skewered Brown so much for saying it was his favorite season, and we let Tatum get away with taking Game 7 off. I personally think the team would be way more fun to watch if we traded Tatum for Giannis and we had Giannis and Brown than Tatum and whoever.
Yeah.
So
listen,
that's
you
my lead.
and Courtney could not agree more.
Yeah.
She thinks Celtics traded the wrong guy.
Yeah.
We'll find out.
A lot of people out there believe that, too.
I don't know that a lot of people
I would
feel
say
that.
a decent amount.
Thank you very much. I don't know that a lot of people feel that way, but I don't feel that way.
At what point of the season do you think, if things don't go well for Tatum this season, and I hope that they do, like I love Jason Tatum, I'm just more of a Brown girl. For you, at what point of the season, if things aren't going well, would you say, maybe we did make the wrong choice?
Well, define in this year what is not going well, because this is a reset, an apron reset. So,
what were they halfway through the season last year?
Where do you expect them to finish in the East? Third?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what they did kind of last year. It's really about the postseason.
Yeah.
If he goes to the postseason and they're one and done like Jalen and them last year, I think it's like people
Same result.
Same result.
What if they don't make the postseason?
That's different.
Then it's a massive failure.
Then it's a massive failure.
He's destroyed like the chicken parm.
Yeah.
Yes. All right, we have got to take a break. We'll be back with more guest leads coming up. I'm sorry. We are going to get to Craig Breslow, Chief Baseball Officer of the Boston Red Sox, and the front office report in 2 minutes, no longer next. this morning at Tuscan Village, and it is a bonus road show of sorts at the end of the summer with Needham Bank, and it is time for the Red Sox front office report, which is brought to you this morning by Shaw's and Star Market, official supermarket of the Red Sox radio network, by findmassmoney.gov, and by John Sewer and Drain Cleaning, the name to know when your drains don't flow. And it is the chief baseball officer of the Boston Red Sox who joins us this morning, Craig Breslow. Craig, good morning. Shime? I'm waiting on you.
Gosh. He's up.
Shime?
Yep, I have him up.
Well, we can't hear him. Oh, there he is.
Oh.
Craig, good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing?
We're doing great. This is an opportunity for you. We're here with a whole bunch of people, and I think maybe first time this season, they absolutely love you, Craig Breslow. So I want you to soak it in, Craig Breslow. Soak it in.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I appreciate that applause. Obviously, quite a bit different than when I was introduced to a live audience a couple of months ago. So thank you.
Well, listen, the team continues to roll here and win series, and that is great. I wanted to ask you about, you got guys coming back from injury, Roman, Trevor Story, IKF, and you've got some young guys on this team who have outperformed expectations. You're going to have to eventually make some changes when it comes to roster. How difficult is that for you from a balancing perspective? And do you where are you on the chemistry of this team as it is now, and thinking about how you may affect that when you bring guys back?
Sure. I think the word that stands out is balance. We want to balance bringing back really talented players that are capable of contributing and helping us win more games with an appreciation for the identity that has emerged over the last few months, and the belief that guys have in each other, the closeness that's developed through the last few months, and the success that the team has had on the field. So we'll be mindful of that, and I lean on Trace and other staff members to kind of help have those conversations and help understand the dynamics in the clubhouse.
From your perspective, running the whole thing, what is the identity of this team the last month and a half?
Yeah. Sure. I think off the field, there's a confidence and a belief in each other. I think there's, you had talked about guys overachieving, which means that, there was a level of expectation that they're exceeding. I don't know if that's totally fair, but I think what we have is guys who understand the contributions that they can make to the team and understand what their roles are and how they fit into that. And I think that comes from understanding their skills and their abilities, and also Chad and the staff doing a really good job of walking through how each piece fits. And then on the field, I think the identity has been pitching and defense that keeps us in every single game. And then offensively, a team that is able to grind out at bats to really put pressure on opposing defenses, opposing starting pitchers. We've seen time and time again the guy's ability to knock out an opposing starter in the fourth or fifth inning, to get to bullpens, and to find ways to get on base, whether that's putting the ball in play, using some athleticism and speed, taking walks, and then some guys in the middle of the lineup that are capable of hitting the ball out of the park. So, you kind of zoom out and you look and you say, when you put it all together, we've had an elite starting pitching rotation, an elite bullpen, and an above average offense for, the better part of the last 2 months.
Craig, when you look at Trevor Story specifically, you've had a lot of guys that have stepped in at the shortstop position and contributed a lot. But prior to his injury, he was your everyday shortstop. Is that still the mindset with a guy like him when he comes back, is that he gets right back into that?
Well, I think, the way specifically playing time will be distributed, we'll have conversations with Trevor and Trace, and we'll work through that. And we've seen, Trevor will be the first to say that he struggled before getting hurt this season, but he was also a guy who carried our offense for months at a time last year. And I don't think that we got to see a full healthy version of him. He was battling through the sports hernia injury that probably limited his ability to be like the explosive athlete that he can be. But at his best, he can run the bases really well. He can defend, and he can do damage at the plate. And so that's what we're looking for. And when he's right, he's a guy that fits into the middle of the lineup.
Craig, you expect Roman to be at Yankee Stadium up for this weekend series?
I think Trevor, Isaiah, they're all getting very close to returning. At some point in the rehab process, you kind of shift from like the medical perspective into a baseball perspective, and the conversations now aren't about how do you feel and how are you recovering, and they start to become, how does your swing feel? How's your timing? Are you, do you feel explosive in the field and able to defend? And I think we're getting there. I don't want to put any timetable, on specifically when they'll return outside of saying that we're in communication and we're kind of taking things day to day at this point.
Craig, earlier we talked a little bit about Roman Anthony and his comments to Chris Cotillo about his recovery and maybe timetables that were different with your training staff and his own personal. Do you have full confidence in your training staff, and does this worry you that one of your star players feels a certain type of way?
I have full confidence in our medical staff, here, and also would want to acknowledge the humility that our staff has demonstrated in seeking outside perspectives and opinions when appropriate. And, this specific injury and recovery was so unique in that the diagnosis never really changed throughout, but the amount of time it took to heal ended up being quite a bit longer than we anticipated, than Roman anticipated. And, a lot of that is just, we can't precisely pinpoint how long it will be before, strength returns and before the discomfort completely subsides.
Greg, it seems from the outside, through what Roman Anthony has said, and we have no other way to judge it, that he felt that he was punished by being sent to Fort Myers. And it also seems that he is still hurt by the organization's response to the injury. How do you fix those problems? And were you punishing him?
Well, I think you start by trying to understand whether or not there is a problem. We were not punishing Roman. Roman doesn't feel punished. He and I have a great relationship, and we communicate multiple times per day. I think, what I had seen was Roman saying that being in Fort Myers and rehabbing sucked, right? And it does, both because you're not playing, which is what Roman has known his entire life. He's not contributing to helping us win games. And, the environment at a spring training complex in the middle of the summer is not exactly the same as playing in front of 35,000 people in Boston. But we reached the decision for Roman to go to Fort Myers together and felt like it was the thing that would get him back to the big leagues as fast as possible. And that remained the case. But in terms of how do you resolve the situation, I don't think there's anything to resolve. I don't think Roman feels punished. We certainly weren't looking to punish him. And I think it's really quite as simple as that.
But if it was the fastest place for him to get back to the big leagues, why didn't he start rehabbing in Fort Myers?
Well, because I think the course of the rehab changed over time. And, we've talked a lot about how this ended up taking longer than we thought. And if it were going to be short term, then keeping him as close to the big league team and as engaged as possible would have been the right course. And once we realized that this was going to take more time than we had thought, we felt like getting to Fort Myers was the best thing that we could do.
Craig, when you look at where you guys are, I know players and managers, they always say, be where your feet are at, don't look ahead. But you, as a guy in a different position, you kind of always are trying to look ahead at schedule and where you are in the standings. When you look at where you're currently sitting right now, I know your focus is the Yankees and potentially catch them, but do you still have the same focus of like what you need to do to possibly be able to put yourself in a position where you can actually win the division as well?
Yeah, I think the thing about baseball, probably because you play almost every single night, is a lot of the interests converge, meaning that what we're going to do to try to win tomorrow's game is going to look a lot like what we're going to try to do to win next week's game. And so the interests are, as a front office, providing Trace, the coaching staff, the players with all of the resources, information that we can, and allowing them to use that in how they make decisions leading into games, preparing for games, and in game. And that's going to be consistent from here till the last game that we play this season.
A month and a half ago, did you believe that this series with the Yankees at the end of August would be as meaningful as it is for this baseball team?
I will say that I think the front office has had unwavering support for our players, even at times when it may have seemed foolish to do so. And the players have responded incredibly well. The staff has responded incredibly well. It's a great environment around them. Now, looking forward and saying, would this series at the end of August mean exactly what it looks to me like? I can't sit here and say yes, of course. But that's not to say that I didn't think we were going to be in a good position and for these games to matter. I just didn't know kind of the context around the extent to which they would.
I have to ask you some of these same questions every week because people talk about it all the time. Has your feelings changed at all when it comes to removing the interim tag from Chad Tracy?
My answer is going to sound pretty consistent with what it has been when you've asked the questions for the last 6 weeks, which is to say that Chad has done a fantastic job. Can't imagine anyone stepping in and being more stabilizing and consistent and building a better environment around the players than what he's done. We are both focused on exactly what we have to do to prepare for this big series coming up this weekend. But we have great communication when the time comes for us to have a conversation about what the future might look like. I trust that we will both enter that, in good faith, and it will be a conversation that I think is productive. But for right now, we'll keep our focus on the field.
The stadium may have changed. Do you have any favorite memories of things you were called in the bullpen of Yankee Stadium?
I don't think those are appropriate for radio, but I certainly have a number of fond memories pitching at both Yankee stadiums, actually, old and the new one.
All right, this might be a better one. Have you been called worse things as a pitcher in Major League Baseball or as the chief baseball officer of the Boston Red Sox?
The chief baseball officer, yeah.
It's all great.
It's all love.
Fortunately,
man. It's
so as a pitcher, though, I would have the chance to redeem myself. Usually within like 24 hours, right? That's the life of a reliever. This one it seems like those things can be a little bit stickier.
Well, you've redeemed yourself so far. So, real quick.
Real quick for me, Craig. I'm sorry about this. Last one for me. You said balancing players that are coming back in with guys that have exceeded expectations. How do you do that when you're dealing with a player like Trevor Story? You say if he's healthy and right, he can do X versus a guy who has exceeded maybe the expectations that you thought they were as a player.
Sure. I don't know that there's a perfect answer outside of trying to be as honest as you possibly can with everybody that's involved. And baseball is unique with the ability to option guys to the minor leagues. And, a lot of these decisions that we make are temporary and they're reversible, right? If it turns out that maybe there was a better way to do things. But I think it starts with being honest with players and walking through how we've reached the decision, understanding that it may not be perfect or desirable to any individual, but we feel like it is what's best for the team, and all these things can change really quickly. And then the other thing is, you have to pay attention to what's happening in front of you. And Trace has talked about, not running from the guys who have helped get us here. And I think setting that expectation up front is really, really important.
All right, Craig Breslow, go get him this weekend. We will talk to you again soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
There you go. Another round of applause.
A round of applause on the way out. I hope Jones and Keefe were listening because brag of the week in there.
Yeah.
He texts several times a day with Roman Anthony.
I mean, how jealous are you, Greg?
That's an excellent. That is an excellent one. All right. We are in New Hampshire, and I want to remind you that we got Hill Notes coming up in 10 minutes or so. So still time to leave one of those on the Odyssey app, and we will be back in 2 minutes no longer on the Greg Hill Show at WEEI.
your candle calls the mama. I'm sure all the hand and I just around.
Coming up, Jones and Keith from the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. No fee unless you win. At 10, those guys. And you can talk Red Sox with them, talk Patriots preseason game. Final one tonight at 8. We are going to get the Hill Notes. But joining us right now here, our host at Tuscan Village, Joe Campanelli, who is the CEO of Needham Bank. And we appreciate you having us up here, Joe.
Great to be here.
How you doing?
How can I be doing? Great.
It's awesome. And we nearly gave away 10,000 of your dollars earlier. So we might have to, before the end of the show, we might have to go back and just.
You're starting to act like my wife.
But you guys, this new branch here.
Yeah.
And how many branches are you guys up to now?
God, up to 22 now.
22 now?
Yeah.
Awesome. And I don't want to speak for you guys, but you're into helping people build things, like helping people build small businesses. That's what you guys kind of focus on.
That's what gets us up every day and builds our passion. Everybody wants to build something.
Yeah. And so Needham Bank is ready to help.
Yep, we're right there.
Do you still do free lollipops? Or is
Dog biscuits, lollipops,
Oh, okay, all right,
no
good.
toasters.
See. Wiggy, big lollipop guy or not? Not a big
I don't mind a good lollipop. I do like building things, though.
Yes.
Yeah, I can always use a loan.
You can also check out the fancy water machines that we have.
Oh,
Right? We want
okay.
to keep people hydrated, good flavor, gets them out there being active.
That's fantastic. Well, I appreciate the support that you give not only to the show, but to the Greg Hill Foundation. You guys are partners with us, and we really appreciate you guys, what you do for our beneficiaries.
Well, you do great work, and it's important we all work together to build great communities.
Oh, we have a check? Hold on.
Oh, wow.
Hold on a second. I love a good big check in my tiny little hands. Take a look at this. So, guys, we are, what's that say, $10,000?
Yeah.
How about it? Let's hear it for Needham Bank.
Awesome.
That is a $10,000 check for the Greg Hill Foundation.
Good job.
And I should say, you guys are involved in a lot of community organizations. You guys do a lot for the community, so we appreciate that very much.
Yeah, I mean, it's really important for Needham Bank. We support over 425 local charities, right? Because it's all part of what the community is about. And I think, look, the Greg Hill Foundation is about taking care of the families of first responders who suffered unimaginable loss and who is more important for us to care for, right, than those who are keeping us safe, helping us build communities in partnership with us. So we thank you for really helping to care for the people who take care of us. So thank you.
Oh, I don't do anything. Ashley does all the work. She's right over there.
Well, thank you, Ashley.
And
Yeah.
listeners,
Hi, Ashley.
Listeners are the ones who donate and have helped us get up over $34 million donated to those beneficiaries. So
it's really
all
witty.
right.
You do draw a crowd, though.
Huh?
You do draw a crowd.
We do draw a pretty good crowd, guys. How about that? That's
First
you
thing in
guys.
the morning on a Thursday.
That's you guys.
Awesome.
We're really excited to be up here. This place is awesome, and so appreciative of what you guys do for us. So thank you very much.
Great.
Thanks for having us.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Needham Bank is the place to go. We are going to take a quick break, and as I told you previously, we are going to get the Hill Notes coming up next.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Ratliff.
Those crazy nights I do remember in my youth. I do recall those were the best times, most of all. In my head with a blue jean girl, burning love, come once in a lifetime. She found me singing by the railroad tracks, took me home, we danced by the moonlight. Those summer nights are calling, stoned in love.
Interesting poll that the Mitchuation put up earlier this morning when we were discussing Christian Gonzalez, and if you buy it, the sticking point between he and the Patriots being $10 million and only $10 million in guaranteed money, and the way Mitch worded it was, should the Patriots trade Christian Gonzalez for Max Crosby? And you got 34% that say yes, and 60, whatever that number is, 66 that say no way. So,
Wow. Wow, that's interesting.
You're not going to get your wish, Wiggy.
Yeah, I don't.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't know.
Or those people don't want you to get your wish.
Those people don't watch the NFL. They don't. They don't understand why the second highest paid position, other than the quarterback, is the defensive end.
I do think we always cite the AB poll, but like I do think if there is a contractual stalemate and they end up doing this deal, it'll be 80-20 good deal for the Patriots, because you'll have gotten something when the person you wanted was not reachable. And for people that say that, well, why would the Crafts want Max Crosby? He's being paid at the top of the market. When you acquire a player via trade, all of that signing bonus money stays with the team that traded him. You just pay the salary, and it's non-guaranteed.
Right.
So it is a match made in heaven for the Crafts to get a player of Max Crosby's ability, which is probably why he is going to be more valuable in a trade than Christian Gonzalez, because Gonzalez will still they'll be basically paying Gonzalez and Crosby and only having one of them, if that makes sense.
But does it seem like I get that he was the disgruntled one and whatever, but does it seem like they're in the mood to move him now at this point? It seems
Who's
like
that, Max Crosby?
Yeah, like it seems like they've kind of figured it out or whatever.
You don't think Brady would love to say, let's get the Crafts, screw him over here? If I were Tom, he's helping the Seahawks in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but he might not perceive that as screwing them over.
Oh, good point.
He might perceive that as
doing them a big favor.
Yeah,
I think the Max Crosby thing, I think that thing's been put on ice until maybe after the season, depending on the year that he has this year. You know, you could see something similar to kind of like a Myles Garrett, where you got a very, very talented player that's playing for an organization that's kind of coming, not at the end of his career, but, you know, he could see that, all right, I only got a few more kicks at the can at this. Let me try to go someplace where I have a legitimate chance of winning a championship. I just look at the situation here with Christian Gonzalez, and we've asked, we've had the conversation, the back and forth about the escalator and everything like that. Now with this report, isn't it more likely that you believe this is more on Robert and the Crafts and the Patriots not willing to get to the guaranteed money he wants more than him asking for the world?
Yeah, if that's what it is. I mean, there's still the the original Tom E. Curran instigated reporting on the, what he wants when it comes to being the highest paid the next couple of seasons, right? Like whatever that is,
right?
That also could still be a possibility. I don't know what the difference is. I do know though that guaranteed money, if it's $10 million, like give him 7.5. Like
give him 10. Robert Kraft makes $10 million before he opens his eyes in the morning. Like, that is an absurdly low amount of money to be humming and hawing over.
Let me ask you, both you guys.
That's the phrase, right?
Yeah. Hemming and hawing.
Really?
Hawing?
Yes.
Okay.
Why? What does hemming mean?
Isn't your mom doesn't she do needlepoint or something?
No,
like
I
that?
do needlepoint.
Oh, so isn't hemming when you're hemming a skirt?
Like crochet?
I don't know. I just make little canvases. I don't really.
Well,
I thought you. Oh, never mind.
I thought because I was going to say this, right? And you look at $10 million, you go, it's really not much for a guy like Christian Gonzalez, right? But at the time when we had this conversation with Tom Brady, we're like, $25 million for Tom Brady per year for 2 years?
Right.
Like, you're like, that's not much. Why won't you pay that?
Pay him what Drew Brees is getting.
So even though it looks like from the world that we're from down here on planet Earth, and we go, $10 million, it's not much to a billionaire, the world that they live on, they look at it completely different. I agree with you. I would pay Gonzalez at the top of the league because I think he's the best corner in the league, and the market is pretty set. I would give him the 102 and call it a day.
Do you think? Do you read anything into? We don't have time for it now, but the Cowden was also available the other day, and he's Vrabel's GM guy that came over, and he was asked directly about a trade, and he said he didn't say no. He said we're focusing on agreeing to a long-term extension. I don't think whether it's Max Crosby, I don't know.
It probably won't be that.
Not that. But I'm saying, do you think that they have ruled out a trade of Christian Gonzalez?
I think we're continuing to work on the negotiation side of Christian, and I think that's where that stays.
So,
no, I don't think not when Mike Vrabel is talking about a giant depth problem. No.
But it doesn't.
But it would be malfeasance if you're not thinking about it.
Well, no. I thought you were going to say it would be malfeasance if you did it, because if you were thinking about it, you should have did it before the draft.
I already said that.
Exactly.
You should have traded him a long time ago.
Right.
If you were going to be stuck on $10 million guaranteed money, you should have traded him.
So to do it now,
do you think then they reach like a 1 year bridge deal? Like they pay him a lot this year?
No, because he's already on the contract.
So you don't think they do that?
No, they're not gonna say, you know what? All right, we're gonna rip this thing up. They're gonna say, here's what we got, and then now the ball's gonna be in Gonzalez's court. I think he has until like week 9 or something if he wants to hold in.
Disaster.
No, I know. All right, can we open the window world, the Boston weather window for Curtis, please? All right, Curtis. It suddenly got windy and overcast here.
Well,
beautiful all morning.
As they say where I'm from, if you don't like the weather, just wait a minute.
Yes. Yes.
68 degrees right now, mostly sunny skies. It's going to be, actually right now it's partly cloudy skies, but it's going to be 77, beautiful. It feels like it's drying out a bit, not quite as humid, very nice. Back home in Boston, it's 73 degrees, afternoon high of 81, a couple spot showers out there, but otherwise looks nice for your solo dolo weekend, looking perfect for golf Saturday, 75 and sunny.
Okay. You can get a whole house full of energy-efficient windows installed for $99 a month from Window World Boston. Just go to windowworldboston.com, and time for Hill Notes.
Hill Notes is brought to you by Coleman Electric, Kuhlman. A bunch of really good electricians helping homeowners like you not get electrocuted. Remember,
it's electric.
I'm excited for Roman Anthony to come back. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't. But do you think he's kind of being a big baby with all this stuff? I mean, look at Caleb Durbin. He has to cut his batting glove because his pinky's so swollen, and he's out there grinding every day, playing great third base, hitting better. So, I mean, I don't know. Pinky finger versus ring finger. And Roman Anthony, when he goes up to bat, looks like a cyborg with all the pads he's got all over him. It's like, are you a little soft?
Curtis and I would probably disagree on this. No, I don't believe he's soft. No, I think the Red Sox did him dirty on the injury thing. And I don't mean they did it on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
I think they didn't diagnose it right from the start, told everybody he'd be back in 10 days.
And he took his sweet-ass time as a way to punish the team because he just got his big deal.
Right.
I don't.
But the damage is already done, though.
I don't think he took his sweet-ass time.
I think he rushed.
And this is the conversation we had, but the damage was already done because once people started calling him soft, like they're not like thinking about anything else. You just heard the Hill Note guy like, oh yeah, Durbin's out there with a broken pinky playing, and Roman Anthony's been gone for what, three months?
Hey, so question: would you be shocked if it came out that the Patriots were actually taking calls on Gonzalez? Maybe they're thinking, let's get something for him if he's not going to sign.
Nope, would not be shocked.
Talked about it a lot.
Yeah.
You would not be shocked.
Not at all.
I would be absolutely shocked because, Greg, you made the best point. You kind of knew what it was going to be, right? And I don't know the exact timing on this, but the Trent McDuffie deal, and Shime, you might be able to help me. The Trent McDuffie deal, I believe that happened before the NFL draft. I believe that was right around free agency.
March 8th, Wiggy.
So you would be, like you said, that would be malfeasance on your part to go, now we're going to trade this guy, and our defense is going to go from sugar to ish.
Well, you're going to trade him a week before the season starts and get
you get
nowhere near what you could have got.
You'll get a first-round draft pick. I get that, but
they may be just relying on the fact that he's under contract, going to play a year, going to be disgruntled, he's going to be out X amount of games, and
but you're going to miss. I think Curtis brought this point up. So you're playing against Seattle, the Super Bowl defending champs that you lost to, JSN, one of the best receivers in the league. You don't have your best corner, whether it's for week 1, 2, 3, or 4, whatever it is. Now you lose 1 or 2 games early in the season, and now rather than being at home for the AFC Championship game or even a playoff game, you now have to travel because you lost the game early in the season.
But don't you think, Wiggs, that Kraft is banking on the fans turning on the player? Because when you're watching the game and you don't see Gonzalez, you're probably – I mean, I understand we're not, but don't you think the fans will turn more on him once the game starts?
But that's not going to do anything to him.
You don't think?
Nah, because his agent's going to be like, listen, don't even read the comments. Who gives a damn? Because the local narrative isn't going to be to blame Christian Gonzalez.
What did Christian Gonzalez say that in the audio we played yesterday? He said, some people know what I'm worth.
Right.
Yeah.
That's all you needed to hear. That there are people, whether it's in the organization or around Christian Gonzalez, that believe that what he is asking for, he deserves, and then there are people that are not.
Okay.
So,
go ahead, Chime.
Yeah, good morning, guys. This morning I conducted an experiment with one of my smart speakers, and I issued the following instruction. Quote, Alexa, make Chris Curtis shut up. And you know what Alexa said? Alexa said this. She said, gladly, it's my favorite part of the day.
That was really hurtful.
Jeez.
I put a lot of effort into that.
Yeah, I didn't know where it was going.
I do appreciate it. I think he was doing a bit of a Curtis impression.
Oh, okay, all right. That was him, all right.
Did he have a dental procedure? It sounded like he was having a tough time.
Curtis, okay, all right.
Go ahead, John.
While Greg's grandfather would ride Seabiscuit, Greg sees Biscuit, then eats Biscuit.
Very good. Very good. Appreciate that. Working on it. Good.
Are we counting the chicken parm as Wiggy's one meal of the day where there was no ziti with it? Just wondering.
Yes, we are.
He'll get the CD later.
Nah, that's it for me.
I can't believe that. So you're not going to eat anything else the entire day?
No, I got
until tomorrow morning.
I got some watermelon at home, some crackers.
Okay, but that's eating something else.
Yeah, but that's not a meal. That's a snack. Okay. Hey, listen. I don't know how many calories there are in watermelon.
No, if
Zero.
you eat a whole watermelon, that's a
no,
meal.
It's not.
Yeah, it's not a meal.
Watermelon's water.
Yeah.
It's gonna go right through them.
So if I eat 5 pounds of lettuce, is that a meal? With nothing else?
Lettuce, I do think, would be considered a meal.
No, it's watermelon. It's fruit. You know, I mean, I'm not sitting there and eating a whole watermelon. But
we should do a game, meal or no meal.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a wrap today, big dog.
Okay, Shime.
All right, big dog.
Good job,
hey,
Shime.
Guys, how about some noise for Shime, who works very hard.
Good job, Shime.
When we're not there,
King.
he works very hard.
Switch it up, though.
On these road shows.
That's
All
a wrap. Big dog is going to get old.
We are.
Curtis just spit.
Appreciate the constructive criticism.
We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back from Tuscan Village, Salem, New Hampshire with... Oh! Is there dramatic news that's going to happen before the show ends? For a listener, thanks to Needham Bank. Really? Okay.
Wow.
We'll
Don't miss it.
Take a break. We'll be right back. Keith coming up next. Not only can you listen to them, but you can watch them on Twitch or on YouTube. We are brought to you every day on Twitch and on YouTube by Springer's Jewelers. They are in tax-free Portsmouth, New Hampshire, and it is time for the annual Page Estate Jewelry and Bridal Sale at Springer's, happening through Saturday, up to 50% off already discounted pricing on estate jewelry, watches, and more. So check out springersjewelers.com for more information. Now, our friends from Needham Bank, who invited us up here, our great partners, wanted to come back on before the show ended. What's going on here?
Well, Greg, we talked earlier about being the builder's bank, and we love when people are building all sorts of things, especially their own careers. So Christine told me about a little story that someone came up and wasn't successful in actually winning a prize. That's just not right.
Yes, earlier we did the $10,000 bag grab, and Kyle, I believe, I don't know if Kyle is still here or not.
Oh, right there.
Kyle went for it on the cash, and unfortunately didn't.
He did pick $5,000.
He did, yes. The first thing was would have been the $5,000.
Yes. So, Joe and I talked about it, and we hear, Kyle, you're building a new career as a forklift driver?
Is that right,
That's
Kyle?
true, yes.
Wonderful. So Needham Bank would love to give you the $5,000.
Oh, I have goosebumps.
Oh, that is...
Thank you guys so much.
That is fantastic.
I don't know what to say, honestly.
Good luck and send us a picture, would you?
I'll tell you.
I definitely will.
I'll tell you what to say because we agreed to it earlier. First round's on me. I'd say.
That was Greg who said that.
That's fantastic. All right,
Good job,
Kyle.
guys.
All right,
Awesome.
bye, Greg.
Thank you.
Well deserved, Kyle.
Good luck.
Well deserved. You guys are awesome. Needham Bank, thank you very much.
Good job, Needham Bank.
All right. Great way to end it.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's a good job.
Great way to end it.
Can we send Needham Bank to Gillette Stadium?
Yes, they will. Yeah, you mind funding Christian Gonzalez as well, please? It's only $10 million.
Oh wow, that was cool. That was
Awesome.
Good job.
That is awesome. I have goosebumps all over my body.
Yeah. Are you going to shop here before we leave, or what's
I'm on a shopping pause, so I need to get home and relieve my
Shopping
husband.
pause.
That's what it's called. Yeah.
How long has this been going on?
It's for a bit.
So who calls it a pause?
Santo.
Oh, he does.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
And how does it? Can you tell me how the conversation goes?
he said, "I think we need to belt tighten a bit, and so it's time for a shopping pause."
Ratchet up that belt.
Did you take that personally?
No, I said, you know what? You're right.
Right.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
How long does it go till?
Well, we'll see.
Till
At least this week.
Till he goes away?
Yeah.
Till he's gone?
Till Labor Day.
Oh my goodness! So big weekend for you, Greg.
Well, I was going. Wiggy, you want to go out and watch the game tonight, or
I'm around. I think I'm gonna go to Walshy's event, and then I believe it's at Fenway Park.
Yeah.
I mean, let's go watch Tommy 2 Chainz. And
Tommy 2 Chainz.
I'm solo dolo because
I think there's probably a lot more things we could do than watch a meaningless game 3 of the preseason.
Lindsay has a bachelorette party. On the Cape.
All right.
That she is going to.
Wow.
So.
I was wondering why he texted me like, "Yo, I'm in town for the weekend."
Bolo is.
I said, "Okay."
Bolo's not involved.
Yeah.
Well, you never know.
Him and his boy Midnight.
Yeah.
Jeepers.
That's a show and a half.
This is Dan from Boston. I believe Dan from Boston. Hey, Dan, what's up?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. This is for Wiggy, too. Wiggy, 79 alumni of East Boston High.
Awesome.
Okay.
Anyway.
Class of 93.
Anyway, this situation reminds me of the Micah Parsons. It kind of mirrors the ownership, both ownership and both organization and both players. I want to get your thought on that. Thanks for taking my call.
Oh, that's a good one. I forgot about that because they traded Micah Parsons right before the start of the season, and they did get players back. So that is interesting. And now they didn't get a Max Crosby caliber player, but they did get Rashad Gary back, who was defensive end for the Green Bay Packers. So So maybe Curtis might be onto something.
I mean, it's not an original thought. If they are viewing this as something that is going to this is all we're going to talk about if it doesn't get done or he isn't dealt. And a team that we all know it's hard to lose the Super Bowl and get back. It's really difficult, even if things go well. Mm-hmm. They have somehow had an offseason where they've improved the team everywhere, basically. and you're entering, your biggest weakness is your ability to go after the quarterback.
Mm.
And the number one thing you do to compensate for that weakness is you have a shutdown corner. And so to be
Curtis might be Curtis. Listen, man, I didn't even think about Michael Parsons. I completely forgot about it. So there has been precedent set before for a guy of, Christian Gonzalez.
All-pro.
All-pro, like that caliber player. And that could be something where you go, think about this, Greg, where they go, all right, we feel like we're solid at cornerback, even without Gonzalez. But if we are able to get a guy like Max Crosby back,
or whatever, or
a pass rusher of a caliber like that, and go, wait a second, that will really turn the tide for us. Now, we'll miss, but we're able to make up for it in a position that we really need. We still got Carlton Davis. They still got Marcus Jones, right? They still got one of the Joneses in there.
Marcus.
They might view it that way. That I didn't even think about that.
It all depends how they view the position in numerical order of importance. And we've been talking about this, last couple of weeks. Everybody, quarterback is number one.
Hands down.
I think the league has clear shift. The wide receiver is number 2.
No, defensive end is number 2.
Okay, you're going to say you're going to
that's what the money will tell you.
Defensive end is number 2.
That will the most
wide receiver is number 3.
Left tackle. That or defensive tackle, wide receiver.
Okay.
Yep.
So they may not,
corners way down there.
Strategy-wise, they may not want to be tied to a guy at the highest level possible for X amount of years who's they believe that position is 4th or 5th most important.
And the Rashawn Gary situation, I'm not sure about this. I'd have to look, but it's easy to find. I don't think Dallas even gave him a contract. I think he was already on the contract. So similar to what Curtis said with Max Crosby,
you just take him on.
You're just taking on the contract like you already did with A.J. Brown.
All right, well, you can keep talking about it with Jones and Keith coming up next. You guys are incredible. Thank you so much for being here. We ask you to come. You come out and hang out with us. We love it. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, New Hampshire. Want to thank our hosts here, Joe Farrow, his whole team at Tuscan Village. Want to thank Needham Bank. Want to thank our friends over at MidCom, Bruce and Glenn and the whole crew over there. Great job by Amen Corner, by Griff, by Mitch back at the station, Chime, everybody. All right, that's going to do it for us. We are out of here. We'll be back in the studio tomorrow at 6 talking Patriots after the final preseason game and getting you ready for the Sox-Yankees series. So all of that tomorrow morning. Jones and Keith next in 2 minutes. Thank you.
Now the time has come for leaving. Fear now we shall return.
birthday, Keith!
I was born Rennie Jones!
What's going on back there,
I
Doc?
don't know.
All of my stuff crashed as we were getting into the ID, and I can't. Everything's frozen.
You know what?
This is the first show after the 2-year anniversary, which you were not here for.
Okay, so I actually
second straight year you missed the anniversary show.
My plan was today,
sickening,
with our normal open. My plan was today to say, "Are you ready for an apology, Keith? I apologize for missing our anniversary yesterday."
It's okay. We had a great show. In your honor.
I pictured Keith just sitting at a table for two with candles lit in the middle.
I'm like, he's coming.
Just kind of waiting for me to walk in, and it's not.
No, he'll be here.
It's not quite what happened. It's the second year in a row. So I
ordered a drink and an appetizer, but I said I would wait for the main course until he arrived.
So I was unaware of that until Monday or Tuesday. I've been planning on taking this random Wednesday off.
Got to take that Wednesday off. Break the week up a little bit.
I swear to God, I don't know that I've ever taken a Wednesday off in my life. I don't think I've ever taken it off. It was a very unsatisfying day off.
Yeah, it's tough.
But. A listener alerted us to it. They're like, wait a minute, Jones is going to be here Wednesday. That's the 2-year anniversary of the show, and I missed it last year.
Yeah, right. The same person was like, he also, conveniently enough, was absent last year. I don't know. Maybe that's a good luck thing. Maybe that's what you're going to have to do. Maybe next year at this time you have to take the day off. And then fingers crossed we're back for another year and another year.
I think Pizza Train in the Twitch chat is on it. They say I think Jones now has to miss it every year, which I think God said
sold.
That's part of it. That's part of what's going on. But no, Keith, I apologize.
All good. We had a lot to talk about, though, Jones, because the last time you and I were doing the show, we had heard part of Elliot Wolf's press conference.
Oh, yeah, like
only part of it.
Well, no, we hadn't even heard it.
We played a couple clips.
We were reading tweets. Oh, and you're right.
Remember
we did play a couple of clips. You're right.
And then it was a few hours after that Christian Gonzalez, in the middle of a helicopter taking off and landing, he spoke to the media as well. And despite whispers and reports, it does not sound like the two sides are extremely close.
No. And you and Mego had the pleasure of talking to Zach Core yesterday as well.
That's right, defensive coordinator.
No commitment whatsoever with him about Christian Gonzalez playing week one or anything approaching it.
This has been my fear all along, is that he's not playing week one. And I understand that it's a bad look, but guess what? So's not signing this guy. So, at some point, he's pretty conveniently missed the joint practices, and 2 weeks, less than 2 weeks now, you have game one. I wouldn't rule out him being like, my ankle's barking at me.
So I guess I wouldn't rule it out either, but you and I do disagree on this. I think he'll be playing week one. I think your position's been strengthened, no doubt, by listening to Gonzalez the other day, and when he was asked point blank, are you playing week one, he was evasive.
Which was hilarious because he was asked, he's like, talking about the contract or whatever, and he's like, I'm focused on week one. So a good follow-up is like, all right, so you're playing week one? He's like, well, I'm focused on today. It's like, well, you just said you were focused on week one. Now you're focused on today? Which is it?
Yeah. I
think the fact that it's even a debate or a question is really concerning. I think if he doesn't have the contract, we both agree he's not going to hold out. He's not going to miss the whole season. But what would you 17 games he plays? No. 16? No.
Yeah, I mean
15? No.
With or without a contract, it's hard to bet on that guy playing 17 games, right?
Yeah. And we were talking about this too. Trent McDuffie, who was the leader in the clubhouse as far as money for a corner, $100 million, had to get it somewhere else until Witherspoon broke it. But he played until he didn't. At the end of the year, now I don't know how severe the injury really was, but the Chiefs were kind of out of it. He didn't have a contract. Boom. He missed the final 4 games of the season. So, I don't know, and I'm not saying the Pats are going to be in a situation where they're not going to make the playoffs, but are you going to get 100% commitment from Christian Gonzalez for the entire season?
I mean, this is my fear, and this has been my fear, and I also, big picture, that's my fear for this year. Are you going to get 100% buy-in if he doesn't have a contract? Maybe he gets the contract and all of it's moot, and Jones is wrong again, but I now don't think they're going to bridge that gap between now and week one. I think once you hit week one, we're probably on the path where he's playing under his contract, I think. And then a year from now, I think he's going to get his contract somewhere else. And he's going to get dealt for a couple of first-rounders or whatever the return is. And that's now where I think it's heading. That's a prediction. I don't know anything, obviously. But that's where I felt the other day, the last time we were together, Keith, when we had heard just a little snippet of Elliot Wolf and none of Christian Gonzalez. Now you've heard from Gonzo.
Eeks.
And it is big time eeks. Big time. So Florio was on yesterday with Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson. You'll hear his answer coming up. because he's one of many that's like, I don't get the holdup. I don't understand what it is. I thought it would be done by now. Jahmyr Gibbs signed right after Bijan Robinson. We all thought this is how it was going to go. So we'll play that for you coming up with all your phone calls today. Jones and Keefe, 2 years and a day, Keefe.
Back together.
And I just barely, it feels like, 6 months with how fast it's flown.
Really does.
You can jump in, 617-779-7937. You can interact on Twitter and Instagram at Jones and Keefe. Watch along and chat, twitch.tv/Boston WEEI. Always, and I mean always, a healthy chat going on Twitch. Do the same on YouTube. You can watch there. You can chat there. Just subscribe to WEEI. We'll get to the Red Sox. Ugly loss last night, maybe looking ahead to a 4-game series, a massive series with the Yankees, which starts tomorrow in the Bronx. Rob Bradford going to join us at 11:30 for our weekly chat. We'll go on the clock at high noon, Keith.
Looking forward to this.
We'll give you our thoughts in just 60 seconds on how the Patriots preseason finale will go, which in a related story.
One last game on Prime Video.
Well, in a related, is that really where it is tonight?
Yeah. I think locally we should be able to watch it on 4.
I
but
didn't even
know
us
that.
or something saying that they couldn't find it on the local guide.
Oh, so maybe it is just on Prime.
Wow. Hell yeah. I was unaware of that.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's the Patriots preseason finale here tonight. In a related story, for those who are like, guys, I'm tired of talking about Gonzalez. It's going to get done. It's not going to get done. He's going to play whatever. I want to hear about football and not actual contracts.
Oh, you got it. You got it.
Well, I'll tell you, we'll give you the preview coming up.
No doubt.
But the reason we're not going to be super focused on the game is because Mike Vrabel has made the executive decision to play nobody this entire preseason and waste our time, which is why you don't get a lot of football talk in the preseason. You want to blame anybody, don't blame us. Blame Vrabel for that one.
That's
and
on
his
Mike.
big brain idea to play nobody this preseason, which I think is moronic. We'll give you our thoughts on that coming up at high noon, plus a key for madness for you today at 12:45 with your phone calls again, 617-779-7937. 2 questions, Keith.
Uh-huh.
How ugly do you think it is right now? And is Gonzo, does he have the stomach to play hardball with the Patriots coming up?
All right, so I'll answer the second question first. Yes, I think he does have the stomach for it. He's made it this far. I think he's done a pretty good job of it. I think he, has been out there. He's been practicing, and I think that in part was to sort of like let the fan base and the team know, like, this is what I want to do. I want to get something done. I'm doing what I can to do it, but I'm also not going to just take whatever offer they give me. And even if Robert Kraft's out there saying, hey, we've made him the highest paid player in team history and the highest paid corner, he's not like running back to the table to sign it. He's waited on that. It's also been almost 2 weeks since Witherspoon signed, and he hasn't immediately signed like a penny more or anything like that. So I think he already is playing hardball. So yeah, the answer is yes on that. And then how ugly is it? I mean, what's the scale? Like it's pretty ugly.
He wears 0, so that's not a great scale.
On a scale, I can't do that.
0 to 0.
Yeah, on a scale of like Jennifer Love Hewitt to the guy from The Mask, I would say it's closer to the guy from The Mask.
Yeah, so here's my
Not
answer.
the Jim Carrey mask. You go deeper cut than that. What was that guy's name?
I thought we were just talking about the Jim Carrey mask.
No.
Jim Carrey catching strays.
You remember The Mask?
No, obviously not.
All right.
The Mask of Zorro, I think I remember.
Oh, that was
Bad
good
guy
too.
in the mask? What are we talking about here?
No. Rocky Dennis. Look up Rocky Dennis.
Can I do that on a work computer?
Sure.
Rocky Dennis?
You're going to have nightmares. Nick just gasped. I could see it through the window.
Rocky Dennis.
Rocky Dennis. Not great.
Nope. I would say
Not great. I'm not trying
to
to pick on the guy. I'm just trying to set a scale here.
the guy from The Mask, the Jennifer Love Hewitt, it is closer to The Mask.
Oh, no, it's not The Mask. It's just Mask.
Mask.
That'd
There
be
we
the
go.
difference, I think. Mask.
I also think it's pretty ugly.
Yeah.
I'm not sure he has the stones to really play hardball. I mean, he's been out there basically doing everything, Keith. Outside of the joint practices, he's been out there basically doing everything. That's not hardball.
But I would say this.
Hardball is Bijan and Gibbs showing up and being like, we're not doing anything.
All right, you're right. That's closer to hardball. I would say like holding out is just at this point kind of dumb.
Yeah, no one.
So
I
that's
mean,
not a good business decision.
It's also antiquated and outdated, and no one really does it. Yeah.
But you and I, you don't really think he was hurt, do you?
No. Oh, no, definitely
That's
not.
Closer, like, hey, we got these big practices coming up. He's like, yeah, I'm not ready for those.
There's a little something.
Something.
But he's not holding in. He's not redlining it. And I don't know. I wonder if he has the stones to say, oh, we're supposed to fly to Seattle today? That's great, and I'll get on the flight, but, man, my hamstring really barks at me, and it's really bothering me. I mean, Trent McDuffie is the analogy we keep going to. Trent McDuffie played all season until they shut him down at the end of last year. I mean, he was out there. He was playing on a contract he didn't want. He eventually got his money. My guess is that's the blueprint for Gonzo. I mean, certainly if he has anything nagging at him, he will shut it down and sit out games once you get going. I'm worried about his effort level and how hard he's going to play. But will he suit up week 1? I mean, again, this is where you and I disagree.
I don't think so.
I say yes, but man, you want to talk about a PR nightmare, a disaster.
Mm-hmm.
Wednesday night, less than 2 weeks away from today, they open up the 9th in Seattle.
Yeah.
It's a Super Bowl rematch, and arguably the best player on the field in that game, despite the Patriots losing, is standing on the sidelines or not even in Seattle physically.
Sure enough.
PR nightmare.
PR disaster for sure. Somebody that the Twitch chat was saying he'll be on the injury report. Do you think he'll be on the injury report going into week 1?
I mean, I don't. This is where you and I disagree. I do not think that.
Yeah, I think he laid the ground. I think he planted the seed for it. And also this works out in his favor too, because if you're truly a hold in and you're not doing anything, how can you get hurt? Away from the facility, then that ends up being a whole different thing, right? So I think if you're practicing and then you get quote-unquote hurt during practice, it's just buzzard's luck. And now I'm out for a few games. That's still my prediction.
Our guy Cole on Twitter, what's the date of concern for no Gonzalez contract? Is it cutdown day? Is it the Monday before opening night? Is it game day? We're so far past the point of concern for me.
We're in it. Yeah.
My original point of concern was like day 1 of training camp. So we're so far past it, it's not even funny.
Yeah, if he hasn't signed a contract by opening night, I think then we're in the territory of he's playing 2027 somewhere else.
That's what I mean.
You've already said that, but I'm saying that's where
I already
is.
think that. But you're right. Once we get to the actual season, I feel even more strongly.
But if he signs tomorrow, I don't think that's going to happen. But if he signs tomorrow, then maybe he is here for a long time.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think to answer Cole's question,
if he signs tomorrow, I feel pretty
for a long time.
But it could be Sauce Gardner. I
it
get
could be
Keith's
Sauce
point.
Gardner.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, but if he signs tomorrow, I'd feel like, all right, he's probably going to be on the team a long time. So to answer Cole's question in a different way, if he's not signed by the week of the opener, then I would say his future is like not here. And so then I guess my concern then would even be escalated.
We just got a text about this. You were filling me in that you got a number of calls about this yesterday.
Yeah, we did.
Really good ones.
Yeah.
Jones keeps saying Gonzo doesn't have a contract. Someone explained to him that he means a new contract. Is there something about the way? Is there something about the way I'm saying it that because we get this guy texting every day, and apparently you got a number of calls about that.
We got a number.
I assume
of calls.
we all know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
I know he's under contract.
I think. Is that called gaslighting? What is happening? I feel like that is they're
That's
trying to get a response out of me that they don't want.
That's a social media armchair psychologist buzzword that I really hate using, but it might be.
I think it might be, and it's gonna drive me nuts. It's gonna drive me up a wall. We took back-to-back calls on it, and I'm like, am I crazy? That's what happens. Am I crazy? And then thankfully we took a bunch of them after the fact that were all like, no, that was obnoxious.
I know he has a contract. Trent McDuffie also had a contract, and guess what? Now he's a Ram, and he got his money somewhere else. So, I mean, these guys all have contracts. I understand that. I understand.
We had a guy with a straight face yesterday tell us that it's in the contract that he can get cut, but where is it in the contract that he can ask for more money? And then he went one step further and was like, at my job, this is a guy that's talking about his job. He's like, I never got more money. I'm like, well, I'm really sorry about that. But that you're not in the NFL. You should have been a cornerback.
I got to get written into my new deal that I can just ask for more money
And
whenever I want. I got to get that written in there.
I thought the show went well today. Can I get more money?
No, but I want it in writing.
Show was good.
I want that in print in my new deal. That's what I want.
I think you're allowed to ask.
Yeah, sure.
You're going to be told no.
No, that's a good idea by that caller. I want that in writing in my new deal. Mike, if you're listening. 617-779-7937. We got all your phone calls here on Jones and Keefe. I think is everything working back there? I think.
Yeah, I think so. I think I'm good.
Okay,
Everything decided to crash 2 seconds before I needed it.
Okay, we're about to find out. Let's get to
commercial-free show.
What is the hold
Oh no,
up?
the commercials work. It's just everything I needed.
I see. Got it. Great. What is the hold up with the Gonzo contract? Let's get to that in just 2 minutes here on Jones and Keefe. So that was Florio yesterday on with Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson. He's like, I don't know the hold up. I thought it'd be easy.
Yeah.
We all thought Witherspoon would get paid. They kind of plug in slight upgrades, just like the running backs did. And we said this in real time. You know, Bijan got paid, then Gibbs. Gibbs got slightly better numbers, but the framework was there. It's basically the same deal. We all thought, and I mean, we all, fans, media, probably Gonzo, they all thought it was going to be the same deal, increased a little bit. And Florio's like, yeah, I don't get how we're here. It's been 10 days.
Yeah, I don't get it either. Well, actually, I guess I do kind of get it. I don't know if the Patriots are willing to give them all that money guaranteed, all that money up front, whatever, all those different details that are in it. That's what it seems like. More than that. I mean, look at the league has said we are going to give contract extensions to really good players. It's like half the first round, and players that are as good as Gonzo, players that are not as good as Gonzo are all signing these deals. Cornerbacks over the last 5 or 6 years drafted in the first round when they hit their third year. It takes sometimes months to do it, but they get these big, giant extensions. Where I definitely agree with Florio is at the end where you're like, I don't know when the guy's going to be quote-unquote injured again.
No,
I think it's week 1. You think it's not, but you open the door up to at least some point
He's
in the regular
definitely
season.
closer to your side of the street than mine, for sure,
Yep.
listening to that. I do like this texter. Guys, very insightful from Florio. Thanks for playing the fact he doesn't know anything. Really good to know. Thank you. So that was yesterday on Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson. You can jump in here, 617-779-7937. We'll get to your phone calls in a moment. Brian, running Twitch, if you could put that graphic back up or image back up of Keith. This is Keith yesterday on the eve of the 2-year anniversary.
2-year anniversary, you're supposed to get, something nice, and I just got
stood up.
I was just at a dinner all by myself waiting for Jones.
It seems like people are a fan of that image, so good job,
Okay.
Brian.
Well, nicely done.
Daryl on Twitter did say, at Jones WEEI, at Keith21, Jones is off again. Doesn't he know he doesn't have to get a colonoscopy once a month?
So let's circle back if you guys mind.
I want to see if you missed anything in there.
One more look if you don't mind. If I could schedule it again.
I feel like there's something in there.
You said 10 days. No, 10 years. You can come back in 10 years. I'm free. A week and a half.
I'll see you again. See you next month. We'll get to your phone calls here, 617-779-7937. Bob is in Londonderry. Go ahead, Bob.
Hey, guys, enjoy the show. I was kind of making just a quick reference to yesterday's call when I'm the guy that called on, how come they get to do the extensions. Well, if we take it one step further, and this has been going on forever, why sign a contract to begin with if it's never enforceable or even played through? Why don't we just not do it and just give them an open checkbook and say, yeah?
I didn't hear your call yesterday, Bob.
Bob, even you have to know that that's kind of crazy. So I would say most contracts, they end up kind of playing out the contract. There are plenty of examples where guys don't live up to it and they get cut. They don't get the money that's remaining there. Or there are examples where guys overperform and they get more. And it's very much a football-specific thing. The other sports don't have it like this. So they get locked in baseball, it's guaranteed money. They're not going to ask for more and hold out, but they're also not going to get cut. Or if they do get DFA, they get the money anyway. Football has a very unique and honestly annoying contract.
Yeah, so I was going to ask him, and he's
just being stubborn, I think.
No, but so okay, fine. If it was guaranteed and the team had to honor it and the player had to honor it, well then that would be different. The teams hardly ever honor these things. In fact, here's a good example. Steph Diggs, they signed to a 3-year deal last year. Where's he?
Not here.
Washington. And that's because the Patriots cut him, and they didn't honor the deal. So, look, if you want that world to exist, then they got to rip up the CBA and get back to the negotiating table, and that's what people like Bob want.
Part of this, I blame
it's not
players.
any more on Gonzo to honor the deal than Kraft. You know Kraft will rip this thing up in 2 years if he can.
The Texans traded for Diggs and ripped up his contract before he was even in Houston.
Immediately. Yeah, though, it's funny money. I don't know why you're siding, you being Bob or anybody that agrees with him, like, why are you signing with the billionaire owners over this who are just trying to save money than the players who have a very short amount of time to earn the most money they can possibly make? I don't really understand that. Again, I just feel like if Gonzo was sort of on an island, like he's the only guy asking for this, and he's the only guy in his draft class, he's the only guy in his position. It's like none of that's true.
Well, and we don't know what he's asking for. But
wasn't there like a little rumor report today?
My guess, yeah. There was actually, and I don't know how.
I don't know either.
I don't know how reputable. I heard, was it Wiggy talking about this morning? But they're about $10 million apart, which to me that rings true. I don't know the veracity of the report or not, but that rings true. Like I'm sure the Patriots don't want to give him what he wants, And they're, I bet the devil's in the details even on that number. So, yeah, I don't believe he wants to ask for much more than Witherspoon. It's the same agent. I just don't believe that.
Yeah, right. And if those guys
It
are
doesn't
like
make
best
sense.
buds and they think they're similar players and the agent thinks they're similar
And
players.
if the agent gets Gonzo $10 million more, I mean, great, I guess, for future clients, but his current client, Witherspoon's going to be pissed at him. He's going to be like, what the hell? You could have got me $10 more million. You just we're kind of in the same boat, and you got him $10 million more like a week and a half later? What the hell, man? He's going to have a problem with his current client, Witherspoon.
But do you even think $10 more million is that much when you're talking about 4 years?
Well, no, but I think for a contract that just got signed 10 days ago, that would be a big jump. I guess I don't think it's unreasonable. Witherspoon signed for a cheaper deal than I thought.
See, I also just go back to Gonzo in my mind, and maybe not the Patriots, is a lot better than McDuffie and Witherspoon. And so if the order was the other way and it went like Gonzo, Witherspoon, then McDuffie's up and he gets like a penny more, that makes more sense to me. But if Gonzo's like, well, yeah, not only do I want to set the bar, but like I am better than these guys. Like if Patrick Surtain came up and he's like, I want 112 guaranteed, I'd be like, okay.
Yeah.
Like you probably should give it to him.
No, it's fair. He's one who should rework his deal, quite frankly.
Definitely should. Seeing all this money going around.
Dusty is in New Hampshire. Hello, Dusty.
Hey guys, thanks. Long time, first time.
Welcome.
Now, hey, I'm all for it. We got to pay Gonzo, but Rich, Keith, excuse me. What happens if he doesn't get it and we go through his contract? How bad of a look is it going to be on him if he doesn't play hard? He doesn't play hard. He's like, oh, my hammy side, I'm going to take the day off. Because we do have a lot of players that will kind of sit out games like that, but especially if he's going to go into a contract year, how good of a look is that on him?
So it's not a great look, I agree, but at the same time, there are plenty of athletes in a bunch of different sports that were unhappy in one place and kind of pouted and whatever, maybe didn't give you your full effort. But then there's another team out there that's like, we'll take you and we'll make you happy, and then sweet dreams. Was it a good look for A.J. Brown to read a book on the sideline? Was it a good look for Steph Diggs to be screaming at Josh Allen? Was it a good look for all these guys over the course of the years? But then, guess what? Honeymoon period, he's on our team now, and hey, we're going to treat you differently.
I also think people aren't paying attention to Gonzo did it last year.
Yeah.
Gonzo wasn't even extension eligible a year ago, and I think he floated through most of the year.
Yeah.
So what do you think he's going to do now that he's extension eligible and they're not giving him what he wants? Like, Gonzo already did it.
I think he'll be fine.
So, I think he'll be out there.
Yeah.
But the idea that, how could you question if he'll try his hardest and float through the year? I already saw him do it last year.
I know.
He already took forever coming back from that hamstring last year.
And I would say most
and
players...
he wasn't good most of the year until late in the season and definitely the postseason.
Most teammates, too, I think, would be like, get your money. Like, if this helps all of us, you deserve it.
Definitely.
We want you to get your money. That kind of raises everybody. And so I don't think they're going to be like, hey, get back on the field and play for what you're currently being paid.
617-779-7937. You could jump in here on Jones and Keith. Meanwhile, looming over all of it is Drake May and his future payday. How is he looking at this situation? How does it impact Drake May? We'll get to that next. Mike Florio, again yesterday with Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson. If you missed any of that, Odyssey app, AUDACY. Get it on your phone. Free, easy. Take it with you wherever you go. You won't miss a second of Jones and Keefe with the Odyssey app. So a very good thing to download. You can do it right now for free, and you won't miss any of us. Meanwhile, before we get into Florio's response on Drake May and his contract, which really was the whopper the other day from Elliot Wolf with cash budget, and we are mindful of what Drake is going to make, and that's why we're dragging our feet with Christian Gonzalez. I'm paraphrasing.
No, I
but
know. That's the gist.
That'd be my read on it. Brian just popped his head in here in the last break.
Yes, he did.
And it was very late. He
came running down the hallway.
He did. He actually was in here, then he left, then he ran back in right as we were coming back from break. He
Good
said,
sprint speed.
He says, I have a good theory, or a theory that just came to me on why the Patriots could be letting this drag out. Now, if you want to give Kraft and Vrabel credit for big braining this thing, go right ahead. But his theory was, do you think Vrabel is okay with this dragging out because it will overshadow the Vrabel-Rossini drama, however much of it there will be, on national television week 1, kicking off the season on September 9th, Pats and Seahawks?
Listen, I don't theory shame. I don't theory shame.
That's not bad.
I don't think so, though. I like where his head's at, but I disagree. I don't think it's going to be a huge story. I could be wrong, meaning like pregame show and like during the game and like what the announcers are saying. Just because...
So I disagree. I think pregame show, it's definitely going to be a thing. I don't know about how much in-game they're going to go there, but pregame for sure.
I think they'll mention it, but there's really nothing new. Like, so what's the add-on? Like, what does anybody say? There hasn't been a photo in forever. There hasn't been a Diana Rossini podcast interview. There hasn't been anything like that. Vrabel, as awkwardly as it's been, has discussed it a few times, right? You might not love his answers. Doesn't matter. Like, he's at least been asked about it.
Well, and he was just asked out of the blue like a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, about like
and it was back-to-back questions from a national reporter. When they played their first preseason game, there was like a good amount of discussion around that. So I would point to those as it's not totally dead. But to your point, I no longer think it's going to like hang over the game.
Right.
Which, if you asked me that months ago, I thought it would be hanging over the game.
I think there's a better chance that it gets brought back up if they start the season 1-3. I think that's when people start to like.
Well, that's where the Gonzo stuff could be coverage,
which also is like, so it's not worth it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think you're not going to piss off your second best player just to avoid that. And maybe he's quote unquote hurt for a couple of those games. You get off to a slow start. Then I think it's just like a much bigger deal. Whereas if you could just sign this guy, and then you could focus on being the best team in the AFC. And
all right,
go
Brian,
from there.
we hate it. No, I
like you got, but you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, so you got to toss those stuff out there.
Good conspiracy theory.
Right. Okay.
617-779-7937. Where do you think things are heading with Drake May and his contract? Are you worried the Pats are going to do the same thing with him a year from now, where we're inching up on the start of the year and we're still waiting for a contract for Drake May?
Yes! I was waiting for the yes drop. Yes, absolutely. How could you not be worried about it?
I don't think that button's working back there.
Nick doesn't have any buttons that work. But anyway, I would say...
What do you guys want? Not even the chair.
It should...
Let me do it again. Are you worried about these conversations with Christian Gonzalez, and are you worried that a year from now, Pats are going to be dragging their feet on handing out an extension to Drake May?
Yes!
There it is.
That's me. That
that
me.
was you. Okay.
How could you not be? Now, the position's very different. The importance on the team is very different. But isn't it the same kind of conversation? Because next year, and it does take two to tango, because we don't know what Drake May and his agent are going to want. But just like everybody's like, hey, you know that Witherspoon and Gonzo have the same agent. Well, Josh Allen and Drake May have the same agent. So I think he's definitely looking to reset the market once again. They're not going to get the Tom Brady hometown discount. None of that. If he has another really good year, which I think we're all kind of assuming that he does.
I do.
I think it might be a little bit of a waiting game. Like if Caleb Williams has a great year, maybe Jaden Daniels, if he has a great year, like it might be a little bit of like posturing and like who's going to blink first there. But are the Patriots even willing to go there? Are they willing to go to whatever the guaranteed number is going to be? $250 million? I mean, that might be too. I don't know what it is going to be. It's going to be really high.
It is.
There's a chance that at least for the day.
Have you seen some of the Twitch chat? I was talking about this earlier. Sorry to interrupt, but have you seen some of like the Stroud ask?
Yeah, like what does he do? Like, come on, guys.
Like CJ Stroud might reset the market in the meantime.
Yeah, he might.
So like, and I think that's like the definition of posturing. That is a third-year quarterback or a quarterback with 3 years under his belt, rather. who is, gone to the playoffs and won playoff games and had a really good rookie year. I mean, you could make a case that he should get paid and reset the market. I wouldn't buy into it. My guess is they're aiming high to get something much lower than that, but we'll see. That's a contract that could really directly impact these guys coming off their third years a year from now. The ones you just mentioned, Williams, Daniels, and of course May.
I love looking at these quarterback contracts, and it also just drives you insane when you think about how the football contracts are structured. So if you go to overthecap.com, they have total value, average per year, total guaranteed, fully guaranteed.
Yeah.
Why is total guaranteed and fully guaranteed different numbers?
Well, because
it's insane.
Again, to answer Bob in Londonderry earlier, because the owners can pretty much do whatever they want with these deals, which is why when Robert Kraft comes out and says we've offered him the most money ever for a corner, he can say it with a straight face.
What does that mean? Which column is that in?
Exactly. It's the fake, whatever the fakest column is, it's that column.
Yeah, total value is for sure the fakest.
Yeah, so he can say that with a straight face and point to that number and say we've offered him the most total value ever for a corner. But then when you get into the details, it's probably not even better than McDuffie. Never mind Witherspoon. That's my guess.
Josh Allen's contract is for $330 million. Do you know what his fully guaranteed is? Fully guaranteed.
120.
147.
Yeah.
Whereas Deshaun Watson, and this is why everybody hates the Browns, and this is why the fans hate Deshaun Watson.
No, his is real, isn't it?
His is 230 across the board. Value, total guaranteed, fully guaranteed, gets all that money. It's insane. And he's the worst out of all those guys that are up there.
617-779-7937. Let's go to Carl in Boston. Hello, Carl.
Hey, Carl.
Carl, good to see you.
A quick question. I mean, if Gonzo is asking for let's say 40, right? And you're looking at, the quarterback next year at 65? I mean, can't you argue that that's 40 is ridiculous? The franchise player is 65 and you want 40 as a corner? I mean, I don't know. What do you guys think?
Well,
so what I think, Carl,
it would be out of line for corners, but wide receivers and edge rushers make that money. So non-quarterbacks make that money would be my point. No corner has done that yet, but non-QBs make that money.
And I would say the price of everybody's going up, obviously. The contracts are always going up. The cap itself is going up, but the cap, as proven by Elliott Wolf, Bill Belichick said many things like this. Now Elliott Wolf is proving it once again. It isn't the cap. So if you even add those numbers up, and I don't know if this is what Carl was talking about.
Probably.
But if you add those numbers up and you're like, well, what percentage of the cap, if you're trying to pull like a Brad Stevens on it, it doesn't matter. It's about the cash that they're willing to spend on their team, which they have been 25th or lower the last several years. They've been last for a number of years. They're 25th, I think, currently right now. So it's more about want to. Do they want to give Drake May and Christian Gonzalez the money? Because they can.
Yeah. My answer would be no.
They don't want to.
No. Let's go to Marcus in Roxbury. Hello, Marcus.
What's up, fellas? Thanks for taking the call. I appreciate it. But we know that those young fellas, Jaden and Drake, and them are gonna set the market also. But we're forgetting that Lamar is up. Lamar's gonna set the market. He's already turned down $60 million. They're looking to do a deal for him right now. So I just wanted to get you guys' opinion on that. Take it easy, and thanks for taking the call.
Okay, thanks, Marcus. I would say add him to the group then.
Yeah.
For Drake May, he's great.
Does Lamar? Right. Well, does he complicate things? I was about to say for Drake May. That's not the right way to say it. Does he complicate things for the Patriots that there's another big quarterback out there? Yeah, probably.
Yeah. No, I think it's good for Drake, bad for the team. So you're right. We keep mentioning Caleb Williams. I'd even throw Bo Nix in there. Not that he's going to make more money, but it's going to be another big contract by a team, and it's going to be another example of a team committing money to a guy on his third-year extension.
And it's going to be surprising money. We're going to look at it and go, wait a minute, Bo Nix got that? What the hell's Drake May going to get?
Correct.
That's what it's going to be.
Yeah. A good one. Yeah, add Lamar, add whoever else.
Well, you and I both think Lamar's got a bounce-back year.
Oh, yeah.
Because he was lousy last year, but I would be willing to look the other way on that. I mean, I guess if he doesn't, then he's got another problem. But sure, add him to the list. 617-779-7937. Meanwhile, no Patriots are expected to suit up. No starters are expected to suit up in the preseason finale, especially Drake May. What more can Drake May do in year 3? Let's get into that with all your phone calls next.
Burgers are ready.
Todd McShay on with Colin Cowherd yesterday discussing Drake May and his growth in year 3. That was just a quick snippet of what he had to say, but I would tell you he's very complimentary of Drake and compared to his college tape and what he expected out of him and what he immediately saw when he attended one of the games he got knocked out of his rookie year against the Jets. Just the growth he made there before he even got McDaniels and Vrabel and Steph Diggs a year ago and now A.J. Brown. So he's quite complimentary of Drake May heading into year 3. I don't think we still have official confirmation, Keith, that no one's playing in this game tonight. We're just assuming that, right?
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good assumption,
right?
But we've all been wrong before.
I mean, but no one said, like Reese said last week, May's not expected to play, right? I haven't seen anything like that.
They didn't play in any of the games. I don't think they're going to play in this one because they opened the season on Wednesday. If they opened Sunday, like the most of the rest of the league, maybe you would think there's a chance. But it's less than a week turnaround. So it'd be dumb if you did.
It's a good point.
That's why I thought last week was the time to do it.
This would not be the game where I would play guys, but
No.
I also
you
didn't
want guys to play.
Right. I also didn't think they'd go through the whole preseason and not play anybody.
Yeah, that's weird. I thought that's more of like a pick and choose thing. I always use the Randy Moss example in 2007 where you're like, all right, he didn't play and then he did not need to and he was just fine. But you didn't say, hey guys, Randy's not playing, so the whole first team offense is down. And the defense.
Right.
You didn't do that. I think you could pick and choose. Was it Tomlinson for years didn't play with the Chargers? You're like,
that sounds
okay,
right. Yeah.
fine, save the bullets.
No,
I get it.
Sitting a guy does make sense. Sitting the entire
whole squad.
starting offense and defense really is wild.
I'm a little surprised. I wonder if Vrabel would have had the same strategy had they got knocked out in the wild card round. So say they played one less month of football.
This is why we asked Christian Ellis about this on Patriots Monday. Yep. And I was like, look, I know you're going to do whatever the coaches say. If they want you to play, you're going to play. If not, you're not. I get that. But why do you think you guys aren't playing?
Yeah.
And I kind of thought that was going to be his answer. That's not what he said. I mean,
No.
he kind of gave like a non-answer. But what I thought he was going to say is, well, we played until February and we were in the Super Bowl and it's a quick turnaround. And that's what I thought he was going to say.
Yeah. And then it's funny. We asked Hunter Henry if he likes the preseason. Like, no, I'm good.
I don't even need reps.
He's like, I've been in the league long enough. That's the kind of guy that it would make sense to not play. Like he's played with Drake May. He's played with McDaniels.
He played in the preseason last year.
No, I know he did. But I'm saying, but he's also another year into the league and they had this long run. Like, so last year, the amount of reps going into the preseason that he had with Drake May compared to now is kind of night and day. So that part I get. But I don't know. You have Romeo Dobbs. You're working into the offense. Eli Raridan, who I guess they would also say Vrabel and the coaching staff. Like these 3 joint practices, they must have felt like they got a lot out of.
And Raridan,
what's 1 or 2 drives do for the starting offense? So like building chemistry with Romeo Dobbs. He might not even get a target in the 4 snaps.
I kind of think just getting smacked once
tackled.
or twice. Yeah, I kind of think like actually going to the ground.
He hasn't been tackled.
Right.
Like,
That's fine.
Okay, but I mean, I assume they'll pick it up over the course of the year.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, like, I don't know. How come the Bengals start slow every single year? How come the Patriots with Mayo were able to pick them off a few years ago? Because they never played.
Well, the
preseason.
Bengals and they changed their strategy
They
the
have.
last 2 years.
They have.
The Patriots playing the preseason last year mattered. They got smacked around by the Raiders.
Well, it's a fair point.
They
But
did.
I like their chances of being ready better if you play in the preseason. But that is a fair counterpoint. Look, Raridan played in the first preseason game, right?
Yeah, no, he did. But I'm saying not obviously with Drake May.
No. But he played, and then they shut him down in the second preseason game.
It's a good sign for him.
Well, it is. That's
Yeah.
exactly what I was just going to say.
Yeah.
That's a good sign for how they view him and what they think of him.
You think Kyle Williams plays tonight?
Yeah, a lot.
You think that's a good sign?
No, I do not. But we have full thoughts on this coming up.
Just got shorter, so so they need somebody.
I know
to play.
he did move up the depth chart by default, but
You can't just have Efton Chisholm running around for the whole game, and he's the only wide receiver out there.
It's true.
You might.
We'll go on the clock at high noon with our full thoughts on this preseason game. So you can jump in there at 617-779-7937. Meanwhile, Keith, Ben Solak.
Okay.
Not to be confused with some others.
Long pause.
Yeah. No,
Then answer.
No, Ben Solak says a lot of words.
Got it.
In
Solak. Okay.
You'd think maybe he would have a clue about who's playing in the game tonight, but
Wow.
probably on the outside.
Unlikely.
So Ben Solak did his most watchable NFL teams this year, Keith.
Oh, okay. Is this sort of like Bill Simmons would do like the league pass?
Yeah, red zone ranking.
Red zone ranking.
Versus like a
one of
league
those.
pass. I don't think he called it that, but that'd be a snappy title for
All
it.
right, so the most watchable teams in the NFL?
Most watchable teams based on, he had 4 categories. Big plays.
Oh, yeah, I like big plays.
Competitive games, which is going to loom large for the Patriots.
Okay, close games.
Star players.
Yep.
And nothing offensive, meaning like off-field stuff, players who are...
Nothing offensive.
Watch your profanity.
I like it.
It's just a clean game.
I like it to be a little offensive.
Oh, yeah, me too.
Jen
York does.
His top 5. The Chicago Bears, number 1.
Ben Johnson's going to have the best offense in the league.
L.A. Rams, history of the league. L.A. Rams, number 2.
Greatest show on turf.
Detroit Lions, number 3.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to go for every fourth down, so that's fun.
L.A. Chargers,
Disagree.
number 4. Yeah, that one I don't agree with either.
Disagree.
Coming in at number 5th,
Pat?
The Patriots.
I like it.
He writes, everyone knows the Patriots' strength of schedule in 2025 hugely impacted their record, but it also impacted their watchability. It wasn't particularly fun to tune into Patriots games. I disagree with this. They emerged as a true AFC contender across a stretch in which they beat the Saints, Titans, Browns, Falcons, Buccaneers, Jets, Bengals, and Giants. Save for the doubleheader against the Bills and a fun fourth quarter against the Ravens, quarterback Drake May's breakout year was not particularly interesting to watch.
Well, I liked it.
The schedule, me too. The schedule is tougher in 2026.
Oh, I haven't heard that.
Which makes the Patriots more watchable. Their first-place schedule sets them up against the Jags, Steelers, and Seahawks in a season-opening Super Bowl rematch. Fire me up, he says.
Oh, I'm fired up.
They'll play the AFC West, the Chiefs, the Chargers, and the Broncos, and the NFC North, the Lions, Packers, Vikings, and Bears, all great opponents. With marquee addition of A.J. Brown, they've added a top-tier receiver to meet the tougher schedule.
Okay. I like it. I think the Patriots, I agree with the Bears. I agree with the Rams. Do you have to throw the Seahawks on there? They won the Super Bowl. They have the best receiver in the league, at least in my humble opinion.
Okay, so you would have Seahawks up there. Let me see where Seattle actually is. Seattle's 8.
Yeah, I would have them up there.
There's Dallas 6.
What about Baltimore?
Cincy 7. Baltimore's 11.
I got Lamar. Lamar is as fun to watch in the league.
You want the bottom teams just for
Let me guess.
Craps and giggles?
I've not seen this list.
Okay.
The dead last bottom teams would have to be the Jets.
Hang on. Oh, God.
All right.
I just
What
scrolled out of
happened?
it. Sorry.
Yeah,
Well, I was looking at
human error
32.
here?
Sorry. Jets
Let's just start the
are
whole show over again.
25.
Okay. Dolphins?
Incorrect. The Miami Dolphins are 31.
Raiders?
The Raiders are 27.
Browns?
Browns are 32.
Okay. There we go.
Titans are 30.
Yeah,
Cardinals 29.
Titans are a bad one.
Falcons, interesting one. They actually have some players I like watching.
Yeah, they're not, but they're down there.
They're 28.
Okay.
So those would be your bottom 5.
Very
But
fun.
anyway, Pats are a top 5 watchable team this year. But I don't
Falcons
agree.
are not watchable. I mean, wasn't it Rappaport said that the way Tua played made it impossible
Yes.
for him to be the starter?
Correct. That was his way of reporting that Penix is going to start for the Falcons, a.k.a. Michael Penis Jr.
Michael Penis Jr. getting another shake.
The Patriots, I don't know if you should like why they're more watchable. He's basically saying they're going to be in a lot of games and maybe losing
Close games.
Yeah, I don't
Like,
know
hold
if we should
on.
like his logic in that.
I would just say good team, star power. They should score a lot of points. Drake May and A.J. Brown is one of the 5 best quarterback to receiver combos in the NFL. Hopefully Christian Gonzalez plays and you have a top player on defense. So, yeah, I think the fact that they do play a lot of competitive teams also is great. They got a bunch of primetime games as they should. 2 games head-to-head with Josh Allen. That's a lot of fun. The schedule, I mean, you're opening up, it's a Super Bowl rematch, so your first game right off the rip is hard to top.
Okay, you can discuss 617-779-7937. Jones and Keefe live in the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. No fee unless you win. We're going to talk to Bradfo coming up at 11:30. Get the latest on the Red Sox, Keefe, and we'll get the latest on a guy that I know Craig Breslow was asked about a lot this morning, Roman Anthony, and, how he fits back in, how they'll fit back in. Trevor Story on this roster as well. Let's get to that in just 2 minutes on Jones.
Roman Anthony and Trevor Story have both indicated that they think that they're going to be with you guys this weekend for the Yankee series. First of all, do you see that happening?
I just say it's possible. And I know I've kind of been non-committal on some of this stuff. So much of it really depends on we know what we know right now. What we know right now is they're playing again today. We know we have an off day as a big league team tomorrow. So we know we don't have to make that decision just yet. Obviously, the team's playing well. Obviously, they're still working through gaining game reps, logging innings on their legs. So when we get to that point, we'll talk about it. I mean, obviously, we're always talking through it, but we don't have to make it yet. So there's obviously, a lot of difficult roster decisions upcoming. Everybody knows that. But sorting through it before you get there is often a futile exercise because you never know what's going to happen over the next 48 hours.
Chad Tracy on Yesterday with Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson. Asked about the roster shakeup once everybody gets back there, which feels like we're on the eve of, Keith.
The precipice.
Not a great run. I don't know if you saw these numbers yesterday in the finale for Roman Anthony, Trevor Story, and Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. I say finale.
I know. I would put those three guys, by the way, in three different tiers. Like everybody's talking about like the return of and like, hey, look at the lineup tonight. And like these three guys are all in there. I'm like, well, I only want one of them to play with the actual Red Sox. The other two, it's like I don't view them anywhere close to the same.
That's a good point. They were 0 for 10.
They were
last night in Worcester,
which is par for the course for Trevor Story.
Trevor Story on his rehab assignment is hitting 138 with 10 Ks.
Oh,
Kiner-Falefa is hitting 111.
Yeah, they don't need to bring those guys up.
Nope.
At least he said, bring me back after September 1st. It wasn't Trevor
Kiner-Falefa.
Story like, call me up last week.
So Trevor Story's like, I'm good to go Friday. They're like, we're good. We're all set.
We'll get to Craig Breslow's answer on that in just a moment. We're going to talk to Rob Bradford about all of this coming up at 11:30. We'll go on the clock at high noon with our thoughts on the Patriots preseason finale tonight. So stay tuned for that with your phone call, 617-779-7937. However, big signing in the NFL, Keith.
What do you got? Oh, do we need the breaking news?
No,
it's not New England related?
It's not New England related.
Dang.
The Seahawks have made yet another signing.
How do they have the money?
Leonard Williams, 3 years, $90 million extension, keeps him in Seattle for the foreseeable future.
All right.
It is $56 million guaranteed out of that 90. So right there, you could just see the games
How
they
do
play.
they have the money? Didn't they just sell for the owners out $9 million?
Oh, good point. No, billion.
Billion with a B?
$9 million.
Here is who Seattle has extended this offseason. JSN, 4 years, $169.
Nice.
Devon Witherspoon, 4 years, $132.
Okay.
Leonard Williams, 3 years, $90, and Derek Hall, who I think we still get tweets about for our Super Bowl tiers that we didn't have him on there.
Yeah, we had him low.
Derek Hall, 3 years, $42 million. So yeah, how do the Seahawks have that money, Keith? Great question.
Don't know. Must be under a mattress somewhere.
That new owner must have a
I guess so.
lot of dough.
Willing to spend.
I guess.
But that's what you should do. You win the Super Bowl and you're led by a bunch of young players. Leonard Williams not super young, but you know what I'm saying? Like the other guys, really young players, you drafted them. Crazy idea. Keep them.
You have a good roster. I would hang on to it.
That's
You know,
what they're doing.
I would say that about the Boston Celtics. I would say that to Robert Kraft and the Patriots. You drafted and developed Christian Gonzalez. He's pretty good. It's time to pay him now. That's the only downside.
Hang on to him.
To drafting and developing a really good player is at some point you got to pay them, and you got to pay them at the top of the market, and that means you have a really, 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 really good player. And Kraft doesn't seem to want to do that.
It's not.
But let's blame Gonzo, and let's blame his agent, and let's blame the market, and let's blame all these other things, and not the guy who routinely
greed
does not
I believe
retain.
it's one of the 7 deadly sins, Jones. Greed. Ever hear of it?
Yeah, routinely does not retain players like this. Okay, we'll get to that coming up. Meanwhile, Craig Breslow was asked about Trevor Story earlier today. Point blank, good question by Wiggy. Is Trevor Story going to be your everyday shortstop as the Red Sox have an off day today?
Good question.
There are, I'd say, a good opportunity if they want to make some roster moves. They can do that heading into the Yankees series this weekend. Here's how Breslow answered that.
Craig, when you look at Trevor Story specifically, you've had a lot of guys that have stepped in at the shortstop position and contributed a lot. But prior to his injury, he was your everyday shortstop. Is that still the mindset with a guy like him when he comes back, is that he gets right back into that?
Well, I think, the way
specifically playing time will be distributed. We'll have conversations with Trevor and Trace, and we'll work through that. And we've seen Trevor will be the first to say that he struggled before getting hurt this season, but he was also a guy who carried our offense for months at a time last year. And I don't think that we got to see a full healthy version of him. He was battling through the sports hernia injury that probably limited his ability to be like the explosive athlete that he can be. But at his best, he can run the bases really well. He can defend, and he can do damage at the plate. And so that's what we're looking for. And when he's right, he's a guy that fits into the middle of the lineup.
All right. What was your response to that when he's right?
Yes. No, my response is the question was pretty simply, is Trevor Story still the everyday shortstop? The answer was a long-winded way of saying no. And then to give you details on it, he sucked earlier this year. He was good at times last year. And, like, he can do these things and when he's good to go. So, no, I think he definitely – and this to me was great to hear. I think Tracy similarly was asked about it even last week because Trevor Story opened his mouth and was like, I'm going to be ready to go for Friday. And even he was very polite about it, but it was like, well, we have a plan. We got a plan with all these guys, and like I don't want to do timetables, and I want to do this, that, and the other thing. But they should not just give him the job back.
No.
Like, no way in hell. He was so bad earlier this year. And whether it's Andrew Monasterio or some of the other guys that have had a shot at it.
Okay, but the Monasterio thing's getting worse by the day at short. So
He is not great defensively.
I want his bat. I'm not even sure I want it in there every day, but I want it on the team, and I want him getting reps, whether that's a DH, which is getting more crowded.
I think it's more almost Arias time.
Or at second base. Right. So I'm not telling you I have a great solution at shortstop, but I know what it isn't, and I don't think it's Trevor Story, and I'm with you. That was actually encouraging to hear today. He didn't commit to Story. He's not like, well, he's an all-star, and when he's back, of course. They said when he's right, well, think about it. He's clearly not right.
Right.
So I'm not sure he's getting called up this weekend.
He may not.
By the way, do you want Roman Anthony called up for this series?
Yeah.
I don't know how I feel about that, to be honest, because I'm not sure I do.
I think it's Schlittler tomorrow.
We talk about dropping the guy into like high-pressure situations.
Yeah.
They're probably going to have him, Keith. Red Sox, Yankees leading off, playing like left field.
So I'm not leading them off.
But that's probably what they're going to do. And they've done this the whole time with Roman Anthony, where they just put him in these high-pressure spots. And at some point, you got to come back and play, and at some point, you're going to get a Yankee game.
Yeah.
The first game's got to be the Yankees. Like,
well, I know.
I got to be honest. I don't know how I feel about that, and I do. I don't like it.
Okay, I wouldn't play him in all 4 games because I think part of it is you do need to sort of ease him back in. I don't think he's going to be left fielder leadoff every single game. Maybe he's left field for one of the games. Maybe he's DH for one of the games, and I would like him hitting 7th, 8th, or 9th. I'd have him lower in the lineup, and that's what I would do with Roman Anthony, who at least has shown something. We were going over the Story and the IKF numbers. Those guys can't even get minor league hits. Meanwhile, Roman's got a home run in Portland. He's got a home run for Worcester. So at least he's showing you some promise. And I know, a couple of days after Jarren Duran hits the grand slam in extra innings, maybe not the best time to say it, but I'm ready to give Roman Anthony the job over Jarren Duran and kind of go from there. So if you want to get him a few games, if you think he's ready, I'd put him in against the Yankees.
Jarren Duran, you can duke it out with Mickey Gasper and whatever else for scraps at DH, or Roman Anthony's the DH and you're working in left field. But
I came up with the perfect solution.
That's who you're battling with. Oh, you did?
Yes. Jarren Duran has fantastic numbers in the 9th inning or beyond.
He does. He leads baseball with late RBIs, correct?
Pinch hitter. You don't start anymore.
Yeah.
But late in the game, you're gonna dig in there. You're gonna take over for Monasterio late in the game. And then this is another idea I had. Why not bring Chang back up and have him just be the defensive replacement at short?
Well, at some point you have roster limitations, right?
Yeah, I know.
But you're saying you'd rather have Chang than IKF?
Oh, way more.
Yeah, I could get with that. Yeah.
Way more, because he's nice in the field, and you could have him be like a defensive, the Doug Mankiewicz of shortstops.
617-779-7937. We got your phone calls here on Jones and Keefe. We can get more into Roman Anthony and his stint in Fort Myers. Was he punished for it? And also, how does he feel about some of the speculation about what he's up to off the field? We'll get to that. Plus, Red Sox got caught, I think, looking ahead last night to the Yankees. They sat some guys down. Contreras among them. Adley Rutschman, maybe not sat down. Maybe there's something going on with him.
Oh, he stinks.
Let's get to all of that in just 2 minutes here on Jones and Keefe.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan.
really ugly loss for the Red Sox last night. 4-0 against a plucky little Miami Marlins team, Keith.
Scrappy. Yep.
They play the way that I kind of thought the Red Sox were going to play this year early on. Like, they run the bases like absolute wild men.
Yeah.
They were swiping bags left and right. I mean, we were talking about this before the show. Nick made the point. He's right. They also got thrown out at home a bazillion times in this series.
A little too aggressive at times.
But last night,
who's their third base coach?
They were running wild. Great question.
Probably the Kyle Hudson.
Red Sox get shut out. They only have 5 hits. They commit 4 errors, some really, really sloppy ones last night. Connor Wong, we might have seen enough of him behind the plate. He almost blew the game the other night by not catching a strikeout that should have ended it in the 10th inning.
Poor Wyatt Olds.
Although it did set up the Jaron Duran grand slam.
Yeah, grand salami out of it.
And then Wong was just hucking it into the outfield all night last night while the Marlins were running around the bases.
Almost bailed him out.
Look,
I mean, that was an incredible play by Rafaela.
Yeah.
Where he dove and fired it on a strike. That was an incredible play by Rafaela. But the Red Sox kind of lifeless, maybe caught looking ahead. Because Wong was catching the last couple of days, that means Adley Rutschman out of the lineup. I mean, do we think he's playing in this series, Keith, or do we think he's going to keep sitting out or maybe even going on the IL? He hasn't played in 2 straight games.
It's going to be a good question for Bradford, see if he knows anything more about this. He's going to join us at 11:30, but I think obviously he's not going to play every single day as the catcher, but you saw even early on that maybe DH him and try to get his bat going. His bat has not gotten going. And then for him to sit 2 straight games is strange. And unless he's hurt, and then it's not strange, then that's just what it is. Haven't heard anything yet today. It is an off day for him, so maybe they're still looking at things, and maybe tomorrow we'll get that roster move. Wouldn't shock me at all. When you acquired him, he was on the IL. He missed a bunch of games. He comes back, hasn't been right the whole time.
He's been on the IL 3 times this year.
Yeah, make it 4.
I wouldn't rule out there's a 4th.
Yeah, bad trade.
Text line says if Adley Rutschman isn't catching this weekend, it should be Mickey Gasper. They've tried that this year, right?
They certainly have.
Oh, they have. Okay.
13 times.
It should be Mickey Gasper. You sit Wong, and then Roman Anthony is your DH. So there you go. Okay. We'll see what's going on with Adley Rutschman this weekend. But I don't have good vibes there with the whole Rutschman situation. He hasn't been playing well, and
Gasper's also not great behind the plate. He can do it, but
no. He's a stick, if anything. He was not great behind the plate.
He's a good quality stick, but yeah, you don't really want him behind the plate. I mean, there was a time they had Mickey Gasper, Carlos Narvaez, and Connor Wong all on the roster, and even then Gasper was getting some run behind the plate, which you're like, that's surprising because he's more of a DH.
They needed offense.
Maybe at
the time.
He's played a little bit of first base in his career, right? I think he's played a little bit of second base too, but I think he's more DH.
Mike is in the truck. Hello, Mike.
Hey, Mike.
Gentlemen, happy deuce. Happy deuce. I can't tell you how excited I was when, poor Keith got buried on the night program, which was a huge flaw on EEI's part. But to see you guys back together again in action from the old days is fantastic. So happy deuce.
Thank you, Mike.
Mike, we appreciate it. You can't see me on the Twitch stream right now, but I'm raising a coffee cup, a paper coffee cup.
Appreciate
that. Thank you, Mike.
Jonesy, do me a favor, right? Give me enough rope today to hang myself with the hair trigger, okay?
Okay.
So you bring Anthony up. See if the kid's really got what it takes. See if he's actually going to perform the way we all thought he was going to. And Keith, I love you, man, but you can't hit Jaron Duran pinch hit because he's got to suck all games just so he can actually do something.
That might be true. He needs that 0 for 4
first. Good point,
That's
Mike.
true.
Okay. Are you done, Mike? I didn't want to have a quick trigger. Are you done?
You got any more?
Oh, yeah. You're good. Run the show.
All right. My instincts would have been right.
Hanging up is freaking nuts.
That was good. That was good stuff.
Good stuff.
For those that are wondering what he's talking about, Happy Deuce is implying a happy 2-year anniversary to the Jones and Keefe show.
Which was yesterday.
It was yesterday, but you weren't
That
here.
I missed. I didn't forget about it.
We celebrated with Mega.
It's not like it was an oversight and I forgot about our 2-year anniversary. No. I just didn't happen to be here for it.
Feel terrible.
Did you get Keith a card to make up for it?
I would like a card.
No.
Maybe like a 6-pack.
What is the 2-year anniversary?
I think it's beer.
No.
It's probably like a ruby.
Wood?
No, one of them is wood.
I think it might be
Every year is wood.
In my house.
There's specific ones, right? Because I got a big anniversary.
Apparently the second anniversary is cotton.
Cotton? No, you could have got me a shirt.
I could have.
Could have got me a cool shirt. You didn't.
Well, that's a traditional gift. I see the modern gift is China. Would you like some? Would you like a set of China?
Yeah, I'll take some China.
Yeah.
I'll take a little bit of China. I have a big anniversary. Do you have the list in front of you?
Oh, I just backed out. Yeah. Hey, what do you need?
So coming up this year, at the end of the calendar year, I'm going to be married for 15 years.
Wow.
I know.
Congratulations.
I'm an old dude.
15 year anniversary.
Crystal or glass?
Jesus. Crystal?
Or the modern one is a watch.
Oh, either way.
I'm not getting her a watch.
Either way, you're in trouble.
Or a crystal-faced
glass. Like, yeah, here you go. Just a piece of glass.
Popular alternatives are rubies.
Rubies? There can't be 4 things for a 15-year anniversary.
Seriously.
Back to the drawing board on that one. I'll make a card.
You had some time to buy a glass product.
Yeah. This one's good for 1 free back rub. I don't want that.
Empty Corona bottle. There you go. Here,
That's pretty close to glass.
Hey, 15 more.
That's good glass.
Hey, the 15 more, Katie. Oh, congrats.
The guy is drunk. I'm not there yet.
Yeah. Well,
Let's put the cart before the horse.
Good point. How far did the first marriage get?
I still not out of the starting blocks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
617-779-7937. You guys touched on these Roman Anthony comments the other day about
A little bit. Yeah, he was just so sad at how hot it is in Fort Myers.
Yeah, well, there's that.
He's like, yeah, it's miserable.
He's
like, I couldn't even watch the games.
There's also the comment where he was very aware of all the criticism he got and flack that he got for going out. He said, quote, I won't really talk on that because it's not even something that's relevant.
Okay.
And it hasn't been relevant in our clubhouse, which I disagree with that right there. It sounds like it's pretty damn relevant in the clubhouse. It's never been a problem.
Oh.
No one said you had a problem. It's never been a problem.
I can stop anytime I want.
And it's never really been even a thing.
Yeah.
I prioritize getting to bed and doing everything I can to show up.
Yeah.
And give it all to my teammates and to the fans.
Hell yeah.
I think when things are going your way
and the ladies.
and you're a 22-year-old kid that does anything other than just goes home and goes straight to bed.
Well, I thought that's what you said you did.
People have something to say. Well, thank you. I picked up on that same inconsistency. I thought you went to bed. Now you're like, well, if I don't go home and go straight to bed, people have an issue with it.
No. I think people's biggest issue is you just struggled earlier in the year. I think, and then you look for anything else. That's how I view it. If he went out even more, but had 20 home runs at the break, people would be like, go nuts.
I don't think people cared that he was going out while he was playing. It's like when you're on the IL, maybe like dial down the visibility a little bit.
Yeah.
That's all. I mean, that was always my issue with it. It's like you look like you don't care. How hard are you rehabbing? Like that was always my issue with it. And it's really more of a visibility thing than anything. Go out all you want. It's just hearing about it, seeing it, knowing about it. I think there's a more low-key way to do it where you say, okay, I am on the IL. Maybe I got to dial this back.
Yeah.
While he was, I don't remember anybody complaining while he was playing that he was going out.
It's just, I mean, it's hard to say that it wasn't a big deal at all if they sent him to Fort Myers and he acted like they sent him to the prison.
I mean,
you know,
Breslow was asked this morning point blank, was it a punishment?
He's like, no.
No. Do you think they punished him?
Kind of feels like it. And it kind of feels like the Marcelo Meyer trade was involved in that too.
So I think that was, if not a
now they ended
punishment.
up getting an awesome return, it turns out.
If not a punishment, they were breaking those two up. Whether you view that as a punishment or not, the reason he's gone is because of his relationship with Roman Anthony, and they were too close, and they got him the hell out of there.
Yeah, I don't think it was we're like only trading him like because of this. I think it was like on the list though, and it was like, hey, as an added bonus, we kind of break this up, and maybe we get the most out of Roman Anthony. It wouldn't be the first time in sports that they try to like break up a little bit of like a clique or something within the locker room or within the clubhouse or whatever else it might be. So yeah, I think that had to be a factor. Now that looks like the one trade that has worked in favor of the Red Sox this in season, right? You got Rutschman's been terrible. Poor Curtis Meade got hurt right away.
Yeah,
and then this guy Eric Miller is a hoss.
Eli White
can run.
We were talking about him running the other day, and then he got thrown out stealing second.
Yeah,
but okay. That's been the on-field trade that certainly worked out the most because he's been, as Bradford tweeted the other day, he's basically been Mason Miller, not Eric Miller. He's basically been Mason Miller,
lefty Mason Miller.
Yeah, for the last couple of months.
He should come out to Corn too. That'd be good.
Oh, great idea.
We should tell him.
All right, we should tell that at least to Bradford. He can relay that. We're going to talk to Brad Foe about all things happening with the Red Sox. What's the plan at shortstop? Is Anthony getting right in the lineup here against the New York Yankees, among other things? We'll do that with Brad Foe next. You hear the music, you know what time it is. It is time for Rob Bradford. Baseball isn't boring. And WEEI is brought to you by McFarland Energy, the heating, cooling, and bioheat delivery pros that Eastern Mass and all of Cape Cod depend on. McFarlandEnergy.com. Bradford, what's up?
McFarland, to you all, yay baseball. And I look forward to your fantasy draft. I will make that happen for a very special guest.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, don't
spoil it. Don't you dare spoil it, Bradford.
But we're very excited about that. Maybe not as excited as we are for Baseball Isn't Boring Night coming up less than 1 week from today.
Well, yeah. You took the words. You took the Latin right out of my mouth.
Yeah, I did.
It's a long time coming, Bradford. It's a long time coming to get your own night over at Fenway Park.
I mean, it's when little Robbie Bradford in Essex, Massachusetts said, if you're ever going to have a night at Fenway Park for Baseball Isn't Boring, I wouldn't have believed it. But, yeah, it's going to be great. It's September 2nd. Fortunately, it's sold the the shirts are sold out and the offer is sold out. But I implore you to go to the game to celebrate the great game of baseball. And then I implore you to go to Cisco Brewers immediately after the game, where we're going to be having a party there, a Baseball's and Boring party. So it's going to be
hell yeah. After party. Bradford, serious question. Are you throwing out the first pitch?
No, I do. No. My co-owner is throwing out the first pitch, and he may or may not hit somebody. I have no idea.
I think you should. This is my idea.
Yeah,
you should put the full equipment on.
Joe Kelly pitches. Bradford catches.
Yeah.
That's
Kelly throws it from the mound
100
miles an hour and see if Bradford can catch it behind the dish.
Oh well, we have that. First off, like when I asked him who he wanted to catch, he said John Henry, because he said he wanted to bring the world together. He wanted to bring everybody.
Smart.
That would be good for the John Henry brand.
That'd be amazing.
And then I had floated the idea to multiple people who I may or may not like. Hey, do you want to put Austin on the back of your jersey and have him hit you and then get beat up?
Oh, that'd be fun. Yeah.
Chris Cotillo has volunteered to do that, so that's in play.
Nice.
Yeah. So there's a lot going on, but the most important thing is A, your fantasy draft, B, everybody going to Baseball's and Boring Night, the whole ball of wax, and see you guys wearing your sweet Baseballs and Boring baseball jersey that the Red Sox so kindly made.
I can't wait.
We got you covered for that. So big series, Red Sox and Yankees. I assume Roman Anthony, Trevor Story, guys like that will be back for Baseball as a Boring Night. Are they going to be back for the series, which begins tomorrow in the Bronx?
I thought for sure Trevor Story was going to be, but because he hasn't been good, and you need him to be good, I don't know if they're gonna factor in that he struck out 3 times, that he clearly his timing's off, and so I don't.
I mean, not to jump in, Brad. Shouldn't they?
Yeah.
What?
Take your time.
I would be factoring that in if he can't hit AAA pitching,
along, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we said this all along. We said slow play it. I was honestly surprised when they were insinuating they weren't going to slow play it, because you have time. Roman is a little bit different, I think, because of how he's looked and how he has felt. I sat down with him for 28 minutes yesterday, sick brag. One of the things that jumped out to me was that I said, where did you turn the corner? And he cited this day where he just started hitting this sort of medicine ball. It didn't feel anything. And then he hasn't felt anything since. There has been absolutely no signs that this has been a problem since he started swinging the bat for real. And he's hitting home runs. And so I'm like, all right, maybe it's not every day, but this is important. If you can get a good Roman Anthony, it's a big difference maker.
Yeah, so what would be the best approach for utilizing Anthony the rest of the way? Is it left field? Is it DH? Is it a combination? Is it leading off? Is it bottom third of the order? I think there's a lot of questions that Chad Tracy has.
Yeah, I think ultimately it's leading off, but I think that you have to sort of pick and choose your spots until you figure out who's on a heater. And because when we had the Roman Anthony conversation and we said who's getting sent down, it was going to be Mickey Gasper. That made all the sense in the world. Well, Mickey Gasper in the last week and a half has the best OPS in baseball. So, why would you run away from that? So I think it's maybe just integrating him there once in a while, having Jaron Duran sit once in a while. I think this is the case across the board with all these guys. Everybody wants to say, you are replacing that guy. I do think Chad Tracy's going to ride the hot hand a little bit. Why? Figuring out how good these guys are. But ultimately, I think the biggest thing here is, with all due respect to all these guys who are on heaters, if you can get the best version of Roman Anthony, then that's the biggest difference maker that you can have.
I think we all agree with that. Where some other players, it sounds like Whitlock's going to be back. We'll see with some of these other guys. Kiner Falefa said he might wait until rosters expand.
Yeah, I think that's the case.
What about Curtis Mead?
Yeah, so the timetable with I don't know if I'm not a doctor. I've never even had a cast. I've never had a cast. So I don't even know what that feels like.
Wow.
I certainly haven't had a cast and a hole in it like Curtis Mead has had. It was a bizarre look for him. But it's I think that the way they're talking now is that it's potentially you're talking about, September 20th, something around that maybe. But it's the same thing, guys. It's okay, you get that cast off, you start playing baseball. Now, are you better than what you have? And that's what we have to factor in. Is he better than Nick Sogard? like, I know that what they gave up for him, which, by the way, Conley Early wasn't going to be a factor for the Red Sox. He's hurt, and so sad for Washington. But Curtis Mead, is he going to be part of the solution when it comes to the postseason? And that's what you have to make sure, because it's kind of the same thing with Roman Anthony, where if you can get the best version of Curtis Mead, yes, that is a difference maker for the sole reason that you need to hit home runs in the postseason. You need to, when you got to the Yankee series last year, guys, there wasn't going to be a semblance of a home run hit. And as the postseason unfolded, we understood that is probably the most important part of these teams, actually hitting the ball over the fence. And Curtis Mead can do that. Roman Anthony can do that probably better than a lot of guys they have right now.
Oddly enough, both the Red Sox and Yankees have better road records than they do home records. And they're 2.5 games behind the Yankees, the Red Sox are, entering this series. How important is home field if this ends up being the wild card matchup?
I don't think it's a be-all, end-all, because I think the Red Sox are positioned better if they do have to play Yankee Stadium. You remember, they ran out, Crochet dealt, but then you had the version of Brian Bayo that nobody had confidence in. And then you had, Lucas Giolito was supposed to pitch, and then you had to start Conley Early. This time around, you have everything set up a lot better. I think you have a better team overall as we sit here right now. I don't know what's going to happen by the end of September, but I do think this, guys, I don't know how you guys feel. I do think that this crowd, this version of the Fenway crowd has, I keep saying, enacted their will more than other versions of Fenway crowds. And we go back to 2021, the wild card game, and that was insane, and everything else, that run. I think it's along those lines that I think this crowd is an absolute advantage, or could potentially be an advantage for this team. They had the worst record in baseball at home. Now they have the best record in baseball at home. And I do think, along with playing better, that the crowd has had a big part of that. So I do think it's a pretty big deal to get home field advantage.
Rob Bradford, WEEI and Baseball Isn't Boring here on Jones and Keefe. We're brought to you by Jackson Lumber and Millwork. You can visit Jackson Lumber and Millwork for all your residential remodeling or commercial building materials and supplies at Jackson Lumber and Millwork, providing solutions and delivering results since 1946. Bradfo, Rutschman hasn't played in the last 2 games. It's a day off today. Chad Tracy mentioned they're going to do some roster shuffling. Is it possible he's going on the IL, or is he going to be back in the lineup against the Yankees?
Yeah, I don't have an answer to that. I do know when I saw the elbow thing, I'm like, well, that's not good. And because it's, I always was a little skeptical about him coming back as early as he did and then going 2-0 for 17 with 9 strikeouts, which is something he probably has never done in his life. I don't think that you do something like that without having some ill effects from that wrist. And I don't know, but then you say elbow, okay, well, the what's the song go? The elbow bone connects to the wrist bone. I just made that up, but let's
I think it does, though.
There's
a forearm in there, too.
Listen, give me my medical degree right now. So, but I think that anything physically with this guy should raise a red flag, because you need him to be healthy. So to answer your question, I don't know. I don't know how serious this is, and I'm not going to take their word for it that, hey, it's no big deal, we're just giving them some rest, because that's not – we've seen how that goes. We have a couple guys named Garrett Crochet and Roman Anthony for proof that, maybe it's more than just a couple days. I'm not saying that's the case here, but let's see this play out, and until we hear otherwise, until he starts playing and playing well, then I'm sorry, we're going to have – it's going to be in our crosshairs.
I don't know if you have the AL MVP vote this year or not, Bradfo, but last week
I don't.
What do you got?
Don't.
What do you got this year?
Vote. I have another vote which I can't.
Oh, you can't say.
You can't divulge?
Yeah.
But it's not the MVP.
I don't think I can divulge.
Is it Cy?
I can not talk about, but I can talk about the AL MVP because I do not have that.
Okay. Can you talk about the manager of the year? No. Jones and I were talking about this last week, and obviously Yordan Alvarez is going to run away with it. But I've been saying for a while, Wilson Contreras is going to be top 10. Then I've pivoted to, he's going to be top 5. And now I'm like, I think he's going to be 3rd. How high up the list could Wilson Contreras finish for MVP this season?
I like you personally. I respect your opinion, but he's not finishing 3rd.
Oh, 4th?
And
so second?
He might finish 4th.
Okay.
So I was looking at this yesterday, mostly because the National League race is so insane.
Yes.
Pete Crow Armstrong and Shohei Ohtani, that all of a sudden Pete Crow Armstrong has, I think it has now a 30% better chances of beating Ohtani. It's kind of nuts. But I was looking at the AL, and Yordan Alvarez is going to win. But like you said, I think that Junior Caminero is next in line, and then Bobby Witt, who has far and away the best WAR, actually better than Yordan Alvarez in the American League. Probably those are going to be the top three. But to your point, I mean, you have Ceddanne Rafaela, you have William Bray, you have guys who could potentially be in the top 10, and I think Duran finished in the top 10 a couple of years ago. Is that
I think it was 8th. That sounds right. Yeah.
Yeah, 8th. But listen, I mean, they used to have 2 or 3 guys always, and when they won, I remember because Pedroia finished. I think Koji might have finished somewhere in there as well. But you obviously had the Ortiz dynamic. You had a bunch of guys, and I think what that says is that we keep saying okay, where are the alphas? Where are the guys where you're going to put names in the back of the shirt and walk around the stands with them? All right, they potentially have some of those guys, and they aren't the guys that we thought. They aren't the Christian Campbells and the Roman Anthonys and Marcelo Myers. They're actually these other guys who might be in the top 10.
Bradfo, you mentioned on the latest Baseball Isn't Boring, you chatted with Roman Anthony for 28 minutes, almost a half hour. What stood out from that?
I think the obvious thing that stood out was his sort of reaction to the social media stuff, and really, I think what was he said? It was like no shade. He mentioned, hey, listen, John Smith can put anything he wants on Reddit, and nobody's going to stop him. And then he stops and says, no shade to John Smith. I'm like, so John Smith, if you're out there, he wasn't specifically talking about
Apologies,
you.
John.
Not you.
John
not
Smith, you. the kicker, the former kicker for the Patriots.
Is John Smith the love interest of Pocahontas?
That sounds right.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe was he on Reddit? I don't know.
His original Jamestown Reddit.
Yeah. But I think that was he was sort of he spent a good amount of time saying, this isn't true. I don't get this, but it is what it is. People have their opinions, but I don't get it. This isn't facts. And so he spent a lot of time addressing that. He talked about the Marcelo Meyer leaving, obviously his good buddy. And as I said, I mean, I want to know the timeline of when it turned the corner for him, how he actually felt good, and does he feel good right now? And so that was sort of interesting to me. That, and also that he had to move out of the hotel because the water started dripping on his clothes, from the ceiling. So I told him.
Tell John Henry to pony up for a better hotel room.
Well, he had to go do an Airbnb in somewhere in Bonita Springs or something. But I had said to him, I said, Rocky IV, that's what I referenced, Rocky IV. They're sending you to Siberia, you get the log in the back and everything else. Now I think it's Rocky II. Or no, Rocky. Which one was Apollo when he went out to L.A.?
That was 3. That was 3.
3.
Where they're training on the beach.
In the crappy hotel with the bad wiring. So anyway, So there's a lot to pick through there, and we always have good conversations, and I thought he was pretty open and honest about it.
Okay. You can check it out on the Odyssey app. Baseball Isn't Boring with Rob Bradford. Baseball Isn't Boring night right around the corner. And Bradfo joins us every Thursday here on Jones and Keefe. Bradfo, we appreciate it. Thanks so much.
First pick, ... Who's it going to be? I don't know.
Tune in to find out.
I'll slip you an extra $5.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, guys.
Thank you.
Right.
Follow him on Twitter at Bradfo. He's brought to you by Jackson Lumber and Millwork. Yeah, we're very excited for what he's working on for our fantasy draft.
We're cooking something up. The draft actually coincides, unfortunately, with Baseball Isn't Boring night. That was poorly planned by us. So hopefully everybody else can go and attend. We are going to stream live.
So we'll have him on the day after Baseball Isn't Boring night.
So that's fun.
I didn't realize that was exactly how it's timing out. You're right.
But our draft is Wednesday night. I forget, is it 8:30? I think it might be 8:30, but we'll stream it, and you guys can, last year, get in there and make fun of our picks and everything else, so it'll be good.
I really hope Stiz keeps calling Ted on the way to
that really made it last year.
Yeah, everybody's back,
one
right?
co-owned team. All 12 are back, or 13, I guess, technically. We have a co-owned team. All 13 members from last year's league are back.
Bradfo did suggest the gentleman putting together our order maybe we should invite to our league. That was a good idea.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We can bump somebody out.
Somebody
quick.
could still get kicked out.
Yes.
That's not set in stone
Yeah,
yet.
yeah,
but
yeah,
somebody
yeah.
could get kicked out.
We could kick somebody out, no problem for this person. Also, this was an idea that Dice had kicked around online on Twitter.
He's in the league, right?
He's not.
Oh.
But he did a throwback Thursday to the league from 5 years ago.
I saw it.
So he had a good idea, though, and I don't know if he's actually going to go through with this, but there was a lot of people, including Mego, people at the station, a few other listeners that were like, what if they start another league? And then we do relegation, soccer style, where if you finish last in our league this year, you have to go play in that league, and if you win that league, you get the call up.
You have to play with the mutants down in the
yeah, the gargoyles over at table 9.
Thank God we're starting that this year because I would be in that relegated.
You would have been that guy.
Yep, that'd be.
But now we kick somebody down, and that way, like Mego, I think Twitch Mitch wants in. There was a few other people here at the station that aren't in the current.
Dice
league.
complains about it every day. Win that
Every
league, and then
day.
you're in our league.
Yeah. Win that league, and you get the call. At least for 1 year, you're guaranteed in the league.
Yeah, you might get
Finish
relegated.
last place, then
Get relegated. Yeah, you're
pack
right
your
out.
stuff.
Unless it's me or you finish last.
That's trouble.
Yeah, then we stay.
Not ideal.
We're going to write that into the bylaws, I think. Yeah. But okay, that's what's going on there. 617-779-7937. Some interesting stuff there from Brad Foe. We'll react coming up next. Jones and Keefe, WEEI. Will go on the clock a little over 5 minutes from now at high noon and give you our precise thoughts on how the preseason finale is going to go in just 60 seconds. We can get to your phone calls here in a moment, 617-779-7937. What jumped out from Bradfo?
Well, I think he's like, look, Trevor Story is also really bad in the minors, and so the Red Sox should factor that in. And I don't think he's guaranteeing any of these guys coming up for the Yankee series because they're all playing in Worcester right now. They're, in that sense, they're all on track to return. But the team is performing, right? It's not like they're in that little bit of a slump that they were in. They've won, is it now 3 straight series, all against the National League, right? You had the Snakes 2 out of 3, sweep the Giants, 2 out of 3 with the Marlins. So you're back on proper footing. And if Trevor Story, who was really bad at the beginning of the season, is now currently bad in the minors,
there's the rush?
No reason to bring the guy up right now.
And we've talked about this before. Romy Gonzalez rushed back.
Adley Rutschman may have rushed back.
100%.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens. And that was my big takeaway, by the way, from Bradfo. And I hear your point totally on Story.
Yeah.
Why rush him back if he's not hitting? Get him right. Get his timing right.
Right.
Unless he's bitching about it and he wants back and they're going to cave to him, which they should not.
Yeah.
He doesn't sound sold at all on Rutschman. He sounds actually more nervous than I do about Rutschman.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that doesn't mean he won't be in the lineup tonight. That doesn't mean he is going on the IL, but Bradfo sounded a little more ominous on Rutschman than I expected.
I also like his thought on, where the potential wild card series could be, and they are better equipped to win a series in Yankee Stadium this year than they were last year. But there is something about the home crowd being pretty locked into this team, pretty insane. You've been to a few games this year where they kind of go nuts, and it's like it's a good atmosphere.
I think Fenway's back.
And they've turned it around, right? Because they were so bad at home, they were winning games on the road. Well, that has flipped. They're now winning games at home. And I just feel like, I know home field in baseball, like if you look at the numbers, right? If you look at like the playoff numbers, it's not like it is some in other sports. You kind of think, and you're like, it will be.
Across the board, no.
Yeah,
but
in
a ballpark like Fenway.
But just even last year, that game 3, and like it's Red Sox Yankees.
Yeah.
And you're all fired up. And just to be there versus here,
no,
like, I think it is a difference.
And again, that's the new crummy, soulless Yankee Stadium. Right. That's not even old Yankee Stadium where you could definitely feel it.
Yeah.
You could definitely feel that when the Red Sox were in there back in the day.
Especially because it's been a little while since the Red Sox have hosted a playoff game, right? You got to go to 2021 for that. There will be a little extra juice this year, especially if it's the Yankees on the other side.
100%, especially with Cam Schlittler.
Yo, boy.
617-779-7937. Ryan is in New Jersey on Roman Anthony. Hello, Ryan.
Hey, guys. This isn't a bad thing for either side. I know Roman Anthony's feelings are obviously hurt for the way they handled his injury this year. But if you look at it from both his side and the team side, last year, I think the original sin last year, once he signed that contract, that extension, he went from prospect to asset. An asset has to be on the field to sell beers and tickets and lobster rolls and all that other crap. So I don't think he got the message. I know he's only 22 and 23, which means he's going to go out and he's going to do stuff. That's what happens when you employ those people that age. But when they shut him down for that pulled muscle last year, and Cora's comment after, I remember, was like, we're not even considering bringing him back. I think that sent the wrong message to both him and Meyer and all their prospects coming up. It's like, they kind of had to hit him on the nose with the newspaper and say, you got to gut it out and you got to get back. So I think everything that happened this year, they won't admit it, but I think that was Breslow and Kennedy or whatever kind of resetting him.
So look,
but it's good for Roman long term because you got to be a dirt dog. You got to get out there. You got to get dirty. You got to play. You got to be like Durbin. Whoever thought we'd be saying that. You got to be like Caleb Durbin.
And let's see if it actually works for him. But interesting. I have no problem with the Red Sox giving him an extension. That's good business. I was fine with paying him when they did. It won't hurt him or hurt John Henry if Anthony never lives up to it. The contract is not egregious, outrageous, anything like that. But did that contract impact how quickly he got back out on the field? I mean, maybe.
Yeah.
If you're sitting there on $100 million or whatever they gave him, as opposed to, your first big league deal.
Did Marcelo Meyer play every single game when he had a chance?
Fair counter.
They're all a little bit different, I guess.
My guess is And, could Roman Anthony have come back from this quicker? Maybe a little bit. But I do think it was way more significant than we were initially sold. I think that's pretty clear.
Yeah. No, it has to be. Nobody wants to be out this long.
No. So could he have been back a little bit quicker? Maybe. And is he a little soft in that way? Maybe. And did the contract aid that? Perhaps. But, yeah, overall, I don't look at the contract. How did he put it? The original sin?
Yeah, no, I think
it's good business to pay these guys.
Mm-hmm.
And even if Christian Campbell is nothing, that's not going to – a deal like that isn't going to kill you. It's not. 617-779-7937. I will continue here with all your feedback coming up. And in just 2 minutes, let's go on the clock.
Oh,
we'll each give you 60 seconds. It's about all it deserves for the preseason game here tonight. Pats and Browns preseason finale. Again, 2 minutes here on Jones and Keefe.
Hey, it's Joe.
High noon, Jones and Keefe here on WEEI. It is, the day of the final preseason game for the Patriots, the preseason finale, as it were.
Mercifully.
first road game
coming to a close
for the Patriots this preseason.
That's
They've
right.
played their starters in exactly 0 of the 2 home games.
Yeah.
Drake May, if you're a season ticket holder, well, tough you didn't get to see Drake May at all in your preseason games. Good luck enjoying those games and or moving those tickets and getting anything for them. But the preseason, which in terms of the games, Keith, has been a waste, a complete waste, comes to a conclusion tonight.
Guess how much you can get into the Pats-Browns game in Huntington Bank Field in Cleveland?
What do you get when you go to the Browns game? You love Cleveland, Keith.
Cleveland's great. I mean, you get $2 beers at the Tribe or at the the Guardians games.
Is there like anything good there that you could get maybe at the Browns game? Yeah, like
you're steps away.
Dog pound mask or something like that.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know if the Guardians are in town or not, but you're steps away from that. You're not far from the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Love that.
I mean, you're living the dream there.
Well,
There's a casino there.
As Ken Laird famously said, you could do that in any town.
Yeah, this is all unique to Cleveland, which is a great place. And if you want to go to the Browns-Pats game, you can get in for $8.
$8? Wow, Nick was close.
He was really close.
Holy smokes.
He was really close. In
$8.
fact,
6,
Yes.
7 or 8. Good call.
Let's get some
$8.
flights.
You might be able to haggle with somebody, get in there for $5. Hey, listen, it's almost kickoff. I'll give you $5. Let me in there.
Looks like the Guardians are off today, but they are having a series with the Royals in Cleveland tomorrow.
Stay in town. Take in a Browns game tonight. Take in some Guardians
You
series.
can get in for $47.
Yeah, they're probably giving away like Jose Ramirez jerseys, for God's sake.
By the way, just as you mentioned the Royals, if Bobby Witt finishes ahead of Wilson Contreras in the MVP vote, that's shameful.
He might,
I
though.
don't care that he leads in war.
Well,
they're horrible.
The voters are obsessed.
I know. They're robots.
Obsessed with war.
But foolish, honestly, if he
I'll
finishes
give you the
ahead of Wilson
war
Contreras.
leaders, and I'll tell you what the final numbers will be for the MVP vote. It'll just be those guys in order. Here, let me
look those up.
Well, Bobby Witt's number 1.
It sounds that way.
All right, so you can't. But Jordan, I think, has to.
I mean, how
has
much
to
of his
win it.
value is defense? It's got to be a ton of it. I mean, not that he's a bad
he's actually
offensive
hitting
player.
well this year.
No, I'm not saying he's a bad offensive player. I'm just saying, like, the reason he's ahead of Jordan is all defense. It has to be.
Probably. Bobby Witt won. Kevin McGonigal, who's actually had a monster year.
Real nice player. Another lousy team.
Yeah, he is second. Then Jordan. Then Cedon Rafaela. Then Willier Abreu. Then Dylan Dingler. And then Wilson Contreras.
Okay, so according to WAR, though Wilson Contreras is the third best player on the Red Sox, that's already dumb. I mean, and Rafaela and Abreu are good players.
No, they're all good.
That's already dumb if that's how people are going to do it.
But, like, I didn't even think about those two guys. Like, could the Red Sox have 3 top 12 MVP finishers?
Maybe.
They might.
Maybe.
Sonny Gray get a little sniff? Chapman get a little sniff?
Depends. They go
Eric
to
Miller,
whoever
a little
finished 30th in the MVP voting that we talked about the other day. Did they go that low?
That's true. Random ball player.
They might.
you
Yeah,
get a
Garrett
vote.
Matthews famously, Little Sarge got 30th in the MVP that
That's
year.
2-time random ball player of the year.
Wow.
Of the day, rather.
Well, we've been on for 2 years, so it makes
That's a good
sense.
point.
I only have 1 year's worth of players.
That's a great point. 617-779-7937. So you get no Drake May in the game tonight. We think, I mean, there's no official announcement on that, but I'm pretty sure, based on Vrabel crying about their lack of depth and worried about guys getting hurt, that they're not going to play anyone in the game tonight. But I don't think we have official confirmation on that. You want to go on the clock here, Keith? 60-second thought on the preseason finale.
Yeah.
Let's put him on the clock, Nick.
All right, Pats Browns. It all comes down to this. The game is in Cleveland, so the first thing I'm looking for is Brownie the Elf on the 50-yard line. They last couple of years have had the giant elf right there at the 50. That's good. I'm also hoping that Deshaun Watson pops up on the jumbo screen just to see the crowd reaction because they hate him. I am half interested in Shedeur Sanders if he plays and what he looks like. For the Patriots, let Baron Morton kick a field goal. This way, he would win the punt, pass, and kick competition for the NFL preseason. I want to see what he can do. Jam Miller has been running hard. And the Kyle Williams, I want to see if he plays and if he has another big play in this one. And if there's anybody you've heard of on the Patriots playing in the fourth quarter of this game, you know they're going to be cut tomorrow. So you can say your goodbyes. But there probably won't be a guy that you've even heard of playing in the fourth quarter because there might not be one playing in the first quarter that you've heard of. Unfortunately, it's been kind of a waste of a preseason game this season for the Patriots.
I think that sums up the feeling for the game here tonight.
I think so.
So, yeah, who's a candidate to be a guy we've heard of playing in the fourth quarter?
Okay. I don't know. Based on some of the injuries and stuff that they have, I don't really know if there is.
That Mike Brown dude, like the safety that apparently is having a horrible camp, like is he a candidate to be out there?
Yeah, I guess.
Chad Muma, like some of these guys that they brought in that
this speaks to Vrabel's comment about the depth. And so they might not have tremendous like third stringers, but nobody does. But I think the starters across the board are pretty strong. So it might not be a year where there's like the surprise cut. Like there were years with the Belichick Patriots where you're like, well, they have 55 good players.
Even last year, was Peppers or Duggar? No, they were trades, right? Were they cuts?
Peppers, I believe, was a cut. Duggar was a trade.
There it is.
Like for nothing. That was like a 7-round swap or whatever. But yeah, but I don't even know if there's anybody
I don't really think
like
so.
that.
Again, Mike Brown, they targeted in free agency. Apparently he's been bad in camp. They just traded for a safety. Maybe he's playing in the fourth quarter, but have you even heard of him? Probably not.
Had they not traded Booty, I think that
That's
like
one.
a Chisholm cut, hope to get back on the practice squad would have been one. Everybody talks about Chisholm, but like, I don't know. Some of these other guys, they're pretty thin at positions. Who knows if Harold Landry's even going to start the season on like the active roster?
Doesn't sound like he will. Kevin
Probably
Stone had the report yesterday that it does
Schooler's
not sound
been
like
out
that's
for
the
a long
case.
time too, right?
Yep.
And so just like as far as bodies making the team, like I don't know. I bet the 53 man is pretty clear cut at this point.
Yeah. And the machinations at the back end, they're going to be names we don't really care about. Doesn't mean they won't be.
Right, exactly.
Doesn't mean they won't be important or useful potentially, but we're not
But
going to
like,
care
there's
about
a clear distinction in like the receiver room, like who's on and who's off. Where there were years past, you're like, I don't know, Brian Timms has caught a lot
Right.
of balls, but you're like, he's not
Right.
going to make the team. But like, you at least were talking about him.
I
And
talked myself into him being like the next great Patriot in that game.
he and Garoppolo had the good chemistry? I feel like those two Garoppolo hit Timms.
I thought even him and Brady did.
Maybe. But there were always a few guys, or like some of the running backs. I mean, maybe like is Lane
Remember when
Larry.
Danny Etling had an 86-yard rushing touchdown. Everybody was like, "Watch out!"
I actually remember where I was when that happened. Yeah, yeah, I do.
I was at a ball pit in Everett.
Okay, that's what Keith is watching for tonight in just 60 seconds. You have something you got your eye on, you can weigh in. We'll put you on the clock for 30 seconds, 617-779-7937. All right, Nick, put me on the clock. All right, here's what's happening in the Pats preseason finale in just 60 seconds. No reps for the starters tonight, which is a shame. It means all the starters, the ones, offense and defense, get 0 actual game speed reps all preseason, which I think is foolish, but that's what they're doing. Kyle Williams is going to get open, hit another big play, maybe for a touchdown. He's also not going to be on the same page with his quarterback constantly, which I think buries him on the depth chart. Baron Morton is going to play well enough to secure a roster spot, actually make the roster, number 3 quarterback, no practice squad for him, and no punts tonight. Caleb Lomu is going to start at left tackle. He's had run blocking issues. I think those continue tonight. Meanwhile, Gabe Akis gets a sack, but he remains clueless on screens. He has no idea when a running back leaks out what to do, so watch for that tonight. Kendall Vildor makes the roster. He's been strong all offseason. And John Saunders is going to get a pick. This is something he's been doing all camp. He's going to get one in the game tonight. And Keith, same wavelength. Deshaun Watson still, somehow, going to get booed by the dog pound tonight in Cleveland. You can book that as well.
I am definitely looking forward to that. They have to talk about that on the broadcast because that has been a big story in Cleveland. They're going with Watson. He did try to walk back his comments.
Yeah,
so
not
buried
very
the fans.
successfully.
No, they're not going to buy that at all. And yeah, it is still amazing when we've been looking at these like contracts, especially with all the Gonzo talk, and then looking at what Drake May might get, and then you go back to still far and away the most fully guaranteed money in the league is Deshaun Watson. Brutal. Shouldn't even be. He's not even the best quarterback probably on the Browns right now.
There was like a brief bit of momentum between Kirk Cousins and Deshaun Watson where you're like, oh, all quarterback contracts are just going to be fully guaranteed.
Nope.
And then Watson kind of killed that for everybody.
Yeah, they're like, this is why we're not going to do it.
Yeah, he kind of ruined that for everybody. 617-779-7937. Easily the worst thing he's ever done.
Oh, yeah.
Guy's never done anything worse.
That's it.
Never regretted anything in his life.
No, it's
he has
true.
no regrets.
No.
Deshaun Watson.
Not him.
Nope.
Not in this lifetime.
Not a single regret. And this is the stuff we know about with him.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Let alone the stuff that nobody knows. Like, good grief.
We'll get to your phone calls and what you're looking for in the game tonight, preseason finale. Not much there, but have at it at 617-779-7937. And because Mike Vrabel has decided to play no one in the preseason, which, again, I think is foolish, dumb, silly, stupid, wouldn't do it if I were the Patriots, but that's what they're doing. It means you get more talk about Christian Gonzalez and his contract. Is he going to play week 1? We'll get to that in just 2 minutes.
A dark night.
I was Zach Core yesterday with Keefe and Mego on the big Jones
right.
and Keefe anniversary show.
The coordinators go on with Jones and Keefe this year. Let me stop you. They go on with Keefe and Mego this year, as we've had a chance to talk to both Josh McDaniels and Zach Core.
Oh, wow. That's
next week when
I
we
missed
have
both.
Springer, you might be out for that week too.
I'm out on
if it's a
Friday
Friday.
of next. Is Jeremy Springer
Yes,
on Friday?
I believe so. All the coordinators are like, "Oh, Mego's the host of that show."
They're like, wow, the Keefe and Mego show. I love this.
Great show.
Milton Williams and Mike Onwenu aren't going to know he's on the show anymore.
They're gonna be lost. You're gonna miss Big Milt. Oh no, you're in tomorrow. We have Milt tomorrow.
I'm here for Milt tomorrow.
All right, so you'll have
That's
the,
nice of you.
the Milt man.
I'll miss Onwenu. Shucks. But okay, so no.
If you have any questions for Onwenu that you want me to pass along, just let me know.
Yeah, no, I will. One name we didn't mention,
Springer.
or Springer.
Sure, I got some questions for him. But
Cullen.
the one name we didn't mention in our on the clock preview, we can get to Gonzo, who he certainly didn't say he's playing week 1 when you guys asked him yesterday.
No, he didn't.
Neither of us mentioned Jalen Reed. Do you think Reed plays in the game tonight? The guy they just got in the booty
no,
trade.
I hope so. I hope so. I mean, obviously he probably just got here. They didn't have a practice yesterday, so you are kind of thrown into it. But maybe they kind of like go over ahead of time. Like, all right, here's what we're doing, and try to keep it simple for him and just let him play. Yeah, because he's not a starter. So if you're sitting all the starters, he's not going to be a part of it. Just to get his feet wet a little bit, I would like to see it.
I mean,
because that'd be somebody that you'd be interested in seeing.
I mean, that is actually somebody I'm interested in seeing, and that's one where if he's playing in the fourth quarter, you don't need to worry about that one.
No.
That will be a guy that's on the roster, probably either way. They just traded for him.
Correct, but they just want to give him a little bit more.
So if they give him some
burn.
late burn, that's
Yeah.
one who I would think is probably safe.
I think-
Although
no,
that's always dangerous playing that late in the game. If that's when he were out there.
Yeah, but I think they're going to keep him if for nothing else other than appearances, or you're just like, it's too short of a time to make a real assessment on it.
Meanwhile, Christian Gonzalez, how ugly do we think it currently is, Keith, between Gonzo and team?
Very. Yeah, I would say very. I mean, Gonzo's only had 3-4 different moments over the last couple of months that I think stand out to me. Like, he's a pretty quiet guy. All jokes aside, like when we've talked to him, he's very quiet.
I mean, he said the other day when the helicopter came in, he's like, I don't have that loud voice, guys. You know that.
You know that.
Yeah.
So it's not just us, turns out. So
No.
maybe I feel better about that.
I do.
But I would look at like 3 or 4 different moments, right? There's the money symbol, money sign, give me the money at the Celtics game. So you kind of know what he wants. Then there is, even after Robert Kraft talked about it in the media, he's like, I'm not going to talk about it in the media. But then we're 2 weeks before the season starts. He's asked if he's frustrated. He's like, I am frustrated.
Yeah.
He didn't
Now,
even just say like, yes.
In fairness, and you just said it. He's asked if he was frustrated.
He was asked.
That word was put in his mouth, but he didn't,
said it.
He didn't shy away from it. Yeah.
Because you could ask him and he can be like, yeah, it kind of is right now, blah, 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 blah. He's
Yeah.
like, I am frustrated.
Mm-hmm.
That was like the pull quote from the day. He also had that, we read into all this crap, but he had that Instagram story where it's like, should have been done by now. Like
Yeah.
the song lyrics, or should have been done by now.
Definitely read into that.
Oh, no, I am. I'm just saying, like, we have to do that.
I mean, it's been all off season, so
we've had all off season. We've had all off season to do this.
Yeah.
So I think he's super frustrated. So if you're like, how ugly is it? Yeah, it's your second best player, and he's not on a new deal that he wants.
I agree with this. I think it's pretty ugly right now. And I wonder how far away we are from, the Patriots gave me the best offer. Let's let the people know what that crummy offer actually was. Like that, if that gets aired out, because I have been shocked. And I guess the one thing, because Robert Kraft claims they put out the best offer ever to a corner. Now, that was before Witherspoon signed, so maybe he wouldn't make that claim anymore.
Yeah, but I think Elliott was asked the same thing, and he's like, yes.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Remember, they
you know
were
what?
like, is it still?
Good point.
Yeah.
And that's a fair point. So they're saying that they put the best offer out there, and Kraft said it, and now you're right. Wolf has now actually corroborated that. That hasn't been corroborated by any reporters. That hasn't been refuted nor defended. And so I guess you could look at it and say, the lack of a denial from Gonzo's side would speak to Kraft telling the truth. However, Gonzo also in that exchange, I know you guys played some of this, I heard it yesterday, that he was asked, well, do you think they've kept up their side of the bargain on, staying out of the media and, negotiating in good faith and not through the media? And he's like, well, wouldn't really answer it.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
I think if you really want to know where it's gotten ugly, that would make the Crafts look bad. If the real offer's out there and the real offer isn't what Robert said, that would make them look bad, and then it's really ugly. But I think it's pretty ugly for that, or for where we're at already, Keith.
I think another reason why it's ugly is even if you were showing patience, and even as like a fan, just like watching it from the outside, be like, all right, camp's going on, but he is participating up until joint practice, but then he's back again. It was the Witherspoon part of it where you're like, all right, I guess we'll wait on this. And that one seemed to be further along. Every time Schefter or Rappaport talked about it, that one was a little bit closer. It finally gets done. You're like, okay, there's the number. So that should be pretty easy, right? And now it's been a week and a half since Witherspoon is signed and still no deal. So it's like, okay, I don't like where that's headed.
Bijan and Gibbs were like a few days apart.
Yep.
We're on now a week and a half, which, look, if he signs isn't the end of the world. We'll all look at it and it won't feel like a long gap. But
in the moment, though, I'm sure it feels like a long gap for Gonzalez.
We all thought it would have happened by now. In fact, he put out on his Instagram, should have happened by now, as Keith said earlier.
Should have been done.
This is where you and I disagree. You think he will play hardball with them. He will shut it down. He will withhold services, not in a holdout, but just, ooh, ouch, my hamstring. Ooh, ouch, my left hand. Not my check signing hand, my left hand. Ouch, I actually can't play.
Correct.
Sorry, guys. You think he's willing to go there, which I'm more skeptical of.
And the joint practices is one of the reasons why I feel that way. So he's been willing to participate and guard A.J. Brown one-on-one and full padded practices. He's there. The day before joint practices, he was out, and essentially the day after they were done, he was back. That stands out to me. And also, if you're a hold-in, kind of difficult. I guess you could do it, but it'd be difficult to be like, my ankle. Like, ankle what? Walking out here? Like, how did you hurt yourself walking out here? Meanwhile, you're practicing. Oh, I went up for a ball. I landed funny. Well, I'm out. So, guys, I'm not holding in. I'm not holding out. I'd love to play. I just can't do it.
I got out there and ouch.
Yeah. That's what I think. I think he's got 2 weeks. I don't know how many practices are between now and game one. Probably not too many. But I could see him being like, this is really kind of bothering me. And sit out game one.
Text line.
It's risky. I think it's risky. You know, we've had people call in and be like, what does that make him look? I get it. It's risky, but I would not rule it out.
Well, and again, what does it make him look like? I think he already did it last year. I think he already took forever coming back from that hamstring and then kind of mailed it in for most of the regular season. I'm not telling you he was the worst corner in football, but I don't think he was what we saw late in the year.
Staring down the barrel of that again.
What's it going to make him look like? I think he already did it, and he's about to be the highest paid corner in league history. If the Patriots pay him this year, and if not, he'll get it next year.
Add that to my argument. That's why he could also do miss week one. He missed week one last year.
Well, fair. Text line says, as usual, Pat's probably offered him the highest per year, but way less guaranteed. Yeah, that's what I think. I think that's how Robert Kraft can come out. We said this in real time.
Mm-hmm.
Robert Kraft can come out with a straight face and say, we've given him the best offer.
Or like that total value or whatever, which is just like comical. Like we went over, like Josh Allen is like his fully guaranteed is half the total value of the deal. So it could be something like that. I mean, Steph Diggs, all these guys, even Milton Williams, which is a good contract, but all these guys, we saw what the number was, and then we dug into it. Romeo Dobbs is another one.
All these contracts. And that's not just the Patriots, by the way, but I'd say certainly the Patriots lean on per-game bonuses and things like that more than other organizations. Eddie is in the car on Gonzo. Hello, Eddie.
Hey, guys. How are you? Welcome back, buddy. Congratulations on your 2 years.
Thank you.
I want to know why Kraft is playing games. You know, they must think that they're back on top of Mount Olympus because they went to the Super Bowl last year. Other than the fact they went to the Super Bowl, this team may still be in the rebuilding mode. And I just can see this coming back on them and hurting them because I think this guy feels disrespected. I mean, a few weeks ago, you got Kraft giving him all kinds of love. And I don't think this guy's happy. And you get to the point where you're not happy. Maybe he don't want to stay and decide he's going to move on.
So I don't feel that way about him. Do you think he's like
Gonzo wants to leave?
Yeah.
No.
I don't either.
He wants to get paid.
I think if he gets paid, he's happy to be here. That's what I think.
I think so too.
But I think if they don't pay him here, he's also happy to play elsewhere if he'll get that contract elsewhere. And that's my read on it.
But he asked, why is Kraft playing it this way? It doesn't have to lead back to Brady. I mean, if Tom Brady's going to take less, then shouldn't every player in the history of the sport take less?
And May's contract is looming too. And
so maybe both.
That's a factor somewhere. If we give Gonzo X, are we going to have to give May Y? And if Gonzo takes less, can we go to him and say, well, look, Drake, I mean, you're great, but Christian took a little bit less, and he wasn't the highest paid at his position. I mean, that is a way to go to him.
But this is why I think you really have to go. It's got to be case by case. It can't just be like a blanket statement, like, all right, my first round pick is up for an extension. Like, we got to now make him the highest paid guy. Like, depending on what Will Campbell does,
probably should not be the highest paid left tackle when he hits the market.
Barring like an unreal 2-year run. Like, he has an opportunity to have an unreal 2-year run, and maybe we'll reassess. I assume we'll be doing the same show, you and I assume we'll be in the same spot.
I would imagine I'll miss that anniversary show, but
most likely. But then we'll talk about, like, why doesn't Will Campbell have a deal? But I'm guessing right now, I won't be saying make him the highest paid left tackle. I am saying make Christian Gonzalez the highest paid corner, because I think it makes the most sense for everybody involved.
And certainly Drake May as well when
and
that hits.
Drake
Although let's see how his year 3 goes. But I would say sitting here today, I'd fully expect him to be that. 617-779-7937. You could jump in here. What is the holdup, by the way, on Christian Gonzalez and his lack of a contract extension from the Patriots? Mike Florio talked about that yesterday on Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson. We'll get to that next.
per year in new money. When Bijan Robinson, the Falcons running back, signed a deal a couple of weeks ago, it just took a matter of days, maybe 2 days, 3 days at the most, for Jahmyr Gibbs, the Lions running back, to do basically the same deal. The structure, the template, the money was almost identical, a little bit more for Gibbs because he went second, and we thought that's what would happen. We thought Gonzalez was waiting for Witherspoon, and that once Witherspoon got his deal, then you just change some of the numbers, and Gonzalez gets his, especially since it's the same agency representing both guys. So nobody knows specifically what it is, but it can't be something fairly simple or it would have been done by now. So I don't know why it hasn't gotten done. And with each passing day, it just makes me wonder, will they get it done by week 1? And what happens if it doesn't? I was intrigued yesterday by the fact that Gonzalez wouldn't comment on whether or not it was a hold-in, wouldn't comment on whether or not he was actually injured. And now that he's back at practice, you never know when he's going to be, air quotes, injured again with week 1 approaching.
Mike Florio yesterday with Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson, talking about how easy it should have been to get the Gonzo deal done.
Should have been.
Should have.
It hasn't been.
Should have been done by now, as some have said.
Yeah.
It's Jones and Keefe live in the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. No fee unless you win. He seems to be more on your side, where when's the next time he gets hurt, or when's he going to shut it down, and will he be out there week 1? Which I assume he will be, but maybe that's naive of me.
Now, obviously, there's a serious negotiation going on, so Christian Gonzalez, I think, is going to be careful as to what he says. But in the last 2 days, Gonzalez was asked if he's playing week 1, and he wouldn't give you an answer. We asked Zach Core.
He also didn't give an answer if he was going to practice once they started getting out there for full contact, not for joint practices, because he wasn't out there for that. But I remember him being equally cagey about that, and then I was surprised he was out there. But
I'm saying it doesn't confirm that he is or isn't. I'm just saying, like, he's leaving it open.
But a fact is, he was cagey about it. As you said, Core was cagey about it.
It was like, I don't want to get involved in this, I think is what he was probably thinking. Like, let's let Vrabel, because I'm also sure Robert was big pissed at Elliot Wolf for all his stuff about the cash budget and all that talk.
You guys talk about Ryan Cowden?
Yes. Yeah, Mego brought that up because he
basically wouldn't confirm if they'd trade him or wouldn't rule out that they'd trade him right now.
Yeah. So I was like,
which is wild.
Yeah. So everyone's like afraid to like commit to anything, but then you can kind of like read into it that way. Like, all right, so you're not saying you're playing week 1.
All right, so Nick says he has that. Let's just hear that quick in case you haven't heard it.
Ryan, this is not among the questions that have been asked before. Is trading Christian a consideration at all?
Yeah, I think we're continuing to work on the negotiation side of Christian, and I think that's where that stays.
What?
Like,
so maybe?
Yeah.
Now, I don't think of all the different scenarios we have cooked up, I don't think he gets traded this season.
No, not this season.
No.
Next spring?
Sure. 100%.
Yeah, leading up to the draft, if he doesn't get a new contract.
Yeah.
Or an extension, because people don't like how they hear this.
Sorry.
An extension on his current contract.
That's right.
Because he's under contract. I get it.
But he is extension eligible.
Yes.
According to said contract.
I don't think he's getting traded this offseason. That to me is very remote.
Well, because like the offseason's basically over anyway.
Yeah.
Like I don't think he's going to get tossed in there, and I don't think he's going to get traded.
You'll see trades late in camp. Not usually. I don't want to say it's never happened, but not usually a blockbuster trade like that.
No, not like this. Yeah.
You'll get Dorsett for
Brissett.
Thank you. Brissett
Say
for
that 3
Dorsett.
times fast.
Yeah. That's the kind of trade you'll get late in camp.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think you get one like this. So I don't rule out he'll get traded at some point, but I don't think it'll be this offseason. Although Ryan Cowden's certainly not shutting that one down.
No, he's not. He's like, we're still talking about it. Okay. You guys have been talking for a while.
Yeah, what happens if you can't get one done? Drake May looms over all of this as well, Keith.
Mm-hmm.
And we were talking about this earlier. I do think that's a factor in these negotiations with Gonzalez. If they can break Gonzalez and get him to take less than McDuffie and or Witherspoon, if they can do that, then they can turn around to Drake May and go, well, look, I mean, we asked Christian to take less. He did. You don't want to take less? Now, maybe he won't. Maybe he'll tell him to go screw it. It'll be like, look, I'm the franchise quarterback. I want my money.
Should.
Because they're going to come to him with Brady took less. If they can add Gonzalez as well, he's not the highest paid at his position. If that's really important to you, Drake, well then, geez, I mean, it wasn't important to Christian. I clearly think there's an element of that going on, and I think they just got to get past it because I don't think this guy's going to play. I'm sorry. I don't think he's going to be here long term, rather.
Yeah.
If he doesn't get paid the highest at his position.
Which is insane. I mean, these are two of the no-brainers. I mean, I think Seattle, and they just did it. They drafted in the same draft as Gonzalez, a wide receiver and a corner. Both have lived up to it and maybe even exceeded what the expectation was, and they signed them both before the season starts to the extensions, and they're ready to move on.
And by the way, if you haven't been following the news of the day, they've also signed Leonard Williams for 3 years, $90 million, and Derek Hall, 3 years, $42 million. But Witherspoon, and these are the phony money numbers. I don't have the full guarantees in front of me. Witherspoon got 4,132. JSN got 4,169.
Yeah, nice. So they were willing to pay those guys, and they had just won, so it wasn't even a, hey, we're already on top, so maybe we can move on from one of these guys, or maybe we don't have to pay them. Nope, they paid those guys. So Drake May and Gonzalez should be obvious.
Who did they move on from this offseason? Walker.
Just Kenneth Walker, the running back.
It?
And they still have Glass of Charbonnet.
No, they lost Kobe Bryant.
Okay.
Oh, Kobe Bryant. The other Kobe Bryant.
Right.
Okay. But I mean,
that's not much.
You can't retain everybody, but the fact that you extended JSN and Witherspoon is pretty significant. But with the Pats, it's one of those things where is Drake May willing to play ball? What?
This is a good one. Micah Parsons was late in camp last year, right?
The trade?
Yeah.
Oh.
That's a good one, actually. And Parsons greater than Gonzo, but he's inching up on that stratosphere.
Yeah.
It would be a year ago tomorrow.
Okay, so that's a good one, Tex.
Right around the
1-year
anniversry of
to say you don't usually get a blockbuster shows how bad my memory is. It happened literally a year ago.
You were probably off that day.
Probably was almost a year to the day.
All right, good one.
Yeah, that is a really good one.
Actually, I think we were all off at this time.
Yeah, we probably
was it a Saturday?
Yeah,
I don't know.
No,
just never mind.
How do you know we were all off then?
Because all of us took after the Jimmy Fund.
Yeah, late in the summer.
Oh,
I understand.
There's a record breaker that year, record breaker this year.
Yeah, 2 in a row.
At the Jimmy Fund. All right, so in our face, Micah Parsons, that's a huge trade. So maybe add that to the list of possibilities. Now, I don't think so. Now, part of it is that one got even uglier publicly. That one was a disaster with Jerry Jones and everything else. And they might have felt this way, but was Dallas really a Super Bowl contender? I would argue no. The Patriots are. And so
they should be.
To trade Gonzalez before the season, especially if it's for draft picks, would be insane. Now, if it's
a good point. It's
Wasn't
easier.
Parsons showing up practice though? He's laying on the training table.
Yeah, no, I'm saying it was a mess.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he did it all right. I'm saying it was a mess for everybody involved.
I'm just saying it's like the anti-Gonzalez. Gonzalez is out there being playing well.
Right.
Micah Parsons was just out there distracting everybody. It was like Judon.
Yeah, right. Exactly. And Judon got traded the day after that all happened. So, and they got a player back, but really they got 2 picks back because they were talking again this morning about
who did they got? Kenny Clark.
They got Kenny Clark.
Yeah.
But would you trade Christian Gonzalez for Max Crosby? Is what people are talking about now. It's just a hypothetical. That's not out there anywhere. But would you do that right now? And my response is: are you sure they'd pay Max Crosby? If you're going to pay somebody,
answer the question though.
Yesterday I said no. I'd rather have Gonzalez.
I would rather have Gonzalez as well.
Yeah,
Max Crosby's awesome.
He's great.
I would rather have Gonzalez.
He's great. I'd rather have both. I'd rather have.
Give me both.
Both those players.
Yeah, give me that. Give me that. Give me
Oh, he's really good.
Yeah.
I just think Gonzalez is the top 2 corner, and he's a lot younger. I'd just rather have him.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. But I think May is complicating things. I think that's the holdup. And
because if May doesn't take full go, I don't know, just because Tom Brady did doesn't mean that any other player should have to do that. And Drake May is going to be up at a time where a bunch of quarterbacks, including all the guys from his draft class, are going to be there. And so the only way you might get a deal is if he's like, I'd rather get this over with. I don't need to wait for Caleb Williams. And then he goes first, and then Caleb Williams is like, great.
Right.
I'll wait, and then I'll go more than that.
And that's one of the things that Florio talked about yesterday with Rich and Ken with Ted, too, is the timing of all that.
It's going to be a bit of a staring match, I think, with all those quarterbacks.
And look, it also matters how it goes this year. I mean, if Caleb Williams has a great year and the Bears shatter all the offensive records like Ben Johnson is predicting,
could happen.
And Drake May takes a half step backwards, well, then maybe Caleb Williams is the guy.
Same
who
with
gets paid.
if Jaden Daniels has a healthy season, if my guy Bo Nix is once again in the playoffs and winning a bunch of games, then all right, they're all going to get paid a lot of money.
I think ideally, the Patriots wanted to pay a guy like May first and then lock everybody else in after that. But you know what, Robert? Tough.
This is the order.
You actually, unfortunately for you, I know this is very inconvenient for you, drafted very well 2 years in a row.
Back-to-back
in the first
picks.
round.
Yeah, just the first round.
yeah, just the first round. Those are the guys that you're paying.
Yeah.
And you have to pay Christian Gonzalez first. And then, unfortunately, and I know this is the cost of doing business, you're going to have to pay the quarterback as well next year. And that's just the reality.
Yeah.
And it stinks for you. And I'm sorry, Robert. And you can't sit on your mountain of cash and, spit out your coins Scrooge McDuck style. But unfortunately, that's an unfortunate reality of owning a football team that's going to contend for championships. You got to pay your talented first-round players. And if you don't, your fans are going to be pissed. Because you said this before the show, Keith. I'm sorry to
No,
interrupt.
please.
But you said before the show, if you had to gauge it now, you think it's about 70-30 on Gonzo's side, right?
Yes.
And I think before it was pretty split. And I think it has started to shift the longer it's drawn on. And now that Witherspoon's paid, I do think it started to shift where now fans are getting antsy and pissed. It's not 100% pissed at Kraft.
No.
But I think something like 30 is probably right.
And here's the risk.
30 defending Kraft is about right.
Is if he decides to sit out week one, that number is closer to 50-50.
Yeah.
I think people will start
getting
like,
pissed
look,
at him.
we want you to have your contract. You deserve your contract. We also want the team to win games, and we want you to be a part of that. So I think that would be pretty risky if he went that route. Do you think right now is your best guess before training camp starts next year, Drake May has a new deal?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think the quarterback is just one where it's like,
Me
it's
too.
such a mess if you
Now,
go into.
you said before training camp.
That's right.
It might be right up
The day
until
off.
training camp,
Oh.
and they might drag their feet, and he might be the last one paid. And if they're smart, he won't be. If they're smart, they just kind of give him what he wants up front because, as you said, if you pay him first, Caleb Williams will just get more, and Jaden Daniels will just get more, and who knows about Bo Nix. So, and again, the wild card is how does he play this year versus those other guys? But sitting here with the information we have today, they should pay him early. It'd be smart to pay him early. Did you hear? Florio said this too. I guess the way it works on these rookie deals is you get paid the first day your extension eligible is 3 days after your rookie the league year is done. So that means a quarterback this postseason. No one's going to do this, but it's an interesting point by Florio.
Yeah.
And he said Caleb Williams would be the guy to do it. Going into their first playoff game, be like, pay me now or I'm not playing in the playoff game.
Can you imagine that?
You imagine that?
Go over well.
No, but I'm just saying, like they
incredible.
They have the right.
Yeah. Ultimate Warrior did this to Vince McMahon once. I think it was before SummerSlam. And he was like, he gave him like a little boost of an extra money just to do the match and then fired him immediately after. He was like, dude, you're done.
They have the
can't do that to
right.
me.
And I didn't realize this. So I listened to Florio yesterday. I didn't even know this was a thing. So I'm assuming he's right. I didn't fact check him. But yeah, you could be going into your first playoff game.
That's insane.
And Caleb Williams goes, pay me or have fun with Tyler Bagent.
How about like Super Bowl week? You wait till Super Bowl week. You're like, you know what? My arm kind of hurts. I'm sorry, your arm hurts?
Oh, that's why Drake May's shoulder got hurt last year.
Pretty sure that's what Drake May did last year.
Also, I just looked this up real quick. Josh Allen's first contract extension, he signed August 6th.
Okay.
Of 2021. So like August 6th.
Right around the start of camp.
Yeah, probably. Or at least like you go to camp.
That's a couple weeks into camp.
Yeah, so maybe it wasn't like signed yet, but I'm sure they are clearly progressing to the point where they could sign it August 6th. All right, so maybe like next year, end of July, maybe he hasn't signed it yet, but by August, I really hope so.
Yeah, I mean, I bet it drags out a little bit, but do I think he's out there at the start of camp? Probably.
Yeah.
And, the Crafts will, of course, have to pat themselves on the back for how much money they're spending. They're going to do that with Gonzalez.
Talk to Mr. Kraft. Come on.
The last thing they want to do is give him this dough.
Was like when
they will when they do, just get ready to if they do, to pucker up and kiss their ass about all the money that they're so willingly spending and how they're going over the top and they're so invested in. Like, get ready for that.
Oh, it's gonna be nauseating. That was like when the Red Sox signed Devers, and I think it was the home opener. They're doing the starting lineups, and they're like, "Hey, shout out to this guy. Batting second is this guy." Then they're like, "And the man who will be here for 13 more seasons." And you're like, okay. Like, they hyped up the contract in the starting lineup.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
Yeah.
Great.
They'll certainly do that.
Spoiler alert, he was not here for 13
They
more
were taking
seasons.
credit for all the money they spent last offseason. Remember that? And every nationally televised game, it's like, look at all
the
this
Patriots
money.
were.
Yeah, the Patriots.
Patriots were.
I do remember Kraft being like, I had to find all this money in liquid because I didn't have it.
Yeah. That's why Jonathan missed the Vrabel press conference or the Mayo one. Maybe both.
Yeah.
He wasn't there for Mayo's firing or Vrabel's. The paper company.
The paper store. Yeah.
He's looking for money.
There. Yeah.
Looking for cash.
617-779-7937. You can dial us up there to get in touch with Jones and Keefe. And stay tuned. On the way next, we got the madness. Kiefer Madness.
It's Colossal Lot.
Where is he?
Where's Keith?
Where is Keith?
Hey, Keith, you're a douche.
I was doing Junko Inoshima from Danganronpa.
I'm a firm believer in UFOs and Sasquatch.
That's funny. Yo, Keith Madness is so hit or miss.
Keith is a nice guy.
Keith's a nice guy.
Okay.
Kiefer Madness?
It's Kiefer Madness on WEEI.
I bring it.
He passed me when I was going down the path. Kind of freaked me out a bit. Top hat, Dracula paint on his face, black cape, cane. Real creepy.
So a man has been accused of cutting off his own genitals and using them to start a fire. And no, this is not AI or a fake story. I'm Jazz Williams. I'm going to tell you what we know. His name is Christopher Peden.
According to the police report, Bailey had his pants down, and so did Manderson, and she was leaning over the bar, and Bailey was behind her.
Knowing that we could add the weenie magic of the big dog to it, we figured it had to be done.
All right, Jones, it is time for the madness here on Jones and Keefe, WEEI, and we got something going on here in the state of Pennsylvania.
Okay.
Greensburg, Pennsylvania, man, it has a little bit of an issue, and let's find out what's going on and whose side are you on?
New tonight, a Pennsylvania man is suing a restaurant claiming he hurt his back.
Okay. He's claiming
hurt his back.
He hurt his. Okay, I'll give you that.
Tonight, a Pennsylvania man is suing a restaurant claiming he hurt his back.
How did he hurt his back? He hurt his.
I know there's only two ways to hurt your neck. How do you?
It's not a Stephen Bailey story either. He's not doing anything like that. But he's a man in Pennsylvania.
It's in a restaurant
suing a restaurant.
He must be
for hurting his back.
Yeah, maybe he's
I think that's HIPAA.
bringing in whatever items, grocery items they might need there, supplies that they might need off a truck. Maybe he's like loading them into the restaurant.
Or maybe, sometimes they come over to you and they make the guacamole right at your table. They got a little too aggressive with it. They knocked him out.
Getting some pepper on someone. Really got his back into it.
Got in his eye, sneezed. People who throw their backs out sneezing all the time.
Could be that. Yeah, a little pepper and a schnoz.
Pepper and
sneezing everywhere. Yeah, throwing out his back.
Tonight, a Pennsylvania man is suing a restaurant claiming he hurt his back slipping on a piece of cheese.
Oh, slippery cheese.
He slipped on a piece of cheese.
Okay.
Not a banana peel. That would have been too cartoonish. This was a piece of cheese.
What kind?
They
say?
They will say.
Okay, good. Can I take a guess?
Yeah, please.
Gotta be a soft cheese.
Take a guess.
Like a brie?
Are you going brie?
Perhaps a Gouda?
Drop God, you got any cheese guesses as to what kind of cheese he slipped on?
I'm going to go Swiss.
Swiss! Holes in it.
No.
More traction that way.
All right, so you guys have some good cheese guesses.
Okay.
So he slipped
I
on
bet
a
if it
piece
was
of
like a big
cheese.
pile of goat cheese, that's real slippery.
That's
Parmesan. It's a restaurant. Parmesan cheese.
Parm, I think, would be more
a hard cheese.
Good traction, I feel like, with Parm.
I would think.
Well, not when it's ground up.
Yeah.
What's Zach saying? I see
Zach says cottage.
Cottage! Pretty good one.
Okay.
That's slippery.
That's a mess.
Yeah,
That's
I
a
can see
absolute
that.
mess.
Yeah, okay.
Claiming he hurt his back slipping on a piece of cheese. This case is out of Greensburg in civil court there. The man claims a so-called piece of food substance, which he claims was what caught the cheese.
Ricotta. Oh, you were right there. Wow, honestly, great guess by Zach.
Way to go, Zach.
Cottage cheese. I'll tell you what. Kat, when we're on a healthy kick in the Jones house, she'll put a little cottage cheese in instead of the ricotta.
Is that right?
Like a nice family lasagna, a healthy lasagna.
I like how it turned
Don't ruin the lasagna.
Yeah.
I like how this guy turned into a cooking show for a second. Yeah, like, hey, bud, just read the news.
Which he claims was what caught the cheese.
It's like that guy that was doing an accent for the alligator story.
A little bit. No, but that guy was trying to fit it in. He's like, I actually do have several years of culinary school under my belt. I should use that.
Which he claims was what caught the cheese.
Just say ricotta. Ricotta. Is a ricotta cheese?
I'm 50% Italian on my mother's side. I can say it this way.
So you know what he meant. Yeah. That's good.
Yeah.
Which he claims was what caught the cheese, caused him to slip and fall right in front of the restaurant.
All right, so he fell in front of the restaurant. So we're guaranteed it's even there. Ricotta cheese?
Yeah.
Also,
I see what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's in front of the
it's
restaurant.
probably still their property.
Yeah,
How did it get out there?
I don't know.
How's there just a pile of ricotta out there?
I don't really understand that.
Yeah, a pile.
Oh,
inside job, Jones.
You're going inside job.
Well,
he planted the cheese.
Well, yeah.
And then he fell on it.
Or maybe someone else framed him.
I have a feeling this guy's walking down the street. Maybe there was a couple of attractive ladies sort of sitting in the window. He's trying to be cool, slips on the ricotta cheese, goes down, sheer embarrassment, and now he gets up. He's like, I'm suing you.
Yeah,
I'm suing
smart.
everybody.
Smart.
I think that's what he's doing here. I don't know if he's going to win, but let's see.
Olives and peppers.
Oh, wait a minute. He's
ricotta cheese, olives and peppers.
Whole meal.
Caused him to slip and fall right in front of the restaurant, Olives and Peppers.
Oh.
He says,
that's the name of the restaurant.
I got from the record.
Olives and peppers. Dropped their whole meal outside.
I thought he was going to say, and then all of a sudden, olives and peppers were being thrown at him. That's the name.
That sounds delicious.
Olives and Peppers is the name of the place.
Got it.
And they have cheese laying out front, I guess, and then he wiped out.
Olives and Peppers. He says after the fall, staff rushed to clean it up after the fact instead of immediately helping him.
He's been out of shape. Guy's really been out of shape about it. He went down rather than
cheese, this is
assisting
incriminating.
The injured man, they cleaned up the cheese.
They came out and ate it.
Yeah, right.
They scarfed it down.
Well, they didn't want somebody else to fall.
I think that's smart. I think he
lawsuits.
wanted at least an ice pack or maybe a free wine. He wanted something out of this.
Yeah.
And he didn't get it.
No.
Maybe a whole meal of food, and they're like, no. And he's like, all right, I'm taking you to small claims. I'll see you in small claims.
Instead of immediately helping him. Because of this, he's claiming the owners were negligent.
The owners were negligent.
At the end of the day, they're overseeing everything.
I guess.
I have a new theory on why there's the ricotta out there.
Oh, yeah, what's that?
And they got like a mouse problem, man. Or maybe they're like, get these mice out of here.
No, I don't think they have a mouse problem. Otherwise, there would be no cheese lying around.
No, but they're putting the cheese out front.
Outside
the restaurant.
maybe.
Put that out, take the mice out, get them out of the kitchen.
It's possible. It's possible.
David Ortiz.
No, not David Ortiz. Different thing. Different thing altogether.
Cheeseburger Club.
No, that's different too.
You slipped on a big
what do you do?
Pile of ricotta. What do you do?
I think you sue everybody.
I think I'd sue.
You would do? You would do that with this guy?
Yeah, I think so.
you'd have to embellish it. I don't know how much you're slipping on that.
I mean, what's the injury? He didn't say anything about injury. I think he's just embarrassed.
Would you want money or would you just want Free food for life.
I want to be able to
free
eat
chicken parm.
Depending on how good Olives and Peppers is. If it's a good restaurant, I'd want free food for life.
That's what I would want too.
If it's a trash establishment, I would just want like a lump sum.
I'll never need to work again. That's just where I eat.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about food anymore. You just go there.
They're like, we can give you free breadstick and salads.
Then the place shuts down. You're like, I did not think of that. Oh, loophole.
Short-sighted.
I don't have any money.
Which he claims was what cut the cheese.
Yeah.
I also weigh 600 pounds. I just eat here all the time.
It's mostly pasta.
Yeah, it's a lot of pasta. It's heavy. Okay, well, there's the madness. Keep for madness every Tuesday. Most
Be safe
Thursdays.
out there on the streets. You never know when you're going to slip up some cheese.
Keep your eyes. If it looks like a pile of cheese, it probably is.
Most likely
avoid
is.
that.
Yep.
Is what I would do. 617-779-7937. We got your thoughts here on Jones and Keefe. We can start to mix in a few more on the Red Sox, along with all your thoughts on the Christian Gonzalez negotiations, Drake May's future contract looming over all of it. We'll get to that in just 2 minutes here on Jones and Keefe.
we know right now. What we know right now is they're playing again today. We know we have an off day as a big league team tomorrow, so we know we don't have to make that decision just yet. Obviously, the team's playing well. Obviously, they're still working through gaining game reps, logging innings on their legs. So when we get to that point, we'll talk about it. I mean, obviously, we're always talking through it. But but we don't have to make it yet. So there's obviously, a lot of difficult roster decisions upcoming. Everybody knows that. But sorting through it before you get there is often a futile exercise because you never know what's going to happen over the next 48 hours.
Chad Tracy yesterday, before what could be the final rehab game for Roman Anthony, Trevor Story, and Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. They, by the way, won a combined 0 for 10 last night in Worcester.
Eeks.
Trevor Story sitting 138 with 10 Ks during his rehab stint. Kiner-Falefa 111. Roman Anthony does have a couple of home runs.
Yeah, at least I would say the best player out of that group is also having the best rehab performance. So that's really what I'm more focused on.
Played 6 games, 263, 2 homers, 980 OPS.
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean that feels like a worthwhile rehab stint. The other guys can take their time.
No,
for
but
sure.
Story said his timing's good, and he's just not hitting the ball well.
True.
Though he's striking out constantly.
Why don't we see it a little bit more down there before we think about bringing him up?
Couple of texts here.
All right.
We did say the guy didn't mention an injury, Keith. Right off the top, they said he hurt his back. We got a bunch of texts about that, actually. Right away in that clip, they said he hurt his back.
This guy did?
I forgot about that. It was like the first thing they
Tonight,
said.
a Pennsylvania man is suing a restaurant claiming he hurt his back.
Yeah, you're right.
Like right away.
Yeah,
you actually played that part like 3 times.
No, he did.
so
I forgot about that
listener
than me. Well done. Good ear for it.
Also, my theory that they were getting the mice out of the kitchen to eat the ricotta out front was the Twitch chat is right. It's basically just the plot for Ratatouille.
Oh, Ratatouille's good.
I think I was basically.
Oh, the Rat Chef?
Yeah.
He had a lot of good recipes.
Yeah, he did.
Which he claims was ricotta cheese.
All right, bud. Relax.
617-779-7937. You can jump in here on the Christian Gonzalez negotiations, a future contract for Drake May, and how the Red Sox are going to reintegrate Roman Anthony, Trevor Story, which sounded less set in stone listening to Craig Breslow this morning. We can get to all of that. Carl is in Boston waiting patiently. Hello, Carl.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Question on the Gonzo situation. So, excuse me, most people rationally look at this, in light of the upcoming Drake May negotiations and say, well, that's a lot of money and the cap and blah, 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 blah. And I agree with that. That's definitely a consideration. But I think isn't the real issue, like if you're the Patriots, is, okay, look, I got this guy, I got to pay him $70 million next year. I don't really have a lot of discretion, right? Like, that's the franchise. Okay, I'm willing to bite the bullet. Now I have a quarterback who wants 40. Just forget about the cap. From a business decision.
This is the second call we got to. Who's saying 40? That's the second call today we got that said 40. Is 40 coming from somewhere?
You don't have to tell us to forget about the cap.
Yeah.
We have.
Yeah.
And Elliot Wolf basically told you as much the other day. I just say, you can pay more than just your quarterback. I don't know why everybody's counting the pennies for Robert Kraft. I don't get that. Look what the Seahawks just did. They just went out and spent a ton of money on a wide receiver, a corner, a defensive lineman.
Since taking over the team in 1994, he's either last or second to last in spending. He's got a lot of pennies. A lot of pennies.
Yes.
And
I'm pretty sure it's pretty expensive to go to those games.
Have they ever paid a premium? Kraft has. I'm sorry. When's the last time they paid a premium drafted and developed player? Drafted and developed, not Stephon Gilmore on free agent market. Like
Gronk?
Yeah, I don't even consider that a premium position. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Premium
Position.
A corner.
Yep.
An edge rusher. A quarterback. Does Brady even count? Was Brady paid the top guy as a drafted and developed guy?
I think he was the highest paid player one season maybe, right?
Okay, so
that.
maybe you'd give him that out. Maybe.
Well, no, because it is one of those things where, how many top draft picks have they had over the last several years?
Okay,
I look back at Chandler Jones, Dante Hightower.
Oh, yeah.
Dante
Chandler
Hightower,
Jones, they didn't pay.
No, they traded him. Dante Hightower did not play a premium position. Devin McCourty was drafted at a premium position, but then moved to free safety and got paid for a free safety.
Is Ty Law the last one?
I was thinking about Trey Flowers, but the Lions gave him $100 million.
Yeah.
He didn't even get paid here.
Oh, no. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Paid here. So you got to say, first of all,
Law and McGinnis? Who are the last guys at
Bledsoe?
premium positions? Right, that's a good one.
Bledsoe.
It predates Belichick.
Yeah.
But he has set the market before Kraft with Bledsoe 30 years ago.
It's tough.
Sure.
Yeah, no, it's definitely
So
tough.
maybe he will again. I don't know.
Asante Samuel got paid somewhere else. He was drafted here. I'm even just thinking of just first round picks. they haven't had a lot of that you've wanted to extend.
Nope.
So it hasn't really been a discussion. So now you finally hit on one that you want to extend, and it coincides with the likelihood of another one the next year. So now it's like, boom, back to back. But it feels like they're not, even if they do, they're like pulling teeth to get there.
Twitch chat, why do you keep bringing up Kraft? The salary cap is divvied up by head coach and GM. It has nothing to do with Kraft being cheap. Such a weird narrative. What?
That's trolling. That's obviously.
Is that what it is?
I think that's like sarcasm.
Okay, I was going to say, it's got to be. I don't even understand that.
I think that's sarcasm.
Meanwhile, just
Elliot Wolf literally said Robert and Jonathan's name, and he's like, hopefully they give us the cash that we can spend.
Quick update, by the way. It is likely that Anthony and Story are going to play today. Neither is expected to be in the Woo Sox starting lineup.
Wait a
They're
minute.
in Worcester, but they're not playing tonight.
So the Woo Sox play today, but the Red Sox obviously don't. So they're
going to be
playing?
there, but not in the starting lineup, is what Tommy Castle
Are they going to pinch hit?
is reporting.
All right, Tommy.
He's a Woo Sox reporter.
Okay.
So I don't know.
Okay.
I if they're being treated the same way, that makes me think they're both going to be here for the Yankees series, which I don't like. You know?
I don't either.
If they're both out of today's lineup, that sounds like they're being treated the same
Shouldn't they
way.
be on the train to New York?
The train?
Well, but
You can fly them there.
I'm from Worcester.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. Quick,
I don't know if the Worcester airport goes to
quick trip. But anyway,
But like Roman Anthony should at least be on the Major League roster. I have no problem with that. Trevor Story, I don't even think should be on the Major League roster right now.
No.
Let him get a few more hits. Let him have some success down there. Because then, like, who's the obvious guy that you would take out? Because you're already gonna have to take one guy off the roster, right? Until the rosters expand, you're gonna have to make room for somebody for Roman Anthony. And we're talking to Bradford. It's like, so you're gonna tell Mickey Gasper, who is like the hottest hitter in baseball, like, hey, you're done.
He's like he channeled his inner Ted Williams. No exaggeration.
Yeah.
For like a week. That's what he's done.
Guy was insane.
Okay. Stephen Fall River waiting very patiently on this. Trevor Story and Roman Anthony. Hello, Steve.
I've never been, Angela, take over for a minute. I've never been so frustrated listening to sports radio. I've been listening for a long time. You could tell me everything about Trevor Story's batting statistics. You can't tell me about Andrew Monasterio, hasn't done jack nothing since April 10th, except cost him about 7 runs. So
Okay,
Monasterio,
defensively he's bad, but you think he's done nothing since April 10th?
Yeah.
He's hit a ton. What are you talking about?
Why don't you look up his stat? It's very simple. You can look up.
You
the
tell
other
us.
guy.
You
I
seem to
looked
be the
it
one
up.
wanting to talk
He's
about
got
it. So what do you got?
He's got about 8 hits since August 10th.
Oh, August.
the
You
other
said
guy
April
that's gone
10th
silent?
to start. Yeah.
I apologize. You
Yeah.
know who else has gone silent?
How many does Story have in AAA?
He's not there to get a promotion. He's there to get work done.
How's he doing?
And he's not going to throw 4. And he's not going to throw 4 runs. But he's not Mickey Gasper trying to come back.
I mean, he led the
He's there
AL in
working.
errors at
Yeah,
shortstop
Trevor
last
Story,
year.
yeah.
Yeah.
Not
Give me
very
a
good.
second. Give me a second. Let me give you. We already talked about Story. He's a better defensive player.
Okay.
He'll work his way up. He'll be like Adley Rutschman. His defense will
Terrible.
make an impact across his offense.
That's a terrible example. Rutschman's been
All
awful.
his offense. Jaron Duran. You guys are ready to get out Jaron Duran. Guess who is the second best hitter for the Red Sox in the month of August?
Who's the
Jaron
best?
Duran.
Probably one who's been about the worst.
Who's the
Right
best? Mickey
behind-
Gasper?
Right behind Abreu and ahead of Rafaela. And what do I mean better hitter? I mean runs, slugging, OPS, home runs, the runs batted. He's only second to
Add them all up.
only second to Abreu.
All right, so what's the point? You want them to play Trevor Story and Roman Anthony when they get in?
You do or you don't?
They are going. Have you guys watched the last 2 games? They're lambs. This lineup has been lambs the last 2 games. This is what you get when
they
you
scored
have a
7
bunch
runs
of,
2 games ago. I mean, I know it was 4 in extra innings, but they scored 7 runs.
Did you watch?
Yes.
How about when
Yeah.
you watched up to the 8th inning and
Yeah.
yesterday 18 ground
How
outs?
is Trevor Story going to
They
help any of
need.
this?
Steve,
the
I
other
think
thing
they
I want
lead.
to
I think they lead the American League in runs, baseball in runs scored over like the last 2 months. But if you want to take a
guys
2-game
are
sample
living-
size,
you're living you're 2 weeks. You have a 2-week delay here. I already told you Monasterio's bat is done. Let me tell you somebody else who's quiet. The Durbinator needs a new battery. He's done 1 RBI since the second half of this month.
okay. So again, let me ask you. So what is your point?
No, what are you saying?
Story and Anthony are absolutely needed as an upgrade. Monasterio out. Tony Siegler, who's done jack nothing, who missed 7
He
games.
just tripled the other day. You got to
Yeah.
decide on your sample size here.
Yeah,
So
there's a lot of picking and choosing going on.
Yeah,
and I don't
so-
know. I
okay,
mean,
fine.
good for Trevor Story to have a fan out there.
we
Like,
agree
he
on
might
Anthony.
be the only one.
We're not arguing with you on Anthony. So
Yeah.
really, his point is Trevor Story should come in and play. Okay,
Trevor
we
Story
disagree.
was one of the 5 worst baseball players before he got hurt this season.
Yeah.
I don't know what stat Steve wants to use. If you want to add up all the numbers, you can do it.
I bet he's one of the 5 worst in the International League right now.
And you'd have more of a case if he really was like an Omar Vizquel, and you're like, listen, I know the bat's not there, but he's a wizard in the field. He is not.
No.
So is he better than Monasterio?
Well,
sure.
I was just going to say,
Yeah,
I actually
fine.
do agree with Steve. I think he is an upgrade on Monasterio. That doesn't make him good. I think he's still a liability defensively.
He's an upgrade defensively on Monasterio. I'm not sure he even is offensively.
No, that's what I meant.
Okay, yeah.
I'm sorry. I meant just purely defensively. I think he's an upgrade, but he's still a liability. He led the AL in errors last year. He was bad in the series against the Yankees last year defensively.
He was a negative WAR player this season.
So, yeah, okay. But all that to just say we disagree on Trevor Story. Okay. I guess we'll find out who's right when Trevor Story comes back and he's hitting 200 with a bunch of errors. Monasterio, he did say, did I mishear him? He said April 10th initially. Which is
he has 10 hits since August 10th, not 8. He's hitting 196, so he's very much
he's
like
not.
average.
He hasn't been very good. I get it. I get his point, but to like just turn it over to Trevor Story, who can't even hit AAA pitching, is strange.
It's weird.
Yeah, it's weird.
Okay. Steve, in fairness, was on hold for quite some time, so I gave him some runway there. He was on hold for a while.
But him loving.
Plus, I got psyched out by that guy who called out my hair trigger earlier about. People. Yeah.
But the fact that
he also had to have somebody take over his job.
Steve loves Jaron Duran and Trevor Story. It's like wild.
Oh, look. It's okay. Sometimes
no, you can.
Sometimes genius walks alone, as a wise man once said. Sometimes. 6-1, and then there's Steve. 617-779-7937. We got more thoughts on the Red Sox and Yankees coming up. Plus, of course, your thoughts on Christian Gonzalez, the lack of an extension to this point. We can get to that in just 2 minutes.
FanDuel Sports.
All right, Red Sox lose last night. Stephen Fall Rivers says the offense is turning into a lamb.
They're cooked. Turned into a pumpkin, maybe. Ooh, by the way, I did. I said I wouldn't do it. I had a pumpkin coffee the other day.
No one's surprised.
I was surprised. I surprised myself because I said, you know what?
Scale 1 to 85. How surprised were you?
85.
Oh, okay.
All of a sudden, you're just ordering. You didn't
85.
even know the words that were coming out of your mouth.
It was crazy.
Most surprised you've ever been, apparently.
I was. It's somebody on Instagram, because I did an Instagram story. Tracy Bigham didn't see it. And Nick, they blamed the Drop God. They're like, Drop God was talking it up. And then Keith couldn't help himself. And then there he is ordering I
think I saw
pumpkin coffee, which was delicious.
It was awesome, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was awesome.
You're welcome.
I know I've seen a few people. I think Savage was getting a pumpkin beer like 2 weeks ago. I think I saw Andrew Callahan.
Oh, the Shipyard.
Yeah.
Oh,
He
that
was-
Shipyard
he's already-
pumpkin goes down smooth. Oh,
They
I
go
love
quick.
that.
Yeah, nothing like an 85-degree day. And
Sweating on the way
nice.
way home. And then just like,
Pumpkin.
let me get, the pumpkin.
Yeah.
It tastes like a little bit like chapstick, but a lot like great beer.
By the way, there's some feedback here from on Steve's phone call.
Yeah.
Actually, didn't you get some feedback?
What are the people saying?
Didn't you get some?
Yeah, my wife texted me, stop being mean to that guy.
Let me just say
She didn't hear yesterday's show.
Let
We
me
had
just
a couple
say
calls that
text
went off the
line
rails. Yeah.
disagrees.
Yeah, that's
Steve probably argues with his shadow.
I was going to say, my wife's soft snitching on herself for not listening to sports radio the last 30 years.
How about this one? I'd rather listen to Ted Johnson fart into a coffee can than Stephen Fall River.
We have coffee cans here?
Oh,
we can make that happen for you.
But we could. I'm in favor of Story getting a chance, but this man may be making the absolute worst case possible.
Yes, I would say that was true.
Is there a Jones and Keefe worst call of the month?
Oh,
it was
Should that be an award?
yes, it should.
call of the month.
No,
year.
Call of the year and worst call of the year.
Worst call of the year. Well, Steve,
Did we do caller of the year?
We did.
We did?
I
I don't remember.
You know what? Hang on.
We could add to it, just like the Oscars. They always add a few more awards.
Let me check the doc.
I think we had call of the year.
Fill-in host,
Oh.
drop, surprise, coworker, tears, Haas, guest, former guest, madness, brag, random player, grab bag, and show. Which of course
it might have been
Jones
year
and
in
Keefe
review
won.
because I remember
Oh.
replaying the woman that was very happy about Keith talking about eating lobster.
Yeah, maybe
She was
maybe
very
we're-
turned on.
We're confusing our programs. Yeah,
Aroused even.
that's true. Anything else about Steve?
I don't have the text line over here, so you're going to have to take it.
Oh,
Did your wife
yeah.
answer?
Steve can always fall back on, oh, well, whoops, if Trevor Story falls flat on his face.
Have that ready.
That's true.
Yeah.
It works.
We'd accept that.
Oh, well, whoops.
That's how you start the show. Oh, well, whoops.
Oh, well, whoops. 617-779-7937. Let's go to Jamie in Westboro on the Pats. Hello, Jamie.
Hello, sir. How are you? Just wanted to check in on
I'm good, by the way.
the deal with the trades only with Nick Caserio and Kyle Shanahan. And I think the only one that the Patriots have won on a trade is Jalen Polk because we got a pick and he retired.
All right.
That's a win?
What was that for?
I don't know.
Oh, is he talking about if they trade Gonzalez?
I guess.
I don't want them to trade Gonzalez. I would, and I think the going rate would be 2 first-round picks. That does not help me at all. I wouldn't want that for this team.
I guess we don't know if it's worked out yet or not,
Yeah.
but I like the A.J. Brown trade.
A.J. Brown trade seems like a win to
I like
me.
it. I mean,
Yeah.
I guess we'll have to see how it plays out, but that's one that I feel pretty good about.
Yeah. I don't know.
I don't want them to trade Gonzalez.
No, the Patriots had a lot of trades over the years that I didn't love, but then the team still was really good. Like, I was pissed when they traded Richard Seymour.
Yeah, do you
But
think...
I don't know if we have to go back that far.
Well, do you think there's an element of this? And maybe we're looking at the Drake May thing backwards. Maybe it's not they're using the Gonzalez negotiation as a way to eventually, if they can get Gonzo, if they can break him and get him to take less, they can bring that and present it to Drake May. Is it just Drake May's complicating things for Gonzalez where the Crafts are like, well, we have the quarterback again. We have Drake May. We had Tom Brady. And guess what? When we had Tom Brady, it didn't really matter who else we had.
Mm-hmm.
So this guy's not special. We don't need to pay this guy top of the market. If he gets in line, we'll pay him and we'll keep him. But if not, oh well, we'll find the next guy because we found the quarterback.
Yeah.
We now have the QB, and we can treat it that way.
He found a quarterback. You know
so
what I'm saying? Like, that's,
I agree. I
Yeah.
think that would be a horrible way to approach this. But
Yeah.
do you think that's some of what's going on? Where it's
I
like,
think-
if we have the QB, we don't need anything else.
I think Elliot Wolf kind of confirmed it. I think he yesterday or 2 days ago went up there thinking like, all right, I'm not going to say a lot of stuff. I'm going to kind of bat stuff aside, and then we're just going to keep going. And then he said way too much, and which is great for us. Like I'm glad that he did. But he was asked about Drake May, and he's like, oh yeah, like we know the numbers and we know the real cash value and all blah 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 blah. And you're like, oh, So, yeah, I think part of the equation for Gonzalez this year is Drake May next year. And so part of that you can look at somewhat positively, being like they know it's going to be an absolute bag and maybe they'll get him. Or maybe they're going to be short on that one too.
Less depressed Sox fan, by the way, says they didn't win a single championship without a top-end corner. That's not actually true. They won in 2004, but I get his point. Because Law was hurt.
He was on the roster, but he didn't play in the game.
And Asante Samuel, if you're counting that, wasn't what he turned into yet.
Yeah.
But whatever, I get the point.
But for the most part, yeah, there's a rich history of top corners on this team.
But I would also say, I think that makes the Kraft's point, if that's how they're approaching it. They won with Law. They won with Rivas. They won with Gilmore, but they were able to turn that position over. So, like to me, that would feed into exactly what I'm saying. They're like, no, we had the quarterback. We could find different corners. We can find the next Gonzo. We found the next Law. We found the next guy after Rivas. Like, we can do that.
Counter.
It took a while.
Belichick found them all.
True. That's fair, too.
And they also paid Gilmore at the top of the market to bring him in.
They did.
True.
They
and
did.
Rivas, they also paid handsomely.
For 1 year.
And then they got one off, so they paid both of them a lot of money.
Yeah, but that was, and obviously we have a very short non-Belichick sample over the last 25, 26 years.
Did Gilmore actually reset the corner market, or they pay him at the top?
I think it was just a ton of money that we were like, wow, we can't believe he did reset it.
I thought so. I thought it was, well, again,
it's not, he was like one of the top paid corners in the league.
We're parsing words. He was at the top of the market. You're right. 617-779-7937. Is this a real beer? Keith, you need to try the Pum Queen. Pum King?
I think you got but I for sure will try it.
I'll look it up on a work computer.
Yeah.
They might.
Sounds great.
John is in the car. Hello, John.
Hey, I really appreciate getting a break before after Steve's call because that was some hilarious stuff as usual. But it was, I guess it was like unintentional comedy. So and Keith, Jones, I just wanted to thank you for the gift of being off yesterday on the anniversary.
Oh, you're welcome.
Like having a day of like no Jones was like the gift for everybody, right? I think Keith was enjoying that.
Yeah, that was great. It was great. It's really what I wanted. I didn't even realize it until it happened.
As a texter pointed out, it was Keith's favorite show ever.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, I guess every day I'm amazed by the conditioning that some Pats fans have had for like the past 20, 25 years. Like people are still talking about the salary cap. Like, have we been awake the past 5 years? When the salary cap has been rolled over more times than Myra has rolled over in her grave for like all the terrible signings that Bob has had and the questionable characters. Like, it's unbelievable. Like, and it's been like 50 million, 30 million. Like, all of a sudden they're going to like bang out the money for Christian Gonzalez. Like, I don't know what we're talking about when we're talking about the cap anymore. It's just such a joke.
Yeah,
what is going on?
Well, how many people are talking about the cap? I mean, I guess we had a couple of callers bring up.
We have a few that are like, well, if you're paying Drake this and you're paying him this, like, can you pay other guys?
Well, so
blah, blah. But I think most people have moved past that.
I don't think it's a salary cap. I think the Crafts look at it and say, we're just not going to lay out that much cash for the two of them. I think that's a fair way to phrase it. Mm-hmm. I personally don't think we've had a lot of cap calls. I mean, maybe a handful here and there.
No.
But he's right. I mean, you can look at all these restructures and you can look at the way they roll money. That's a good way to look at it here, specifically in New England, is the way they've rolled money over to future years and use those savings. And I actually think in Kraft's defense, they've spent a little bit the past couple of years, not like through the nose or anything crazy, but they spent a little bit in free agency the last couple of years. They did way more this year, for instance, than I expected them to do. And last year, they threw a bunch of money at it. So I'd give them some credit for spending. It's not crazy. It's not top of the market or anything like that. But now push comes to shove, and you're going to have to pay a top-end corner and eventually a franchise quarterback, and hopefully on top of that, A.J. Brown. And, like, you're going to have to keep doing that.
And if you really want to go glass half full, Will Campbell. Hopefully he's worth it in a couple of years where you're like, all right, that guy's a really good left tackle. I mean, fingers crossed. I have my doubts on it, but still, like, that's another one where you're like, could it be 3 straight first-round picks that you're talking about an extension 3 years into their careers?
617-779-7937. You can jump in line for Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson, maybe in a coffee can. That comes your way at 2 o'clock, so stay tuned for it. We'll get to the clip du jour. And on the way next, it's time for Grab Bag.
Hello, Grab Bag.
Coach Keefe, WEEI Grab Bag is brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. The Boston Red Sox are off tonight, Jones, before they begin a 4-game series with the Yankees in New York Friday night. Sandoval, Schlittler. Doubleheader Saturday, and then they will wrap things up Sunday afternoon. I was shocked that they didn't have another Sunday, late afternoon night game. It's a Sunday afternoon game. Suarez Warren.
What network? Is that an NBC? Don't they?
ESPN.
Okay, I was going to say the NBC game sometimes is during the day and not at night. I really don't understand the new television package.
It's Apple Friday.
Hell yeah.
Saturday.
At least if Cam Schlittler shoves it up your you-know-what, most people won't be able to see it.
Nobody can see it.
Yeah, okay.
And then you can watch, Bad Monkey or Severance. And then Saturday, it looks like it's MLB Network for the first game, but probably, I would think, Nesson, and then Fox Saturday night, and then ESPN on Sunday afternoon. So that's what we're looking at here, but a well-deserved day off for the Boston Red Sox.
I was looking at Carabas tweeted this out, and initially I'm like, oh, yeah, that's a pretty weighty statement, and then the more I think about it, I'm not so sure. He said this is the most important Red Sox-Yankees regular season series in the last half-decade. And I was like, yeah, I guess.
Decade?
Yeah. That's why I was like, initially I was like, yeah, it is. Wow. And then I'm like,
Carson Beck was in college longer than a half a decade.
Wait a minute, the last 5 years? Probably.
I guess.
All right, it's a big series, though. I mean, I stand with Carabas in Section 10 on that.
Like it.
But okay, but you're really not saying as much as it initially seemed when you say in the last 5 years.
No, it was pretty showy early.
Yeah.
And then you think about it, you're like, okay.
Yeah, okay.
I'll give it to you.
Big series, yeah.
What would Keith do if my grab bag was torn into more than words to show you feel that your love for grab bag is real? What would Jones say if I took grab bag away? Then you couldn't make things new just by saying I love grab bag. La da 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 da. I'm Jones and Keith.
What a vocal performance.
Beautiful.
I mean, it really was.
Really was beautiful. Like an angel sent down from heaven. Jones, sad news for all you Pro Bowl fans out there. The NFL says we're not doing the Pro Bowl anymore, or the Pro Bowl games, or they played charades and Battleship last year. They're not doing that. They are going to honor the Pro Bowlers. They're still going to name a Pro Bowl team. Like, you're a Pro Bowler. Not going to do anything about it, though. Probably the right move.
I mean, it's basically
this was a mess.
So they're naming all pros and Pro Bowlers. I don't know how necessary that is, but it's like the same idea. It's like there's no all-pro game. They just put them on a team.
But, like, there's NBA All-Stars and there's All-NBA players.
Yeah.
Now, they happen to do theirs mid-season for the All-Stars and then end of the season for All-NBA. But same kind of idea, I guess. All right.
It works. I mean,
because you can't really bring the game back. The game's not happening.
No, and
the other thing was too much of a dog and pony.
Many have made the point, too. This will prevent you from having, like, Tyler Huntley and Shedeur Sanders and guys like that as Pro Bowlers because you're not going to have replacements. You're just naming the initial guys.
That'd be hilarious.
Yeah.
If people decline it. They're like, no. They're like, all right, we'll replace you. They have 6 quarterbacks again. Yeah, you're right. That's actually a good way of looking at it, is there will be there won't be fake Pro Bowlers anymore. Actually, that's an added bonus.
Okay, there you go.
I don't wanna be your man no more. I wanna make love to
Keith's ex-wife.
Come on.
Oh, yeah.
Grab bag.
I caution you to be careful.
If it burns, no, you're not.
It's not going to go away in its All right, anyway. Alec Pierce off the PUP list for the Colts. We didn't see him at joint practice.
Oh,
he's been hurt all camp, but he's off the PUP list.
Good for him.
Just in time for Jones to take him in our fantasy draft next week. You like Alec Pierce?
Yeah, well, I don't want to give any hints as to what way I'm up, but he's out there on the
practice field. We know you
field.
like Derrick Henry.
If he's out there on the practice field, he might be a target.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're grabbing back together. It's like the kind that lasts forever. Yeah, we're grabbing back together. It's like berries on the vine. They get sweeter all the time. Yeah.
Miles Sanders arrested for a DUI.
Oh, no.
Not on a team.
Oh.
That was more than news to me. He's not currently with a with a team.
Yeah.
He's available in all formats. Would you rather Jam Miller or Miles Sanders?
Probably Jam Miller.
After this latest news.
Lamb Larison.
Yeah, okay.
It started with the grab bag, and now it's when I sick bragged, and then she made Ray Croft leave. Rank within a tier. Tape it to your Twitch chat. Mama's always got a drop god. Listens to the grab bag on Jones and Keefe at 1:30.
It's like a Mad Lib.
Right in there.
Yeah.
Right in there.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, Liverpool. I don't know if you saw this, Jones. I don't know if this is going to
Big signing. I did.
Yeah, like the second biggest purchase or signing in club history.
Yeah.
So they're bringing in a guy like 116 million.
Who is it?
Bradley Barcola.
There
I think?
it is. So he look. I don't pretend to know a lot about professional.
Do you know anything about it?
No. This guy.
What can you tell us?
This
about
guy
it?
came in. He was like a late replacement in all of France's matches.
Okay, well.
No, I'm just saying.
There's
like,
upside. So he's a
backup.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Well, France was nasty.
No, but I guess that's my real point. Is like how deep France was. This guy didn't even start for them,
like
and
he's a backup.
He's the biggest
He's
investment.
a Derek White for Liverpool now
in Liverpool history. Yeah.
It's time to grab the bag. Time to grab the bag. It's all about the bag and how you grab it. It's all about the segment. If you can host it, it's random baseball player. See if you can guess it. It's all about the bag. Let's see if you can grab it.
Jonathan Kuminga, 2-year deal, $12.4 million with the T-Wolves.
Grab bag. I'm Jones and Keith today. Grab bag. And I can listen to it more. Grab bag. On the midday show. Grab bag. Yes.
An extended look at Grand Theft Auto 6 is a what? Why are you laughing?
An extended look.
An extended look
Because people didn't like the trailer, right?
No,
Where was the trailer?
I need a lot more than that.
Where was the trailer? Netflix or something? It like pissed people off.
The trailer was available for everybody, like on YouTube, Twitter, wherever. This is only on Netflix, so people are going to be hot about it. But Davey and I are going to do an emergency dork on it, a short dork. We like to call it a dink. We're going to have that coming up for you at like 8:45 tonight. We're gonna
you got to think on that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right, good.
Take Dork
Thank you.
Good.
So it's at 3:00 this afternoon. It'll be available. I think it's about 26 minutes of Grand Theft Auto 6.
How long is the
covered.
think going to be?
Probably 26 minutes.
Nice.
I think we're gonna go shot for shot.
Good, I like it.
Grand Theft Auto. At least that's the plan.
Grab bag, grab bag, grab bag. Grab bag, grab bag, grab bag.
All right, let's find out. She's insanely talented and beautiful. Does Tracy Bingham follow me on Instagram? No. At Rich Keefe WEEI. No. Follower count on the rise.
Yeah.
Get it on the ground floor. It still looks like it just started. So get it on the ground floor, and you can be a part of history.
Yeah.
She does not follow.
Well, the more people that follow, the more likely it is that she'll ultimately get in there. Yeah.
Right, because at some point the algorithm is just going to be just nonstop where you're like, you have to.
You'll tilt it right
That's
there.
a good point.
Putting the X-rated into X.
These guys are stupid.
Has Bob Ryan tweeted.
All right, has the great Bob Ryan tweeted?
Yeah, I'm gonna say
Yes, he has. A couple of tweets, both responses, as they normally are. The Cowboy Reg tweeted out, who's your favorite NBA sixth man of all time? And he tweeted out a graphic that had
He's going to
five.
go.
He had 5.
Oh, okay. I was
And
going
then he
to say
also had
Bill Walton, but okay.
He had 5 and then an honorable mention.
Yeah.
This is, again, the Cowboy Reg said Manu Ginobili, number 1.
Yeah.
John Havlicek, 2.
Uh-huh.
Kevin McHale, 3.
Yeah.
Lou Williams, 4.
Ooh.
Tony Kukoc, 5. Honorable mention, Jamal Crawford.
Oh, yeah.
Bob Ryan said, there is only one choice, and it is John Havlicek.
Well, I know he's a big Havlicek guy. I assumed he would say Bill Walton on that
Yeah.
86 Celtics, but yeah, it's true. Havlicek was a 6-man. McHale, good one. Yeah,
Yep.
a lot of good options.
A
there.
lot of good ones. Also, another eye test. Commentary Elon Musk tweeted out, No one has found the number in the box so far.
Oh, good.
What number do you see? And then it is described as level very hard.
Okay.
And it's a little one of these magic eyes.
My favorite level.
And Bob said, "You mean 22?"
I do like when
he is.
He gives you like a flippant, casual answer like that.
He should
I like
change
that.
his name to Snarky Bob Ryan.
It is kind of snarky, Bob Ryan.
22. No, he's wrong actually.
He was wrong yesterday
not.
too.
It's
Yeah, there's
22.
No, I see threes in there too. I see 3, 2, 2,
I
3.
see 22, Nick. I see that.
There's threes to
Where
the
do
left.
you see a 3?
There's threes to the left and right of the 2. 3, 2, 2, 3. He's wrong.
I don't think so.
Yeah, definitely.
Nick, do you see it now?
Yeah, it's 3, 2, 2, 3. I had to back up like 8 feet, but I found it.
Those are some sharp eyes.
He was
Where
wrong.
I'm telling you guys it's there and you didn't even see it. Those are some sharp eyeballs.
There was a math one next. Like, what's the next number in this
Yeah.
order? He got that wrong yesterday too. Come on, Bob. Let's go.
Grab bag.
Let's find out who the best baseball performer was from yesterday, Jones. Was it Connor Norby, 2 for 4 with a home run, 5 RBI, 3 runs? Hector Rodriguez, 3 for 6, 2 home runs.
Wow.
Javier Sanoja, 3 for 4,
Dude.
RBI, 3 steals.
I'm telling you, that guy's a legitimately a little itty bitty guy
Little
over
guy.
at third, but
He
he's
can
good.
pick it.
He can pick it.
Really
He's
good in the field.
swiping bags.
Yeah,
I was
stealing
impressed
bags
with him,
left
to
and
be
right.
honest. Yeah.
Was it Eduardo Rodriguez, 7 scoreless with 9 Ks? Or was it Jesus Luzardo, 7 scoreless,
I mean, look,
9 Ks?
good night for the pitchers there. Let's go Sanoja. He was good.
You like Sanoja?
Yeah.
All right, Sanoja it is.
It's time for Jones and Keefe's
Random. Brandon Phillips. Eduardo Nunez. Curtis Laskanik.
Baseball Player of the Day.
All right, everybody, we have a random ball player today who played a little first base, played a little third base. Pick your hot corner.
Okay.
Pick your hot
cold
corner.
Yep.
Cup of coffee, 1992, hung up the spikes after the 2003 season, played for only 2 teams, Pittsburgh Pirates and the Kansas City Royals. Oddly enough.
We've had him before. Is it Joe Randa?
It is not. Oh. It's not Joe Randa. Oddly enough.
I thought I had it.
Started with Pittsburgh, went to Kansas City for 1 year, and then went back to Pittsburgh for the rest of his career, where he had 3 straight 20 home run seasons. Do
you think of him as more first or more third?
I don't remember him that much, to be honest. I don't really. He played. Let's see.
It's not Sid Bream.
It's not Sid Bream. He played more. Oh, way more first base. Way more first base. I don't even know why they were listed third
You
base.
say you don't remember him?
Not really. Listen, all the guys I remember.
He's a
we
lifelong
multiple-
pirate, but I can't remember who he was.
He was.
I don't really remember him.
I don't.
Okay, well,
But it's not the game.
I'm guessing
the
I
game
don't
isn't
either.
do I remember him? It's do you guys remember him?
No.
19th in the MVP in
I don't remember
1997.
hardly any of these guys. Yeah.
1997, he was 19th in the MVP. However, his best years were 98 and 99. I don't know what was going on in the game then. He had 27 homers and 108 RBIs in 98, 26 homers, 106 RBI in 99, and a 909 OPS.
Nice.
His nickname, Little Hurt.
I was just going to say, so how'd you pick this
Was
guy?
his name Frank?
He was not the Big Hurt. He was the Little Hurt. And
Thomas Frank.
He was represented by the Levinsons.
Okay, I'm looking it up.
No.
Oh,
Pretty good ball player.
Jeff King?
No. No. A guy that we have not had. I promise you we have not had the Little
Let me
Hurt.
tell you, the Twitch chat is just
The
decided
Twitch chat is just
they've
gotten-
just decided to send in foul ones, but Kevin
No.
Off-Road 4x4 is a pretty good one.
He had one 2020 season, Jones.
Kevin Young?
He got it.
I don't recall Kevin Young.
He was there a
Congrats to
long time.
Cheeseburger Club.
Never
and
played in the playoffs because
Fat
all
Bowler.
those Pittsburgh teams were bad. Actually, I shouldn't say that. The Pittsburgh teams, when he first was there, were like the Bonds Bonilla teams. But then after that, when he came back, they were all terrible.
Somebody also says, I like when Mego reads the Twitch chat. Was she reading those yesterday?
She was, yeah. She was disgusted. She was appalled. She may never come back.
I did enjoy when you guys were talking about her DMs yesterday. She's like, never open an image.
Smart.
Yeah, she's like, don't send those.
Smart call.
Yeah.
My DMs are wide open, by the way.
Send whatever
Send whatever you want.
You send whatever you
Feel
want to my
free.
DMs. Okay. Well, that is, who was it again? Kevin Young?
Kevin Young.
Random ball player
Today's
today.
Random ball player.
Each and every day here on Jones and Keefe. Stay tuned. We'll get to the clip du jour next.
Back here at Jones and Keefe, WEEI. Jones, before we get to the clip du jour, which I know you're going to ask me about, Adam Schefter was on the Pat McAfee show.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure Rich and Ken with Ted will have more on this, but how about this for a quote? When asked about Christian Gonzalez, Adam Schefter, quote, "I don't think that Christian Gonzalez and the Patriots have been close to a new deal. They don't appear to be wanting to give him Devin Witherspoon type money. I think there's probably one more push by both sides to try to get a deal done before the season starts. That'll be a big push.
Yeah, I would say.
Not great.
No,
but also kind of on brand.
So
What
how
we're
is he
saying.
the highest paid? Did they make him the offer for highest paid corner? That makes no sense.
Have you been listening to the program?
I actually all day actually.
The phony column. When you go to Spotrac,
different columns of the money. There's the
that,
fake money one, and I'm sure it was through
they
the roof.
offered him in the fake money one.
Yeah,
The
real
money
money
one, they're probably fifth.
less.
Yeah.
Less.
15th.
Yeah,
Maybe 15th.
Exactly.
Honestly.
Okay, well, that's something to pick at tomorrow for
right.
sure. And stay tuned to Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson for more.
In
of
the
that.
meantime, clip du jour.
Oh, sounds fantastic. What's the clip du jour again?
I'm so glad you asked. This is the clip of the day. And even though yesterday was our 2-year show anniversary, we had more conversation about it today.
Mike is in the truck. Hello, Mike.
Hey, Mike.
Gentlemen, happy deuce. Happy deuce.
For those that are wondering what he's talking about, Happy Deuce is implying a happy 2-year anniversary to the Jones and Keefe show.
Which was yesterday.
It was yesterday, but you weren't
That
here.
I missed. I didn't forget about it.
We celebrated with Mega.
It's not like it was an oversight and I forgot about our 2-year anniversary. No. I just didn't happen to be here for it.
Feel terrible.
What is the 2-year anniversary?
I think it's beer.
No.
It's probably like a ruby.
Wood.
No, one of them is wood. I think it might be every year is wood.
In my house.
There's specific ones, right? Because I got a big anniversary.
Apparently the second anniversary is cotton.
Cotton? No, you could have got me a shirt.
I could have.
Could have got me a cool shirt. You didn't.
Well, that's a traditional gift. I see the modern gift is China. Would you like would you like a set of China?
Yeah, I'll take some China.
Yeah.
Let's take a little bit of China. I have a big anniversary. Do you have the list in front of you?
Oh, I just backed out. Yeah. Hey, what do you need?
So coming up this year, at the end of the calendar year, I'm going to be married for 15 years.
Wow.
I know.
Congratulations.
I'm an old dude.
15
What's
year
the
anniversary?
crystal or glass?
Jesus. Crystal?
Or the modern one is a watch.
Oh, either way.
I'm not getting her a watch.
Either way, you're in trouble.
Or a crystal faced
Glass? Like, yeah, here you go. Just a piece of glass.
Popular alternatives are rubies.
Rubies? There can't be 4 things for a 15-year anniversary.
Seriously.
Back to the drawing board on that one. I'll make a card.
You had some time to buy a glass product.
Yeah. This one's good for 1 free back rub.
So
There you
did
go.
Keith say Did Keith get Ruby right at the beginning?
He asked for ruby for the year 2.
That's wild. And
I
then
was
it
like, it's probably
eventually
gonna be
was
Ruby.
rubies. I
And
mean,
then
different
there it was.
anniversaries, but wow.
There's only
Crazy.
13 years off.
Holy smokes.
Every other year, though, on this little chart, it's Ruby. Just big Ruby that makes the chart. They're like, hey, guys, you better go to the Ruby store.
Yeah.
Get her some nice rubies.
Yeah, Gemini presented by Ruby. Okay, well, that's your clip du jour each and every day.
All right,
here
very
on
good.
Jones and Keefe. We're brought to you by the 99 Restaurant. You can head to the 9s this Thursday night to play trivia. Enjoy 6 packs of bone-in wings and a chance to win 99 gift cards and other great prizes. You gotta love the 9s. We're back tomorrow, Top 5 Friday, Friday 4-pack, and the Week in Review. Stay tuned. Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson, all the latest on Christian Gonzalez in just 2 minutes.
in our feed.
And the feed brought to you by Cars for Kids. Patriots preseason game number 3 tonight in Cleveland, 8 p.m. kickoff at Huntington Bank Field and on Prime. Still no official word if any starters will play for New England. However, D coordinator Zach Core joined Jones O'Keefe yesterday, talked about the balance of preseason versus week 1.
How much of your day-to-day right now is dedicated to getting ready for week 1 against the Seahawks?
Yeah, I would say there's some good balance to that. You don't want to, put all your focus in on an opponent and not give the guys that are out there putting their bodies on the line, trying to earn a role, trying to provide for their families, not giving your full attention. So there's a balance. Prepare for that week 1 still so you can get the extra time, but also give the guys everything they need to go perform, earn a role and make the team. This is their livelihood they're out there playing for, so I think they deserve the respect of some full attention by the coaches.
Cars for Kids, no more stressing over your old vehicle. Donate it today and get it picked up tomorrow. The easiest service out there. Donate online, carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. I'm Ken Laird. That's what's in the feed at WEEI.
Is Tom Brady a weirdo?
Tom Brady? So the dude eats avocados for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, including ice cream. He's got a supermodel wife who's not even that hot. I've seen like 400 hotter chicks than her in Loco Southie, which Roman Anthony hangs out there every night. He's the local. He's a weirdo. He's a weirdo. He kisses his kids on the lips. He hates our team for no damn reason. He would not exist without us. I want to like the guy, I really do, because he brought me 6 championships since I was a kid, but he's a jerk-off. I watched him owns the Raiders now. You own 1% of the Raiders. Congrats. I could own 1% of the Raiders. They suck donkey nut hole.
It's Rich, Ken, and Ted. Watch on YouTube and Twitch. Follow on social at Rich, Ken, Ted.
Oh, well, how the hell are you, Boston and surrounding areas? It is Rich Shirtenlieb, Ken Laird, 3-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson, right here on 93.7 WEEI, and you and your calls, 617-779-7937, and you have been excellent lately. Not only the calls, but also the messages you can leave over there on the Odyssey app. You press that microphone button. We unload those sons of bitches in the 5 o'clock hour with our take grenades. Gentlemen, how we feeling today? You guys feeling good?
Good, man. Good, although I just saw a new extension for a football player, and it was not Gonzalez, but I was duped. Happens to be a Seahawk. Their defensive tackle, 3 years, $90 million, $56 million guaranteed. No Gonzo news, though. Not good news, anyway.
Well, we got a little bit of Gonzo kind of, it's not news, but there's definitely something that we need to get to here in just a few. A little bit of movement on what might be going on behind the scenes with the Gonzalez situation, and I'm going to. There might be a little spike into the football, boys. There might just be a little bit of Rich Shirtenlieb spike in the football on how I thought things were going, and maybe I'm just getting all this confirmed by inside sources.
What
are you talking about?
You got something right?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, maybe, just maybe, for one of the first times in a while.
I will say something right. Can't wait to hear that.
However, also, 5 o'clock today, Conor McGregor. Yes, Conor McGregor. The guy who showed his ass, literally, in Roadhouse 2. Did you guys ever see Roadhouse 2 by any chance?
Nope.
Not bad. It didn't suck. Believe it or not, it could have been awful because Roadhouse is obviously an American classic. God bless the redneck jiu-jitsu he does where he rips the guy's throat out at the end. But no, not bad. Jake Gyllenhaal, Conor McGregor, not a bad movie, but he's going to be on with us promoting the Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship this Saturday night at Fenway Park.
Mm-hmm.
But
Contreras undercard. Is he going to fight that dude from the Nationals that stared him down?
Or what about the dude that he went on Instagram and started picking a fight with that one time, which was fantastic. But in the meantime, there's a lot of stuff to talk about today. I am going to give all the praise in the world, all show, to our own Rob Bradford, who got one of the better athlete interviews that I have heard in a long time with Roman Anthony. You want that guy? You wanted answers to questions? Rob Bradford got them, and we're going to get into that. So much more. Also, as I said, got a little bit of Gonzalez news, but first, let's get to what happened yesterday there,
what
Jackson.
Just happened? Sports happened.
Oh, yes, and Sports Happen is brought to you by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury attorney for over 30 years. If you've been hurt in a car or work accident, you got to get Glassman. Call all sevens at 617-777-7777. And after weeks of the Red Sox being must-see TV, last night was the most boring 3 hours I've spent watching television since the Pro Bowl. Jackson?
4-0 Marlins, the 1-0. Swinging a chopper to short, probably going to end the game. Lopez has it. He throws to first in time, and the Red Sox lose 4-0. Really not their prettiest effort of the season. The Red Sox do take 2 of 3 from the Marlins. We'll see what happens in the Bronx a little later tonight. Off day tomorrow, and then off for the biggest series of the season in New York.
Well, when you eat nothing but W's, you eventually have to take a crap. And that's what the Red Sox did last night. All over Lone Depot Park in Miami as they are shut out 4-0. Ooh, that was a tough watch. Even Mickey Gasper couldn't hit last night as the team was held to only 5 singles. But it was also the season worst 4 errors last night that really made yesterday an ugly scene. Nick Sogard kind of making it easy for Chad Tracy to send him down, isn't he?
No. Ted was whining about this. He's playing out of position. He's not a first baseman.
He's a utility man.
He's a third baseman, second baseman.
Yeah, utility guys play any position needed. That's what he
didn't
is.
say he's utility. He's a second baseman, third baseman. They need
no.
And they should have put Mickey at first. He's a tried and true first guy. And also they miss Rutschman defensively because what do they have? 4 steals against yesterday, so they're fine. It was a Wilson day off. They basically packed it in. It was an off day a day early.
Yeah, but well, first of all, hasn't Sogard played 4 different positions in 4 days?
I mean, probably.
I think he's been like all over the place, but I'm not giving him an excuse. Those are some bad errors right there. You get in the game, you don't F up by. I mean, threw the ball in the back of a guy's helmet. There were 2 different. Weren't there 2 plays where Connor Wong threw one in the back of a guy's head too?
Yes. Yep.
That's not good because Sogard had 2 of the errors, Wong caused the others, and you like outs on ground balls, baby. The Sox had 18 of them. Nice. It was just clunk boom out, over and over. Also embarrassing was that Miami starter Ryan Gusto. He entered the game last night 0 for 6 with like over a 5.5 ERA over the last 2 seasons, and of course Boston made him look like Eck in his prime. It was like 5 2/3 scoreless innings for his first win. Way to go, Red Sox!
But they won the series, right? That's all you need this time of year, Ted. Right? You would agree?
I would agree against obviously an inferior team, but you're right. Getting the series win is important. I am ready for this weekend's games though against the Yankees because it's to me the biggest series they have remaining in the schedule. So as much as you want to come in here and kind of bust balls a little bit, it's like, okay, you kind of understand how they laid an egg, being on a 5-game win streak with the Yankees kind of waiting in the wings. So I will give them a pass.
Ooh, I like it.
A little pass. But let's see how the weekend goes. I can't wait for it.
Yeah, it's just, the main thing is I think my body just wasn't ready for that boring of a game. Like, it just seemed listless. I was waiting for anything. And, then there's that, you're sitting there at the 6th and 7th inning and going, well, something's going to happen in the 8th or 9th, right?
I know. I had Apocalypto dialed up. You advised me to watch a movie, but then I had to hold off because I thought maybe they'd come back.
Let me throw this at you, though, real quick. What about, though, if you go, okay, man, Sogi, a couple of errors. I don't know. Is he worried about somebody coming back and taking his position?
Sure.
Yeah. So maybe we asked Chad Tracy yesterday. Hey, you just bringing a guy back. What about the guy that he replaces? That's going to impact him. And so maybe Sogard's already thinking about being replaced by Trevor Story.
Would you start either Story or Roman Friday in New York? Put them right in the lineup. And by the way, they're both playing tonight in Worcester. So they get one more.
My gut says no because they haven't earned the right.
Me either. No, I would not.
In a lot of ways.
Rich, would you?
So I said yesterday that if they're going to make any kind of move, I would wait till after the Yankee series. However, I would not be crushed if it was Roman. If you brought Roman in, I'd be like, okay, well, fine.
Well, you might be fine with that, but I don't think Wilson Contreras, based on his answer to us at the Jimmy Fund, is totally fine with that. And I don't think Trevor Story would be fine with Roman starting and him not.
Yeah, I agree.
The way he's talking.
I agree.
Trevor's not ready. Trevor's had bad numbers.
But then you get Middlebrook saying it doesn't matter about results. It's just timing. You don't worry about results in AAA.
Hang on. It doesn't matter about results. That's
what he
tweeted.
Do you think Trevor Story, Rich, is sitting there going, oh, my numbers suck in AAA, so I don't want to go up to the big league yet until my numbers get better?
You know what? If I'm Chad Tracy, I don't care what Trevor Story thinks. I care what's best for the team right now. And Roman Anthony has proven that he seems to be on the right track. He's playing good baseball. Trevor Story right now stinks. What were his numbers? It was 4 for 20 or something, or 4 for 27. He's been awful. And so he's not ready. Don't bring him back. I don't care if it hurts his feelings. You stay down there. And I don't. And I know Will Middlebrooks is obviously very smart and he's a good broadcaster. But this whole thing that this doesn't matter. Yeah, it does. If you can't be successful against guys that are a step down from the major leagues, then you need to stay there until you show us that you can at least do a little bit of damage.
It doesn't matter. I'm telling you, not a guy that's proven like it's Trevor Story. If Trevor Story
like
has
Drew
to,
Bledsoe.
Yeah, same thing. Absolutely. If he has got to prove himself to you in AAA ball that he can play at the big league level when he's been a big leaguer for a long time, dude, it just doesn't work that way, Rich. It does not work that way.
Even coming off injury, just find out, because you have to make sure that physically you're able to perform after having an injury.
And
like
he has
that.
been. He's been physically able to perform, not well, but he's been physically performing at the AAA level.
Mm-hmm.
So
3 putouts yesterday.
Yeah. So yeah, no, it's not pretty. I can tell you how Trevor Story thinks. He does not think, and I guarantee you Chad Tracy doesn't think that way either. There's no way Chad Tracy's saying, you know what, Trev, hey, man, I know you want to come up and play the Yanks, but why don't you just stay down there with the Woo Sox until, you start hitting it better. I mean, I know you feel great.
But my prediction is Tracy's going to cave to veteran players and put Story in there. Yep. Story will start Friday.
Yep.
Roman will be on the bench.
Is that the right move?
That's not the right move.
Okay, then then what are we talking about him being a manager? He's an interim manager. He's not a real manager.
He hasn't made that decision yet, but that's just my feeling on it. Right?
This is going to be the best part to see how he does navigating these guys coming back. I think that's the more fascinating part of what he's had to do so far this season.
But you make a good point about Sogard, and you wonder how this is affecting the guys that are out there now, like getting nervous that they're about to get their places taken. I mean, listen, Mickey Gasper's done everything he can to stay with this team and for them to find some sort of way to move the lineup around and have him. I mean, you just said it there, Ken. I mean, he can play first, he can play catcher, he could be DA. It doesn't matter. Like, you can move him around. You can find a place for him. The Sogards of the world, that's when it starts to get a little questionable as to whether or not he's going to remain with his team and whether they end up having room for a guy like that. It's going to be a really interesting weekend. Not only, as you were saying, does this seem like it's the most important regular season series in a long time, this Yankee series, seeing that they're 2.5 games behind. But it also, how do you move these pieces around? Do you even move these pieces around? And I hope they don't. I hope they don't bring the guys up till after it's done. But if they do, it's going to be one hell of an entertaining thing to see how Chad Tracy handles it all.
Well, it makes it spicy, too, because Judge is coming back. He's starting to work out. They're putting him on a plan. He's definitely going to be back by the playoffs. It's the way it reads now. And the guy that the Yankees traded for from the Nationals, Luis Garcia, who's a second/first baseman, has 5 homers with them. He's a slow, doesn't get on a ton, but he hits bombs. He was leading the NL in slug when they traded for him. Mm-hmm. Your guy, Curtis Mead, is coming out of the cast. The guy they traded for is starting to light it up for the Yankees, so it's just a good series. We finally got a good weekend of baseball.
Love it.
Yeah. Hopefully it's a little less boring than last night. That sucked.
Yeah.
Should have watched Apocalypto. All right. We'll take your call, 617-779-7937. Now, I want to play this right now. I want to play this as soon as we get back. Hopefully, Jackson, you had time to get it in because we got it to you right before the show started. There's a little bit of news coming out about what's going on behind the scenes with Christian Gonzalez, between him and the Patriots. And this is from one of the biggest insiders that's out there.
Our insider. He'll be on with us every week.
That's right. We can call him our guy.
He's our
That's
guy.
absolutely right. Our guy. So we will play that when we get back. 2 minutes, some new information that might shed a little bit of light on who is to blame for this stalemate in the Christian Gonzalez saga that's going on right now at Gillette. We'll be right back. 2 minutes.
Ken Laird, Ted Johnson on WEEI.
Christian Gonzalez. Any thoughts on that as you enter camp?
We love Christian Gonzalez. We love him as a player, as a person. That's why we've made an offer to him that makes him the highest paid player ever to play that position in the NFL. And coincidentally, it's the highest contract in the Patriots franchise history. So we're glad we drafted him and he's developed here, and we hope he'll be with us for a long time.
All right, it is 93.7 WEEI. Rich Shirtenlieb, Ken Laird, three-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson, and your calls, 617-779-7937. That, of course, is the very famous now, or infamous clip of Robert Kraft saying how much we love Christian Gonzalez, and that they're going to make him the highest paid this and the highest paid that, and still, no contract signed. There's still an impasse.
That was out of the gate. You talk about setting a tone early. Like, that was the first day of training camp was when he said that.
And I've been saying the entire time, the reason they wanted that out there is because they wanted deniability when it came in, because they knew he wasn't going to accept what was out there, because I believed it was funny money. I think the Patriots wanted the world to go on their side because they were preparing for any kind of backlash that this was a contract that was all based on bonuses or non-guaranteed money, which, of course, what matters with these players is guaranteed money. And I've said it over and over again that if I had to choose as to who's to blame right now, I guarantee you it's not the agent going rogue and trying to get way more money than Devin Witherspoon, because there's more of a track record of the Patriots being cheap. So I would blame the Patriots on this. Now, no one really knows what was going on behind the scenes. However, Adam Schefter, our insider, right, Ken? We're going to have on the show every week. Adam Schefter, who is one of the more reliable inside sources in all the NFL, he was just on Pat McAfee, and he had this to say about what he has heard is going on behind the scenes. Let it roll.
Fitz and Gonzalez haven't been close. Now, I kind of think, like, Mike Vrabel views defensive linemen and getting pressure as the most important thing on a defense. Like, he prioritizes that. Loves corners, of course, and he knows that Christian Gonzalez is a great player. But if we're going to pay players premiums, like, up front, that's something I think that's been important to him in the past. I think they want to pay Christian Gonzalez, but they're obviously not in the same neighborhood right now and haven't been, thus his disappointment. So what happens? Well, I think that there's probably another push before the season begins, or at the start of the season, from both sides to try to get done. That's my guess, because he's too good a player not to try to get something done, and they're too smart not to try to get something done, and the numbers are there. But if they can't get something done, that just makes me wonder, like, where is it going in the future? What happens then? Do they wait till after the season? Can they do anything then? Would they even be willing to listen to potential trades for him after the year? Like, is that a possibility down the line? I think it opens up a whole range of options if they don't have this deal done at the start of the season or a couple of weeks into the season.
All right, stop the tape. Jackson, the money clip's at the very beginning of that clip, and we cut it off. The money line is at the very, very, so just play it straight out, because there is a line in there that basically says everything that I've been saying. Can you just start at the very beginning of the clip, Jackson, if you don't mind?
The Patriots and Gonzalez haven't been close. Now,
No. It's like, okay, I'll read it to you, because I have the transcript. It says, I don't think that Christian Gonzalez and the Patriots have been close to a new deal. They don't appear to be wanting to give him Devin Witherspoon type money. I think there's probably one more push by both sides to try and get a deal done before the season starts. Did you hear that?
Well, later he reiterates they're not in the same neighborhood and haven't been.
Yes, they don't appear to be wanting to give him Devin Witherspoon type money, the guy who just set the market. And we were all saying that right now, that is what you need to pay. You need to pay him that and a little bit more, because all these guys want to top what they've been offered. That right there is showing that behind the scenes, this is not Christian Gonzalez asking for something irrational. This is not him shooting for the moon. This is the Patriots being cheap. if you won't give Christian Gonzalez at least the same thing that Devin Witherspoon just got, then that's on the Patriots. And there should be no ambiguity with that, right? Like, this is, now that you've heard Adam Schefter say that, you realize that now they're the bad guys. There's not even a question that the Patriots are bad guys. You're not even going to pay him what the last guy just got, the dude that you're better than according to everything. You're supposed to get more money than. Ted, you agree, don't you, that now you know this is on the Patriots not getting this done?
Look, but the Patriots have been on record saying that they're going to make him the highest paid cornerback. So how I'm trying to figure out how you can say that he's going to get paid. The Patriots don't want to pay him as much as they paid Devin Witherspoon.
Because that's what Adam Schefter said. He said they don't appear to be wanting to give him Devin Witherspoon type money. That's Adam Schefter's report. So they don't want to pay him as much. So they're not going to make him the highest paid corner.
No, they want to blow by Devin Witherspoon. So when he says they don't want to pay Devin Witherspoon type money, that means they want to go way on past Devin Witherspoon.
You mean Gonzalez?
Yeah.
Camp. Rich is saying, according to Schefter, the Patriots don't want to give Gonzalez Witherspoon money.
Yeah,
okay,
it's not the other way around.
You have to. Right. You've already been on record saying you're going to make him the highest paid
that's
cornerback.
Rich is saying Schefter's calling him a liar, basically.
And I'm saying Schefter's no. The Patriots once again can say they're going to give him more money, but it's not real money. I've said this over and over again.
Well, that needs to be explained. The technicalities.
If that's true, Jackson, do you have the full clip there? Let's play.
Why hasn't Christian Gonzalez been signed yet? It feels like once Witherspoon was done, it was kind of clear cut. Okay, now Gonzo gets basically the same deal, maybe a little more guaranteed money, and this is just going to become the new highest paid corner. For some reason, that hasn't happened yet. What is this situation? Is this a situation that is brewing where I should get concerned about Christian Gonzalez not being the best player on defense for the Patriots for the next 10 years? And also other corner, Joey Porter Jr., what is his situation? Are those kind of the next two deals, and should they happen or will they happen before the season starts?
Well, let's talk about Christian Gonzalez first. And I don't think that at any one point here that they've been close to a deal. And Devin Witherspoon and Christian Gonzalez have the same agent. So in a way, he can kind of dictate how this is going to go and see into the future in a better way than each of the two teams can. So Witherspoon was going to get done first, and it got done at an average of 33 a year. The Patriots have not been in that category, but Witherspoon has established the benchmark, and the Patriots haven't gone there. And they weren't there before, and they don't appear to be going there right now.
Boom.
And they're all on the two sides of money. Now, there's a couple things to keep in mind.
Stop it. That's huge.
He's referencing 33 annual.
33 a year.
Okay, you know what? What if you look at what Devin Witherspoon got in fully guaranteed, which is really the more important thing. You know, it's so misleading when it says Devin Witherspoon signs 4-year, $132 million extension. $101 million of it's guaranteed,
and 59 in the first 2 years. Is that right?
That's the money. It's the 59 in the first 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
It's not, and he's talking about the average annual value, Rich, at 33. They might. Okay, I can see if Christian would probably be like, I don't care if mine's average annual value is less than 33, as long as my signing bonus is guaranteed, fully guaranteed. Which blows away what Devin Witherspoon.
It's actually at signing, $59.3 million, fully guaranteed at signing.
Yeah,
is the phrasing. Right.
And the Patriots don't want to go near there.
Schefter's saying. I guess Ted, you're making the point. Schefter's saying they won't go near the $33 million average annual value.
Talking about
Why
one
not?
piece of it.
Why not?
I
That's
don't know.
being cheap.
Not if they give you $80 million fully guaranteed.
Oh, come on! You really think they're going to give him $80 million and have a lower thing just to be nice? No, you have to make him. They're being cheap. I don't know how you can hear that in any other way than they are not giving him the money that Witherspoon got.
Well, Ted's right. We are still missing some info, but I do think, Rich, it aids to they're probably being cheap. I think.
Why do they have something like a?
It's about a cash budget.
A cash budget.
Oh, that was so bad. That is still the quote of the week.
And I knew, and that was another thing that made me think that, yeah, absolutely, it's the Patriots being cheap. The minute the cash budget thing came out, and
wait,
I know that.
Wait a minute. You said the deal was going to get done, I believe, 2
Yeah,
days
yesterday.
ago. You had a feeling.
I think that was before I heard Elliot Wolf. Remember, that was before I heard Elliot Wolf's thing. It was the morning of before that, and then I heard Elliot Wolf. I'm like, oh boy, this is not good.
So, if you change your opinion, you no longer think this deal is getting done.
I mean, after hearing that Schefter report, but I've thought this like forever since what's his name, Robert Kraft said that. I've said, I'm telling you, he's saying this to protect his reputation when Christian Gonzalez doesn't take the deal because it truly isn't cash-wise what he deserves. And I knew he was setting it up because there's nothing that the Patriots hate more than having the reputation of being cheap. But you are what you are. And right now, if you're not offering Christian Gonzalez, the best cornerback in the game, #1 on Madden, by the way, the same amount of money, if you don't even want to get anywhere near what Devin Witherspoon just got, then you know what? That is on the Patriots, and I got no problem with Christian Gonzalez being pissed. And you should be pissed as a fan, too. This is the kind of guy that you pay the market value, and they don't want to pay him the market value.
Maybe they saw Roman Anthony's behavior and said, "This is what happens when you pay a guy too early." He goes and gets a Lambo. He's partying in the Seaport. We ain't doing it.
Maybe that's the case. All right, we'll take your calls on this. 617-779-7937. I love that report right there. It's the first we've really heard of what's going on behind the scenes.
Yeah. Not
so
good
Schefter,
news. Not
yeah.
No matter what you think about the money, the cheap or whatever, that's just not good news. They are not close.
No, they are
not in the
absolutely
same
not.
neighborhood is the takeaway. Oh,
yuck. All right. Well, we'll take your calls. Also, let's talk a little bit about Roman Anthony. I think Rob Bradford just killed it. He did a great job talking to him, and we will get to some of that stuff right after this.
It's original WEEI.
It seems from the outside, through what Roman Anthony has said, he felt that he was punished by being sent to Fort Myers. Were you punishing him?
Well, I think you start by trying to understand whether or not there is a problem. We were not punishing Roman. Roman doesn't feel punished. He and I have a great relationship, and we communicate multiple times per day. I think, what I had seen was Roman saying that being in Fort Myers and rehabbing sucked, right? And it does, both because you're not playing, which is what Roman has known his entire life. He's not contributing to helping us win games. And, the environment at a spring training complex in the middle of the summer is not exactly the same as playing in front of 35,000 people in Boston. But we reached the decision for Roman to go to Fort Myers together and felt like it was the thing that would get him back to the big leagues as fast as possible. And that remained the case. But in terms of how do you resolve the situation, I don't think there's anything to resolve. I don't think Roman feels punished. We certainly weren't looking to punish him. And I think it's really quite as simple as that.
Oh, it is 93.7 WEEI. Rich Certainly, Ken Laird, Ted Johnson, and that right there is Craig Breslow this morning on the Greg Hill Show being asked about the return of Roman Anthony and whether they felt, or I guess the perception was that he was punished when he got sent down there. And I got to tell you, I don't know. Did you guys listen to the entire? Because Rob Bradford did a great job. First of all, excellent job. Rob, you can listen to it. Baseball isn't boring. WEEI.com. We love having Rob on, but this was great because, there really isn't a better story right now as far as you wanting to get answers on what's going on with the Red Sox than what's been happening with Roman Anthony over the last couple of months. I mean, they talked everything. They talked everything from, not only like his time in Florida, his rehab, how things kept getting moved back. And they talked about the tables being too filled over at Fenway Park and what he was told about that. They talked about the Reddit stories. And I mean, it really was a great interview. And we're going to trickle out a bunch of stuff throughout the show because it was 30 minutes of awesomeness.
And I think it was a good thing for Roman to do it because the audio that we heard from yesterday that Chris Cotillo did a good job of putting out from the group interviews with the media out in Worcester, he came off sounding like he was kind of whining. And I disagree with Breslow. It sounded like he felt punished. This with Rob just was more relaxed. He seemed like a guy who was bearing his soul, but he was in a good place, in a better place anyway, and ready to come back.
Yeah. Well, let's play this first because he did talk about going to Florida and being sent down there. And I think Rob Bradford, I don't know if this is in the clip, but he compared it to like Rocky IV, where Rocky went to Siberia to have to train, and he was away from everybody. So let's take a listen. This is Roman Anthony with Rob Bradford talking about his time in Florida.
So that really freed me up in a sense of hey, let's keep adding on and let's get out of here. And that's what we did.
Literally, let's get out of here.
Yeah, let's get out of here.
With all due respect to the Lee County Tourism Board.
Yeah.
What was that like when you had to go to Florida, right? I mean, I got a great analogy. You watch the Rocky movies?
Yeah.
Yeah, Rocky IV.
Yeah.
Right? You were basically going to Siberia with the logs, with the snow.
Exactly. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. There you go. That was good. It was one of those things where we had sent a few guys and we had a packed IL at the time and the way that it really goes is in the most standard way to put it is that when you have a bunch of guys in the IL and guys with longer-ish term injuries. It's, clear out some space.
And then you're explaining.
So I just pause it there for a second, Rich, because clear out some space. You have longer-ish term injuries, bunch of guys on the IL, you clear out some space. And he goes, it's such a weird thing, but I feel like he's kind of pissed about that, right, and how they handled it and sent him down there.
Yeah. He did not want to be there.
He's not talking about it at length and in this kind of detail if he's not upset.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he goes on to tell you some more things that happened at the hotel where he's venting. He wants you to know that Breslow's saying, the Roman didn't see it as punishment. Really? Are you sure about that, Craig? Because I've been listening to athletes talk my whole life, and I sense a guy that did not like being down there one bit.
No.
Right, because what would you say if like they understood that this is how it goes? Like this is how it. You'd be like, man, I'm just trying to do everything I can to get back. Listen, they wanted me to go down there and become the best Roman I can be, and sure, I wish I was with the team, but in this case, he goes into details about how crappy the conditions were in Florida, like true details. And part of that, give Rob Bradford credit. As a matter of fact, I don't know if that's here in this clip. Let's let the clip continue here.
Yeah.
This is because good on Rob Bradford for just letting him talk, because man, he hated it down there. Space.
And they explained all this to you because you probably were like, I have to go to Florida.
Yeah. So they had cleared a few guys out shortly before I did, and at that point, I think right after that, Marcelo and Izzy went on the IL, and obviously theirs was quicker. And with where I was at, where the MRI showed, it made the best sense to send me there and continue to do my stuff there. And I think the biggest thing is we all know how Fenway is. It's not huge inside. There's not a ton of room. So when you get a lot of guys in the IL, it feels like you almost feel like you're kind of in the way.
You're in the way. It's not
so
big.
You show up early, you do stuff early, and then you kind of hang around and support the boys, obviously. But I think for everyone, for the trainers, for other guys, players that need to get their work in order to play that day, it's easier for longer term guys to kind of just go.
Oh, that just hit me. You know what this is?
What?
This is him doing the team a solid. They basically they heard his comments yesterday, and they're like, dude, you need to clean some of this up.
Mm-hmm.
And so now he's got a whole different vibe with Bradfo.
Definitely a different vibe. He's a little more upbeat, but then he works in there, you don't want to be in the way. So they felt he was in the way. Especially the veterans. They're looking at like, what are you doing here, dude? Either get back on the team or get out of here.
Mm-hmm.
So it's, and obviously,
I can imagine. Can you imagine him by the training tables, like, oh gosh, sorry, man, didn't mean to bump into you. I know you're working on so and so. In the way. There's not enough room at Fenway Park. Like that's the best. No, what happened was he was depressing to be around. Right. He was a guy who wasn't getting any better. Chad Tracy was trying to build this culture of positivity when they were the worst team in the league, and they were like, "Dude, just get him away from us." I don't know if you want to blame any of the other stuff you're hearing from the outside about he kept jumping around town and was hanging out in Locos Taqueria and said Southie, but to me, I think it was more than just like, "All right, dude, you're just moping around here. Let's get you out. We need you gone," and he went all in on how much it sucked. He talked about how he's staying at the DoubleTree down there, and within like a couple of days, there was a leak that came from the ceiling that ruined all of his clothes. He said that the leak in his hotel, by the way, DoubleTrees are fantastic. I got no problem with the
DoubleTree is an excellent DoubleTree. Good breakfast.
Yeah, that's right. That you make your own waffles.
Yep.
So, but I mean, he said that there was a leak in the ceiling at this DoubleTree that ruined all of his clothes. By the way, is a leak enough to ruin all of your clothes?
He said it was dripping onto the clothes, and he tried to wash it, and it wouldn't come out.
That's nasty, man.
I don't know what was dripping, but then Rob should have asked him, did they make him pay for the Airbnb? Because he spent 3 weeks in an Airbnb. Who footed the bill for that?
Okay, can I just say something? That smells of BS. Like, it sounds like he just wanted an Airbnb.
Yeah, maybe.
Like, I mean, listen, out of all the times you've stayed in a hotel, have you ever had a leak so bad that it ruined all of your clothes?
It's a whopper to make up a lie like that. But then again, this goes back the whole year. Back in the dark days, Cora was pissed at the young guys, especially Meyer, made him sing for his supper. There were stories that these guys were staying off campus in Fort Myers. They weren't happy about that. They're driving around the Lambos. Duran lashes out at our friend Michael Hawley on social media for blaming the trainers, and then we deleted social media accounts. So This just brings back all the dark days of the early part of the season, right?
It really feels that way, doesn't it?
You know what it is? This is, I'll be honest, it's weird to hear him talk like this because of where the team's at right now. I mean,
right.
Who wants to hear all of that? I get you maybe want to vent, and it's just a casual kind of conversation. But for me, I'm hearing it in a way in which it's like
distraction.
Yeah. Like, do we need to hear all this right now? Like, the team's about to go play the Yankees. They've been hot. You know, you're coming back. Is this necessary that we hear all these details about your experience down in Florida?
Maybe
it just
not.
doesn't sound.
But that's an off day, and last night's game sucked. So, you know, I enjoyed the listen and the watch.
Yeah.
As you said, Rich, it was a good job by Bradford. But I do understand that point of it, too. Maybe you just want this guy to show up and hit before he starts talking.
Yeah, his teammates are hearing this and like, dude, okay, got it. It wasn't fun. It sucked. But you understood you had to go down there. Yada yada yada. Just come and help us win baseball games now.
So you're living in a hotel room, and all of your clothes are in one spot. You didn't hang anything in the closet.
Well, yeah, you get that
you
thing
didn't
out of the
put
closet. You
anything
get
in
that
the
little
drawer.
accordion thing, and you put your bag on that, you know.
Yeah. So all of it was in one spot that just happened to be right underneath where a huge leak came down and ruined all of your clothes. Everything, because he did specify, it was all of the clothes he owned were ruined by a leak inside of a DoubleTree, a very good chain, a DoubleTree hotel.
But what if it was refrigerant? You know, that stuff is like sticky. You know, it comes out of the air conditioner, leaks fluid.
And then he said, egads, I guess I got to get an Airbnb. And then he went and got one. I don't know. I'm smelling a little bit of. And by the way, that's such a small part of the story, but it kind of just goes hand in hand with what we've been hearing about Roman Anthony. Like, oh man, maybe I'll get this party house instead. You know.
Long story short, not starting Friday. He is not. You cannot put him back in the lineup yet. Ease your way back in, young man. You know?
It's pretty funny, man. He really just wants the world to know that life has sucked for him over the past several months.
And he ripped the doctors, right? He went to 3 outside doctors. That's what we heard yesterday.
Yep.
And they confirmed his injury was a 3-month injury. So he, again, holds a grudge to the organization for the way they framed it in the first place, which got everybody hating on him.
Those were yesterday's comments.
Right.
I'm telling you, I think he had a talking to. I think he had his comments were a lot stronger than they were 2 days ago than they were with this interview with Bradford last night.
All right, we have to break. We've got so much more of this. Once again, credit to Rob Bradford. We also have got this information about the Christian Gonzalez contract, which is just wild. So we will take your calls on all that. 617-779-7937. We'll be right back.
Ted Johnson on WEEI.
It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich Certainly, Ken Laird, Ted Johnson. You know Jackson's behind the board when To Live Is To Die off the Injustice for All album by Metallica.
Hey, you told me not a lot of vocals today, so I followed directions.
It's true. It's like sometimes when there's a song with vocals, it's tough to talk over someone who's singing. So you went straight to one of the better instrumentals. God, Metallica used to write the best instrumentals, man. They really did. Between Orion and To Live Is To Die, although there's a little bit of speaking at the end of that one.
Conspiracy theory, Jackson was trying to drown you out with lyrics.
That probably is the case.
Yeah, that's my whole MO here. Yep.
You can give us a call, 617-779-7937. We're talking about Roman Anthony. We're talking about Christian Gonzalez and the new report that the Patriots aren't willing to go near what Devin Witherspoon had, according to Adam Schefter. That is a pretty damning report that he came out with. Let's go to Joe in Springfield on line 1. Joe, what's going on, buddy? How you doing?
Hey, Joe.
Hey guys, good to talk to you. I got a problem with how Ted is reacting to this. I got to tell you, just like it's this phony like defense of the Patriots. And Ted, you should be for the player. He should make all the money he needs to make. This is a billionaire going up against millionaires, and we got to cheer for the millionaire here. And Christian Gonzalez has earned it. Let's say this, and they need him more than really he needs them. He's going to make his money somewhere, and the Patriots D-line, and we could say, oh, Mike Vrabel values the D-line more. Great. Who's on that defensive line? Great. Who's rushing the quarterback on that defensive line? Who is? I mean, geez, they trade him for a couple first-round picks. I mean, cool. What does that do this year? Next year?
You're absolutely right. And forgive me if I portrayed myself as anti-player. I did not mean to give you the idea that I was against Christian Gonzalez getting his money. I mean, I'm pro players.
What did Ted say that made you think he's defending the team? Because I didn't get that either.
It was just the fact that he was like, well, what if they're offering him $80 million, guaranteed and everything? It just seemed like, I mean, Rich. I have a hard time agreeing with Rich at times, but Rich was really hitting the nail on the head. He was really hitting the nail on the head there. Just being like, Patriots seem cheap in this, and it's like, and the fact that helicopter was landing as Christian Gonzalez was talking the other, I'm like, you couldn't have scripted that better.
It's true, man. It's true. It's true. Yeah, but I mean, listen, Ted has always been pro player, obviously as a player. I think that, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ted, you were just trying to hear what Adam Schefter was saying and make sense out of it, right?
That's what I was doing. Yep.
Okay.
And obviously Joe heard it differently. I'm all about the player getting his. I'm trying to. I guess maybe I'm trying to present a side to which I can see. Look, I've had a lot of contracts with the Patriots. I know how they think. They think, you know what? They have Christian Gonzalez under control for 2 more years at $21 million, and now he's asking for, I don't know, $60+ million fully guaranteed. In the next. So if they're going to come to you early for a deal, which they technically are, then they want give backs, and I'm curious what Gonzalez is willing to give back. I'm not saying he should give back, but I'm telling you maybe reasons why this thing is being held up. So the Patriots are like, look, if we're going to do this deal early, we want some you to kind of take trim off a little bit here, trim off a little bit there, and it doesn't sound like he's doing that, and he's playing hardball. And I always said this to you guys before the show, the only thing where this will start, no one cares on this team, none of the players care, unless he starts missing games. And if he starts missing games, they start losing, and then that's where guys will have a feel certain way about his contract. Right now, everybody is saying, get yours. But he's got a lot of leverage.
What's Vrabel saying? I keep going back to that. Like, whose side is Vrabel on here?
Who do you think?
Well, he's a former player, and I think he really cares about the guys. But in this case, his ass is on the line here, and he wants them to play, so he's torn, He's very much torn.
He wants them on the field because it helps him win football games. When I think the defense doesn't have the best pass rush, they need Christian Gonzalez, like Joe said. The difference between him being on the field versus not, I got to find those DVOA numbers. Damn it! But it's a stark difference. I mean, can you imagine if he's not out there playing week 1? And Jackson Smith and Jigba's catching balls on his backup.
That's what I mean.
Endeavor Witherspoon is out there sacking Drake May off the edge.
Right.
So I think he's got a lot of leverage in that sense. Like, wasn't there was a preseason game where Brady was like, I'm not getting on a plane unless I get my new deal. And then they did. They gave him the deal. So he's got a lot of leverage, and I'm curious if he'll use it. But no, I am pro player all the way. I was just trying to explain maybe the other side, and Joe misunderstood me.
I think this all can be narrowed down to two simple questions. Number one, do you believe that Christian Gonzalez is worth the contract that Devon Witherspoon got?
I do, absolutely. Yeah. Yes,
okay,
absolutely.
Great. Number two, it's a statement. It's not even a question. They're not giving him that. So the Patriots are the one.
This gets back to the details, which
it
we don't know.
According to Adam Schefter, his words are they are nowhere close to what Devon Witherspoon got. They are not giving him that. I don't know why we're making excuses when literally the insiders said he's not.
But Rich, you understand there's multiple parts of the contract here. There's the average annual value, which Schefter cited. There's the guaranteed money at signing, and then there's the total
fully
guarantees.
There's the signing
there's
bonus.
The term.
Yes, and they are not giving him what Devon Witherspoon got. Because you could, what? As I said, you can say you're giving Gonzalez $1 billion contract, but if only $40 million of it's guaranteed, then no, it's not as good as Devon Witherspoon's. They are not giving him the amount that he wants.
Inconclusive.
What's
then they're lying. I mean, they have to at least give him what the Devon Witherspoon is,
and they're not. According to Schefter, they are not doing it.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
I don't know how much more clear Adam Schefter can be.
Well, he could be a lot more clear. He could have said they're not close on the upfront money, the guaranteed money.
He was referencing, I think, and I was trying to explain it. I think the AAV,
right,
not the fully guaranteed. Okay, if they're not close on the AAV, okay, that's one part of it. What about the other parts that are more important, like the fully guaranteed stuff? And dude, if you listen to Elliott Wolf at halftime in this last preseason game, he was asked about the Christian Gonzalez contract, and they asked him, "Is this the deal still out there? You got it." Okay, listen, this was Elliott Wolf at this last
with
preseason
Zoe and
game.
the McCourties, right? Yeah,
exactly. So listen, he was asked about Christian Gonzalez's contract. Listen to what he said.
And here in New England, everybody panics. I was in a situation before when you're a player and you want a new contract. Everyone's talking about Christian Gonzalez. We saw Witherspoon in Seattle get his deal. Does that impact it, or is this just we're just trying to figure everything out?
Yeah, I mean, each side is trying to do what's right for them. Obviously, Christian's a tremendous player that we've been on record multiple times saying we want him to be here, and that hasn't changed. So we're going to continue working with his representation to try to get something done.
Okay, no, there's more to it. He was asked, is that offer still good that he's the highest paid cornerback in the NFL? And he goes, yes, that offer is still good.
He said that with the group media as
well. You don't
yeah.
say that and then not pay him as much as Devon Witherspoon. I'm sorry, you don't go on record saying
that's what they're doing. That's what they're doing, according to the report. Okay. That's exactly what they're doing.
Several texters and Twitchers believe he's traded midseason for Max Crosby. That is the hot trade. You send him to Brady and the Raiders, you get Crosby and maybe a first or some kind of pick.
Well, what's the trade deadline's in November? Well, then that I don't know, when we're 5 games under 500, what's good as that?
Do it now. Do it this week. Let's go. Get Brady on the line. Does he pick up the phone?
I do agree with you, Ted. You said something yesterday that I do agree with because I can't see them trading him during the season. That is unless they are just a pile of crap, around the trade deadline. Then, yeah, sure they're going to do that. But I don't see that happening. I think.
But serious question: who could help this team more right now, Max Crosby or Christian Gonzalez?
Max Crosby.
I agree. Like right now, short term, he doesn't have the future that Gonzalez does. But you need pass rush.
Yeah, they're more impactful. They are. Sorry,
I agree. No, I actually agree. I agree 100% on that. A good pass rush, I think, is better. And you do have pretty good backups.
Right.
You do have a pretty decent. As a matter of fact, they're the number 1 ranked secondary. According to Pro Football Focus. And
you just added the great Jalen Reed. Oh, what about Jalen Reed? You just got him from Houston. Okay. He's going to be a super duper star. This guy.
All right. I take back everything I just said.
Thank you.
Well, we got Justin Turpin, top tier Terp. He's going to give us the latest on this preseason game tonight. I want to get his take on all of this. That is an interesting report from Adam Schefter. And we will get to all your calls as well, 617-779-7937. And by the way, I'll go and continue to plug it. Conor McGregor, he's going to be on at 5 o'clock promoting that bare knuckle fighting championship at Fenway Park. We will have top tier Terp on with us in 2.
here's what's in our feed.
And the feed brought to you by the 99 Restaurant. Well, the Red Sox lose the game last night 4-0 in Miami. That snaps their 5-game win streak. However, a series win, and they will head to the Bronx. 4-game weekend series, 2.5 back in New York for that top wild card spot. Tomorrow night, game 1 of the set, 7:15 first pitch across the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaw's proud to be local since 1860. Patrick Sandoval opposing likely AL Cy Young winner Cam Schlittler, Northeastern Zone. It's Colossal Lobster Roll season at the 99 Restaurant. Choose hot buttered or traditional with celery and mayo, both built to the hilt with chunks of tender North Atlantic lobster served with fries and coleslaw. Enjoy it with friends for a limited time. You got to love the Nines. I'm Ken Laird, and that's what's in the feed at WEEI.
2 hosts and an enforcer. It's Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson.
Well, let's talk about Christian Gonzalez first. And I don't think that at any one point here that they've been close to a deal. And Devin Witherspoon and Christian Gonzalez have the same agent. So in a way, he can kind of dictate how this is going to go and see into the future in a better way than each of the two teams can. So Witherspoon was going to get done first, and it got done at an average of 33 a year. The Patriots have not been in that category, but Witherspoon has established the benchmark, and the Patriots haven't gone there. And they weren't there before, and they don't appear to be going there right now, and they're all on the two sides of money. Now, there's a couple of things to keep in mind here. There's always a rush for great players in contractual situations to get deals done, I think, before the season. Now, Justin Jefferson that one year, I remember getting a call in the afternoon that the deal was getting done in the next 30 minutes. And then at the last moment,
there you go. Exit stage left for my man Shefty.
That's when Sandman comes out from Showtime at the Apollo and sweeps him off the stage. Get out of here, Shefty. Get out of here. Save that for the Rich, Ken, and Ted show when you're on with them next week.
That was like the helicopter coming in and drowning out Gonzalez.
Shefty doesn't really have a natural pause spot usually, so.
Okay, well,
no, he does not.
There's a way to clip that before you play it and have it ready.
Well, listen, I mean, that was a last-minute one. That I think that broke right before the show started. And Jackson's holding it together over there. In the Catch Us Law Studios, no fee unless you win. It is Rich, Ken, and Ted Johnson on 93.7 WEEI. And you can call us at 617-779-7937. Also, leave us a message over there on the Odyssey app. Press that microphone button. We've had some good ones lately, baby. And we unlocked them sons of bitches right there in the 5 o'clock hour with our take grenades. In studio with us right now, Mr. Top Tier Terp, who has been covering this New England Patriots team all throughout the preseason and so much more. Terp, first of all, thanks for coming in, my man. Appreciate it.
Of course. Thanks for having me on, guys.
What's up, Terp?
What's going on? I was just telling Teddy that I was working on something today about the depth of the Patriots, and I was telling him I was doing some Elijah Ponder research, and he was not fired up about that.
Well, he had a good trivia question yesterday. You stumped me on a Ponder trivia question yesterday, Ted. You got that for Terp?
Terp, what round was Ponder drafted in?
Undrafted. Right? Yeah, undrafted.
All right,
Terp knows.
That's
Come
why
on,
he's
you
tier
got
one.
to come correct if
All right.
Terp's here. What are we
Undrafted
doing?
and played 15 games last year, and it certainly did not feel that way.
Nope. That's scary. I want to know that he's in the games this year if he's going to be starting.
Good luck. That you're not going to get much production out of that edge rusher.
I'd agree.
Feels like. And that's something that we've been talking about since early in the offseason, that they were kind of desperate in that regard. They gave Draymond Jones that 3-year, almost $40 million deal. And he hasn't really been too impressive in training camp here. So you're hoping it was Akis, then the whole holdout with him, and he got it done late, missed all of minicamp into training camp. And I just don't know how much you can expect from him. Obviously a young player playing catch-up now, and the mistakes look coachable, but he has 2 games on film?
Yeah.
There's not a whole lot to work around there.
Yeah.
So, Top Tier Terp, you heard that Adam Schefter report that just came out when he was on the Pat McAfee show. What is your take on what Schefter had to say about this Gonzalez contract?
Yeah, it's certainly not great, and it feels like this was the direction this was all going in. I think a lot of people thought after Witherspoon's deal got done that this was going to follow real quickly behind. And when it wasn't the case, when it wasn't done kind of in quick succession there, that's when eyebrows started being raised. It's like, okay, where is this thing and how far apart are they? And listening to the Schefter report as well as Elliot Wolf the other day and Christian Gonzalez himself, when he was able to talk when the helicopter wasn't flying over.
Great video, by the way.
Great
video.
What a tremendous metaphor.
Excellent work.
He's trying to, he's first time really displaying frustration. And part of that could be that the deal's not done. Another part of that could be he's been answering these questions all offseason about his deal. And he's like, all right, how many more times are we going to do this? And at what point, like, obviously, the reporters there have a job to do, and everyone has been talking about this deal, so you have to ask about it. But he's probably like, all right, I've been saying the same thing. I've been saying how my team's going to negotiate it. I'm not talking about it through the media. But for the first time, I thought there was kind of a change of tone there where he was really displaying some frustration. So I think that parlayed with the Schefter report, things aren't great in this first game's, what, two weeks away?
Yep.
Yeah.
Do you think, Terp, it's semantics? So could the Patriots be offering him? You could do a 5-year extension, right? There's no limit on it. Most of them are 3 or 4, it seems like.
Most of them, yeah.
But I wonder if they're offering him like 5-year deal, $150 million total money, but average annual value that's only $30. So with Schefter's technically right, they're not close to Witherspoon, and they're technically right. They're offering him more money than anybody else has ever got.
I think it was telling when Gonzalez was talking about it the other day. He said there's certain things in a contract that a player wants, and my team has made those clear. We have made those clear. They know what I want in this deal. So that to me is what everyone's been talking about. I think when you look at the deal when it eventually gets done, if it eventually gets done, I mean, I still think it does, but I mean, you can't feel great about what's come out this week.
No.
It's probably going to look, in terms of the raw numbers, pretty similar to Witherspoon. It would probably be a little bit of a bump, like $1 million bump, whatever it may be. But it's what's inside of that deal and what's inside of the guaranteed money, the guaranteed signing, whatever it may be. That's where the devil's in the details a little bit, and that's where it'll vary and it'll be different from what the Witherspoon deal looks like. But I think when it's all said and done, I still don't think it looks all that far off.
Yeah, so if for some reason this thing doesn't get done, and worst case scenario, Christian Gonzalez does not play,
I don't think that'd be the case, honestly. I really think he'd be out there. He's been out there, and maybe this is just me giving him a little bit too much credit for being out there all throughout training camp, but I know he wasn't out there for the joint practices, but he's had so many times where you've been like, okay, is he going to retaliate here? Is he not going to be out there? Starting day one of training camp, he's out there. Robert Kraft says they make the highest paid, offer to make him the highest paid corner in the league. He's still out there the next day. Obviously came back from the injury, has been out there, a full participant in these last 2 practices as well. I think he'd be out there. It's just how willing is he to be physical? How willing is he going to be out there to do everything he can? Like, I don't know, maybe he'd still be protecting himself, where that runs a tremendous risk.
This same situation was the case for Sauce Gardner last year. Sauce Gardner wanted a new extension, and the Jets wouldn't give it to him. And he played, but he didn't play well. He was not very good. And they were still able to get 2 first-round draft picks out of him. So it can weigh on guys' minds, Rich, if you haven't got this deal done and you're just terrified of getting hurt. So, you make business decisions out there. When they if I'm teams, I'm doing task what am I doing? I'm doing just pitch plays after pitch plays after pitch plays after pitch plays, and having running backs try and run over Christian Gonzalez to test whether or not he's going to be fully engaged or not.
The Sauce Gardner thing is a little interesting too, because he got a new deal in July that he signed before the season and then still got traded for the 2 picks. I wonder.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, I
Really?
wonder if the trade. I mean, obviously the 2 picks. I'm not sure if they
up.
get the 2 picks for Gonzalez right now because of the contract situation. I think it is easier to kind of move that if he's under
maybe.
contract.
Yeah, no, that's a fair point.
Depending on how a team
That's
looks
a good
at
point.
it, but I think that's the one difference between those.
But sir, how big of a hit is it? Because I mean, obviously you've been watching these guys out there, and you've seen them that play without Christian Gonzalez, and because as I said, Pro Football Focus just rated them the best secondary in football. Now, obviously, seeing that Christian Gonzalez is a major part of that. How much of a drop is it if Christian Gonzalez isn't out there, especially in these first several games in Seattle? I mean, my God, the weapons that they're going to have going out there, how big of a drop is it in quality?
It's a significant drop. I think we saw that earlier in the year as well. Like, it's no secret that when you add one of the best corners in the league, arguably the best corner in the league, that your defense is going to take a hit when he's not out there. So I think it's a significant drop-off. And I don't know if the preseason and the joint practice has really painted like a clear picture, because if you're thinking about it with joint practice with Indianapolis, Alec Pierce, they just re-signed to a big money deal. He wasn't out there. Against the Eagles, their 2 guys, Devontae Smith and Mekhi Lemon, didn't participate in 11-on-11. So you really haven't been able to get like a clear picture of that. So I don't know if you can really tell right now, but I think we saw it earlier in the year last year. And to your point, if you're looking at the receivers and quarterbacks they're seeing in the first couple weeks, like Seattle, you saw what they were able to do last year with JSN and the rest of the receiving threats they have there. Pittsburgh, I mean, Aaron Rodgers is over 40 now, but they still have DK Metcalf as well as Michael Pittman Jr. from the Colts last year.
They beat the Pats last year.
Yeah, they beat them last year. They shouldn't have with 5 turnovers, but
totally. But Aaron threw 2 dimes for
that
touchdowns.
one to DK was one of the back shoulder to DK was one of the best throws I've ever seen live. That was incredible. But then you get Jacksonville and Buffalo as well. So you're going to want them ready to go. That's
Four playoff teams.
Really, 4 playoff teams, right? And if I'm not mistaken, well, besides Buffalo, division winners as well. So, yeah, you're going to want them out there, and it's going to be highlighted pretty early on if Christian Gonzalez isn't out there. But I would expect him to be. But, it's obviously a bigger deal with him not being there.
What's your biggest concern for this team? Number one, just maybe top two biggest concerns you have for the Patriots.
Tier
this
1
season.
concern?
Tier 1.
Well, the tier 1 would just be, it's been the biggest talking point really since last Saturday when Mike Vrabel, in my opinion, said the quiet part out loud with the depth. I mean, they are a very shallow team in some important position groups. We talked about it off the top.
More than last
rushers.
year starting at this time?
I would say so. Yeah, think about like tight end, for example. I'd throw tight end there this year because what's behind Hunter Henry and Eli
unproven
Rarigan?
rookie. Okay,
Unproven rookie. But
yeah.
what if one of them sprains an ankle? Like you felt better with Hooper last year, right?
Oh, definitely.
With the running backs, don't you feel better with Antonio Gibson, with Travion and Ramondre?
Not to mention Travion's hurt. Right? What's going on
that
there?
does seem pretty minor. That field was a mess when they were practicing on that lower field. It was the first time since like minicamp they were down there. I think was it Monday?
Yeah.
They were down, and people were just slipping and sliding the whole entire practice. At one point, I turned to Mego. We were watching. I was like, "Is he going to have to call this practice and just move it up to the upper field?" Because they were falling everywhere, and that's how Travion got hurt. He slipped on a cut, and it doesn't appear major. It was something like they were looking at his.
But let's keep going. So running back, tight
running
end.
back, tight end, offensive line. With Ben Brown down now.
Interior,
interior line,
Punter,
linebacker.
no punter depth.
No punter depth. I mean, they got Matt Hack, who's been around for a little while, and he's also their holder. That's another interesting part.
No holding.
Not to get into the special teams talk, but remember when Julian Ashby missed the preseason game number 1, and they had a different long snapper, and Borregales missed 3.
Yeah. Plus the line, you lost Tonga. I mean, these backups, Durden or whoever he thinks is good, better. Tonga was big for you last year.
He was huge. I heard
literally.
I heard it was that they did not want to come up for $500,000. It was over about 500.
Rich was
grand.
right. They're cheap. Yep. Right, there you go, Rich.
There you go.
It really is primarily on the defense.
But the outside linebackers and linebackers too.
Yeah, I mean,
and even
what's
even
behind
the DBs.
Ellis and Spillane?
You lost Jack Gibbons. You lost Tavai.
Yeah, I mean, Chad Muma was like they
were hype on him to start.
In the beginning, and then the pads came on, and they
Pads
actually
came on,
started
he played
mixing
real
it up a
football.
hit, and it was a little different.
Yep.
Well, that is okay. All right. So I want to know whether or not you've seen anything in this preseason that has you adjust some of your expectations. And even with the Christian Gonzalez thing, I want you to factor that in as well. Whether your expectations of this team have changed at all. 617-779-7937. We'll Terp, can you hang out for 2 minutes? We can come back with you. All right. We'll have top tier Terp, Justin Turpin, on with us talking about this Patriots preseason and what his expectations are. We'll be back in 2. It is 93.7 WEEI in the Catch Us Law Studios. No fee unless you win. 617-779-7937. Rich Shirtley, Ken Laird, Ted Johnson, and top-tier Terp, Justin Turpin here in studio. I just saw this list. I think it was ESPN who put it out. But it was ranking the 32 teams' watchability.
Uh-oh.
like just this season, like which teams are the most watchable, the ones that even if you're not a fan of, you're going to turn on and check out. Any guesses for number one that
Browns.
they chose?
Car wreck Browns. So we're watching tonight.
Probably the Rams.
The Rams are number two. That's a great guess, and that's going to be obviously one that everyone's going to keep an eye on. They're always been a fun team. Number three is the Detroit Lions.
Really?
Always love watching the Lions.
Lions.
The Los Angeles Chargers, they got it number four. I think it's mostly because people want to see if Ted's right about the succubus attached to Justin Herbert.
Yeah.
Well, if they're putting them that high, then probably the Chiefs won then.
Or is it the
No.
Patriots?
No.
No, number one is the Chicago Bears.
The Bears.
Yeah.
Bad
No.
guess.
Dude.
They think that Caleb Williams, this is going to be the year that he
Overrated.
absolutely explodes.
Madden cover
Ted,
jinx.
Oh,
Yep.
Ooh, good call.
Thank you.
I couldn't be with you more. But number five, your New England Patriots.
Ooh, all right.
They said everyone knows the Patriots' strength of schedule in 2025 hugely impacted their record, but it also impacted their watchability. It wasn't particularly fun to tune into the Patriots games. They emerged as a true AFC contender across the stretch where they beat blah, 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 blah. They said the schedule is tougher in 2026, which makes the Patriots more watchable. Their first-place schedule sets them against the Jaguars, Steelers, and Seahawks in a season-opening Super Bowl rematch. Hell yeah. They'll play the AFC West, the Chiefs, Chargers, and Broncos. That's another hell yeah.
Yeah.
And NFC North, Lions, Packers, Vikings, and Bears. Man, I'm actually legit getting excited. All great opponents. It says, with the marquee addition of A.J. Brown, they've added a top-tier receiver to meet the tougher schedule, and given all the narratives around their 2025 record and potential fraudulence, the 2026 games with the top opponents could come with some extra stakes. No question.
There we go. I'd get you fired up for the season. Love it.
Absolutely. No question. But I want to ask you, Justin, because you have been out there and you just mentioned, and it actually got me a little concerned and scared about how thin some of these positions are. Does that change? Like, does anything you saw this preseason change your perception of how good you think this team is going to be this upcoming season?
Not really, because I think we knew going into the year that they were a pretty shallow team, and they had upgrades at the premium, the frontline starters. They upgraded, but behind them, it was the depth pieces that they kind of downgraded. So I think they got very lucky, and Elliot Wolf alluded to this the other day, that they got pretty lucky with their injury and health last year and throughout the entire season. If you go back through their starters and who missed games, there wasn't a ton. You had the two rookies at one point, Wilson and Campbell missed time. Ramondre missed some time there. Spillane, Milton Williams, there wasn't a whole lot.
And it was time kind of when they were on 7 games into their 10-game win streak.
Right.
So they had already kind of established themselves too. When those guys got injured, they didn't get injured early in the season where it could have impacted their start more.
And I also think when you're looking across the offense, when you're just looking at the skill play, let's just start with the skill players. You obviously feel really good about the quarterback. You feel great about the running backs. At least I do. I think Ramondre Stevenson is very underrated. I think he was their best player, not named Drake May, at the end of last year. Really, when he came back from injury, he was phenomenal. You feel good about Travion Henderson behind him. It's that third running back that you're really worried about, but hopefully you don't have to get to there. Look at the receivers with the additions of A.J. Brown. You know what he is. Romeo Doubs. I think he's going to excel this year with more opportunity here, so I feel good about that. Hunter Henry, he is what he is. He's super consistent, one of Drake May's favorite kind of security blanket targets. So you feel really good about the skill players as well. So I don't necessarily change anything. I think obviously injuries occur throughout the year, and that'll change in real time. But as of right now, nothing I saw throughout training camp made me really feel any different.
Does anybody care that Vrabel is apparently not going to play a starter for any of the 3 preseason games? I don't care about it necessarily, but I do think I will lose my right to bitch if they're not ready to go week 1. If because they will not have played a snap. It's bizarre.
I really don't, just because that's
Everyone
kind of
else
the
is
trend of
doing
the
it.
league.
Yeah.
It's the joint practices. They can provide a more controlled environment. They can still get those competitive reps in that you don't necessarily need it.
But you got a new O-line. You got Vera Tucker's new. You might have a new. I guess
he's a veteran.
Moses will be back. A.J. Brown. That rapport, I feel like you just want to have some rehearsal, some dress rehearsal.
I get it. I just think everyone else is doing the same thing. And if anybody, God forbid, got hurt in a preseason game, you'd never forgive them. You'd never forgive them. So you got to roll the dice and know that your opponent is probably doing the same thing.
Okay.
And then
But the problem is Seattle brings back a lot more starters than you did. They
do,
and they're going to be ready
Does
to
the
roll.
experience play into that, though? It's not like you're counting on a ton of rookies here. In fact, if you're looking at the offense, there won't be any. It's all guys that have been around the league and you're primarily focused on the offense, I think, when you're talking about this with the playbook and whatnot. It's not like you're having all these rookies come in and be immediate
big
impact
parts of it.
players. Like you have guys that have played in the league before.
I don't know if there's already been an announcement, but are we seeing Deshaun tonight or Shador?
They did say they weren't playing their starters, but they did announce that it was Deshaun Watson was their starter. So I'd assume
good move, smart
Dylan
quarterback
Gabriel
of the future.
Did you guys see that? Part of the thought process, I saw this report. It was like Ari Merov on Twitter that they had this report that part of the thought process of starting Deshaun Watson is that they had 2 road games to start the year. So if he struggled, they could make the change in week 3 when they return for their home opener and go to Shador.
I already took. I forget even who the Cleveland's playing week 1, but I put some Kalshi trade on the opponent because that just as soon as that news broke, it was like, wow. That's your eliminator pool. Take the Browns opponent. Yes, take Jacksonville
and
week
Tampa. Those aren't not necessarily both on the road. It's tough to win in Florida, as we know very well around these parts.
Yes.
Sorry, Rich. Real quick. What did you think of the Kayshon Boutte trade?
The market kind of spoke to itself. I think locally, people were kind of overrating him a little bit, clearly, because he had been knowingly available since the draft and just went, obviously, this week for a late-round pick and a second-year safety. And I think the Jalen Reed, I think that is an interesting ad because he's versatile. Obviously, as Elliot Wolf pointed out, that they trusted him, although he didn't play a ton in the regular season, they trusted him to start in the postseason and played significant snaps. So I think clearly there is a player that they see there, but I don't know.
He reminded me of Marte Mapu a little bit.
A little bit, yeah. And I just don't think safety, I think part of that was I don't think people view safety as like a glaring need for this team, which is why when they added a safety, I was like, why a safety here where you have so many other depth needs on this team? But it was clearly they weren't going to keep 7 receivers, and he was the easy odd man out. And part of that, obviously, is him going into a contract year, wanting to allow him to kind of spread his wings and make the most of his opportunity. And clearly he will now in Houston with Jaden Higgins gone for the year. He had over 570 receiving yards last year, so he was a big part of what they did. Now that gives him a chance to kind of highlight what he can do in a contract year. Because this for him is make or break, financially for your career.
He's got every opportunity to have a huge year. He does. I mean, I think they put him in a perfect spot. As a matter of fact, when that injury happened, I was like, well, I mean, he's going to Houston because of the whole relationship and everything.
It made so much sense.
It did. All right, let's go to real quick. Todd on line 1. Todd, you got a take on the Christian Gonzalez situation. What's up, buddy?
Yeah, it's actually Tom, and it's good to chat with you guys. Gonzo seems like a nice kid and everything, but you know what? Just make him an offer the same as Witherspoon, no more, no less. We know that Kraft wallet is tighter than 2 pieces of melted cheese, and you're only going to get so much. You know what I mean? And the other thing is, how difficult is this for Vrabel? He's got to go ahead and say, prepare with Gonzo, without Gonzo.
No doubt.
Yeah, I mean, no question. And that's my whole thing. It's like he's worth at least what Devon Witherspoon got. And it sounds like, according to Adam Schefter, they're not offering that. So, which is crazy. But, Terp, you said it best. Give him $1 million more, and I bet you can get that deal done. He just wants more than what Witherspoon got. A little bit more.
That's it.
Yep, that's it.
Another thought on that is, doesn't it feel like the Crafts were trying to shed that reputation of not spending? Going out this last offseason, what they did this year with Romeo Doubs and bringing in A.J. Brown. And now you're kind of back to square one. Because everyone knew this was going to be coming down the pipeline. This was going to be top of the list of priorities this offseason was extending Christian Gonzalez. Now we're talking about this not being done by week 1.
And Elliot Wolf threw out the cash budget line. That's incredible.
Was that like a misstep or was
Absolutely.
that? I think it was a misstep. I bet you he got called into that office after and got a stern talking to.
Terp, that whole we love Christian Gonzalez. We're going to offer him the most money. Even at the time, I was like, this is a cover your ass move because they know what they're offering him isn't legitimately what he deserves. And this is because it's all funny money. It's a fake money. It's not guaranteed money, and they knew it. So technically they could say they're offering him more than anybody else, but they weren't really offering him as much.
It's a dangerous game to play if you're them.
Really
is. With Drake May's contract on the horizon, people are so smart, much smarter now. You can't fool everybody about the salary cap. For them to kind of go on the offensive out of the gate, to me, I'm not sure that was the best decision.
And then him being clear about how he doesn't want to negotiate through the media And then Elliot Wolf and Robert Kraft being like, yeah, he still has this deal. They'd make him the highest paid corner ever.
I thought he's handled this perfectly. I thought his comments the other day were perfect.
Yep.
You know?
When we can hear him.
And I bet it was his agent who contacted Adam Schefter and was like, I'm sick of getting crapped on and everyone making me look like the bad guy. They're not even giving me what Witherspoon just got. I guarantee you that's where the leak came from to Adam Schefter. Good on him.
It usually is through the agents, and something like this, when it's protecting his client, I would say no doubt that it's coming from the agent.
Can I get Tier 1 Terp a double-barreled Celtics question before we go?
Yes,
Rich?
let's do it.
Okay. First of all, are you going to the Jaylen Brown block party
I will be there.
Sunday in the Common?
Yes, I will be there.
It's a 5-hour event. I
don't know if I'll stick around for 5 hours, but I'll be there.
And Brad Stevens on the Cape at some event over the weekend or last couple of days said, number 7 goes in the rafters.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. If you look at, when
Ted's shaking his head no.
Every number goes up, first of all.
That's true, right? It's the easiest number to be retired is being a Celtic. There's no question.
When you look at his legacy, it was like top 10 all-time in scoring for the franchise, won a finals MVP, won a finals, was a homegrown player for 10 years. I think eventually he does get up there. If he plays nice. If he comes out and starts bashing the team now, starts stomping unlucky, then the things change. But I think right now, if he just continues to kind of handle it the way he has, I think that's a popular opinion, I think, when you talk to a lot of people, that they think that Jaylen Brown will
Probably not
eventually
Tatum.
have his number retired.
Have they asked Tatum his permission?
Yeah, they're going to go up together.
Oh.
It's only fitting, right?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
I shouldn't ask you this because it's the end of the break and we got to hit commercial, but there is there's an article that came out about another superstar coming to the Celtics. And you know what? Just when we come can you hang out for one more second?
Of course I can, yeah.
Okay, because this is another superstar. I'm telling you, I don't think the Celtics are done. I think that they are waiting to add one more piece before the season starts.
Enes Kanter?
Yes, or as that caller called in, Penis Kanter.
Oh, that's creative.
Yes, I mean, it took a huge amount of thinking for that. But I want to ask you, because I know we've talked about Steph Curry. This is not Steph Curry, but it is a star that is just as big. That right now there was a legit report on Yahoo Sports that maybe the Celtics might be interested in making a trade. So can you hang out? I just want to get your opinion on it, Terp. I know you've been here with 2 breaks. I got one more I got to ask.
Let's do it.
All right, we'll do that when we get back. A big name has been a huge name has been tied to your Boston Celtics, proving that maybe, just maybe, Jason Tatum's dad might have put a fire under the butt of the Celtics when he said the roster was S.
Make him GM.
That's right. We will get to that right after this.
but this is going to bring some controversy. Who you think going to win the NBA championship this year? Tatum, talk to him.
Realistically, I might say New York might run it back.
I'll snap the hell out of you.
No.
If you don't say, hey, the team your son on, you got to be crazy. You see, he said his son.
I said
you
right-
got to say your son.
Right now, roster
Who cares about the roster?
I do.
Oh. Okay, now this is a good music bed, Jackson. Thank you.
I thought you'd like this.
Oh, a little bit of Ghost.
Saxophone solo.
Oh, yeah, there's a saxophone solo at the end, which is fantastic. It is Rich, Ken, and Ted Johnson here on 93.7 WEEI, 617-779-7937. I love that clip of Jason Tatum's dad. That was this podcast, I forget what it's called, like the Old Fart Dads Club or something, and it was Dwayne Wade's dad, LeVar Ball, I forget who the other one was, but then Jason Tatum's dad. But all you need to know is
And Jaylen Brown's dad.
Was it Jaylen Brown's dad? Okay.
Yeah.
All you need to know is that Jason Tatum's dad thinks that the Celtics roster is blank. It thinks it's awful. And Ted and Ted's talked about this before, and we've talked about this, is that when you get a family member of an athlete who says something, there's a pretty good chance that's exactly what the athlete is thinking as well. I'm sure there's been conversations and then the parents let it slip, or a sister or a brother. But we have Top Tier Terp here who covers the Celtics as well. And I have to ask him about this because I saw this going around earlier today around the internet, and I found the source of it. It is an article from the heavy.com, which ended up being posted on Yahoo Sports. So Yahoo Sports took this. So it looks like it's something that is fairly legitimate. And the article starts with about how there's inside rumblings about how Houston isn't very, like, I guess there was some tension between a certain star player on Houston and the locker room there. And that star player is Kevin Durant.
Oh, was it the burner accounts that gave it away?
Yeah, maybe it was the burner accounts that did it. Now, once again, this is an article that it's very loosely sourced. So I'm not saying that there's like an Adam Schefter type guy on the other side of this. There is not. But the reports that are real is that Durant isn't a guaranteed thing on the Houston Rockets. There could be some sort of wanting to move him. And the trade that was proposed was, what if the Celtics went after Kevin Durant, and in return the Rockets would receive Jordan Walsh, Sam Hauser, Peyton Pritchard, and a 2031 first-round pick. I know my answer on that deal. Terp, I would like to hear yours.
I mean, Kevin Durant can obviously still play. He was a second-team All-NBA player last year, averaged 26 points per game, but I just don't know if he necessarily fits their timeline, right? Like, he's 38 years old now. He turns, September, I think his birthday? Or so he'll be 38 in September. So I just don't know if he necessarily fits the timeline. It would be kind of like fulfilling the prophecy, because I feel like every year it's like, oh, is Kevin Durant? There's some ties to Kevin Durant, obviously dating back to before he signed with the Warriors when they sent Tom Brady and Isaiah and all those guys to recruit him. But I just don't know if it fits what they're trying to do now, especially with the way that they built this team. They were doubling down on everything that they did well, and I think they'll just continue to do that. I don't know if they would do that. And I think the roster also speaks to a bet on Peyton Pritchard, whether people like that or not. I know people don't necessarily believe that he's capable of being that guy. I am as well.
I'm a believer in him stepping up.
But that's a bet on Peyton Pritchard. That's a bet on Jason Tatum, obviously. That's a bet on these role players that you saw last year really being able to contribute. So as fun as Kevin Durant would be, I just don't think it would be the right choice for this team right now.
Okay, my immediate opinion is F Kevin Durant. That guy sucks. I hate Kevin Durant with the fire of 1,000 suns, and not even in a LeBron way, because the LeBron way is like almost a respectful hate, because that guy broke my heart over and over and over again. I know that the moment he went to the 76ers, the chance for them imploding went way down because you have an adult in the room. Kevin Durant might be the softest superstar in NBA history, and and his championship he got with Golden State, that's not a guy who defeated the final boss. Like he entered the cheat code and then joined in after that. I mean, really, his championships, they're like participation trophies. That team was going to win anyway, even without Kevin Durant. That guy sucks. I mean,
so much so, Rich, that you got the text line and Twitch chat all upset. 978 texter, Rich, you got me all hot and bothered when you dropped the name Kevin Durant. WTF, the Boston Massacre, old as F, Daddy Seuss. I thought you said superstar. Nobody wants Kevin Durant, apparently.
Right.
It would just make no sense. Yeah. To your point, Rich, too, Think about since he left Golden State, how poorly things have gone. So he goes to Brooklyn. He played, 90 games there. They didn't have any success. It flamed out incredibly quickly with him, Harden, and Kyrie. He then goes to Phoenix, which was another super team that was supposed to have these finals aspirations. Sucked. Terrible. Yeah. Then goes to Houston, and he's making burner accounts, making fun of his teammates and stuff, and it gets leaked onto Twitter because he had a picture of something that he tweeted years ago. It has been a complete cluster F since he left Golden State. It would make no sense.
He sucks. Like, this guy's like nearly 7 feet tall. He's one of the greatest scorers who's ever lived. He's filthy rich. He's like an MVP, 2-time champion, and somehow a guy named @HoopsFan69 can ruin his afternoon by tweeting him something mean. And the burner accounts are incredible. That's truly great. But what a sensitive piece of crap. Like, I really can't stand that guy. And if he came, you want to talk about a culture killer? There is no one that's more of a baby in this league than Kevin Durant. You do not want that right now. And you already got old in Paul George. Like, you're already skewing. Matter of fact, if you added Kevin Durant to this roster, you might have the oldest roster when you add all of the ages together in the NBA. I mean, Golden State's pretty damn old too, but I may be just below Golden State between Mike Conley and Paul George and Kevin Durant. But this is something that I saw going around. Now, in fairness, there aren't a lot of Celtics fans who are saying, yippee skippy, let's make it happen. I mean, I think most of them who have watched any basketball or have paid attention to any kind of basketball Twitter to see how soft this dude is and how like one comment could get under his skin. Nobody really wants him here, but that is something that is out there.
And you
that
can't
guy
drop
sucks.
You can't drop the Peyton Pritchard name. I was at Madison Square Garden to see Rush, and I saw a picture of Pritchard on the wall. That's Jalen
Brunson.
Jalen Brunson.
But
I think
honestly, people love Pritchard more than they do Tatum. I feel like at times.
I wouldn't go that far, but I think people really do expect Peyton Pritchard to kind of take that leap. And I think part of that last year was they didn't see enough of him in the playoffs, where the Celtics probably should have relied on him a little bit more, given how Derek White was struggling to shoot and how just the ball got stuck towards the end of those games. Really, from that second half of Game 5 on, they couldn't really get anything going, and it was like, get Pritchard more involved. So I think the Jalen Brunson leap is a little bit too far-fetched. I mean, way too far-fetched, but I don't think it's ridiculous to expect him to come in and have a really strong
What do you
year.
like? I mean, I'll tell you what I like about his game. I'm curious, what do you like about Pritchard's game?
I mean, he is a natural point guard. He's like a playmaker that they haven't really had when they have guys. Jason Tatum can do that as well, but having another guy like that with Peyton Pritchard and the way that he can handle
his
the ball,
handles are good.
The way that he can create for others, obviously.
Better than LeBron? Better than Jordan? What do you think?
With handles?
No,
Not
just overall as a player.
Oh, no, not better than Brunson. No, none of those guys. Of course not. People seem to view him that way. And again, that Brunson report is very far-fetched, but I mean, he is a starting caliber point guard that you can win with. And I think you should feel good about going into the year with him. Now, the extension conversation with him that he's due, I think it's 3 for 63 this October, that's a whole nother conversation because that'd be tacked on from 2 years from now. And then you're talking about a point guard in his mid-30s, an undersized guard. Those guys don't necessarily age too well. So I would understand if there is some hesitancy to give him that contract, but I could also see the Celtics saying, well, you just played on the cheapest, most team-friendly contract in the NBA for 4 years. Let's reward you a little bit and kind of really go in on you here.
Do you agree with Jason Tatum's dad that the roster is indeed S?
I think it's worse than what it was in the postseason last year because I think removing Jaylen Brown and adding Paul George and Mitchell Robinson is a little bit of a step back. But I think if you're looking at the beginning of last year with the roster that you went into when you have Jason Tatum taking over for Jaylen Brown, you're adding Paul George as another kind of secondary option there, as well as Mitchell Robinson, who I was telling you guys right after the season, like that was the guy that I wanted. Mitchell Robinson just makes so much sense for this team, both what he can do at the rim, his defense. Like that is the guy that they kind of needed to fit what they wanted to do this offseason. To go out and get him, I feel really good about. But I do think it is a little bit of a step back without Jaylen Brown because that is a proven formula. Like you knew Tatum and Brown worked. You don't really know, first of all, with Robinson, one of the biggest things with Robinson and George is their availability. Like you knew Jaylen was going to play 70-plus games a year. You can't really say the same about these other two.
ESPN did another one of those things where they talked to like GMs and people in the front office about what they thought of different teams, and they had the top 5 like teams that they believe are going to be disappointments, like who will take a tumble or a step back this season. And the Celtics are 5th. They got the 5th amount of votes, only behind the Lakers, Pistons, Golden State Warriors, Miami Heat. There lie the Boston Celtics. On top of that, what team is most likely to make a big move before the trade deadline? In third place, the Boston Celtics.
There we go.
There's
your Steph Curry trade.
I believe that too. Not as much Steph Curry. That would be great. Obviously, that we'd all be for that. But I don't think that they're going to be happy with this roster for the entire season. Right now, they got the Golden State at number 1, which makes sense because they're going to spend Steph Curry to the Celtics. So Golden State's number 1, Pistons number 2, and then it goes Celtics. And then there was another pretty funny one about how Jaylen Brown, which player on a new team will have the biggest impact this season. They believe Jaylen Brown is tied for 3rd, only behind Giannis, Kawhi, and tied with LeBron James. And between these players, the next to request a trade will be Jaylen Brown is tied for 5th. They think that Jaylen Brown is going to request a trade, which is pretty great. But ahead of him is Anthony Davis, Kyrie Irving, Kevin Durant, and Zion Williamson.
I'd keep an eye on Minnesota and those guys as well. Like, that either is going to work very well with Anthony Edwards and LaMelo Ball or very poorly. I don't think there's an in-between. They're going to love each other like brothers, or it's going to be very, very ugly.
That should be great. Well, Terp, dude, how about that? 3/4 of an hour you hung out with us, man.
That was fun, guys.
Nice.
You know what you are? Lunch pail guy.
He is.
That's it.
You're like a Mickey Gasper and Siegler out
Misfit
there.
socks. Yep.
That's right. You're a lunch pail guy. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming on, and we'll talk to you again soon. All right. Speaking of those Red Sox, this was such a great interview from Rod Bradford. He sat down with Roman Anthony, and Roman Anthony, to his credit, the guy talks, and he is not afraid to talk, and he was asked about the Reddit rumors that were out there about him. We got to play this for you, and we will do that next.
Ted Johnson on WEEI.
It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich Shirtley, Ken Laird, Ted Johnson, and we are in the Catch Us Law studios. No fee unless you win. By the way, you can give us a call at 617-779-7937. This is going to be awesome. This weekend, this Yankee series, I don't think it's overstating it to say that this is one of the more important regular season series in a couple of years, right?
Well, you do have Tampa after them. If you want to think big, you're only 6 games back at Tampa. So, yes, I think it's big, but if you do somehow get past the Yankees, you start thinking about division title.
Yep,
I'm optimistic.
Games.
Yeah. So,
and it's good as they've been playing and turning the season around. God, 2 months. I saw a stat where they had less than 10% chance of making the playoffs 2 months ago, and now
crazy.
It's 98. It was like 9% chance of making the playoffs versus 98% now. But they still have a losing record against AL East teams.
Do they? I think
19.
The Blue Jays,
they're 19-22.
Mostly Toronto. Toronto kicked their ass.
Yeah. But still, after all these wins, you would think, okay, now they've
because they're 5-4 against the Yankees, 5-4 against Baltimore, 5-5 against Tampa, 4-9 against Toronto.
There you go.
So those have killed them.
Well, this is going to be an interesting series for more reasons than just, hey, can they make up ground? Can they possibly pass the Yankees? There's also the potential that you might have 2 star players return this weekend. Now, there's not been any announcement today. Today, the Red Sox are off, and I think both of these guys are playing today,
They
as
are.
a matter of fact.
In fact, Roman's leading off, if you want to look into that at all.
Okay, so Roman Anthony, Trevor Story, and whether or not Chad Tracy will insert these guys in his lineup. Listen, I think we've all kind of are of the same mindset that if you're going to put them in, it would be great if they waited till after the series was done. But my opinion is if you're going to put anybody in, you can put Roman in. I feel that won't shake things up too much. I think he's ready. Trevor Story has sucked. He has not done well
But wait a minute,
so far.
wait a minute, Rich. You don't think you heard what Wilson said when you broke the news to him that Roman's getting close. He's coming back. And he was like, whoa, what? First I've heard of that. You don't think Wilson would be miffed if Roman goes in and Trevor doesn't?
I don't think that he would care. I think that he wants it. Listen, he wants the best players on their team right now. Whoever's going to help them beat the Yankees, whoever's going to win.
Okay.
Right now, Roman's playing like a guy that deserves to be back. I don't know what more he can do in rehab to show you that this guy is ready to get back with the lineup. I mean, you have to remember who he was at the beginning of the season. He was the face of the franchise. They obviously could use a guy after last night who could hit bombs, and certainly I would have no problem with that. I think you can ease him in without screwing with the lineup too much and the guys who are playing well. Trevor Story's a different story completely, but Roman Anthony, this is, once again, I'm going to gush all over Rob Bradford all show because I thought this interview was fantastic.
Great.
And he's got a relationship with these guys where he gets them to talk and just say things that he wouldn't say to anybody else. And he talked to Roman Anthony yesterday, and I thought that this was wild because he got him to talk about all those Reddit rumors that you've been hearing about him and Marcelo Meyer and he hooked up with his sister. And I love hearing this, and I love Roman Anthony truly seemed rocked by everything that's been going on while he hasn't been with his team. Let's take a listen. Here is from Baseball Isn't Boring, Rob Bradford with Roman Anthony yesterday.
I know that you're not this big social media guy, but were you shocked by any of it?
Yeah, I mean, I was shocked by the majority of it. I've learned, again, that like I said, when you're not playing and when you're not on the field, when you're not performing, unfortunately, there's just there's nothing you can really do to avoid any of that stuff. And I've learned that, and I've learned that, obviously I hold myself to a very high standard. I hold myself accountable for everything when I show up every single day, as well as my teammates do, as well as the fans in the city do, and I understand that. And when I signed here, last year, I understood that that's all that things that come with it, and I was ready to take that head on. I still am, but I think to see some things when that just aren't true, and things that are said, and I've said it before, everyone kind of has their own opinion. Everyone has a phone. Everyone has the ability to log on and make a free social media account and say whatever they want, whether it's true or not, and write whatever they want, which is a little bit unfortunate sometimes. But in the end of the day, it's like you said it best. When you get back out on the field and hit a home run or do things and do what you're supposed to do, which is play baseball and be healthy, it all kind of takes care of itself.
Okay, he mentioned something else too later on that I thought was great. As I said, the whole thing's great. So we can't play the entire deal, but he was saying that he would get forwarded these false stories about him by family members being like, I can't believe this about you, Roman. This is crazy. And Ted,
the worst.
How much would it suck if you played in the era of social media? Because my whole thing about that is I've heard athletes talk about this where there'll be rumors and things that are completely made up, and some guy named, with Cyberbob 428 or whatever will write some fake thing about you, and then a family member of that person will forward it to them. And I just think, what kind of an a-hole is that family member?
Well, that's what I say. When people send me stuff that's like, this guy's ripping you, I would have known if you didn't send me that,
Right.
It's like, dude, why are you sending me this?
And Roman even said that. Matter of fact, here it is. This is him talking about it. Because this drove me crazy. I actually felt for Roman here. Let's take a listen.
Did you have to talk friends and family down? Because I know that's
yeah, that was the biggest part, right? Like, you don't even have, so for me, like, not having a lot of it, not seeing a lot of it. Or really any of it, and friends or family sending it to me, and whether it's like a joke or whether them being like, what is this? Like, like just laughing about it. It's like, oh, well, I actually didn't see that until you sent me that. And I don't know what that is, to be honest.
I feel you, bro.
That's, John Smith on Reddit, who God knows how old or if that's even a real person, saying something about a crazy rumor about a teammate or me. So, again, everyone, people get too caught up in it nowadays, which is the unfortunate part. And again, anyone can say anything, and I've learned that being on the good side of it and being on the bad side of it. And so
all right, stop it. That's so great,
dude. He agrees. Yeah, that's where you go.
John Smith on Reddit.
Really, family member?
Yes.
You got to send me that.
Yes.
But here's the other thing.
But his family was brought into it. I mean, his sister was implicated in these things. Like, unfortunately for him, like his family was directly involved.
But she knows it's not true. So it's like that's like what these athletes, and even if you're just anyone who people will write about on the internet, like I guarantee you, most of them, part of their daily life is just trying to ignore the noise, just for their own mental health and just to not think about it. And to have a family member go, have you seen this?
Oh, yeah.
It's like, well, didn't see it till you sent it to me.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mom.
Yeah. I'll say this about
Thanks, George.
Roman, where I think he's a little bit being naive is look, you got to keep it. If you're on the injured IL, you got to keep a low profile. I know you want to go have your fun. You're entitled to it, but it just is bad optics if you're out when you are on the IL.
So him going to the Seaport with Marcelo and that sort of thing.
That sort of thing, yes.
Yeah.
And he's trying to excuse it away. Like, yeah, you're entitled to do that if you want, bro. But no, there's going to be consequences for being out seen while you're injured. People are going to question that. It's just that's the way it is, and I don't have a problem with that. You paid a lot of money.
Yep.
You know what? You don't have to go running through the Seaport when you're injured and bring negative attention to yourself and to the team. Just dude, social media in a way should be like bumper plates for these guys. It should keep them out of more trouble than maybe they would get in otherwise if there was no social
Rich,
media.
I don't have as much problem with that. Is just that the team, there were some people in the organization that felt he should have come back sooner. I know that. And I don't know whether they were misinformed by medical staff, but then you had the whole Sam Kennedy doctor thing with Greg going back on the morning show, and then they punished him by sending him out of here. So that affected my opinion of Roman. It did. I heard these things, and I'm like, well, maybe he should be back sooner.
Well, so now, okay, so there's two different things that have come out of that in the last 24 hours. So, because you're making a great point. There was, first of all, you had Roman Anthony during that interview say, yeah, I thought I was better, and then I kept having these setbacks over and over, and they kept telling me I was okay to do this, and then I would kept, end up injuring myself again. And this morning, Craig Breslow was on a Greg Hill show, and he basically said, well, why did you send him to Florida? And he's like, well, we ended up needed him to rehab. And they were like, well, why didn't you just send him to Florida immediately? And they're like, well, we thought he was going to get better.
Right.
They
admitted it. Good point. Yeah.
So he admitted it. And so my whole thing with that is like, all right, is your medical staff effed up? Like,
Right.
what's
They said it wasn't a tear. Then he said it was a tear, and he got 3 outside doctors to confirm it. And so the whole expectations were all out of whack.
Yeah. It was no one was on the same page. You don't know who's telling the truth, who's not. But if everyone is telling the truth, that means that if I'm a player, I'm not trusting this medical staff. They tried to get you back 3 different times and it wasn't working, and it set you back even more. Matter of fact, I might want to play that clip when we get back. I thought that was great. Excellent question by Greg Hill this morning. We'll play that also. Roman Anthony's thing. Man, that for some reason that hit home. It's like, Mom, why'd you send me this story? That was great. All right, 617-779-7937. Be back in 2 minutes.
Now, here's what's in our feed.
And the feed brought to you by Preflight Airport Parking. Pat's preseason game 3 tonight in Cleveland, 8 p.m. kickoff, Huntington Bank Field. It'll be on Prime. Still no official word on if starters will play. We're pretty confident it will not be Christian Gonzalez on the field. And we had an update on the extension negotiations from Adam Schefter of ESPN.
So what happens? Well, I think that there's probably another push before the season begins or at the start of the season from both sides to try to get done. That's my guess.
Also, a Schefter mentioning they're not in the same neighborhood and haven't been in some time or have never been. That's what's in the feed at WEEI, WEEI.com.
Rich Shirtleaf, Ken Laird, Ted Johnson on WEEI.
Oh, yes. 93.7 WEEI, Rich, Ken, and Ted. And you can call us at 617-779-7937. By the way, Conor McGregor is going to join us an hour from now. Conor McGregor promoting his bare knuckle fighting championship this Saturday at Fenway Park. The Roman Anthony thing has been just wild. And listen, the dude he seems depressed. He seems pissed at everything that's going on, whether it be his injury, whether it be him staying in a hotel room that, according to him, there was a leak so bad that it ruined all of his clothes and forced him to move to an Airbnb on his own. I can't picture. It's a Marriott Courtyard, which is a good chain.
No, it's Homewood.
No, he said it was a courtyard because that was Homewood was what Breslow said, but in the interview,
Doubletree.
Oh, Doubletree. I'm sorry, you're right. It was a Doubletree.
It was a Homewood at first, then he moved him to the Doubletree.
Well, no, I don't know who's right and who's wrong. All I know is that he said that there was a water leak that ruined all of his clothes so bad that oh shucks, I got to go to a party.
He didn't say
pad.
water. He said it a leak. Could have been fluid. He said
I was there until the roof leaked onto my clothes and ruined my entire suitcase.
You're kidding me?
Yeah.
How long were you there before the roof leaked?
Like 2 weeks.
And the roof just started leaking on your clothes.
Yeah, the AC from above dripped down onto my suitcase and got stuck to all my clothes. Couldn't really wash it out. And that was kind of my cue.
You had to get whole new clothes?
Yeah, that was kind of my cue to just get an Airbnb.
By the way, that is a dude thing to be in a hotel room for 2 weeks and not take everything out of your suitcase. Like you don't hang up anything, you don't put it in the drawers, just keep in the suitcase.
Is it possible there's a little bit of an exaggeration there?
Yes. He
No,
wanted to go to a party pad. He didn't want to stay in the place where they make your own waffles. Which, by the way, courtyard's perfectly fine.
So what's he? Why is he saying these details? Then what's to what end?
To show you how much life sucked when he was down there and how he's still bitter at the Red Sox, maybe.
Look, Bradford just gets it out of you. He's just.
And the Red Sox are saying, no, it wasn't a punishment, where clearly he saw it as a punishment.
Yes.
Oh, yes, that's true.
So I just want to be clear on that.
But I think he's really pissed that it started leaking AC fluid on his clothes. He had to buy all new clothes. He's pissed about that. Like, you punished me, and look what happened. Ruined my good Versace.
That's right. It dripped right on top of all of his clothes because he kept them in the suitcase. All right, this is an important part. This part, there's so many great things in this interview. Once again, credit to Rob Bradford. But I thought that this morning there were two things that you kind of got to look at when it comes to whether or not Roman Anthony was handled completely wrong. Because none of us, from the beginning, nobody thought it was going to take this long. Nobody thought it was going to take 3 months. We couldn't even figure out what the injury was because there was different reporting, whether or not the team was saying it was one thing and Roman Anthony was saying it was another thing. But Greg Hill this morning had on Breslow, and they asked him about this whole deal why it took this long. And let's take a listen.
Do you have full confidence in your training staff, and does this worry you that one of your star players feels a certain type of way?
I have full confidence in our medical staff, excuse me, here, and also would want to acknowledge the humility that our staff has demonstrated in seeking outside perspectives and opinions when appropriate. And this specific injury and recovery was so unique in that the diagnosis never really changed throughout, but the amount of time it took to heal ended up being quite a bit longer than we anticipated, than Roman anticipated. And a lot of that is just, we can't precisely pinpoint how long it will be before, strength returns and before the discomfort completely subsides.
Okay.
See, but that's not true because Roman said it was a 3-month injury from the start. That's what his outside doctors said it was going to be, and he blamed the Red Sox for not saying that. So what Breslow is saying there is not true. It took longer than the Red Sox thought, but Roman always thought it was 3 months because that's what his people were telling him.
Right. Yeah. So he kept saying that he thought that he was going to be coming back, and then he would try, and all of a sudden he got a setback that brought him back even further. And then finally he had 3 doctors. Yeah. Once again, there's this weird disconnect. Ted, let me ask you this. Have you, I'm trying to remember the last time an athlete returned from being injured where it seemed like there was this much discontent between the team and the player. It seems
Gronk.
Like Bledsoe.
Oh, Gronk.
Yeah, no, Bledsoe. There was no issue around Bledsoe coming back other than he just lost his starting job. But it was Gronk. There was a ton of around. Terry Glenn used to be a guy that it was always. You just what is it taking this long? Those are two guys that jump out. Terry was probably had hamstring pulls that they thought that he should be back within a couple weeks, and it'd take him 2 months. So any soft tissue stuff like that can be a little bit that tough. And it's interesting. The Red Sox. Is there a team in the area in Boston that has a more kind of spotlight put on its training staff than the Red Sox? I feel like there's historically kind of been
and another one
issue after issue after issue.
You remember the Chris Sale stuff? I mean, he had a multitude of injuries, including the quote unquote bicycle accident.
Yeah.
Like, you wonder if they and now he's Mr. Cy Young in the National League. Is
right,
that,
right.
Is it the same staff that was here when Sale was around?
I mean, the only thing I can think of is the Celtics. There were some questions on how they handled Isaiah Thomas.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think that was a big one because I think that after he was done, they got a whole new staff, didn't they?
They rode him into the ground, right?
They did.
Is he bitter about that? You're a big IT fan, right, Rich?
No. So I love Isaiah Thomas.
No,
I love him.
he's
I
not.
think.
No.
He works for the Celtics now.
Yeah, that's true.
But time heals all wounds, I
Right.
guess. I do
Malcolm
feel
Butler
that they
resigned here.
Yeah, seriously.
It's true. He did. But I find that to just be kind of wild how still it's such a strange relationship between Roman Anthony. Matter of fact, if Roman Anthony wasn't so good, I would feel that he was going to get traded. Like usually when you see this kind of discontent between a player and a team, it just kind of feels like the writing's on the wall. You mentioned Terry Glenn. How much after, that little weirdness did he get traded to Green Bay? Like, how much longer after that? It just seems like when there's a complaining
like
about
Nomar? Is that like Nomar?
Yeah, Nomar was definitely.
Yep.
We use Nomar as an example, Belichick, to as a way as an example to not talk about your injuries because Nomar after he got that wrist injury.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll be back in a couple of days, and then it was literally 3 months later he came back.
617 texter. Roman, take some of that $100 million and buy some new clothes. Imagine saying that out loud, you cheap bleep bleep bleep. It's people. Maybe you're right, Ted. Maybe he shouldn't have said anything.
He shouldn't have.
Bradford just gets it out
Way
of you.
too many details.
Stop! I love it when athletes.
No, of course
talk.
we do.
I love it.
I'm telling him for his own mental health. Stop talking.
Right. He can't get out of his own way, but damn it, it's entertaining to hear. I mean, the guy went all in, and as I said, Bradford. You know what Bradford is? He's like a psychiatrist on the couch. Tell me your problems,
Yeah.
and they'll spill it all to him. They'll spill it all.
Hey, Roman, it's just me, you talking. Just two guys, couple guys. Don't worry about this recorder right here.
Right.
It's just you and me, pal. Open up.
man.
He's very disarming, Bradford. You just get around him, and you're like, I trust this guy.
Yeah.
And he is very trustworthy,
He has that. He gives off that vibe that whatever you tell him is safe with him.
All right, I do want to take this call because I find this interesting. Bill on line 2. What's up, Bill? How's it going, my man?
Well, approximately 2 weeks ago, I was listening to this show, and somebody on the show erroneously said that Duran was the worst hitter in baseball.
Stop. I'm going to stop you right there. Bill, I'm going to stop you right there because that was indeed me who said that Duran, that was after he showed up Contreras, that Duran was the worst hitter in baseball. And I was correct. He at
You
the
were
time.
not correct.
No.
17 or 18 home runs.
Bill, listen. All right.
He just hit a grand
Hang on.
slam the other
Pot him
night.
down.
But
Bill.
Duran admitted he was the worst hitter in baseball.
Bill, it's not an opinion whether he was the worst hitter in baseball. His batting average was the worst in baseball.
For a regular, yeah, I think that's
for
true.
for a full-time player at the time when he showed up Contreras, he was factually the worst hitter in baseball. All right, Bill, I'll let you continue.
Good, Bill.
Is he the worst hitter now?
No,
he's doing better. Absolutely.
So what happened?
Well, I mean, he's not the greatest hitter. He's a little bit better, but he's not the best hitter in baseball.
He's a lot better than a little bit better. He's got 17 or 18 home runs. He's got over 60 RBIs. And I can think of about 20 people that are worse hitters than him.
Well, listen, he is clutch.
Take
I mean,
that,
his
Rich.
eighth and ninth inning absolutely have been phenomenal. There's not even a question. There's
He
no
waited
question.
2 weeks to get that.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah, off his chest.
But I mean,
Revenge
he was
served
at
cold.
the time. He was the worst,
He was.
statistically the worst hitter. That is a fact.
It is
The
a
worst
fact.
hitter in
Again,
baseball.
Duran would come out and speak, and to his credit, and he'd be like, "I'm the worst hitter in baseball." Like, I don't know what's going on.
His lowest average was like around 190, something like that.
And he's still only good after the 8th inning. I mean,
That's pretty much it. You're right.
I'm starting to like him. I got to be honest. I am
Oh,
starting
yeah.
to like Jarren Duran. You root for the guy.
I would not put Roman in left over him. I wouldn't. Roman, if he plays as a DH and a bat off the bench, whatever.
Where in the lineup is he?
Well,
I mean, he's usually.
he might be leadoff if he gets the swing back, but not right away.
Where did he start this season? He would have been the leadoff.
I think he was the leadoff.
Yeah,
hitter.
leadoff. That's to me that's probably his natural position, but they won't lead him off.
When he's what he was, when we watched him at the World Baseball Classic, it was like this is the pitch hitting guy. He takes pitches, he sees a million pitches, he's a guru at the plate.
I like the way Chad Tracy put it though. It's like you can tell he's locked in when he doesn't swing at pitches.
Yeah,
It's
right.
so
Yeah.
true, man.
Yep, no question. All right, 617-779-7937. By the way, Conor McGregor coming up in 45 minutes. There is some new news today about what is going on behind the scenes with Christian Gonzalez, we got to get to this. Once again, now I believe we know who to blame. Is it Christian Gonzalez? Is the Patriots? This report makes it perfectly clear. We will get to that right after this in 2 minutes. It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich Shirtleaf, Ken Laird, Ted Johnson in the Catch Us Law Studios. No fee unless you win. You can call us at 617-779-7937. You can also go to the Odyssey app. It's where you can hear the show. Also, record a message there. Press the little microphone button. We play those back in the 5 o'clock hour. Also in the 5 o'clock hour at 5. Conor McGregor was going to be on with us. You have a little bit of Roman news, Ken Laird, I've heard.
Yes. Roman spoke before he's down in Worcester, of course, in the Woo with Trevor Story and Isaiah Counter-Falefa. They just met the media. And according to Tommy Castle, who works for the Worcester Telegram, Roman Anthony just said he and Trevor Story decided they wanted to get more at-bats here in AAA today as opposed to wasting a day traveling to New York. Joining the Red Sox in the Bronx tomorrow is still on the table and is a decision the club will make after today's rehab stint. But just the way he phrases that, it's not a direct quote, but it's kind of paraphrasing a report that Roman decided he and Trevor wanted to stay.
Wow. Okay, bro.
Is that on them? Is that their decision to make,
No.
or does that sound like somebody's trying to?
And I want to see the quote on that.
That sounds almost like something Trevor Story would say.
Yes.
Right.
Right? Then,
right, because they don't want Story back,
right,
and it was like,
right.
oh, I decided I don't need you, I don't need them, I need to stay here longer. All right, it's my decision.
This is why I asked Chad Tracy yesterday, do the players have a seat at the table? Is it a democracy? And he said distinctly no. It's our call, right? Who plays? But that
You
doesn't
asked
sound
him,
like
right.
it.
You asked him exactly like something that counters what they said. Come on, did Roman Anthony really say that?
Again,
this is an odd year for him, man. This is a weird year, dude. This is not how it was supposed to be. This is not how it was supposed to be when we started the season.
Ted, doesn't it feel like if he wasn't so freaking good that this would it's just building up to a trade of some sort? Doesn't it feel like that?
Yeah, it's weird. Yes, it's just not good. It's not good.
Athletes are crazy. And by the way, we don't talk a ton of hockey, certainly not this time of year, but did you see Connor Hellebuck?
I read that.
So
Yeah.
American hero Connor Hellebuck put a statement out that he's confirming publicly he wants to be traded. He did it privately a couple months ago, and he felt it was important to publicly confirm his request.
Because they weren't doing anything behind the scenes.
Can you see like a Roman Anthony statement someday, like in 2
unreal.
years?
Yeah.
This is
Swayman for Hellebuck. Do you do it?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
He's the man.
Yeah, you do that. All right, let's go to John in the car on line 1. John, what's going on, buddy? How you doing?
Hello, John.
Jaron Duran. This is a softball, low inside that's going 400 feet the other way. He is, without question, they ride this horse, this three-legged lead balloon, Jaron Duran. He hits a grand slam in the 11th inning of a 3-3 game against the 6th or 7th pitcher that Tampa Bay trotted out. I mean, I could come up, I umpire North Shore League baseball games. I could find a pitcher that threw harder than that guy in the North Shore League.
Okay.
They ride this guy like he's Jim effing Rice in 1978. Rice hit 46 home runs in 1978. He batted 139 guys in. 30 of those 46 home runs were either in the first inning or they put the team ahead. He had 15 triples. He batted .315. What was that guy saying a couple of nights ago when Jaron Duran struck out with the, second and third and 2 out? He didn't take the bat off his shoulder in the 8th inning, and then he went out in the field and a single hop base hit to left field, bounces off his wrist, and then the guy gets second base, and then the guy scores the go-ahead run. I could go on for days about Jaron Duran if somebody wants to sponsor the segment. This guy sucks. If he had a boat, it would be called the SSEC. You suck not enough. You can't suck anymore. Enough is enough. Anthony, come back. He throws the ball like a shot put, and I can't wait for him to come back. How bad is that?
That's saying something. That says something right there.
Hey, All-Star Game MVP 2024, Jaron Duran.
Oh, my
Big game player.
Absolutely. I just love how that guy was waiting to call it and say, you said he was the worst hitter in baseball.
Got you.
What do you think now? And I'm like, no, well, statistically at the time, he was. It's
Very
a fact.
may not be a more polarizing current Boston athlete than Jaron Duran.
For fans and media, but not for maybe the teammates.
Teammates seem to love him.
Teammates seem to love him, which is just kind of fascinating to me because
ladies seem to love him. Apparently,
yeah. I mean, he's God bless him, man.
That was my favorite call, by the way. I think of the year.
Yeah,
you got to keep Jaron Duran because of the eye candy.
He's the eye candy
the ladies.
factor.
You got to have ladies to come to Fenway. John in the car. That was fantastic, by the way. All right. What the hell were we going to do here? Oh yeah, Adam Schefter. Whew, take a breath. All right, Adam Schefter came out with a report today.
Really cleared things up. Completely cleared things
He
up.
did for Rich. Rich is convinced.
Yep.
Are you being sarcastic?
Yes.
A little bit, just a tad bit. Yes.
This is case closed, shirt and leave, right here.
It is case closed, shirt and leave. All right. So I've been saying that ever since Robert Kraft came out and make that statement about how we're going to make him the highest paid everything. I said, you know what? This is so weird, but I know why he's doing it, because they're not in reality going to be offering him the amount of guaranteed money that he deserves or what Devin Witherspoon gets. And this is a way to put something out there so when he doesn't take it, he looks like the bad guy, even though they knew that they were going to end up not offering what he's worth. And so I'm like, in a million years, you asked me 1,000 times, who's responsible for this thing not getting signed? I don't think it's the agent asking for like way more than his other guy got. It's the Patriots, because they have a track record of being cheap. And today, Adam Schefter seemed to confirm exactly what I was saying. Let's take a listen.
Let's talk about Christian Gonzalez first. And I don't think that at any one point here that they've been close to a deal. And Devin Witherspoon and Christian Gonzalez have the same agent. So in a way, he can kind of dictate how this is going to go and see into the future in a better way than each of the two teams can. So Witherspoon was going to get done first, and it got done at an average of 33 a year. The Patriots have not been in that category, but Witherspoon has established the benchmark, and the Patriots haven't gone there. And they weren't there before, and they don't appear to be going there right now, and they're all on the two sides of money. Now,
okay, stop it there. Listen, in my opinion, and I'll once again, I like your takes on it, but I don't think it could be any clearer. They're not willing to give him the money that Devin Witherspoon got. And if they're not willing to do that, then they're insane and they're cheap.
Okay, but did Schefter mention any numbers in there?
They're not the same amount as Devin Witherspoon. Less than Devin Witherspoon.
Okay,
That's the number.
No, what was the number he mentioned?
Less than Devin Witherspoon.
There was a Larry Bird-esque number in there.
33.
Thank you, Ted.
$33 million a
That's
year.
what he said they're not in the neighborhood of.
Yep, which is what Devin Witherspoon got. Less than Devin Witherspoon.
Okay, but
I don't know why
are there other numbers that are associated with the Devin Witherspoon contract?
Like guaranteed money probably.
Thank you.
And then the fully guaranteed money.
Yes.
Signing bonus.
Right, and apparently they are not offering him the same amount that Devin Witherspoon
That's not
got.
the report. That's not the report.
But okay, well, if they aren't, so let's say that you're right. Let's say they're offering him less guaranteed money, but maybe even more like per year. That's still BS because guaranteed money is the thing that matters. It's still less than Devin Witherspoon. I can't see how I'm being gaslighted. I can't see how I'm off on this. He said less than Devin Witherspoon. They won't even touch it. I don't know how
less than him.
How less confusing that can be.
Less than Devin Witherspoon. They said they're not close. I don't think he said less than. They said they're not close.
He said they are not willing to approach.
Not
what
in
Devin
that category. Not in the neighborhood.
Okay, so they're not saying less than.
They're saying not in the neighborhood
for $33 million a year average annual value.
For one of the things is called average annual value. Okay, 33. What about the other aspects of a contract?
What about total money?
And look, it sounds like you got me defending the Patriots. This is crazy.
Unbelievable.
I just want to.
Are you a Kraft son?
Can I tell you like what goes into a contract? It's not just like, okay, you got your signing bonus, your guarantees, and your salary. They negotiate playing time. They negotiate game day roster, whether you're on the game day roster or not. You get a bonus. They negotiate stats, catches, tackles, sacks, touchdowns. They negotiate accomplishment like All Pro, Pro Bowl, that kind of thing.
Gift cards to the Bass Pro Shop down the road.
Money, money. That's what matters. Money.
What I'm trying to tell you is the Patriots nickel and dime you with all these other categories. It's like you got to. They'll give you a deal that looks really good.
You're proving my point.
I'm not disagreeing with you, except for that one point. Oh my God! I'm not saying the Patriots are not cheap. They are. I'm saying they are. I just think you're taking one little snippet of what Adam Schefter's saying and putting a broad brush on it, which I just don't think that's the case. But anyway, they are cheap, and I'm trying to tell you reasons why they're cheap.
Yes.
Most teams don't negotiate playing time, stats, game day rosters.
Yeah.
They don't.
Because they're cheap.
Do you guys think this deal's getting done? Schefter did add there's going to be one more push. Will it get done?
Yes, I think it will. I think it will.
You still think so? So what will happen? Gonzo
Because
cave?
I think this report is going to show everybody that it's the Patriots who are right now in the wrong.
So they'll come up. They're going to raise their
If
offer.
you're not going to give them what Devin Witherspoon got, you're an idiot. Like that is the market. That is the market. And if you're nowhere close to it, then you're the bad guy.
There's two options. They're either it's a very selfish player or a very cheap ownership group.
Mm-hmm. We put that poll up. It was pretty much 50-50.
Which one has a track record? Like, which one has a track record of being cheap?
In fact, I would say if the Crafts have offered him the Witherspoon deal and he's turned it down, they should get that information out through the media, Schefter or somebody else.
Schefter said they haven't.
If they offered him that same deal, then he's not the highest paid cornerback. He's
right, or slightly higher, or whatever.
Slightly higher.
You know, get that information out. Now the ball's in their court. You know, because you're right. This is probably the agent for Gonzalez that's talking to Schefter. Mm-hmm. So now this is their leak. Now we need the Crafts leak. Let's go, baby. Let's advance this story. Let's get.
I think we have had 3 months of Kraft's leak. The fact that he's not physical enough. What's that?
Schefter's a Kraft guy.
Usually.
Why would he put that out there then? Like, if you think that came from Kraft, it makes Kraft look awful.
Some would say, well, no, some would say like it makes him look Christian Gonzalez like spoiled or greedy or
that he just wants what the other guy got. That's not spoiled. That's the market. I don't know. I feel like I'm getting gaslit here. This is really weird. 617-779-7937. Am I crazy?
Yes.
Am I crazy?
You're making me crazy right now.
You really are.
I know. I
nervous.
guess so. All right. We'll take your calls next. By the way, Conor McGregor comes on in 30 minutes. We'll take your calls next. It is 93.7 WEEI.
We'll talk over our national anthem.
Couple tickets opened up for a Rush concert.
I can't believe Ted is trading in his September Boston Rush tickets.
I did not.
This was the best song they played, by the way, on the store. House just. YYZ.
So yes, in the middle, I don't know what kind of like lower level, about 15 rows back. There's 2 seats that opened up. So please, I think it's on Ticketmaster. You can go
small fortune. You know, pay for that.
Yeah. We'll see. Might lower it as we get closer, but yeah, I think they're affordable.
I can't believe you're giving up the seats.
I have to. Seniors coming to town. Dad's coming to town. We
taking
got
the Rush. You'd love it.
It's taking the Rush. Yeah. That's a good call.
Yeah, no question. Listen, I mean, this. You want to invite them to see all the ladies that are there at the Rush show. The lady.
I estimated 30%.
Yeah, 30%? Okay, that sounds
female
good.
drummer.
By the way, Conor McGregor is going to join us in 25 minutes. It is Rich, Ken, and Ted Johnson here on 93.7 WEEI. There's this kind of funny thing that's going around, and I don't know, once again, I don't know if this is true, but it's definitely got a blue check mark. But there is somebody who is saying that Christian Gonzalez's trainer has retweeted the Adam Schefter report that came out about them not being close to a deal, and then wrote the words "trade him."
Oh,
as if the trainer
told you
like
this. See, we're getting not nice now. Gonzo was nice for a couple weeks. He was asked that question by the reporters whether he thinks the Crafts should not have spoken publicly about it, and he had a pause, and then he said, "I don't know," or "next question," or "I don't want to talk about it," something like that. And I think now he's getting pissed. His whole team they're not playing nice anymore. Yes? Is that kind of your vibe on it?
Is this going the way of Jaylen Brown now? Just like kind of persona non grata really quickly?
Man, I just...
No, because in that case, his teammates hated him and Tatum. In this case, I think everybody loves Gonzo, except.
Yeah.
Ted, can I ask you this? Because there's a phrase that we keep hearing from the outside looking in, and we've never been an athlete negotiating for a contract. But there was this phrase that I keep hearing is, you don't mess with another man's money. Like you don't like interfere in the matters. If someone's negotiating their contract, you stay out of it. You don't give them any grief if they're doing things like, do you believe that that's true? And was it true during your day? And do you think that in this case, the players aren't going to turn on him if he indeed tries to do something like sit out if it's all about his contract?
No. That's where I would. He's got everybody on his corner until he sits games out, because now it's interfering with us winning games, and we worked our asses off. So not only to make a living, but we want to be on a winning team. And so that's where it can get a little bit. I mean, you don't see guys that are in Christian Gonzalez's situation holding out hardly ever. I mean, one of the last high profile players I remember doing something like this was Le'Veon Bell, right?
Right. He missed the whole season.
And they missed the whole season. That was a long time ago. So it's
2017.
It's right now, Rich, dude. No one's talking to him about his. No one. They all want him to get what he's got coming. No one cares if he sits out games. Then there will be a shift but we don't know if he's sitting out games or not. But so right. That's how guys feel. Guys don't have any opinions at all. And you got to miss training camp, fine, because you want to make your point. But just don't miss regular games. Now it impacts me, and that's guys don't like that.
What if let's just humor me for a moment. What if for some reason the Patriots are not offering him the same amount of money or as good of a contract as Devin Witherspoon? Do you think that the players, that affects the culture of this team?
Yeah.
When like seeing that, wow, you're not going to give your own guy that you drafted, who has been as good of a soldier as you can be during the preseason, during this entire thing, who's handled it all with class, hasn't said anything off color about, or even anything that would add more to the drama. You're not going to pay him what the market dictates. How do you think the other players that affects them?
Yeah, no, the guy that's really watching and won't admit it is Drake May, because he's the next big contract on the horizon. A.J. Brown's watching. There's a lot of guys that have wanted contracts here that the team said, you know what, if you're not going to take our deal, I'm going to trade you. I'm going to cut you, Lawyer Malloy. I'm going to trade you Jamie Collins, Chandler Jones. Go on and on and on. If you did not play ball and accept the offer they gave you, then you would be shipped out.
Is it any different with this one because it's he's got 2 years on his contract left, right? So for a lot of people, they think, well, this is very early. This is what the players bargained for. But I wonder if it's like veterans would look at it like, hey, this is pretty rare. I couldn't negotiate after 3 years in the league. You know what I mean? He's got $15 million in the bank. It's not so bad yet, kid. You know,
no, players aren't. No, if the rules are such that you can ask for an extension after 3 years, then those are the rules, guys. Nobody's going to look down at Gonzalez for wanting more money. Not at all. Because other guys in his draft class, there's 10 guys in his draft class that were first rounders that have already gotten extensions. So
yeah, that's just the way it is.
The way it is.
Yeah, I've heard that too. As a matter of fact, to that point, let's go to Mike on line 2. Mike, what's going on, buddy? Thanks for calling.
Hey, Mike.
Thank you very much for taking my call. I don't think the market should be defined by what Witherspoon makes. The market is what the top 5 or 6 make on average. And the Patriots don't have to necessarily guarantee that they're going to pay him more than Witherspoon. What if they offer him $120 million and $90 million guaranteed? Is that a shit contract?
Mike, I'm sorry, Mike, but that just isn't how it works. Like, if you're talking about a franchise tag, yeah, that's the top 5 contracts on average. That's how that works. But that's not how a star elite player gets paid. If you are someone at that position who is at the best at your position, you are expected to get just a little bit more than the last guy. Isn't that correct, Ted?
Yes. So say Devin Witherspoon's a better player than Christian Gonzalez. Maybe if you had to rank him, maybe you'd say Devin Witherspoon's the best corner and say Gonzalez is the 4th best corner, maybe, in your opinion. It doesn't matter. Christian Gonzalez is still going to get more than Devin Witherspoon because he's the next guy.
Yes.
And he's close enough to him in ability that it warrants that bump in pay. So it's just whoever the next guy is, even if he's not maybe as good, but if he's close to. I mean, that's Jaylen Brown. Are we being like Jaylen Brown got paid so much money because he was pretty damn good. Maybe not the best, but he got paid like he was the best because he was the next guy in line to get paid.
You know who's thrilled about all this the most? John W. Henry. Best owner in town right now. He's strutting around being like, oh, look at these owners having trouble. Oh, sorry,
true.
Bobby. What's going on over there? Oh,
So
Bill
true,
Chisholm.
man.
What happened with Jaylen Brown? Oh,
Did you see that video or that
true.
article that's going around about how John Henry's showing his face a lot more around?
I
And
love
I'm like,
that.
he wasn't when they were losing.
Well,
like, all right, I'm not giving him any credit. Like, except, the one time we saw his face, oh, sell the team, when he was busted saying that. No.
Hey, Rich, let me make this final point. I said it to you in the last segment, but just I guarantee you a lot of what the Patriots they're saying is, yeah, we'll make you the highest paid or we'll give you this. You want to get, but it's going to be attached to all these things. It's going to be attached to playing time. So if you get injured, you're screwed. You don't get that money. It's going to be tied into game day roster, meaning are you on the game day roster? There's 17 games. Are you on that game day roster? Then you get a $500,000 bonus. And so it's if he gets injured at all and he agrees to all these like little other side things in a contract, then he misses out on so much money. That's how the Patriots like to negotiate, nickel and dime. Okay, you're going to have if you have 3 interceptions, you get X amount of money to you. 4 interceptions, another. So it's all these like subcategories that they make you kind of like have to deal with to get you to have a contract that looks, when it's finally done, like it's a good deal when it's not.
And meanwhile, his agent's going, Devon Witherspoon did not have to jump through all these hoops.
I know.
Why should my guy do that?
Yeah.
And it is a weird situation we're in. It really is. Once again, I still think it gets done before the season starts. And I can't believe I'm saying that because
that's amazing. You still feel that way.
I do. I think that it would be. I'm starting to feel.
Who comes back to who acquiesces then? What side?
The Patriots. The Patriots.
But you're nervous about that. You've been saying forever that they're the cheap ones. They won't do it.
No, they are going to end up paying him Witherspoon money. And not anything more than that. I think it's, or maybe like a million more. But that's what everyone expected from the beginning for him to get. Just a little bit more than Witherspoon. And I think right now you're so right, Ted. It's the nickeling and diming and trying to just save here and there and there.
What it is.
and you couldn't be more right. But you know what? You gotta give the guy, you overpay guys like Christian Gonzalez. When you have an elite talent like this, you better pay him. And it's not even much of an overpay, just a little bit of an overpay, just a little bit more than Witherspoon got, and all of a sudden everyone walks away happy.
It does make you wonder real quick why they drafted him in the first place. If this was always the plan, I know Bill took him, but Elliot Wolf was here, right, for that? Or was,
yeah. Oh, yeah.
I think he was here. So
he's been here forever.
What's your 3-year plan? Your plan is to not give him market value when
It's
you drafted
about
him in the first
cash
round?
budget.
Can I just say they haven't re-signed a first-round draft pick to an extension since Dante Hightower.
Oh, boy.
Over 10 years
really?
ago.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go. All right, 617-779-7937. Conor McGregor joins us in 15 minutes. Boss?
Johnson on WEEI.
It is 93.7 WEEI, Rich Schertenlieb, Ken Laird, Ted Johnson, and you, 617-779-7937. Why are we playing right now? Whose request was this? By Van Halen.
This is me, man. I love Sammy Hagar.
I like Van Hagar, too. That song, however, will always remind me of there was a time where Pepsi somehow infiltrated their way into my high school. And there was a day that we all got out of class and had to go into the gym, and there was these giant movie screens that were set up. And they, for 45 minutes, showed us what was essentially a 45-minute commercial for Pepsi. And that song was on in the background the whole time. It was like, right now, it's time to make good decisions. Yeah. Right now, it's time to make friends. Right now, it's time to drink a Pepsi. and like Pepsi logos were everywhere. It was sold, I think, as this being this like personal growth type of presentation, but it truly was a way. And after that was done, all over our school were vending machines for Pepsi.
Yeah.
So somebody earned a huge bonus from the Pepsi Corporation that they snuck into the high school worlds and were able to somehow infect our brains. That was not quite as good as the metal band that showed up one time called Freedom Jam. You could find videos of Freedom Jam.
Freedom Rock.
We had a metal band that played inspirational songs, but it was really just like warrant songs. And then the best part was we had those guys, the Wrestlers for Christ, one time come to our high school.
What?
Have you ever seen them before?
No.
They're called the Power Team. You've never seen them?
No.
Oh, so I went to this when I lived down south. Down south is really a different place. I went to this high school where they got us out of school to go to basically what were religious like assemblies where people would sing these songs about God. They would have you come up and get saved. This is a public school, by the way, not a religious school. This is a public school, and they were doing this. And this same school, underneath the cafeteria, had a firing range. There was a class you could take called marksmanship. You know how effed up it is that there was a firing range on a high school campus?
Well,
but
self-defense.
But that I'm sorry, I got distracted. But yeah, one time we had the Power Team show up, and if you don't know what I'm talking about, Google it. They were these beefy wrestlers that would show up and say, "With the power of the Lord, I will smash these boards with my head." And all of a sudden you would hear this like, "Ah!" And they would do it. They would crush these boards, and the place would go crazy when they would go, "Jesus, Jesus, Jesus."
I just Googled them, Uniting Faith and Wrestling. That's great.
Yeah, it was the Power Team, and they would like take these steel bars and bend them over their knees, and they'd say, "You know why I'm doing this? Not steroids, Jesus!" And they would just crush that. And it was just something that somehow infiltrated, and I guarantee they got paid a lot of money, but they infiltrated our way into our school. That's why when you see the Righteous Gemstones, that's written by someone who lived down there. That's someone who knows exactly what they're talking about with those mega churches where there's like Santa Claus with a jetpack flying to the top. You may think that that's all made up and absurd, but that S is real. Like that is some real stuff. I'm sure, Ted, when you lived down in Texas, you saw some of those mega churches too, right?
Oh, God, are you kidding me? Absolutely. The big thing that jumps out when I went to elementary school down in Houston was the principal walking around with a big paddle.
Oh yeah,
and it had holes in it, so it could hit you harder. But man, it was not uncommon to be, a principal would come in, they would take the kids into like a side room, but everyone could hear it, and whack, you had to pull your pants down.
Oh. Yep.
Yeah. And then I heard that they kind of outlawed that, but they also they would basically you had to sign a waiver saying if your kid acts up that we can discipline them at school.
Yes.
So they went to that route. I don't know what it is now. I can't imagine that's still, but that was pretty archaic, man.
There's still, I believe, 7 or 8 states where corporal punishment is still legal. Oh yeah. Oh my God. There's a lot more than I thought. Mississippi, Arkansas, Alabama, Texas. It's still, they still do it. Louisiana, Georgia, Tennessee, Kentucky, North Carolina, and South Carolina. All states with great grades, by the way.
South of the Mason-Dixon.
all of the brightest like SAT scores come from those states. And Florida requires parental consent. So I guess the other ones do not require parental consent.
Damn.
But what was great was that my wife's mother was a teacher at one of those schools, and they had a paddle. And I always felt bad for the people who like had to paddle Because like if that's your job, like I would just be like, no, I'm not. I'm sorry, fire me. I'm not touching this kid. But sure enough, they're like, yep, he won't listen to me at home. Just you take care of it. Man. Yep.
Wasn't
so
that long ago.
Nope, wasn't that long ago at all. All right, 617-779-7937. Speaking of beating people up in wrestling and the power team, Conor McGregor is going to join us in just about 5 minutes. All right, Ted, what do you think they're going to do? We just had that announcement, or not announcement, I guess it was a report from Ken that Roman Anthony stated that him and Trevor Story decided, you know what, darn it, we could use a little extra time. We're not going to go back we're not going to go to the Yankees game next tomorrow. Maybe a little bit later.
Here's the phrasing. Worcester Telegraph, Tommy Castle. Roman Anthony just said he and Trevor Story decided they wanted to get more at bats in AAA today, as opposed to wasting a day traveling to New York.
So what? I guess I'm confused. I don't know. Like so they're saying that they're not going to meet the team.
Well, no, they are, but they're just going to they're in AAA still, but they wanted to. It was their call. They wanted to stay and get some more.
I know. No, that sounds crazy. That sounds so weird. Phrase like that. What am I missing? Am I missing something, guys?
No, because Ken literally asked Chad Tracy yesterday when we had him on, do the players have any say into when they're going to play and when they're going to be sent down and who wants to play? And what did Chad Tracy say, Ken?
No, definitively no. They went on to expand on that, but it's his call, basically, who plays and who plays when.
But is it their call to who plays in AAA? Like, I mean, can they just and as long as they don't miss any games in New York, as long as they're there tomorrow for the game,
right?
Why can't they play today?
It's fine. It's just the wording of it.
Oh,
like
sounds ridiculous.
They have any say. It's just makes you wonder about again our interim manager and how much control he really does have.
Yeah. And how he handles this is going to be fascinating to me because this is the toughest part I think of his job all year long is this coming up. Putting these guys back into the lineup. How do you do it? Who's going to be upset? How does that react? What happens with the locker room dynamics? All fascinating stuff.
Yep, no question. And I think that, as I said, Roman Anthony, if he came up, it's probably the right move. Like if he's ready to go, it's probably the right move. Even though I wish they would just wait until after the Yankees series. But the Trevor Story thing is he's just not good right now. And he either needs more time, and I love Will Middlebrooks, but him saying that, the minors don't mean anything. Yes, they do. If you suck, and you've sucked before you got hurt, and then you suck before you got back, maybe you need more time to recover from your injury. I don't know. Then again, Ted's shaking his head, and he probably agrees with Will, and you guys have played the game, so I'm going to concede to both of you guys. There's no without it. You guys are right. I am wrong. It just feels like that is such a wrong statement as Ted flexes. All right. Speaking of flexing, Conor McGregor, you know him from UFC, from the big Mayweather Conor McGregor fight that we all paid for. But I've interviewed him many times. And Conor McGregor, one of the best all-time fighters in the UFC and one of the best all-time talkers. We will have him on. He's promoting the Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship this Saturday at Fenway Park, and he'll be joining us in 2 minutes.
station. Now, here's what's in our feed.
And the feed brought to you by Mario's Roofing. We won't soak you to keep you warm and dry. Tonight at 8 p.m., kickoff at Huntington Bank Field on Prime. It's Pat's preseason game number 3 in Cleveland. Still no official word on starters and how much they'll play, if they'll play. But Adam Schefter on the Pat McAfee Show on ESPN earlier today did have an update on the Christian Gonzalez extension talks.
Let's talk about Christian Gonzalez first. And I don't think that at any one point here that they've been close to a deal. And Devin Witherspoon and Christian Gonzalez have the same agent. So in a way, he can kind of dictate how this is going to go and see into the future in a better way than each of the two teams can. So Witherspoon was going to get done first, and it got done at an average of 33 a year. The Patriots have not been in that category.
Homeowners choose Mario's Roofing because they're fair, honest, and provide quality services. Call Mario's Roofing today for a free estimate, 781-344-2420. I'm Ken Laird, and that's what's in the feed at WEEI.
Rich Shirtleaf, Ken Laird, Ted Johnson on WEEI.
It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich Shirtleaf, Ken Laird, 3-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson. And it is nice when every once in a while we have somebody on that we can say, honestly, is one of the greatest to ever do it in their field. And when it comes to MMA, there's no question that Conor McGregor is not only one of the greatest to ever do it, but also one of the most famous. So much so that he even got an acting career out of it where he had his first nude scene. As a matter of fact, in Roadhouse 2, which I enjoyed Roadhouse 2. Joining us right now.
No, hold on. No Connor yet. We're waiting for him to call in. I thought Jackson said he told you, but
he did?
We're trying to get him on the line.
He did tell me that? Okay, I did not hear that. Okay, well then, you know what?
I didn't
Joining
know
us
the nude
now
scene.
is Jackson.
Yes,
He's done several nude scenes in many films.
Yes. No, I told Ken what I meant to tell you. My bad.
Okay, that's perfectly fine. But actually, speaking of Jackson, by the way, my man loves the gilfs, apparently.
What?
Yes. You know how Jackson's been on the dating apps? He's been dating around. Sent me a picture of somebody and just said, guess the age. And I just put a question mark. And how old was the latest date you went on?
I'm not ashamed to admit it. 62.
Okay.
But
60. Yes.
It's a very, 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 very young looking 62. She looks younger than I do.
She looks like, I mean, she was great. I mean,
she's a ballroom dancer and a physical therapist.
Okay. Salma Hayek's like 60 years old. I mean, there's
standard.
Yeah, 60 is the new 40, I guess.
So the kicker is, last night I went to Down, and I went with a couple of buddies of mine, and then their buddy who I didn't know, and we got to comparing war stories on the dating apps, and we're talking about different girls that we've gone out with stuff, and like oldest, best looking, worst looking. So I bring this girl up, and I show him a picture, and he puts his hands on his head. He's like, "Dude, she was my last girl that I got on a website." I'm like, "Nuh-uh." And I'm like, "What's her name?" And he couldn't remember her name, so I really thought he was BSing me the entire time. And then, like 5 minutes later, he remembered her name, and it was her, and she was from the same town, and it was definitely her. And we embraced over that because now we both have good taste in women.
Mm-hmm. How does it feel to be the Jordan Hudson in this Bill Belichick relationship?
It feels weird.
Did you wear boots?
No, but this guy, this guy's a really fun and good, funny guy, but he wasn't quite a, Casanova. So I'm following him, but it's okay. He was a funny guy.
I got to think, and this is just an assumption, I'm not asking you to divulge anything, but the older the woman gets, the less they're messing around, right? The less that they don't really need all of the build-up. It's just like, all right, man, I know what I'm here for.
Yeah, no, she knows she's a cougar, and she goes hunting for cubs a lot.
Oh, that's just fantastic. It's funny. It's like it's it's the difference between going to, let's say, Big Night Live and checking out the bar at Abe and Louie's. Abe and Louie's, it's kind of like, all right, I know what you're here for. Here we go. Yeah. I know you've got places to be. You probably got kids to be home to later on. And then, you don't have to work as much, I would think.
You can't
right?
beat a dancer's body.
Oh, yeah? So are you still seeing this 62-year-old vixen?
I mean, hopefully at some point.
So did you just do, like, when it had the age thing, you just forgot to put a limit? You just let it roll?
Yes. Well,
Okay.
if you don't have if you don't have somebody in your preferred age range, they go up and down a little bit, like within like a couple of years. But I'm telling you, it's the picture and the picture doesn't even do justice to what she looked like in person. She was unbelievable.
Did you ask her if she was a grandma?
No, I kind of want to know now.
Great Twitch question. Did you pose as a mermaid on the beach, Jackson?
No, but I would. I can pick her up with one arm. I'll do the airplane.
You got to recreate that photo then.
That would be so, Jackson, if you did that, that would be the greatest thing ever, right? You would have to be the mermaid because you're the Jordan Hudson in the relationship, and she would have to be the, look what I caught. I caught me some fish.
Hey, man, challenge accepted. I will do my best.
All right.
Oh, that would,
With
Jackson,
fishnets too? You got to put the fishnets on.
I'll go all out, man. Especially for this woman. She's quite a piece.
Wow.
You showed me the picture. I was like, I would have never guessed she was in her 60s,
Nope.
man. You know, listen, the gilfs need love too. That's just awesome. So, do you like where do you take a 62-year-old woman?
We went for a walk, and then for a drink, and it was just a nice casual date. And
for a walk,
yeah,
with a walker. But that's great, man. Your stories of dating are just wild. Like these apps are something I can't even comprehend. And I know that's such like a dude from Gen X talking. Like I really can't. When I see these. Like there'll be concerts that get out, and I'll see a group of people outside who literally at the end of the concert were just going to see who was available, and then they would meet immediately afterwards and go hook up.
That doesn't work at Down shows, though. I attend to that yesterday.
That's right. You went to the Down show, which has got the guy from Pantera in it.
And our man Tommy Kern, who's going to be on tomorrow, went to the Squeeze concert last night. So
oh my God.
Speaking of, that's. Tempted by the fruit of another?
Man, that's Cougar Central. Yeah. I should have.
You should have been over there. At the
Dale
Squeeze
Ordway should have opened up over there.
Sure. If you like a woman who snaps, like the Squeeze show, I just imagine a bunch of people politely snapping to the music. I didn't mean like snapping another way.
Yeah.
You know, Jackson, here's what you need to do. Every time I see these videos, because, I for some reason, my algorithm loves the Sphere in Vegas. It loves it. It's like it's always got highlights of stuff that's going on in the Sphere. Every time I see videos of the Backstreet Boys just killing it, I'm like, why would you not just stand outside with one of those apps? It's literally like 18,000 women who are all turned up just in Vegas, and you're just sitting there. Hey, baby, it's me. I'm Jackson.
Dude, if I can do it, anybody can do it. And if this guy, by the way, the guy yesterday that I'm, kind of Peter-in-laws with now, he got kicked out of the Palladium before Down even started.
Oh, you're Peter-in-laws. Is that what you call somebody who's hooked up with the same woman?
Yeah, not quite yet. But
what a lingo! It's a whole different dictionary, huh?
Sure, that's right. Oh, that's so great. Did you guys exchange notes? Whether they did the same thing?
Absolutely.
Oh, that's so great. Does she know what you do?
Yes, she does.
All right, she's
of
listening
course.
right
She's
now?
a woman in her 60s. She
Does this
loves
happen
the
at sporting events or just rock concerts or just concerts?
What?
This hooking up subculture. Is there sporting?
I don't know. I don't do that. I just do it at home and then meet them.
Oh, okay.
I don't really do the event.
Oh, I
thing
thought you were going. Okay.
So you think she's listening right now?
Hopefully not.
Okay, we'll call her. Let's call her Trudy, because Trudy's a great old lady name.
Yeah.
617-779-7937. If you're Trudy and you would like to tell us about your date with Jackson and whether you're a grandma or not, I want to find out. Listen, as I said, grannies need love too. I got no problem with that.
But it was just shocking, meeting a guy that it was her last guy before me, which is really funny to me.
It sounds like she has a type.
Metalhead, because he looks more like a wrestler, and I'm me.
Are you into Gojira and Mastodon? Because man, I'm all about it. Oh man! All right, well there you go. That killed some time while Conor McGregor is deciding whether or not to call in.
Right.
Yeah. So, but this does actually look kind of cool. This is the Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship at Fenway Park.
Yeah.
And have you watched any videos of this?
Right? No, a little bit. Yeah.
Oh, dude, it's exactly as advertised. There's no gloves. You are hitting with your fist, which to me is like, and I want to ask him about this. Like, you would think like hands are getting broken over. The one thing it does do is there's more face ripping. Like, there's more like when you don't have a glove on, you're bleeding all over the place. It's like it's like being at outside of Causeway Street after a Bruins loss.
I've seen a lot of these in baseball games recently. Some all-out brawls in the stands. So it's ramping up. But yeah, this is at home plate, right? They got the square. They put the square ring right at home plate at Fenway. So Pretty cool.
I wonder if it's like, how everyone said that if you played football without the helmets, that it would be a lot safer.
Right.
And I wonder if that's kind of like without the gloves.
Maybe.
Do you not hit as hard, but it's definitely effective, but it's truly like a street fight here in the ring. And I don't know. It just seems impressive to me.
What's
All
terrifying?
right. Yeah, well, it seems like a real street fight. Like the kind of stuff that, as I said, there used to be a lot more fights outside of Fenway, like just like friendly fights, like between friends. You would see guys just like smacking each other in the face, and they'd be bloody, and they'd be like,
Three Stooges?
No, not like younger, but I'm talking like I would see like literal fist fights between friends, and then they would go drink, and you don't see much of that anymore. Maybe the ticket prices are too expensive or something. I don't know. It's a little too much like, it's like Boston Disney World, I guess, Fenway Park now, where it used to be a little more dingy. However, when you walk down the street, you see the Rhymes with TD Garden shirts for sale, and it still helps you remember or reminds you that you indeed are in Boston. What's going on with the Sitco sign, by the way, is fantastic. How it looks like a giant middle finger.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, it's great. Keep it. Matter of fact, who has a loyalty to Sitco? Keep the Sitco sign down. Keep the middle finger. All right, let's go to Jules on line 2, who has a very important thing to add. Jules, how is it going?
Jules or Louie? Who do you want here?
Line 2, Jules.
That's Louie, I think.
Okay, I'm sorry. Whoever is the one who wants to weigh in on the Cougar discussion.
Oh, that's Jules. Okay, let's go.
All right, Jules, what's up, man?
Hey, guys, it's not man, it's girl. And at 68 and a half years old, I love getting a lot of something, even more than when I was younger.
Hey, baby.
Oh, I love this. So, Jules, are you currently on dating apps right now?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so where do you find your something?
Well, it just happens. I don't find it; it finds me.
I love it. I love you. Okay, so what is a guy? Do you still want a guy that will like wine you and dine you, or are you just kind of more like, listen, I'm 68, I don't need the games anymore?
I don't want the games anymore. He wants to come over and till my garden. I'll make him a nice supper, and then we'll see what happens afterwards.
Ooh, that's Jackson's specialty. Have you met Jackson?
Have I met who?
Jackson, who answered the phone. Yeah.
No, I have not. Do I want to?
He's
great in the garden.
He's single and ready to till your garden.
All right. The big question is, does he own his own tiller, or do I have to rent one?
I don't own much of anything, so I'm sure you're going to rent one.
All right. Listen, us older women, we have more advantage over you guys. We don't need the little blue pill.
I mean, that is true. Is it now? Do you prefer the younger man, or is there something about a seasoned gentleman, or do you like the younger guys?
Well, it depends on how much money they have in the bank and if they can keep up with me sexually.
Wow. So you have an insatiable appetite, it sounds like.
No, I mean, I get my fill and I'm good for a couple of days, but, why bother if you're not going to get what you want?
Right.
Well, describe your perfect man, like, if you wouldn't mind, for me.
My perfect man has 4 legs, long ears, and a wet nose.
Okay,
the
so you love dogs.
The kind don't exist.
Okay, all right. Well, okay, we would say, like, if there was a guy that you just wanted one night and you could forget about it with, describe that gentleman, please.
He would have to make me laugh.
Oh, well, let me introduce you to Ken Laird.
Yeah, I'm
baby.
I'm a jokester.
Oh, well, have you seen what Ken looks like by any chance?
No, I'm a married man, though.
I haven't, but maybe I should go on your website and take a peek, huh?
Sure.
You should. Jules, here's what I want you to do. I want you to Google Rich, Ken, and Ted, and I want you to call back and tell us which one you believe would be most closest to your ideal man. That's what I would like for you to do. So just Google Rich, Ken, and Ted.
You know what I would like for you to do? I'd like to tell you to start off by telling me which one is the funniest.
Oh, that would definitely be Ken.
Yeah.
Without a question.
Well, basically a stand-up.
No question at all.
All right, thank you, Jules.
Well, Jules, you are wonderful. Thank you so much. You are a delight. Thank you for calling in. That's not your girl, is it there, Jackson?
That's what I was hoping.
That was not my girl.
I thought that was her.
I was hoping that was her. Well, 68 years old and still horny. I like that. That gives hope for all of us. Got no problem with that at all. That was not Conor McGregor, by the way. That was a horny 68-year-old. So we'll take your horny 68-year-old calls as well. 617-779-7979.
Wait till Arcade gets in. He's going to have a ton of stories.
That's right. We shall see. All right. We'll be right back. 2 minutes.
EI.
3-7 WEEI. Rich Certainly, Ken Laird, 3-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson. You could call us at 617-779-7937. That was a fun break. But I really have no expectations as to whether Conor McGregor is going to call. So there you go.
Somebody
if he does,
said
he does.
he didn't show up to the last fight, but he kind of showed up for a little bit and had to take a quick exit, unfortunately.
Yeah, that was a bummer. That was not the best comeback. But what are you going to do? Apparently, there was there's a video that Sylvester Stallone or somebody in the crowd knew about it. Like they did lip reading, and he whispered to somebody his ankle's off or something like that, and all of a sudden all the betting swung in one direction. And there you go. All right.
Real quick, I have another Worcester update if you'd like it on the Roman Anthony Trevor Story situation. So. We had told you earlier, our guy down there, Tommy Castle from the Worcester Telegram, had said, according to Roman, he and Trevor decided to stay and play today instead of traveling to New York. That was their call. And the manager now talked, Iggy Suarez, and he said, quote, I was a little surprised, but that's why we're here to accommodate those guys, but I was a little bit surprised. It's kind of like the perfect storm. So they had the luxury of if they want an extra day off, an extra game, more at bats, they can do it because they have the day off up here. It's kind of worked out for those two guys. So basically, the way he's talking is if they're both headed to New York tomorrow, and they will be back with the team.
Okay, headed to New York to actually play tomorrow?
I mean, I don't know. He didn't say that, but just the way he's referencing it, he's surprised they're there. He thought they'd be gone. They decided to stick around to get more at-bats, and their impending rejoin is coming.
Well, I mean, as I said, if Roman comes back, I don't really have much of a problem with that. I think that's perfectly fine. If it's Trevor Story, I don't think that I'm ready to throw him in there. I just don't think that not for this series. It's way too important. It's just way too important of a deal. And the fact that they're only 2.5 games behind them and still in striking distance of the Blue Jays as well.
What would be the bigger reaction if Roman Anthony gets back in the lineup and has a game-winning hit, home run, is like a star of a game, or he gets into a lineup and is just utter trash, 0 for 4 strikeouts, and the team is disgruntled? It's like you take the risk of either of those scenarios.
Well, I mean, I just don't think you expect anything from those guys for the first several games. I know that you anytime these dudes return, it takes a while for them to get their feet out on.
We saw it with Rutschman. We've seen it with multiple players. Romy Gonzalez came back and wasn't ready.
Well, Rutschman is also a little scary. I keep thinking of that one guy that we had on from Baltimore who said, who's zooming who when it comes to the health. You don't know if you're getting a healthy Rutschman, and I don't like what I'm seeing so far. Is he in the lineup, by the way? Have they announced? It's tomorrow. It's play tomorrow. So, yeah, I mean, we got to find out whether or not he's going to be that makes me nervous. The Rutschman thing does make me nervous.
No doubt.
All right, let's launch some take grenades, shall we? What do you say there, Jackson? We got a couple of those messages here while we wait for Conor McGregor.
Hopefully one from Trudy.
That's right. All right. This drive home brought to you by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody, as we wait for Conor McGregor. You've just been told 5:45 is when he's supposed to be here. 5:45. They move things back. All right. You've been leaving your messages right there on the Odyssey app, pressing the microphone button, and we launch them here in the 5 o'clock hour with our take grenades. Jackson, pull.
Rich, I can't tell if you're trying to impersonate Robert Kraft or if you're trying to impersonate Jackson.
What is that? Oh, you mean when I talk like this? That sounds like Jackson? I don't know, Jackson, do me a favor and say, we love Christian Gonzalez.
We love Christian Gonzalez.
Okay, well, maybe it does sound a little bit like that. All right, pull.
Yeah. Pull that one again. Misfire.
Yeah, John Smith from Reddit here. And I tell you, I don't appreciate that. I'm a completely real guy with completely real feelings and completely real sources. And let me tell you something. I got a source saying that the reason why Brown left town was for sleeping with Roman, Anthony's sister. Can you believe that?
Well, that's a reference to Roman actually giving the Reddit guy a name. John Smith on Reddit. No offense to John Smith, you said.
No. I love that story because he's talking about how like all these different conspiracy theories are out there, and he actually heard some of them, and the way that he heard about most of them was that family members would forward them to him after he tried to ignore all the noise and just stay away from all of that. Like mom sends him a text. Is this true? Which is so dumb. And it was so great when I told that story because Ted was just like started nodding his head because I'm sure it happens to all the athletes where you are doing everything you can to keep your head in a good space and ignore the noise. And just a family member who has like an instant open alley right to like your right to your phone. Is this real? Well, I didn't know about this till you sent it. So,
but do you believe pro athletes keep off social media? I mean, it's got to be a rare guy that is able to do that.
I bet there are some, but I guarantee you it's not a lot of the young ones. And I guarantee you Roman Anthony is not one of those guys. Right. It seems to me if you are like a young single guy, like your phone is probably everything. Like you're trying to keep track of the finding girls like my man Jackson getting on dating apps, or you are using social media because you've been raised on social media. I think if you're an older player and you realize that it's just no good, it just doesn't help you in any way.
That's true. Sonny Gray probably not on social media.
Yes, exactly. Right. That guy probably gets it. All right, let's do one more of these. Pull.
Jesus, Ted, you made my whole car shake when you started yelling at Rich. Almost drove off the road.
Yeah.
Pounded the table. I mean, I was scared.
I'm still confused because it sounds like Ted and I agree. But
it's true. Somehow Ted agrees with you, but you still made him insanely mad at making that point.
Well, I think it's because he said he didn't agree, and then he kept making points, and I'm like, you're making my points. like you and I actually agree on this.
Kind of.
I guess. I don't know. Who the hell knows? All I know is that Christian Gonzalez is getting screwed by the man. I said it before. Why we would possibly root for billionaires against millionaires is completely beyond me. All right. 617-779-7937. We will take your calls. And Conor McGregor, who knows? He says he's on at 5:45, but, we don't know if that'll end up happening. Or we'll be right
Conor
back.
McGregor versus everybody at 5:45?
Sure. Why not? Maybe we could do that instead. Absolutely.
WEEI.
It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich, certainly Ken Laird, and Ted Johnson. You can call us at 617-779-7937. Tonight, you've got the New England Patriots versus the Deshaun Watsons of Cleveland. Although apparently you're not going to see him. It's going to be Shador out there running all around for his life. Preseason football is a tough watch sometimes. Like I like watching the first quarter, and then after that, you know what I like doing? I like following the writers on my social media and just say, what did I miss?
Well, speaking of that, so I always wait before every game, you get the first beat guy to tweet out the picture of him at the stadium. So we're there. It's 5:30. Chris Price is first in from the
Thursday
Globe.
Night Football.
Here's my office for the evening, and they show you like the glass, and they show you what their popcorn or whatever they got. So
sure,
here we are. We're like 3 hours away. I have put together, Rich, 5 reasons why you should watch tonight. Why this is going to be the one you got to carve out some time for.
Oh, geez.
You want me to try to convince you?
There's no Red Sox game tonight, and I'll watch at least the first quarter. I don't know if I'm going to watch much more than that. And to be quite honest, these are all players we're probably never going to see again.
Yeah, you don't know that.
All right.
You could find the next surprise here. You know, there were a lot of undrafted guys. Wes Welker was once undrafted. He became a great player. So, okay, here we go. So now, cutdowns, by the way, are Sunday, 4 o'clock. So there's going to be like 1,000 guys that lose their job and then are available to other teams. So we're getting down to the end of it. But here's number 5.
Okay.
Reasons you should watch tonight. Jalen Reed. You got a new player. This is the Butte return. He's going to play tonight, right? You want to see what you got? Kind of unwrap your present, you know?
Sure.
No?
Yeah.
All right, Will Fleming.
It's Jalen Reed. He's only number 5, though, so hang in there. Okay, number 4.
Right. Okay.
O-line depth. Let's watch Caleb Lomu and Greg Van Roten, okay? Because you have no backups. Ben Brown's hurt. Marcus Bryant's hurt. And this is it. If somebody goes down, one of these two has to play. So
And now the Browns aren't playing starters either, right?
I don't think so. No.
Okay, then who cares?
Well, they have to be capable of at least hanging in there against backups. This is Drake May's health that's at stake here, okay?
Yep. I'll skip that article that someone writes.
All right. Number 3. You know that Ted would make you love inside linebacker play, all right? You have no depth behind Spillane and Ellis. You lost Jack Gibbons. You lost Giovanni Tavai. So tonight, for a job, Chad Muma versus KJ Britt versus Khalil Jacobs versus Nnamdi Obiezer.
I've got Obiezer fever, baby.
Okay.
Oh, Nnamdi, I know him.
There it is. One of those 4 guys is going to make the team, all right? So tonight could be the deciding factor if they can track down Shadur in the backfield, all right?
Okay.
Number 2, your man Gabe Akis. I think he's made the team, but this is your depth behind Draymond Jones and Elijah Ponder. He's the second-round pick. He's getting better. The linebackers coach called him meaner than a wet mule. I like that clip this week. So it's a Gabe Akis night.
No question.
Right?
Okay, there you go. You got me on one. I want to see what Gabe Akis does. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Woo! Popping bottles,
There
baby.
we go.
Woo! Gabe Akis night.
And number 1, running back depth, huge tonight. It's Lan Larison from Idaho. It's Jam Miller, the draft pick, and it's Hassan Hastings from Michigan. Hassan Haskins from Michigan. One of those guys. And Travion's hurt. Could be your third down running back and maybe your second running back behind Ramondre Stevenson. So that tonight is important.
All right, you're not
number 1.
Thank you.
Okay, you're not really going to watch like every minute of this game,
I charted the first 2 games. I was at the first game. Sick brag. Second game, it took me 2 nights, but I did watch every snap, and I take my notes. We didn't talk about it, I think, for a minute on the show, so it was kind of wasted effort, but that's fine. I want to be ready in case Rich pivots to football talk.
Yeah, I'm not going to pivot to. Listen, preseason football talk is interesting when the stars are